Pirates I Can Reject Everything Chapter 261 to 280. 261. Princess Shirahoshi. She looks so beautiful, but unfortunately she is too timid. King Star, Rollover Star, and Shark Star 3, each of them looked at each other after hearing the words. They knew that their father should have tempted Chris, and it was time to call out the master. Okay father, let's call my sister out now, everyone wait a moment. After saying that, the three of them walked away side by side at the same time, but their faces couldn't hide their joy. Reiju drank a lot of wine, and at this time Vivi's delicate face turned pale red. Princess Shirahoshi is said to be the first beauty of Fishman Island. I don't know what she looks like. Nami picked up a small piece of cake with a fork and swallowed it, and said with a smile, that's naturally a whole country. Kaya nodded lightly and smiled at Isho. We have seen a lot of beautiful women along the way. If Princess Shirahoshi is the #1 beauty on Fishman Island, it must be an inexhaustible beauty. Makino stopped his wine tasting and said softly and generously, it is rumored that Princess Shirahoshi's beauty is going to overwhelm the Empress Boa Hancock. Hearing this rumor, everyone was surprised. Queen Boa Hancock and the others have all seen it before, and her beauty is indeed enough to amaze the world. Unexpectedly, this Princess Shirahoshi is even more beautiful than Boa Hancock. Perona floated directly to the dining table and held up her face. It's even more beautiful than Boa Hancock, how beautiful. The sweetheart queen elegantly took a sip of the red wine in the glass, raised her head and said, I am really looking forward to it. What does it look like to be able to make a woman fall in love with it? After tasting the food, Betty lit a cigarette. I always thought beauty was not that important, but now I am looking forward to it. Karina blinked her beautiful eyes and held her chin. In other words, the lower body of the mermaid princess should still be a fishtail. Alvita stood quietly beside the chair, and said generously, that's natural, but with the fishtail, it has another. A charm. Abis quietly put a one candy in her mouth and asked sweetly, if Princess Shirahoshi is so beautiful, there must be many suitors. Maya looked at everyone and said with a sweet smile, there are naturally a lot of them. Before you board the boat, who is not surrounded by a group of suitors? As soon as the words came out, immediately caused a lot of laughter among the female relatives, which is indeed a truth. As long as you are beautiful, there will never be a lack of suitors around you. Lafitte always maintains a gentleman's demeanor, and observes the people around him very carefully. That King Neptune didn't seem too happy to smile when these ladies were discussing Princess Shirahoshi. The contrary, he looked a little worried. Your Majesty King Neptune, how come you don't seem to be very happy? Was a smile on Lafitte's pale face, always so approachable. Bellamy also noticed this detail at this time, and said with a chuckle, is it because you dislike us for being too loose? Bartolomeo took a sip of wine and laughed. Think about it, King Neptune is definitely not such a person, is he? Hearing this, King Neptune waved his hand hurriedly and said, please don't misunderstand, there are not too many rules in our dragon palace, and everyone is very free. King Neptune hesitated for a moment. But after being exposed by Lafitte, the sadness on his face could no longer be concealed. Obviously, he has something on his mind. Burgess has always been carefree, but this time he was even more heroic after drinking, and said loudly, King Neptune, you can say anything if you have anything. If we can help, we will definitely help you, and we will definitely not sit idly by. He reacted a bit inappropriately, and hurriedly added, right, Master Captain, way ha 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 ha. Chris didn't speak, calm as always. Vivi nodded and responded. Since the other party is so sincere, if there is something within his power, he will definitely help. And the mermaid family was originally part of his plan. Aside from Shirahoshi, the Sea Emperor who can control the sea, the fighting power of the rest of the mermaid clan should not be underestimated. It will also be a big boost for Chris in the future. Aquino was slightly drunk at this time, and his cheeks were flushed, but he was still very righteous. Look, our captain has nodded his head. If you have anything, just let it go and say, our Chris pirates are not vegetarian. Kuro put down the chopsticks in his hand, pushed his glasses, and his eyes flashed with wisdom. I guess, this matter has something to do with Princess Shirahoshi. Kuro had already noticed that when the girls were discussing Princess Shirahoshi, King Neptune's expression changed a little. Hawkins unhurriedly took out the tarot card from his arms, and after 3 or 2 strokes, said timidly, there is a result. The possibility that our Chris pirates can help in this matter is 100%. The success rate of helping, 100%. Failure rate for helping, 0%. Hawkins put away the tarot cards in an orderly manner, raised his head and said, Your Majesty King Neptune, it seems that there is no problem, you can say it with confidence. Under the questioning of many captains, King Neptune breathed a sigh of relief. Well, let's talk about it. I saw King Neptune picked up the glass on the wine table and drank it directly. Then a look of hatred appeared on his face. To be honest, this is indeed about my daughter, Princess Shirahoshi. As everyone knows, Shirahoshi's beauty has brought her a lot of praise, but it has also brought her a lot of trouble at the same time. She has many suitors, and one of them is a headache for our royal family. Nami was fascinated, and asked suspiciously, the royal family of mermaids are all headaches. Betty snuffed out the cigarette in her hand, wondering the same, is there anyone else your mermaid royal family can't deal with? Of the mermaid royal family, the people of the Chris pirates, have been known all the way along the way. Who can give them headaches should not be easy. King Neptune also shook his head from Vivi, looking a little helpless. This person is Vanderdecken X, the leader of the flying pirates. This Vanderdecken X, since Shirahoshi was born, has been looking for every opportunity to get close to Shirahoshi. The constant harassment of Shirahoshi makes Shirahoshi very confused. The poisonous monster smiled. Cavendish raised his eyebrows. A handsome man like him never needed to be courteous to a woman. This kind of person, why don't you just arrest them and beat them up? Could it be that he is very powerful? King Neptune waved his hand and smiled helplessly. It's funny, the strength of this Vanderdecken X is actually average, and any of my 3 sons can defeat him. It's just that this person's whereabouts are strange, and there are companions to support him, so he can escape smoothly every time. We've caught him dozens of times, and he's always been able to run away and come back to harass Shirahoshi a few days later. It's so tiresome. There was anger in King Neptune's tone. This kind of candy-like guy is really annoying. Enel tilted his head and said inexplicably, you have so many guards, it would be better to strengthen the protection around Princess Shirahoshi. King Neptune expressed his denial again. We've tried it all and it just doesn't work. This Vanderdecken X is a target fruit person. As long as he touches it, it is equivalent to being 100% aimed at by him. Whether he throws bows and arrows, stones, or flowers, or even himself, he can hit 100%. Jin, who was usually taciturn, couldn't help but complain at this time. A disgusting person with a disgusting devil fruit ability is a perfect match. Van Augur faintly echoed, this is fate. Luo was still crying while holding the demon knife, and said coldly, target fruit, it seems to be a very good devil fruit. That's why this Vanderdecken X is really giving me a headache. He is obviously not strong, but he has nothing to do with him. Nipton shook his head and sighed with emotion. This person has been pestering Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi is always in fear, and he will suddenly appear at some point. Perona floated angrily in the air, humming, I'm mad at me. I'm mad at me. How can there be such a hateful guy? If I run into him, I'll let him be negative for the rest of my life, and feel like a piece of shit every day. Alvida was also filled with righteous indignation, and directly swung the big iron bar next to him. Let me kill that hateful guy with an iron bar. The sweetheart queen on the side tried to calm down and maintain her elegance, but this situation could no longer be maintained. And let me fill that guy's veins with paste. Nami clenched her little fist and said viciously, this matter must take me. I'm going to create an illusion where he will be surrounded by a group of big and 3 rough men every day. Baccarat gathered his hair and said calmly, then I will take away all his good luck and make him unlucky every day, and he will have his teeth stuck when he drinks cold water. Reju held his delicate face, blinked those beautiful eyes, and said the most cruel words. If I let him fall into my hands, I'll let him stay in the swamp every day, filled with all kinds of poisonous insects and poisons, hee. Kaya, who has always been simple, echoed, if you want me, I will bury him alive. The women were filled with righteous indignation, and they all said that they wanted to punish Vanderdecken IX. One is more ruthless than the other. At this time, the squad leaders are stunned one by one, and these are still those. I hope he will take action now, and let me block him with the barrier fruit. I will definitely make his head bleed. Bartolomeo's mouth rose. His barrier fruit was not vegetarian. Poisonous talk of death is also an extravagant hope. Pajalu, who just got the crushed fruit, is also eager to try. It's better to crush him into pieces, hee. Burgess looked at Luo with a strange face, and said, I think Luo is the most suitable to deal with this kind of idiot. Holding the crying ghost, Luo looked at Burgess suspiciously. Hee, of course, you use your fruit ability to prevent him from being a man, but you don't completely cut off the idea, way ha ha ha. The squad leaders were stunned for a moment, then reacted and gave thumbs up. Caribou praised. I didn't expect Burgess to be so vicious when he thought of a way. Hearing his subordinates express their opinions, Chris quietly leaned on the chair without any reaction. King Neptune suddenly bowed his hands to him. Captain Chris, please help me no matter what, solve this Vanderdecken IX. Chris put his arms around him and said lightly, my subordinates already have solutions. You pick one. The squad leaders below are all hee-hee-isho, watching King Neptune, waiting for him to make a choice. And right there in the banquet room here, when they were talking about Vanderdecken IX, the Emperor and the others had already arrived at Shirahoshi's residence. Shirahoshi lives in a hard shell tower on weekdays, which is also to guard against Vanderdecken IX. This hard shell tower is the only thing that can effectively stop Vanderdecken IX. Shirahoshi will stay inside if there is usually nothing to do right now. Star shouted outside, Shirahoshi, there is a distinguished guest in the palace, the king asked you to come and meet. Also urged outside, this guest is very important, Shirahoshi, come out soon. While, a gentle and lovely voice came from the hard shell tower. 3 brothers, I don't dare to go out, I'm afraid Vanderdecken IX will come to me again. Was cowardice and grievance in Princess Shirahoshi's words. Huangxing smiled and leaned forward. Why don't you dare, now that our 3 brothers are protecting you, that guy will definitely not dare to show up. Rollover Star said loudly, HMPH, if that guy dares to come, I will definitely smash his head. Ah, no, it's too cruel, brother. In the hard shell tower, Shirahoshi quickly shook his head, his voice was still so clear and pleasant. She is annoying. Vanderdecken IX, but he was a little scared when he heard that his brother was going to kill him so cruelly. Became very gentle in the presence of Shirahoshi. He persuaded in a warm voice, Shirahoshi, don't worry, the guest that the king asked you to see is to save you. I believe that with him, the problem of Vanderdecken IX can be completely solved. Huangxing also quickly echoed. That's right, as long as this guest is willing to help you, you don't have to worry about that guy in the future. After a while, the 3 saw that the hard shell tower finally opened a small opening, and a small head emerged from it. In fact, it is a small head, and it is only compared with a hard shell tower. Shirahoshi, as the Emperor of the Sea, is naturally very large, but his body is very well proportioned. Shirahoshi looked around him timidly, his eyes looked very pitiful. Brother, is what you just said true? Can that guest really help me? Ladies and gentlemen, above is Princess Shirahoshi, this. Needless to say. As for the pictures of other mermaid beauties, they will be released later. Ah, There are still 2 updates today, adding up to more than 8,000 words. It can be considered as trying my best. 262. Princess Shirahoshi meets Chris, and weakly shouts Lord Chris. Gaga. Behind Shirahoshi, a huge whale wearing a red star costume also sneaked its head out. Shirahoshi cried and looked at the whale beside him. Megalo, are we really going out? Gaga. Gaga. Due to being targeted by Vanderdecken X, Shirahoshi can only stay in the hard shell tower and cannot go out. And her only companion is. This whale named Megalo is also her pet. But, once I go out, Lord Vanderdecken IX will definitely hit me. Shirahoshi said as he spoke. The tears in his eyes gradually began to spin. No, I still can't go out. Saw Shirahoshi like this, and suddenly became depressed. Gaga. Overturning stars shook their heads helplessly, and after being targeted for a long time, Shirahoshi's courage became getting smaller and smaller. Was hard to persuade him just now, but at this time he retreated. Shark Star showed a fierce look and clenched his fists. Everything is that damn guy, Vanderdecken IX. Rover Star waved the weapon in his hand, gritted his teeth and said, that guy, it's time to deal with him with all his strength. Huang Xing, as the mildest-tempered one of the 3 brothers, was doing his best to appease the other 2 at this time. Big brother, 3rd brother, now that Captain Chris is our guest, it will be a matter of time to get rid of Vanderdecken IX. Don't worry too much. The 2 of you, the top priority is to find a way to bring Shirahoshi to the banquet. Captain Chris and the others are still waiting. After Xiaoxing heard this, he slowly put down the weapon in his hand and regained his rationality. That's right. Introducing Shirahoshi's guide is the most important thing. 3 brothers walked into the hard shell tower together and saw Shirahoshi lying on the bed, wrapped tightly in his little quilt. Megalo meekly stayed by her side. Huang Xing reached out and touched Shirahoshi's hair with a loving face. Shirahoshi, don't you believe my brothers? Yeah, we really didn't lie to you. That guest is very powerful and can definitely help you. At this time, Rollover Star also cooperated with King Star to try his best to appease. Beside him, also used his head to gently arch Shirahoshi's arm, his eyes full of sincerity. Shark Star suddenly came over, and then took out a newspaper from his arms and handed it to Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, do you know who the guest today is? Him, Chris-sama. Shirahoshi raised his head with tears in his eyes and took the newspaper in surprise. Is it really him, brother? Earlier, Shark found that Shirahoshi was curious about Chris and often paid attention to Chris's news. Now it looks like this is indeed the case. When Shirahoshi heard that the guest was Chris, his attitude changed obviously. Of course, if it's someone else, why would we let you meet? Brother knows that you admire Captain Chris very much. Now he is in Dragon Palace. Are you really not going to see him? Sharks chase after victory. Perhaps only Chris can make Shirahoshi summon the courage to get out of the hard shell tower. Shirahoshi wiped away his tears and said earnestly with a small face, I'm going to see Lord Chris. Seeing that Shirahoshi finally summoned the courage to walk out of the hard shell tower, the 3 Sharksing brothers all smiled. Under the leadership and protection of his brothers, Shirahoshi officially stepped out of the hard shell tower with his pet Megalo. Megalo jumped happily. Gaga. Gaga. At the same time, there is a dark place in Mermaid Island. Captain, we have news that King Neptune is dining with the Chris pirates. And it is said that he is going to introduce Princess Shirahoshi to Chris. They had collected to King Vanderdecken IX. It's more than that, I heard that they are still here. The banquet is discussing you. A little scoundrel beside the bald sea monster said indignantly. Vanderdecken X looked gloomy and stroked his beard lightly. What are they talking about me? The little scoundrel hurriedly replied. Our people dare not get too close, just vaguely hear them condemning you. Crack. Vanderdecken X slammed the table and said angrily, condemn me for what they said. Seeing that Vanderdecken IX was angry, this little scoundrel was too frightened to speak, and could only look at the bald sea monster beside him for help. The bald sea monster frowned and said, "It's roughly said that you were pestering Princess Shirahoshi, making them uneasy, and saying." "What else did you say?" Vanderdecken X looked sullen. "And said you were an idiot." Boom. Vanderdecken X threw the wine glass on the table viciously to the ground. "I treat Shirahoshi with all my heart. Is it wrong for me to marry her? Is it wrong for us to join forces? I want to conquer the world with her, is it wrong?" The crew of the flying pirates hurriedly shook their heads frantically. "That's right. Damn Neptune, it's really hateful to stop me from meeting Shirahoshi again and again." Of the flying pirates are also their own captains, so they are not worthy of Princess Shirahoshi. "That's right, a mere Princess Shirahoshi, it's a blessing for our captain to see him. What's more, our ship world wants to take her. Who else has this sincerity? Lord Vanderdecken is the strongest, ha ha ha. Don't worry about it, just grab people, Captain, quack." These guys talk more and more. One by one they directly describe King Neptune and Princess Shirahoshi as ruthless snobs. It's here that the crowd is outraged. At the same time, another crew member ran in. The man was panting and very tired. "Captain, latest news. Our people saw Princess Shirahoshi come out of the hard shell tower." In the eyes of Vanderdecken X, immediately a flash of light, and he turned around suddenly and asked, "Is the news accurate?" The man calmed his breath and replied, "There must be nothing wrong. You let us stare at the hard shell tower day and night. There is nothing wrong." "Ha ha ha, Shirahoshi, you finally came out. I think you think so hard." Vanderdecken X, showing a sinister smile. "Captain, it is said that Princess Shirahoshi came out of the tower to meet that Chris." The messenger added. An instant, Vanderdecken's complexion changed a lot and became more gloomy. Good. He said 3 threes in succession, and his tone became heavier each time. "Don't let me see you when I want to, but now there is a stranger here, but take the initiative." Was obviously a slight imbalance in Vanderdecken IX's tone. "Since I can't get Shirahoshi, no one else can get her either. There is only one destination for her, and that is to be my woman. If not, there is only death." The bald sea monster's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he asked cautiously, "Captain, have you made up your mind?" He naturally knew what Vanderdecken X had done to Shirahoshi over the past few years. Now that Shirahoshi is suddenly killed, it must be after careful consideration. "Go ahead and prepare what I can't get, then let me destroy her." Dragon Palace City, the banquet is in full swing. Princess Shirahoshi, the most beautiful woman in the world, came out after a long time. Shirahoshi finally came to the banquet room and appeared in front of everyone under the leadership of the stars. Everyone saw Shirahoshi wearing a taiyaki-shaped hair accessory. Pink long hair is loosely scattered, the hair is slightly wavy, smart and elegant. What surprised and admired the most was Shirahoshi's bright blue eyes, watery and bright like stars. Beautiful without losing the style, but revealing the simplicity that is rare for outsiders. Delicate facial features, beautiful appearance, it is not too much to call it a country and a city. Looking down slowly, her shades of pink tail came into view. Not to mention, this cute and flexible tail shows Princess Shirahoshi's beauty and generosity even more. The moment Shirahoshi came in, Perona flew to her side for the first time, floating around, looking at Shirahoshi. He exclaimed again and again, "How can there be such a beautiful girl in the world, with such a face? This princess is going to fall in love with her, Haley. Beautiful eyes flickered, and she exclaimed, "It's really beautiful, so cute. I love her pink tail so much, I would love to have one like that too." The Queen of Sweetheart carefully observed Shirahoshi, her beautiful eyes flowing, and her red lips slightly opened. This skin that can be broken by blows and a face without a trace of blemish are really enviable. Reiju stroked the pink hair in front of his forehead, tilted his head slightly, smiled Isho and said, "It's as beautiful as the legend. With such a face, I'm afraid it will cause a big riot on land." Alvida looked at Shirahoshi carefully, and said generously, "Such a big body, but the body is so well proportioned, there is no sense of disobedience at all. The creator is so unfair." Makino showed a gentle smile and couldn't help but say, "The bright moon is bright and full of nature. If you don't put on Fendai, you will be amazed by the world. Even if outsiders add a % at will, it is superfluous." Betty, who usually doesn't care about Shizu Fendai, is also amazed by Shirahoshi's almost perfect face at this moment. It turns out that there really is such a face, people can't put it down at a glance. Bakura joked on the side, "I didn't expect you, Betty, to start caring about your appearance today. It's not easy." Betty shrugged her shoulders and said with a chuckle, "There's no way, if you're facing a person with such a face that you can't be tempted, you can really be regarded as a godlike character." Nami glanced at Chris, and then whispered to her sisters, "It seems that Chris is that god." All the sisters took a peek at Chris and found that he had no reaction to the appearance of Princess Shirahoshi. As usual, it's light, and you can't see any big fluctuations. Reiju Vivi sighed and clicked his tongue twice. For Chris, practice is the most important thing. Indeed, in Chris's heart, practice is always the first. Shirahoshi's appearance is indeed unparalleled in the world, but to Chris, these are just foreign objects. At the moment Shirahoshi appeared, Chris also felt a little surprised in his heart. But it was only that moment. All the beauties are full of praise for Shirahoshi's appearance, not to mention those squad leaders. Each of them was like seeing a fairy descend to earth, and their eyes never took off from Shirahoshi. Not all people have the same personality as Chris. After being surrounded by everyone, Shirahoshi unconsciously took a step back, a little timid in his eyes. Way it is. It shows her beauty even more, making people want to love her. And this scene was seen by everyone, thinking of the evil deeds of Vanderdecken X mentioned by King Neptune before. Everyone scolded Vanderdecken X fiercely in their hearts. Such an unparalleled appearance in the world can only be viewed from a distance, but not to be played with. Unreasonable that Vanderdecken X actually harassed and attacked. Ho 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 ho, Shirahoshi, don't be afraid, come to the father. Very happy when he saw Shirahoshi, and waved to her directly. Shirahoshi hesitated for a moment, then after seeing Chris next to Neptune, he began to move slowly. Shirahoshi, let me introduce you to my father. King Neptune pulled Shirahoshi and couldn't wait to point to Chris who was sitting beside him. This is the distinguished guest that the king wants you to meet, Captain Chris. Shirahoshi glanced at Chris timidly and curiously, and then saluted Chris Vivi. Hello, Chris. Chris nodded politely at Shirahoshi. This Shirahoshi is still as timid as he remembers, and it seems that Vanderdecken X has a great influence on her. Shirahoshi, this Captain Chris is an amazing character. Young, talented and beautiful, with unfathomable strength. He is the youngest King Shichibukai in the current world government. And as far as I know, his leadership is also extraordinary. All of his crewmates are sitting here. Everyone is very convinced of Captain Chris. The King of Neptune couldn't help but give Chris a meal, boasting so much, it almost blows Chris into the sky. Seen that Neptune attaches great importance to Chris. After listening to his father's introduction, Shirahoshi looked at Chris's eyes and became more adored. She also began to believe that the young man in front of her could definitely save her. I have seen the deeds of Lord Chris in the newspaper, and I am very longing for the life of Lord Chris. Chris heard the words, smiled lightly, and said, everyone's life has its own place to be valued. Of course, if you want to experience our life, I don't mind you coming to my boat for a few days. Shirahoshi's watery eyes, immediately. With a little light, he said expectantly, is it really possible? But then her beautiful eyes dimmed again, and she said aggrievedly, but I can't leave the hard shell tower for too long, or I will be hit by the axe thrown over. Gentlemen, in the picture above, Sierra is on the left and Mello on the right. The author has been looking for a long time, but I can't find a single picture of Sarah and Mello, so I can only put them together. Anyway, it's Sarah who wears the earphones, and it's Mello who wears wah-wah, that's all. Distinguish it, cover your face and cry. 100-point reward of open black lens bracket, leave falling back to the roots, close black lens bracket. 263. Dangerous, Princess Shirahoshi meets a deadly attack. Seeing Shirahoshi, who was aggrieved, King Neptune felt distressed for a while. Quickly said to her, "Don't worry about Shirahoshi, Captain Chris has promised to help you solve the trouble of Vanderdecken IX. You don't have to worry about him harassing you in the future." Chris, who was beside him, nodded slightly to confirm. Corona happily floated to Shirahoshi's side and said with a smile, "Don't worry, our captain is amazing, ha 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 ha." Nami also showed a bright smile and said, "Vanderdecken IX will definitely be punished, you don't have to worry. Amir Vanderdecken X, it's just garbage." Queen Sweetheart leaned back on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, and said something casually. Kaya blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled sweetly and gently, "Princess Shirahoshi, you don't have to worry, it's alright." Shirahoshi, who was comforted, finally showed a bright smile on his beautiful face. She had a different kind of beauty, which made everyone present rippling. There is an attractive charm in every gesture. However, just when everyone was addicted to appreciating Shirahoshi's beauty, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came. Judging from the sound, this thing was very fast. Everyone looked closely and found that it was actually an iron arrow. This iron arrow, the arrow came from nowhere, and its speed was unimaginable. They saw this iron arrow, it went straight to Princess Shirahoshi's heart. If this arrow hits Princess Shirahoshi's heart, she will probably be killed on the spot. Dangerous. Dangerous. Shirahoshi, be careful. Shark Star shouted anxiously. The rest of the crowd also stretched out their hands one after another, but the iron arrows were so fast that they could not react at all, and they had already arrived in front of Princess Shirahoshi. Less than 2 seconds from the sound of breaking the air to the time when the iron arrow flew towards Shirahoshi, and there was no chance for everyone to react at all. In the banquet hall had their hearts in their throats. They could only watch. The iron arrow flew towards Shirahoshi, but couldn't do anything. Chris, who was closest to Shirahoshi, snorted lightly when he saw the iron arrow. Immediately, he got up and grabbed his right hand, directly holding the iron arrow in his hand. It didn't move like a mountain. It made this iron arrow unable to go any longer. At this moment, Shirahoshi was obviously frightened and collapsed to the ground. The King Neptune behind her was also relieved after seeing the result, sitting on the chair and breathing heavily. Rollover Star and Emperor Star also breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Looking at the iron arrow in Chris's hand, Enel said with an incredible expression, "The speed of the captain is unbelievable. The speed of the iron arrow just now is so fast, even my thunder speed, it is too late to react. I didn't expect the captain to be easily intercepted." Cavendish, who was sitting across from him, looked at Chris with admiration, and exclaimed, "My young master ate the speed fruit, but he couldn't react. Hey, the captain is. The captain, this speed is definitely the best in the world." Burgess picked up the glass and laughed. Captain's observation hockey, coupled with the terrifying speed, is not normal to take down this iron arrow, way ha 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 ha. Bellamy shrugged his shoulders and said with emotion, "When will I be able to have the ability to react like a captain?" Bartolomeo sneered and said disdainfully, "Hey hyena, you're drinking too much, what a joke." Baccarat exhaled a few breaths and said with a smile, as expected of Chris, he was the only one who could react in that situation. Alvida cast adoring eyes on Chris. "Chris never disappoints us, this kind of responsiveness is a top-level existence." Corona wiped the sweat on her forehead at this time, and many little ghosts appeared beside her. "We're all scared out just now." At this time, she said proudly, "That's nature, Chris speed, but the existence of the speed of light that surpasses Marine 3 Admiral Kizaru." Reiju smiled gently, his eyes full of Chris' handsome figure. What a reassuring man. Weipa waved his huge fists and cheered, "Captain is mighty." "Poisoning Wei Pei," he mocked. "It's okay, don't flatter yourself. Why didn't you move when the iron arrow attacked just now?" Kuro was actually in the direction that the iron arrow had shot, and the iron arrow was actually only a fraction of a cent away from him. Kuro, who was still in shock, pushed his glasses and sighed, "I have to practice hard. I want to become a master like the captain, otherwise I can't even watch my own life." The ability of this target fruit is really unpredictable. Caribou has long been a die-hard fan of Chris, and has long been alive and kicking at the moment. "Lord Chris, Lord Chris, Lord Chris." As expected, he is my most admired Captain Chris, always so reliable. Aquino opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly. In all martial arts in the world, only speed cannot be broken. Sure enough, the speed has been practiced to the extreme, which is the best defense. Lafitte sorted out his top hat and said in a harmonious voice, "Being a gentleman is also a very important part of strength." It now seems that all of us are indeed in a position to challenge Lord Captain. Not just now, forever. Nami hurried over to help Princess Shirahoshi up and looked at the iron arrow in Chris's hand. "Thanks to you, Chris, the sharp iron arrow, if it hit Princess Shirahoshi, the consequences would be disastrous." King Neptune, who was also recovering from the shock just now, looked at Chris with gratitude. "Captain Chris, thanks to you, you saved my daughter's life. You are the benefactor of our entire Fishman Island." Chris waved his hand casually, indicating that Neptune didn't have to. He put the iron arrow just now in front of him and looked at it carefully. King Neptune saw the iconic rose pattern on the iron arrow and immediately angrily said, "It's that guy Vanderdecken IX. All the weapons that guy has shot over the years have this logo on them. I really didn't expect that he would actually kill Shirahoshi today. It's really hateful." After Chris observed this iron arrow, there was no nonsense at all, and it disappeared from the spot. "Hey, where's Captain Chris?" Soon as King Neptune finished speaking, he realized that Chris, who was in front of him just now, had suddenly disappeared. Where did Captain Chris go? What's going on? Everyone present was a little surprised. Man Demon Jin said quite calmly, "The captain's speed seems to have increased a lot." Van Augur nodded, watching where Chris had disappeared. "If you guess correctly, the captain should go to Vanderdecken IX. The speed just now is faster than traveling through space. That unlucky guy met Captain Chris, and his fate was already doomed." After hearing these conversations, Neptune couldn't help but marvel at how fast Chris was. But he then asked again, "Captain Chris, I don't know where Vanderdecken X is, and where did he go to find it?" With sharp eyes, Lua looked at the iron arrow dropped by Chris, and smiled wisely. The captain should have judged the location of Vanderdecken X from the direction the iron arrow shot from just now, speed and smell. Pajalu took a deep breath after hearing this. How could this be possible? Hawkins still has a cold and world-weary expression. The captain always brings us some surprises. These are nothing. Weipa looked in a certain direction at this time, and his strength was one of the more outstanding among squad leaders. Just now he felt as if he had caught the direction Chris left when he left. "I can't feel it when I pass by, I can only feel it faintly from the residual smell and the sense of spatial vibration. The ability to reject fruit is really too terrifying." Iroj smiled and said cheerfully, "It's not so terrifying to say that it is too terrifying to reject the fruit. It is better to say that the captain's use of the fruit's ability is too amazing." Hearing this, everyone nodded in approval, which is beyond doubt. In everyone's perception, Enel, S logia guro guro no mi, rumble rumble fruit, is definitely better than rejecting the fruit to some extent. But apparently, guro guro no mi, rumble rumble fruit, is suppressed by the repulsive fruit. Is absolutely full of talent in developing fruit ability. Time goes back to the first few minutes, somewhere in the shadows of Fishman Island. The captain of the flying pirates, Vanderdecken Ix, threw the iron arrow with all his strength, and smiled strangely. Immediately, a bottle of celebratory wine was opened, ready to celebrate this great occasion. He also said with words in his mouth, "You are not benevolent, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Shirahoshi, this is the last time I will give you a rose, so let it stay in your heart forever." The bald sea monster did not hesitate, and quickly poured a glass of wine for Vanderdecken Ix. He is very aware of the ability of Vanderdecken Ix, he just threw it with all his strength, the speed of the iron arrow must be extremely fast. Even if Shirahoshi had guards by his side, he was still confused, that kind of speed and strength were simply unstoppable. Just as Vanderdecken Ix happily raised his glass and was about to drink it down, the complexion changed greatly. How is it possible? In Vanderdecken Ixen asked quickly, "What happened, Captain?" Vanderdecken Ix, with an expression of disbelief, sat down on the sofa. "My arrow seems to have been intercepted." Pablucci, the leader of the flying pirates, looked at Vanderdecken Ix in surprise and couldn't believe what he said. "There is someone who can block your full blow, Captain. How is this possible?" Another cadre, Magoo, also asked suspiciously, "Captain, how do you know that your iron arrow has been intercepted?" Vanderdecken Ix was still in shock. "I have a sense of my arrow, whether it hit the target or not, I know this feeling. Every time I shot something over the years, it hit the hard shell tower, and this time it was the same feeling. It's just that this time I feel like my arrow is being grabbed by something. It stopped flying before anything hit it." The bald sea monster shook his head repeatedly, calling it impossible. The target fruit is obviously an inexplicable ability, how could anyone stop it? Damn, my all-out attack didn't succeed. It really pisses me off. Vanderdecken Ix, at this time, was jumping around the room in exasperation. "Hey, are you Vanderdecken Ix?" Suddenly, the members of the flying pirates heard a very unfamiliar voice. "I saw a young man with black pants and black pants suddenly appear in this room." He put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at his captain blankly. "Wait, Vanderdecken Ix speaks," Pablucci asks directly and loudly, "Who are you? How dare you directly call our boss by his first name?" Magoo raised a shotgun in his hand vigilantly. "Boy, hurry up and tell the truth, or else the bullets in my gun don't have eyes." The bald sea monster walked directly in front of Chris and smiled. "Ha ha, such a thin guy dares to come to us to find fault, is he tired of living?" Chris ignored the ridicule and questioning of these people at all, but still stared at Vanderdecken Ix. "I ask again, are you Vanderdecken Ix? Why, don't you dare admit it?" Chris's tone was very flat, and there was no joy or anger in his voice. Vanderdecken Ix, who was angry because of the failure of the blow just now, was questioned like this again at this time. He immediately, burning in anger, he turned around and cursed, "I'm Vanderdecken Ix, what's wrong? Boy, I don't know how you got here. Since you're here, don't even think about going out alive." Chris looked at Vanderdecken Ix coldly and said, "Let you understand, my name is Chris." "Chris?" the bald sea monster screamed. "Is that Chris, one of the King Shichibukai's?" Chris didn't respond at all. Vanderdecken Ix looked Chris up and down, and finally scorned Isho. "Hee hee, the legendary Chris looked like this, I thought it was some kind of ghost." As soon as you say this, immediately. It caused laughter from other members of the flying pirates. "Yeah, I didn't expect such a guy to become the King Shichibukai. The water of the King Shichibukai is too big." Magoo shook his head gently and said, "Tisk tisk, I thought the rumored Chris was a giant, but I didn't expect to be so small." Like the bald sea monster, the Mystic Valley is a giant creature on the bottom of the sea. So Chris really looked very small in front of them. It's no wonder these guys don't take Chris seriously. Vanderdecken X casually touched his upturned hair and shook his head. At the beginning, I was worried that your appearance would bring about any changes. Now it seems that maybe I think too much. Just a guy like you, how can you handle us? Pablucci directly volunteered. Captain, don't talk nonsense with this kid. Since he took the initiative to bring him to the door, I'll tie him up now. Saying that, Pablucci took a rope out of nowhere and walked towards Chris. Chris dismissed the mad words of these people and sneered, "Poor bastard. You were right to worry at the beginning. My appearance means the end of your life." Guys, the above is a picture of the mermaid Sheila Mela. After searching for a long time, I found this picture. The author also tried his best. In addition, there are 2 more updates today, and the author has done it. Tomorrow is still to watch. We won't let everyone's pigeons, come on. F. 264. One move, almighty push, kills Vanderdecken X directly. Chris's tone was suddenly cold, with a cold-killing intent. However, all the members of the Flying Pirates seemed to be a little nervous. I couldn't feel the murderous intent that Chris unintentionally unleashed. When Vanderdecken X heard Chris's words, not only did he not have any fear, but he laughed even more. Happy. Chose to despise Chris since he first saw Chris' real person. Maybe it's because Chris is too young. Or maybe it's Chris' size, which is indeed smaller than Fishman. Of course, it could just be because Chris is the only one. Ha 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 ha, kill me. Boy, you see clearly, you are on my territory now. I have dozens of people here, you are only one person, how can you fight with me? Pablucci also smiled contemptuously, and waved directly to the crew to surround Chris. A strong dragon can't overwhelm the local snake, no matter what kind of king you are. Shichibukai, when you get here, you can't help it. All the members of the Flying Pirates pointed at Chris with pistols or shotguns, all with smug smiles on their faces. Magoo stepped forward with a shotgun in hand, with an extremely arrogant expression on his face, and asked, "Did you come out of Dragon Palace City? Do you know who just now blocked our captain's arrow?" Pablucci also asked, "Yes, is our intelligence wrong? Shirahoshi is actually still in the hard-shell tower." Didn't pay any attention to their questioning, and said lightly, "You really shot the arrow." And Pablock suddenly felt that they were ignored by Chris. The other party doesn't take them seriously at all. "Maid, look, I don't break your legs." Saying that, Magoo aimed directly at Chris's leg, that is. Fired a shot. But only heard a bang. Immediately after this dark room, there was a scream like a ghost crying and wolf howling. Pablucci and the bald sea monster looked at the wailing maze in surprise. Was clearly the one who fired the gun, how could it have hit him? Vanderdecken X. At this time, his expression changed slightly, and he looked at Chris with vigilance. He didn't see any movement from Chris just now, obviously there was something weird in it. "Get him for me." In order to avoid long nights and dreams, Vanderdecken X directly ordered the crew to take Chris down. Of the Flying Pirates who received the order rushed forward with guns. At this time, Chris didn't have any nonsense and took a step directly. Almighty push. I saw a white light appearing all over Chris, and the white light formed a circle and quickly dissipated towards the surroundings. Of the Flying Pirates fell to the ground one by one. They were all stunned by Chris' blow. The bald sea monster and Pablock were not spared either, lying on the ground quietly like a dead dog at this time. "What did you do?" Seeing the strange scene in front of him, Vanderdecken X opened his eyes wide in horror. Dozens of subordinates fell to the ground almost at the same time, which made him unbelievable. Chris turned to look at him, but didn't say a word. A white light emanated from his body again, hitting Vanderdecken X in a linear line. A variant form of almighty push completed by spatial exclusion. Vanderdecken X, who suffered this blow, was directly knocked out. Although his strength and constitution are much stronger than the bald sea monsters in all aspects. But in front of Chris, there is not much difference between them in essence. Vanderdecken X, who was knocked flying, fell heavily to the ground. Although he has not completely lost his will, the impact of the almighty push has severely injured him. At this time, he couldn't even get up at all. Damn, what did you bastard do? Vanderdecken X spit out these words with difficulty. Until now he doesn't know what happened. Chris came to him instantly and didn't say a word of nonsense to him. Directly take Vanderdecken X to the tip. Like an eagle catching a chicken. The next second, Chris directly squeezed Vanderdecken X and appeared in the Dragon Palace. Watchful eyes of all, Vanderdecken X was thrown to the ground at will by Chris. He was in a coma at this time, unconscious. Perona finally sat down and sat in the seat, and when she saw Chris suddenly appear, she flew up again in surprise. Wow, Chris. Where did you come from? Also, who is this wretched-looking guy? Alvida is also amazed at Carrie's disappearance. It comes and goes without a trace. Chris's style of doing things is really always like this. Nami pretended to be thinking, and said suddenly, Kay should be called, people don't talk much. Kaya blinked her big pure eyes and asked curiously, this person is not dead, is it? Why doesn't he move? His delicate face, Reiju said with beautiful eyes, it doesn't look like he's dead, but he must have been beaten to death by Chris' almighty push. Betty stepped forward and turned the unconscious Vanderdecken X over with one kick. It's more than half dead. If Crystal used a single point of force, this guy would have gone to the west long ago. Queen Sweetheart gathered her pale blonde hair and said, poor guy, when I meet Chris, I can only admit that I am unlucky. But, who is this guy? Could it be that this is Vanderdecken X? On the side, King Neptune and Rollover Star quickly stepped forward and looked at Vanderdecken X lying on the ground. Shark Star said in surprise, yes, this is Vanderdecken X. The Rollover Star on the side also echoed, indeed, although this guy has blood all over his face, he must not be wrong. Huang Xing's eyes became sharp and cold. This hateful guy has finally fallen into our hands. King Neptune hurriedly bowed his hands to Chris. Captain Chris, thank you for your help, otherwise this guy will give us a headache. Rollover Star smiled excitedly, and said, Captain Chris is indeed well deserved, and he managed to capture Vanderdecken X in a short time. Shark Star changed from the slightly indifferent look in the past, and now became very excited and happy. Yeah, with just an iron arrow, you can accurately find the location of Vanderdecken X. This guy has always been elusive, and now after meeting Captain Chris, those little tricks are completely useless. Emperor Star used his weapon to stab Vanderdecken X who was lying on the ground. Then Huang Xing sneered, this guy can provide himself with movement speed by relying on his own ability. Now that Captain Chris can crush him at speed, he will definitely not be able to run. Looking back now, every time Vanderdecken X fled, he would use himself as a throwing object. After he threw himself out, his movement speed was not comparable to that of ordinary people. It's definitely coming to the extreme. With the help of him and the bald sea monster and others, it is naturally difficult to be caught. Of Vanderdecken X was ineffective in the face of absolute strength. Shirahoshi has been hiding behind and dare not come forward. After King Neptune saw it, he pulled Shirahoshi over with concern. Shirahoshi, take a look, Vanderdecken X has been subdued. I said long ago that as long as Captain Chris is there, you don't have to worry about this guy at all. Shirahoshi took a closer look, and the unconscious Vanderdecken X. She recognized him at a glance, and at this moment, she saw him lying quietly, unable to act violently. Shirahoshi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, Chris. I won't have to hide in the hard shell tower in the future, thank you so much. In Ryugu Castle praised Chris. This move can be regarded as the Dragon Palace City, eradicating a serious trouble for the confidant. 4. These. Chris didn't care, just gently issue. Just a little effort. Then Chris looked at King Neptune on the side. I deliberately saved his life. As for what to do with it, it's up to you to decide. King Neptune nodded gratefully, and then regained his majesty as a king. Vanderdecken X is always on the side of disaster and acts recklessly, attacking Shirahoshi, a member of my royal family, all the year round. It caused huge damage to the entire Dragon King Palace. Now my royal friend Captain Chris has captured him. This man is very sinful, immediately. Squeeze it down and you'll be punished by death. Following the order of King Neptune, a group of soldiers immediately stepped forward and took Vanderdecken X down. At this point, the banquet has come to an end, and everyone in the Chris Pirates has already had enough to eat and drink. After Vanderdecken IX was taken down, King Neptune came to Chris. Whispered, Captain Chris, I have something to discuss with you. It's a matter of confidentiality. Can you ask Captain Chris to accompany me to the secret room and let me explain it to you in detail? Chris glanced at the slightly mysterious King Neptune and nodded immediately. Looking at King Neptune's appearance, there should be something important to discuss with him. Chris turned his head and explained to his friends, Neptune and I have something important to discuss, you can decide. King Neptune also smiled and said loudly, you can visit this mermaid island at will, and all expenses incurred will be borne by the palace. In addition, I will also send someone to protect everyone's safety, don't worry about that. Makino raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled Isho and said, Your Majesty King Neptune, once we buy something, come, but there is no restraint, you don't have to worry about it. King Neptune haha Isho, he waved his big hand, even if you let go of buying it, if my palace can't afford it, what kind of royal family is it? Burgess relaxed his muscles and said hastily, King Neptune, we great men don't need protection. You just need to protect them, way ha ha ha. Burgess doesn't want to be around him, there are some stalkers at any time, it must feel very uncomfortable. Kuro pushed his glasses, glanced at the girls, and joked, their combat power may be stronger than your king's army. Everyone immediately. A burst of laughter erupted. King Neptune greeted his 3 sons. Bring Shirahoshi, 3 of you, and come with us. Rollover Star 33 naturally knows what his father is going to do, and his mood is lifted at the moment. His face was full of anticipation. Shirahoshi, let's go, you must be present in this matter. Shirahoshi followed King Neptune and the others ignorantly and left the banquet hall together. After Chris and the others left, the banquet hall became lively. Perona floated happily in the air, and said excitedly, I can finally go out to play, Haley. It could be seen that after King Vanderdecken X did the Dharma, everyone felt very happy. In addition to King Neptune, it is said that all the consumption of the Chris Pirates will be paid by him. All the female relatives were very happy. Nami's eyes shone brightly, and she said with a smile, since someone gives us the bottom line, we must have a good time today. When I came, I found several interesting shops, we must check them out. Shopping is the kind of thing, of course, the Queen of Sweetheart is indispensable. The cosmetics on this island should be all natural, I think I should try it. Kaya blinked her big eyes and asked innocently, Sister, didn't we just buy some cosmetics at Sabayati Archipelago? Makino smiled softly, patted Kaya's head, and said with a smile, for her, cosmetics are never enough. Alvida was the most rational one among the women, she raised her smooth and delicate face. Luoluo said generously, I would like to take a stroll on Fishman Island. Many things here are different from those on land. Betty came to Alvida's side with a cigarette in his mouth, and said lightly, exactly, I also have this intention, why don't we go together? Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead, and gracefully joined here. Count me in, I also want to see more of the scenery here. For a time, the beauties were divided into 2 groups. One wave was going to go shopping, the other wave was going to wander around on Mermaid Island. Bebo and Padang have always had no choice. Nami and Makino take them away one by one. The little black dog was always carried by Cavendish. The girls set off separately, and the squad leaders looked at each other. Here is boring enough, and now we all decided to walk around on Mermaid Island together. The mermaids here are very enthusiastic, and there are many mermaids. This is rarely seen on land. Soon the banquet hall became quiet. At the same time, Chris followed King Neptune to a secret room in the Dragon Palace. This secret room was just behind the residence of King Neptune, and no one knew about it except his henchmen. Nipton, if you have something, just say it. Ladies and gentlemen, above is a picture of Kami. In addition, the pictures of the Medaka and Medaka quintuplets were not found by the author, so they were posted together. There is also a picture of a mermaid. Wait, Jong will post again. 265. Chris, you are Shirahoshi's guide. Many mermaids, join the team. The secret room, King Neptune and Chris were seated on the upper seat, while Rollover Star, Shirahoshi and the others all stood aside. King Neptune looked serious and looked at Chris seriously. Captain Chris, I invited you here to tell you a shocking secret. Chris thought for a moment, then turned to look at Princess Shirahoshi. King Neptune's gaze was also on Shirahoshi. Captain Chris, my daughter Shirahoshi, is actually a new generation of Neptune. His tone was very solemn, and few people knew the identity of Princess Shirahoshi. Of Van der Deacon X, who had been targeting this for generations, they would never have known. In fact, Chris has always been aware of Shirahoshi's identity, which is the basis of being a traveler. Can talk to the Sea Kings, even control the Sea Kings, and master the power of the entire sea. This is Neptune. King Neptune continued. Captain Chris, the reason I tell you Shirahoshi's identity is because we've already identified it. You are Shirahoshi's guide. The shark star on the side explained to Chris. The Sea Emperors of all dynasties have an exclusive guide, and the relationship between this guide and the Sea Emperor is destined. Now Captain Chris, you helped Shirahoshi solve his heart disease, and it was you who gave Shirahoshi the courage to walk out of the hard shell tower. So you are the one Shirahoshi was destined to be. The guide. Hearing this, Chris was also slightly surprised. He also didn't expect that he would be Shirahoshi's guide. But this is good news for him. This shows that he and the mermaid are natural partners, which can play a very big role in his plan to overthrow Tenryubito. Shirahoshi actually knew these secrets for the first time today. In the past, she didn't know that she was actually the Emperor of the Sea. Now that she heard the news, she couldn't help feeling quite shocked. King Neptune looked at the pure and kind Shirahoshi, Vivi sighed, and then looked at Chris. Captain Chris, the old man has a ruthless request, please promise me. If you have anything, just open your mouth. If I can do it, I will naturally try my best. Chris put his arms around him and said calmly. King Neptune pulled Shirahoshi to his side and said, the Sea Emperor shoulders the fate of the entire mermaid family. The revival of the mermaid family will depend on Shirahoshi in the future. But as you can see, Lord Chris, Shirahoshi is still too young to be a big boss. I have a hunch that the world will soon usher in a turmoil, and I am worried that Shirahoshi at that time will not be enough to take on the heavy responsibility of himself. So I implore Captain Chris, take Shirahoshi to sea. King Neptune's tone became very firm, and his eyes revealed his determination. Let Shirahoshi be by your side and help her grow up as soon as possible. Captain Chris, my mermaid family will be your allies from now on. Since the relationship between Chris and Shirahoshi is doomed, then the mermaid family and the Chris pirates must not be separated. Chris heard the words, and after thinking for a while, he waved his hand to express his refusal. Neptune King and Rollover Star 3, very surprised by this. Logically speaking, Chris has no reason to refuse. Chris chuckled and explained, Nipton, since you have decided to become my ally, I might as well tell you something. My goal of going to sea has never been the so-called One Piece, King of Pirates, but, to overthrow the rule of Tenryubito. As soon as these words came out, King Neptune and the rollover star, Shirahoshi and the others were all shocked. Their faces were full of surprise and disbelief. King Neptune's fingers and lips were trembling slightly at this time. Overthrowing Tenryubito, which is equivalent to overthrowing the current world government, is easier said than done. Their mermaid country itself is also one of the member states of the world government, and he naturally understands the power of the world government very well. The overall strength of the world government is far from what ordinary people can imagine. Otherwise, Chris doesn't have to go to great lengths to find allies for himself. Overthrowing Tenryubito's rule is not something that can be done alone. Captain Chris, you. Chris waved his hand, his expression flat as water. Of course I am aware of the difficulties involved. But I think Neptune, your rule of the world government, or the rule of Tenryubito, has long been complaining. Chris's eyes seemed to be able to read people's minds. King Neptune swallowed and made no objection. Humans wantonly hunt the inhabitants of Killer Island and use them as ornamental playthings. Even Tenryubito, who are even more curious about mermen. Captain Chris, you can see it at Tsubayati Archipelago. I've been waiting for the next World Conference, and I'm going to protest in earnest. King Neptune was talking, and his tone was also excited. Chris nodded and continued. As long as Tenryubito continues to rule the world government, this situation will not improve. Your proposal at that time can only be talked about, and cannot be passed and implemented. If you want the human fish clan to actually appear in the sun, the only way is to overthrow Tenryubito. Overturning Star was a little puzzled, and asked, Chris, is it only part of the plan for you to become the king's 7 warriors? Chris was expressionless. Vivi nodded and said, to be honest, I am currently building the Shichibukai alliance, and in the future, the Shichibukai will become a true ally. The main reason why I disagreed with taking Shirahoshi out to sea was because it was too dangerous to be with me. When I enter the new world, I will lay down a country and use it as my base to build my own country. By that time, everything has stabilized, and I will return to Mermaid Island to pick up Princess Shirahoshi. What do you think? King Neptune and Shark Star and King Star looked at each other, and Chris's proposal sounded very safe indeed. That's fine. Wait for Captain Chris. You can pick up Shirahoshi after you gain a firm foothold in the new world. I believe that with your strength, Chris, this day will come soon. King Neptune, after seeing Chris's strength with his own eyes, still has great confidence in Chris. In any case, I have decided to entrust the future of the mermaid family to you, Chris. We are all prosperous, and we all lose together. King Neptune's words were powerful, and as the leader of a country, it was not an easy decision to make. At King Neptune earnestly and made an agreement between them. In the next time, let Princess Shirahoshi familiarize herself with her abilities. After going to the new world like this, I also have the basic self-protection ability. Chris glanced at Princess Shirahoshi and said something lightly. I will definitely try my best, Chris-sama. Shirahoshi clenched her incense fist and nodded solemnly, with a determined look on her beautiful face. Although she is not familiar with the world, she also understands the importance of what her father and Chris planned at this time. And as the Sea Emperor of this generation, she has to learn to take this responsibility even more. Chris found that Princess Shirahoshi's always weak eyes suddenly appeared a touch of perseverance. Watching her secretly clench her fists, and her slightly stubborn expression. Chris understands that perhaps because of his own appearance, Shirahoshi began his own path of awakening. Captain Chris, don't worry, the 3 of us brothers will do our best to supervise Shirahoshi's practice. Believe it won't be long before you see a different Shirahoshi. Shark Star made a solemn promise to Chris, and Rollover Star and King Star also nodded solemnly. King Neptune suddenly sighed softly, his eyebrows lowered slightly. Shark noticed this and asked in confusion, Father, what are you? King Neptune smiled helplessly and said, "My mermaid family is extremely powerful in water. It's a pity that fighting on land requires a big discount. I can't think of such a person who can land with Captain Chris and help them. My mermaid family is also withering talents." Hearing the sigh of King Neptune, Shark Star 3 also frowned. Huang Xing comforted, "Father, you forgot, we still have Lord Jinbei." Rover Star shook his head. "Master Jinbei is indeed the leader of my mermaid family, but how can he be manipulated by you and me at will? He is willing to become the King Shichibukai for the mermaid family, which has already paid a lot." Chris said on the side, "If Princess Shirahoshi grows up, it will be a big help, and there will be no need for others. As for Jinbei, he is the same king as me, Shichibukai, my Shichibukai alliance, and naturally needs his help. Nipton, you can talk to me about this, and tell Jinbei about it." King Neptune nodded quickly when he heard the words, and said, "This is natural, Jinbei has his own difficulties in becoming King Shichibukai. If he knew about your ambitions, Chris, he would definitely help, and I still have confidence in him." The alliance between the Chris Pirates and the Mermaid Clan has officially been reached, and the 5 people in the secret room are all excited. "Nipton, I heard that there is a piece of history in your palace. I wonder if I can print a copy." Chris suddenly said this, and King Neptune's expression changed slightly. The most important thing is that he was a little surprised and puzzled by this. This history can be regarded as a secret for them, and outsiders don't know about it at all. How could Chris know this so clearly? But King Neptune was relieved immediately. He knew that Chris was skilled for a long time, and it seems that it is true now. He ha-ha isho, and said, "Since you and I are in alliance, I will naturally not have reservations. Rubbing history is not a problem." After getting the answer from King Neptune, Chris nodded in satisfaction. A rubbing of a history, just to give Robin to study. There are many unknown secrets in the historical text, which are worth studying. Moreover, I promised Robin that I would provide the history from time to time, so naturally I had to do what I said. "Captain Chris, please come with me." Having said that, King Neptune will take Chris to the place where the history is stored. Another part of Fishman Island. The place is full of laughter and youthful atmosphere. Nami and her party have been shopping on Fishman Island for a long time, and everyone has bought a lot of things. They are very satisfied with the shops on Fishman Island, where there are many strange but interesting things. In particular, the unique desserts here are delicious. They were tired from shopping, and just saw the Mermaid Cafe, so they decided to take a break here. They just arrived at the entrance of the Mermaid Cafe, and Reiju and Alvida's group just happened to arrive here. They also visited many places, and when they heard that the coffee here is good, they thought of coming here to try it. "I don't want to be here," I joined Nami and Perona and others. Baccarat's beautiful eyes flashed, and his red lips slightly opened. "I seem to feel some good luck again." Nami looked at Baccarat in amazement and smiled oddly. "Baccarat, your ability is too good. Walking in the street can produce good luck anytime, anywhere, ha ha ha." Alvida carried a huge iron rod and looked at the sign of Mermaid Cafe. "If you are in this place, you must have a new partner this time." Baccarat smiled isho, nodded slightly, and pushed in the door. Cafe is not big or small, and there are not many customers at this time. Nami and the others attracted the attention of others in the cafe. Not only are they numerous, but their appearances are all first class, so it's hard not to be noticed. Kami saw so many guests all at once, and hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. "Welcome, what do you sisters need?" Reiju smiled sweetly, and said generously, "We want to taste the specialties of your store." Kami nodded quickly, and greeted Kalian, Isoli and others, and arranged for Reiju and the others to take their seats. Reiju and his party tasted the Mermaid Cafe, the unique coffee and desserts. The crowd complimented. Nami looked at the mermaids coming and going outside the window and said, "I don't know how Chris and the others are talking. Sweetheart Queen took a sip of coffee and said elegantly, although I don't know what they will talk about. But I can feel that the mermaid will become an ally of our Chris pirates. Since smoking is not allowed in the cafe, Betty can only order some sweets. One candy in her mouth and said, this is Chris's personal charm. Kaya, Karina and others all nodded in agreement. There is no doubt about this. The members of the Chris Pirates are basically here for Chris, and everyone really thinks that following Chris can make a big difference. Are Chris a member of the Bandit? Just when Nami and the others were chatting leisurely, a blue-haired woman suddenly appeared. Mrs. Shiarly, the owner of the Mermaid Cafe. Baccarat glanced up and down at Shiarly, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Shiarly's face was the one she had seen on Mermaid Island, second only to that of Princess Shirahoshi. Excuse me. Baccarat is sweet and Isho asked generously. I'm the boss here. My name is Shiarly, nice to meet you. Shiarly smiled brightly at Baccarat and the others. However, the next moment, the expression on her face suddenly became stiff. The eyes have also become wonderful. It's all because, the next sentence she heard. Guys, it's a picture of Isoli. At this point, all the pictures of all the fish are released. For the sake of my little brother's hard work, I ask for a wave of automatic subscriptions. 266. Mrs. Shiarly, Master of Prophecy joins. Hody, Jones vs. Enel. Baccarat's beautiful face, now with a bit of calm. She stretched out her hand gracefully and said, Shiarly, are you interested in joining the Chris Pirates? Shiarly's short crystal blue hair, Vivi was a little moved with those cold eyes. She was very surprised at what Baccarat said. After all, the two sides only met for the first time, and the other party actually made such a request directly. Nami also looked at Baccarat with a look of surprise, and asked strangely, Baccarat, you are talking about good luck, is that Mrs. Shiarly? Alvida looked Shiarly up and down, smiled Isho, and said, I think so. Looking at your appearance, it should be that. Fortune teller, right? Alvida and his party were wandering around Fishman Island. They heard that there was a fortune teller on Fishman Island. A fortune teller's divination has always been very accurate. There has never been an example of a miss. According to the descriptions of the residents of Fishman Island, it is not difficult to be seated. Reiju sat gracefully by the side, resting his cheeks in his jade hands, and asked curiously, I just don't know if this fortune teller has predicted his own destiny. Join the Chris Pirates. When Nami, Perona and others heard the words, they were also curious about it. It sounds like this Mrs. Shiarly is a very powerful fortune teller. Waiting, Shiarly answered, and Kami, who was serving on the side, suddenly screamed, attracting everyone's attention. Kami said in surprise and hastily, Shiarly, your prophecy really came true once again. Sheila Mela stepped forward and said happily, before you came, Sister Shiarly predicted that she would join the Chris Pirates. At first we all had doubts, but now it seems that this prophecy is indeed true. Perona finally stopped in her seat for a while. At this time, hearing these words, she floated up with excitement again. She walked around in the room of the Mermaid Cafe and said with a smile, It's amazing, someone can actually predict the future. Ha 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 ha. Kaya watched curiously, and Shiarly, who was a little calm at this time, said, how the hell is this done? Is it possible to predict the future? Is it connected with the gods? Kalian and the others were also attracted by the movement here. Saw that Mrs. Shiarly was suddenly silent, and this silence was a little abnormal. Shiarly, what's wrong with you? Madaka quintuplets couldn't help poking Mrs. Shiarly's body, pulling the latter out of the silence. Shiarly's eyes were dull, and she glanced at the female relatives of the Chris Pirates. She said in a deep voice, although I don't know why I predicted to join the Chris Pirates, there seems to be a push somewhere. This push pushes me towards you and doesn't give me a chance to refuse at all. Knowing Isho, Makino got up and walked to Mrs. Shiarly's side and said, "It is God's will, you are destined to be our partner." Nami, Perona and the others all looked at Bakura at the same time, and they naturally knew it. Thrust in Shiarly's mouth is the ability of Bakura's lucky fruit. The existence of this ability will change the fortune of others unconsciously. Bakura glanced at Mrs. Shiarly, feeling that Mrs. Shiarly seemed to have some concerns, and could not help frowning slightly. She put her hand on Shiarly's shoulder and asked softly, "Shiarly, what are you worried about?" Mello looked at Shiarly with concern and said, "Sister Shiarly, isn't it your long-cherished wish to be able to go out to sea and see on land?" Isoli also hurriedly said, "Yes, Miss Shiarly, what are you hesitating about? The Chris pirates, but a very good one. Follow them and you will be very happy." Reiju's beautiful eyes stared at Mrs. Shiarly. Her eyes wandered, and she said, "Don't worry about Shiarly, if you have any requests, you can ask them directly." Shiarly's glamorous eyes produced some slight fluctuations, and she felt the sincerity of Nami, Reiju and others. I saw she sighed softly and said, "Being able to join the Chris Pirates is certainly the best place for me. But, you may not know my background." Alvida narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is your background?" Immediately, she smiled and said generously, "We, the Chris Pirates, have never looked at other people's origins, you don't have to worry about this." Nami also showed a bright smile and said, "Yes, we are all from all over the world, and we all have our own backgrounds. But this doesn't affect our interactions, it doesn't affect our becoming partners." Shiarly suddenly looked up at Nami, lowered her voice, and said, "I'm Arlong's sister." Hearing this, Nami's expression suddenly froze, her eyes were full of disbelief. Perona, Bakura and others also opened their mouths in surprise and looked at Mrs. Shiarly in front of them. The one who occupied Nami's hometown. Arlong. Mrs. Shiarly lowered her eyebrows and nodded silently. The scene, there was silence for a few seconds, and then Mrs. Shiarly continued, "I was an abandoned baby and was adopted after another. Although Arlong is not my brother, they are indeed siblings. I know between the Chris Pirates and the Arlong Pirates. I also know how much damage the Arlong Pirates have done to Na's hometown." Shiarly said faintly that Alvida and the others were silent at this time, and their eyes fell on Nami invariably. This matter has the most direct relationship with Nami. Surprisingly, Nami not only did not keep silent, but also did not show hatred, sadness, or other emotions for the past. Instead, she showed a very bright smile, and her eyes seemed to be radiating sunshine. "Didn't we say that our background will not affect our ability to become partners? Arlong is Arlong, you are you, you don't need to take anything for his mistakes. And, the Arlong Pirates have been defeated by Chris, I don't mind anymore." Nami's expression and eyes are full of sincerity, and it can be seen that she has long since stepped out of the shadow of the Arlong Pirates. So all Mrs. Shiarly's worries were actually superfluous. Makino took advantage of the situation and hurriedly eased the atmosphere. Yes, no one needs to take responsibility for the mistakes of others. As long as you really want to join the Chris Pirates, we are always welcome. Perona floated happily in the air, let out a silver bell-like laughter, and said something. "Join us, Mrs. Shiarly, don't hesitate, we can play together in the future, Haley. Bakura showed a knowing smile and said briskly, "Look, everyone is very welcome to join you. The Chris Pirates are different from ordinary pirates. We don't look at our identity or strength. The most important thing is that everyone is happy together, that's enough." Kami, Kalian and the other sisters also came behind Mrs. Shiarly and surrounded Mrs. Shiarly. "Shiarly, bravely pursue what you want, isn't that what you told us?" Shiarly was silent for a moment, then raised her head, a smile that was rarely seen by outsiders and in her glamorous eyes. "Please let me join the Chris Pirates, sisters and sisters." Reiju folded her pink hair and smiled happily. "Welcome to join, Shiarly Fortune Teller." Karina said with a smile, Speaking of which, you are the first fortune teller in our Chris Pirates. Betty bit the candy in her mouth and said, having a partner who can predict the future is inexplicably very reliable. The Mermaid Cafe was filled with laughter, and everyone welcomed Mrs. Chiarly to join. Behind Mrs. Chiarly, Kami and the others also glanced at each other. Then their sisters, almost in unison, said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please let us join the Chris Pirates too." Nami and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they all nodded, with beautiful smiles on their beautiful and refined faces, welcoming them. Chiarly's friend, of course, is their friend. Kaya blinked a pair of eyes and said cheerfully, "There are so many more friends. It's going to be a lot more lively when I get off the boat. I'm so happy, hee hee." The Mermaid Cafe has changed from the tranquility of the past to a sea of joy. And at the moment when the beauties of the Mermaid Cafe were celebrating, somewhere in the Mermaid Island, a conspiracy was quietly breeding. Near a broken ship, the base of the new Fish Man Pirates is here. Hody Jones sat in the middle, and the faces of all the members were very solemn. Have a lot of eyeliners in the Dragon Palace City, and they have just received a shocking news. Vanderdecken IX was executed. Before that, the new Fishman Pirates and the Flying Pirates had just concluded an alliance. Both sides have huge ambitions and decent strength. But it never occurred to Hody Jones that it was less than 2 months away. His allies were killed. This is not good news for the new Fishman Pirates. I've said it long ago, the arrival of that guy Chris is definitely not a good thing for us, Das. Kadri Das was very emotional at this time, and said angrily. Mew hey, isn't it because Leopard Tibetan didn't let us take action? If we had attacked Chris earlier, our ally Vanderdecken Ix would not have died so badly. It was Kadri Icarus who spoke, and he was very dissatisfied with Hody Jones' decision to wait and see. Leopard Zhang still looked drunk and said, "It turns out that Chris's strength is indeed very powerful. The tragic situation of Vanderdecken Ix is the end of the rash shot. To deal with the Chris Pirates, they must be caught off guard." Report. Just as the Kadris were chatting and discussing, a messenger suddenly broke in. "Captain, our people say a member of the Chris Pirates, coming to Fishman Street." Hearing this, Icarus stood up directly and asked, "Is Chris here?" Messenger said, "No, Chris and King Neptune are secretly talking about something. It's all the squad leaders of the Chris Pirates." Hody Jones waved for the messenger to leave first, then scanned the scene, and all the Kadris said something in a deep voice. "Everyone, what do you think about the arrival of the captains of the Chris Pirates?" Icarus was the first to say, "Mew hee hee. Captain, this is our good opportunity." Harmon, that's right, Fishman Street is our territory. Since they came to us, how can we let them leave at will? Kadri Hammond waved his spear, his face full of excitement, and he screamed strangely. In another part of the room, a petite fish man jumped up and said, "Since that Chris is not here, let's use his squad leader. Cut up and eat all the meat of these guys, cuckoo." It was the Kadri Dharma who spoke. He was Fishman, the Cigar Dharma shark, with a very small body. But this guy is very belligerent and bloodthirsty. As a shark, his bite force is also amazing. The corner of the wall, Kadri Gao quietly emerged. "Let me go and ambush them, and cut off the heads of these guys before they pay attention, Gao. They must know that this Fishman Island is not the place for their human beings, Jo." The Kadri Das had a ruthless look on his face, and said enthusiastically, "That's right, that's how it should be, Das. Captain, as long as we get rid of these squad leader, the Chris Pirates will definitely lose their troops. When the time comes to try to touch their Captain Chris, it will be easy, Das." After Hody Jones listened to the words of the Kadris, he kept nodding his head in agreement. He looked at Leopard Zhang who was drunk again. This guy was their essential fighting force. Hody Jones has always attached great importance to his opinions. "Leopard Tibetan, what do you think? Should we take advantage of this time?" Leopard Zhang took a sip of wine and said, "What everyone said just now is quite right. With Chris absent, their overall combat effectiveness will inevitably drop by a notch. A surprise attack at this time can definitely catch them off guard." Hiccup. Icarus haha, Isho, said, "Mew hee hee. This is still a good thing, it should have been so long ago." Cody Jones looked at the cadres with satisfaction, and they all had the will to fight, which was what he expected. Everyone said it well, now is the best time to attack them. Since they took the initiative to come to Fishman Street, then we have no reason not to bring them some surprises. Hammond waved his spear. Harmon. Captain, give the order. Cody Jones grinned Isho, a cruel smile on his face, and said aloud. Since we are going to give them a surprise attack, then the sniper unit, the air unit, and the highly poisonous unit are responsible for the first main attack, ambush in advance, and deliver a fatal blow. After hearing the order, Jiao and Leopard Zhang nodded earnestly. For this kind of assassination, they are the best at it. The sea beasts and the Chinbenzin troops are responsible for the second wave of attacks, and they must exhaust the enemy. Lionfish Fishman and Hammond are all Jia Isho, these guys can't wait to fight. As for the other cadres, follow me and kill the leader of the other party. Ladies and gentlemen, the younger brother has opened a new book, which was also mentioned in the previous chapter. One thing I have to say, although my brother has opened a new book, this book will not be updated continuously, it will be updated every day, please rest assured. That, the new book is not easy. I ask everyone to come and support. My brother bows to thank you. 267. Cody Jones is scared. The squad leaders showed their magical powers and abused Cody Jones' subordinates. Cody Jones rationally arranges the power at his disposal and makes the best use of it. He was quite prepared for the arrival of the squad leaders. Assassinations, melee battles, and attacks on leaders, and even arranged for the defense of the armored troops to break off, just in case. Everyone, let's act. This is a great opportunity to show humanity the furious power of our new Fishman pirates. Let all humans take a good look at how Shichibukai, their feared king, was killed by us. Cody Jones is an excellent player at motivating and demagoguery. With just a few words, the cadres' fighting spirit was successfully driven, and these cadres were full of fighting spirit at this time. They are all guys who hate humans very much. Now there is such a great opportunity to shock humans, these guys will naturally not give up easily. Jiao and Leopard Zhang, who were given important responsibilities, left the conference room first and went to set up combat tasks. Jiao is good at hiding his figure, hiding in the dark to give the enemy a fatal blow. So he is also more aware of the best position to ambush the enemy. As the new Fishman pirates, Leopard Zhang is the most powerful and killer, always able to pinpoint the enemy's weaknesses. These two people, the surprise effect is absolutely unexpected. The sniper troops, air troops and poisonous troops led by the two of them basically gathered both long-range and close-range combat. All snipers are equipped with guns. The Air Force is composed of mermaids, which can use bubble coral to create a bubble swimming ring and attack the enemy from the air. Of the poisonous force are composed of highly poisonous fishman such as lionfish or pufferfish, and the weapons in their hands are also contaminated with poison. Including Leopard Zhang's knives, they are all smeared with highly poisonous. Once they hit the enemy, they can quickly paralyze the enemy's nerves. To sum up, the combat power of the new Fishman pirates this time must not be underestimated. At that time, the three members of Unit 3, all led by Jiao and Bao Zhang, quietly came to Fishman Street. They had been ambushed on the only way of Fishman Street, waiting quietly for the arrival of the squad leaders. On the other hand, Hammond, Icarus and others were commanding the sea beasts and Chinban Needle troops. Sea beasts are composed of sea lions, sea orangutans, sea elephants and other giant sea beasts. For example, Kalakan, who appeared in human legends, is one of the members of the sea beast group. The attack power of the sea beasts is extremely powerful, and the huge size and strength make people panic when they see it, and it is difficult to resist. The members of the Thousand Needles unit are all sea urchins, and they use their poisonous stingers to launch deadly attacks on the enemy. Because they are good at fighting in groups, ordinary people can't stand it. Mew hee hee, I'm really looking forward to it for a while. What about the battle scene? Icarus hee hee isho, his eyes glowed with wickedness, and he said, the way these humans are trampled by sea beasts must be very funny. With a proud smile on Hammond's face, he said, this time, our new fishman pirates are all dispatched. It's just a few squad captains, naturally they are caught. It's time for them to have a good experience of the true power of undersea creatures. Harmon. After these two organized their troops, they also followed behind Joe and Baozang. Hidden in every corner of Fishman Street, ready to go. As for Hody Jones and some of his cadres, they were gearing up to hide with the leopard. They will randomly select some tough bones according to the combat situation. Take the pressure off your troops. The new Fishman pirate group, this time can be called a full deployment. This is the first such large-scale operation since the founding of the new Fishman pirates. The first comprehensive inspection of their strength so far. At this time, the squad leaders of the Chris pirates are still walking slowly on the road. Little did they know what was waiting for them here on Fishman Street. The ill-fated son was carried on his shoulders by Burgess at this time. He said gloomily, this Fishman Island really lives up to its reputation, with all kinds of strange creatures, everything. It's a pity that our captain, it seems that we are going to form an alliance with Fishman Island, otherwise, I really want to use this place as an experimental base. There are so many specimens that I can experiment with, maybe I will develop something beyond Vegapunk. Burgess laughed and said, you bastard, you got there thinking about your experiment. What are you talking about, Vega? Is he a very powerful guy? Kuro on the side pushed his glasses and said, Vegapunk, the leader of the world's government scientific research institutions. 9 times out of 10 advanced scientific and technological achievements in the world are related to that guy. You have all seen the captain's blood-red broadsword. The technique of eating devil fruits as a weapon is. He first discovered it. Burgess actually sounded in a fog, but it seemed to be very powerful for no reason. I don't understand you guys. Guys who like to use their brains. I still like pure combat, way ha ha ha. Silver Fox Foxy looked at Poison and Burgess, shook his head and sighed, you two weirdos. One only focuses on strange experiments, the other only knows how to fight, and doesn't enjoy life at all. How many mermaids have you met along the way? You must know how to appreciate them. Caribou, who was next to him, nodded in agreement. That's right, don't look at the mermaid twice, and you won't be able to see it after you leave. Lua walked straight with Ghost Cry in his arms. He was completely uninterested in what Foxy and the others said. It seems that Fishman Street is in front. I heard that this Fishman Island is a very interesting place. Man-Demon Jin swept Fishman Street with sharp eyes, and said, I heard that this is the place to house orphans. But now, it seems to have become a gathering place for criminals. Squad leaders could hear the quarrel from Fishman Street from a distance. Lafitte took a step forward with a cane and pressed his top hat. For some reason, my occupational disease seems to be committed again. During the West Blue era, Lafayette, as a security officer, usually punishes the wicked. The prisoners caught by him end up badly. Fishman Street, where criminals gather, and he actually felt itchy. Enno looked at Fishman Street with a pair of dead fish eyes, and said without any emotion, there seems to be someone waiting for us inside. Although he didn't see anything, he was more sensitive than the average person with his heart network. This, Van Auger said, with such a large group of us, it is inevitable that we are a little bit swaggering. It's helpless to be stared at by others, it's all fate. Bartolomeo was inexplicably curious at this time, what will be inside? Will the legendary Karakan be waiting for us here? Burgess, a fanatical militant, said impatiently, "Whatever, let's just go in and just. If someone comes up, it's time to practice with them." When Cavendish heard the words, some light flashed in his eyes. "This is a good idea. Recently practicing with the captain, my two-color hockey seems to be getting started, just try it out. Bellamy Gia Gia Isho. It's been a long time since I fought, I'm still looking forward to it." Hawkins unhurriedly took out the tarot card from his arms, still expressionless, and said something. "We have a 100% chance of being attacked on Fishman Street. The possibility of injury, 40%. He raised his head and swept across Fishman Street with a dull gaze. "Interesting, it looks like someone is waiting for us inside. The possibility of injury is as high as 40%. It seems that our opponent is not easy." Hawkins, who got this result, was a little surprised. He is very clear about the strength of the squad leaders, and if he pulls out anyone, he is not an ordinary small character. So many squad leaders gathered in one place, there is still the possibility of injury. That can only show that the enemy is prepared, and the strength should not be underestimated. In fact, facing the ambush of the new Fishman pirates, even the squad leaders may not be unscathed. After all, people such as Foxy, Bellamy and others among them are not very strong. And everyone's two-color hockey is in the process of training, so the evasion effect of attack is not too ideal. It's just that Hody Jones never imagined that among the squad leaders, there were such existences as Enel and Hawkins. They can sense and anticipate in advance what is about to happen. The ambush of the new Fishman pirates seems to be just a joke now. Although the squad leaders do not know the ambush of the new Fishman pirates, where exactly, and what kind of ambush. But once they were vigilant and entered Fishman Street, the so-called ambush would never have any unexpected effect. At that time, if you want to cause damage to the squad leaders, I am afraid it will be even more difficult. Unless they have their own secret weapon. At this time, Hody Jones and others, who were hiding in the dark, were completely unaware of their plans and had almost failed. They still held their positions and patiently waited for the arrival of the squad leaders. "Captain, is the information wrong? Why haven't those guys come to Dos for so long?" Kadri Das, at this time, was already a little impatient. It was very uncomfortable for him to hide his figure for a long time. Hammond also said, "Yeah, it stands to reason that those guys should be here. There are not a few people with doubts like the two of them. It was you who tried to deal with them back then, and now it's you who are impatient." Leopard Zhang's voice suddenly appeared, and everyone couldn't see how he appeared. He quietly appeared in front of everyone, and scolded Kadri Das and the others in public. "The most important thing for sneak attack is to be patient, the prey will be hooked sooner or later. Like you, it's easy to be noticed by the other party." Other side, Joe, who had been hiding for a long time, also quietly appeared. "Everyone, be patient, it should be soon, Joe. This Fishman Street is really mixed, it doesn't look like the same place outside." At this moment, a voice suddenly came. It is the vice captain of the Chris Pirates, Lafitte. Luo Wai walked in front of the ghost crying, and had a deep understanding. He also lived in a place like Fishman Street since he was a child, and was rejected by the world. Growing up in this kind of place will inevitably breed hatred and become a gathering place for outlaws, which is also reasonable. Yoroj took firm steps, smiled, and said, "The atmosphere here doesn't seem right." Bartolomeo put his hands in his trouser pockets, looked around casually, and said, "It's no different." Wayapa said vigilantly, "Although Fishman Street is chaotic, it is not so deserted." Was only at this moment that the squad leaders noticed that the place was really deserted and a bit excessive, and not even a single fishman could be seen. "Be careful." Suddenly Cavendish cried out. Everyone saw that a large group of fishmen suddenly appeared in the air. They were wearing bubble swimming rings and holding guns to launch a fierce attack on the squad leaders. At the same time, in the surrounding buildings, there were already snipers in ambush. The troops also echoed, and the sound of gunfire rang out incessantly. Bellamy grinned Isho, with an odd smile on his face, and said, "Sure enough, there is an ambush, ha ha ha." Silver Fox Foxy was also calm and composed, without the slightest panic. Although the strength of the two of them is relatively weak at present, if they face such a scene alone, it is indeed difficult to deal with it. But the squad leaders were all together at this time, so they naturally had nothing to be afraid of. Slow light. Speaking, the Silver Fox Foxy raised his hands, and a lavender light radiated from his hands, shining on the oncoming cannonball. I saw these shells, all of them suddenly slowed down from extremely fast speed, so slow that ordinary people can easily escape its attack. At the same time, Bartolomeo also put his hands on his chest, glass barrier. A subtle and visible transparent barrier instantly wrapped the squad leaders. The shells, the bullets, hit Bartolomeo's barrier one by one at an extremely slow speed, and then exploded. However, the impact of their explosions cannot penetrate the barrier at all. Startled. Incredibly shocked. Fishman pirates who were hiding in the dark were stunned when they saw this scene. As for the ambush, the people they sent were all elites. Of the two troops did not cause them the slightest damage. The highly poisonous troops that were originally planned to be dispatched can only hold their troops at this time. Originally, they were supposed to appear after the gun attack was over. Unexpectedly, the sniper unit and the air unit missed it. How to play now? Hey, are you dropping bombs in the air? Mandemon Jin casually glanced at the air troops flying in the air. It's just this power, then let's show you the real explosion. Mandemon Jin jumped lightly and easily came into the air with the help of the surrounding barriers. I saw that he threw it casually, and the unpretentious small projectiles flew out quickly. Bang bang bang. Then there was a continuous explosion in the air. The Air Force was unable to dodge for a while, and the casualties were heavy. Other hand, Van Augur slowly put away his gun. On the surrounding buildings, one after another merman corpses slowly fell from the windowsill or other places. The whole scene is like a collective appointment diving. Van Augur said with a blank face, "Don't be embarrassed by such bad marksmanship. Meet me, this is your destiny." Lafitte squeezed his top hat, looked around, and said very gentlemanly, "Don't hide, come out. Ladies and gentlemen, today is another 2 shifts, more than 9,000 words, my brother really tried his best." Next, the younger brother went all out to write the new book. For the sake of the younger brother's hard work, please support the younger brother's new book. Those who have money support a money field, those who have no money support a personal field, waiting for you in the new book, see you or not, ha 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 ha. 268. Hody, Jones is desperate. Squad leaders, rage on all the Fishman. Fishman pirates, who have been hiding in the dark, are a little demoralized at this time. Kadri Das said with hatred, "What a bunch of trash, so many people are useless at all." Das. It was easily killed by so many people. Das. Fishman Bodhidharma looked solemn, and said, I'm afraid we underestimated the strength of these gang captains. Ordinary little bastards, there is no way to deal with them. Chi. Icarus said viciously, since the little ones can't do it, let us do it ourselves. Hody Jones was sinking like water at this time, and spent a lot of time in ambush for several hours, but did not expect such a result. Leopard Zhang and Jiao had already appeared quietly at this time, and the result of the battle just now was somewhat unexpected. Our hiding is meaningless, the other party has discovered our existence, Jiao. Other hand, Enel digs his ears at will, and a pair of dead fish eyes seem to be indifferent to everything. They're in the southeast. I have to say that Enel's heart network is too powerful, and everything is hidden in front of him. Lafitte looked sharply to the southeast, and pointed with a cane. Do you want to continue to hide? Ha 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 ha. The Chris pirates really deserve their reputation. Now that it has been discovered, there is no point in continuing to hide. Cody Jones simply showed up with a group of cadres. I really underestimated you guys. Captain, I didn't expect you to still have 2 brushes. The captain of the first round, Luo, took a step forward with a ghost crying in his arms, and said coldly, since you have appeared, you should report to your family first. Cody Jones's laughter stopped abruptly, and his eyes looked at Luo. Then he gritted his teeth and said, it's okay to tell you, anyway. They're all dying. I'm the captain of the new Fishman Pirates, Cody Jones. Burgess scratched his head and suddenly realized, oh, you're with Fishman Arlong, aren't you? He noticed the tattoo on Cody Jones' left arm, similar to that of Arlong's group. Smiled contemptuously and said, I think I'm a great character. It turns out to be the remnants of Arlong's gang. What's the matter? Are you trying to avenge Arlong? From their tone, Cody Jones felt a certain disdain and contempt. It makes him feel very uncomfortable. No wait, Cody Jones is having a seizure, and Das is also a tantrum. Don't confuse us with the Arlongs. Das. It's true that we came together under their influence, but we're not as useless as they are. Das. Icarus came out with a long spear. Hey. Arrogant human beings, you must recognize clearly, this is the bottom of the sea. This is our home ground. Kadri Dharma Jia Jia Isho. Yes, that's right. No matter how powerful you are on land, here, you will be greatly discounted. And we are like a fish in water here, and we will bite your meat and eat it in a while. Kick. New Fishman pirates were a little angry. But Leopard Zhang was as calm as usual and said nothing. Of Sharp Eyes silently observed the movements of the squad leaders. This is his self-consciousness as a killer. Enel was a little impatient at this time. Everyone will say big things, but you can't see your hands after talking for a long time. Don't say I don't give you a chance. You can go together, I'll take it all by myself. Enel looked lazy and yawned from time to time. Especially his peculiar pair of dead fish eyes, giving people a very bad feeling. At this time, when he spoke like this again, it naturally ignited instantly, the explosives of the new Fishman pirates. Kadri Das couldn't bear it anymore. Mad, this guy is too arrogant, Das. Fishman Bodhidharma is also grinding his fists, his teeth colliding up and down, making a steel-like sound. I can't take it anymore and eat their flesh. Kick. Who was wearing black and white stripes, appeared and disappeared from time to time, and said, this guy is really arrogant, and I can't bear such a good temper. Cody Jones's eyes couldn't help but burn. But anger is anger. As the leader of the new Fishman pirates, he is still very clear at the critical moment. Before Enel said a few words, he became dizzy. Das, try that guy and see how much he weighs. In the case of not knowing the strength of the opponent, Cody Jones will not rashly attack. The previous defeat has made him a little bit alert. Hey, just what I want. Let me see what this big talker has to be arrogant about. Das. Kadri Das, armed with a pair of warhammers, slowly walked out of the crowd and headed straight for Enel. Enel glanced lazily, shook his head helplessly, and said, it's all said to go together. Did I send you alone to die? Kadri Das snorted coldly, and the warhammer in his hand slammed, causing a shocking sound in an instant. The ears of those who trembled all hurt. Bartolomeo covered his ears with his hands and looked at Burgess. Huh. Burgess, the sound of this hand is almost catching up with your sonic attack. Burgess curled his lips angrily. How can it be compared to my sound waves with this little movement? Kadri Das galloped at full speed, but Enel on the opposite side didn't care and was still digging his ears. As if he didn't put Das in the anger of the Kadri Das at all, he said sharply, damn. Just put Das in your eyes like that. How much earwax is there? Keep digging it. Go to hell with you. Papara hammer. Das shouted and approached Enel at a very fast speed in an instant. The speed of Fishman under the sea is very scary. This is only on Fishman Island. If it is really in the water, I am afraid it will be even better. I saw the warhammer in the hands of Kadri Das, spinning at a high speed and heading towards Enel's face. Death to me. Kadri Das had a ferocious face at this time. He woke up early with murderous intentions, and his subordinates were extremely vicious. However, he found Enel, always looking like he was a fool, even though he had come to him. Even his own warhammer was about to hit him in the head. Did you mean to die? That's it for you, Das. Das's subordinates increased their strength by 1%, and the warhammer rotated at a high speed, hitting Enel's head directly. However, just when Das thought that Enel could be taken down with one blow, Enel's figure suddenly moved strangely. Then his warhammer flew out unexpectedly, without touching Enel at all. How is it possible? Das looked in disbelief, the slightly lazy guy behind him. That was just now. He quickly recalled the scene just now in his head, as if he just passed through the opponent's body. The opponent seemed to be moving, and he was not sure if Enel had moved. But he just slammed into the air abruptly, and hit nothing. The pupils of Hody Jones in the distance shrank, and he could see the battle just now. Das clearly just passed through Enel's body. Does Logia's devil fruit abilities? He is very knowledgeable about devil fruits, and Logia can be said to be very rare. That there would be someone from Logia in the opponent's camp. Hody Jones said solemnly, "This guy is a little tricky, we can't touch his body at all." Leopard Zhang also nodded his head. Logia devil fruit person can change shape at will, normal attack can't get close. But Icarus on the other side asked anxiously, "But what did you find?" The leopard glanced at Icarus, and then said, "The weakness of the devil fruit is that it can't touch the sea. As long as we find a way to contaminate him with Shanghai water, his ability to use his fruit will be temporarily invalid. When the time comes to hit him, it will be easy." Das, who missed a hit, felt the strangeness of Enel and returned to the camp. At this time, he heard the conversation of Hody Jones and others, and volunteered again, "Is it seawater?" "I have it, Das." Everyone glanced at Das and nodded. This guy has a hobby on weekdays, that is. He likes to pour some seawater into his stomach. When necessary, the seawater will be ejected at a high speed and become a water bomb. This method is the same as a subordinate of the Arlong pirates. Hody Jones took another look at Leopard Zhang, one of his most trusted cadres. Possess the highest strength among the cadres. Moreover, as a killer all the year round, no one can compare to his ability to grasp the timing. Leopard Tibetan, this time you cooperate with Das. Once Das's seawater hits each other, you will immediately start. Be sure to hit a hit. Leopard Tibetan and Hody Jones glanced at each other and nodded firmly. Bodhidharma volunteered at the same time, "I'll go too." "Didn't that guy say let's go together?" "Then satisfy him. I will cooperate with you to dig a trap in the ground and encircle it up and down. I don't believe that I can't catch that guy." Hody Jones nodded in agreement. Dharmas must kill. Dharma trap can be regarded as an ultimate move. It is also a good way to deal with Logia's fruit ability. The squad leaders in the distance looked at the officers of the new Fishman pirates one by one. Mandemon Jin said lightly, "What the hell is going on the other side?" Kuro pushed his glasses and raised his eyebrows, probably planning how to attack Enel. Cavendish chuckled, "If you don't master armament hockey, it's a fool's errand to want to hit Enel." The rest of the squad leaders also shrugged with disdainful smiles on their faces. The cadres who negotiated the countermeasures once again cooperated to attack, which is even more powerful than before. This time, the three dimensions of sea, land and air launched an attack on Enel together. Kadri Das flew in the air with a bubble swimming ring, while Leopard Zhang ran on the ground with a long knife. And Fishman Bodhidharma is also moving quickly underground, and the ground soon swells with many lines. Enel tilted his head and said, "Have you finally figured it out? But I just forgot to say, even if you go together, you are not my opponent." In the blink of an eye, the three of Leopard Zhang and Das successfully approached Enel. Foot of Enel, Bodhidharma successfully set up a circle of traps. As long as Enel landed, he could attack quickly. After Das came to the air, he found the opportunity and started a large-scale water bomb attack. Van Auger saw this scene from a distance, and said a little surprised, it was actually a seawater attack. Bellamy couldn't help sighing. It really is in their home field, the seawater available everywhere is indeed the only chance to defeat us. Poison Jia Isho, with a weird smile on his face, it's a bit whimsical to want to defeat Enel with just a mere seawater bomb, hee. The battle, Enel changed his shape freely, and the continuous water bombs passed by him one by one and one by one. But it just couldn't touch it. This made Das a little pissed off. Of seawater stored in his body has run out, and if it continues like this, it will be just useless work. Leopard Zhang has been running around Enel, always looking for opportunities to attack. But he was very sad to find that he had no chance at all. In desperation, he raised his head and gave Das a wink, who immediately understand his intention. Kadri Das began to frantically spit out seawater. Icarus, who was standing in the distance, couldn't help but scolded, as that guy goes crazy, this is a completely purposeless water bomb attack. I can't hit that guy even more. Hody Jones shook his head and said, no, this is not a senseless attack. Other hand, Kuro had an approving smile on his face. I didn't expect them to be so smart. Hawkins stared blankly at the battle in the distance, and said, using the water falling from above, attach it to the blade of the person using the knife. As long as the knife-wielding man below can catch Enel, then it is indeed possible to hurt him. Bartolomeo put his hands in his trouser pockets and said something. Stop kidding, it's not funny at all. That, the strength of the big-eared thief, how could it be injured? Absolutely impossible. Yoroj put his hands together and said with a big smile, he is the god of Sky Island, how could he be beaten by mortals? Think about it. At this time, Enel looked at Leopard Zhang and Das with interest. Oh, that's the idea. Stupid blue sea people, don't you know that the speed of thunder and lightning is unpredictable? Of Leopard Zhang is indeed a bit of a brainstorm. If it is to deal with ordinary people, I am afraid it will work, but for Enel, as long as the attack can be avoided, no matter what it is, even Seastone's bullets are useless. Enel's speed suddenly skyrocketed, and only a faint afterimage of thunder can be seen in place. Leopard Zhang felt a headache at this time, and even an elite-level killer like him could not catch him at such a speed. Damn, it's too fast to see at all. The Bodhidharma below has become a spectator at this time, and his Bodhidharma trap has long since become a decoration. Leopard Zhang bit the bullet and waved the long knife in his hand at the air, trying to touch Enel. But all this is in vain. Enel was in the middle of a fight, it was like watching a play, playing Leopard Zhang and Das. That's it. 269. Hody Jones took the medicine and the war broke out. Play was over, Enel felt a little bored. That's it. An indifferent voice reached Leopard Zhang's ears. For some unknown reason, he suddenly sensed some kind of danger, which seemed to be the instinct of a killer. Leopard Zhang quickly left the battlefield without saying a word, but it was already too late. I saw a sturdy thunder strike directly on Leopard Zhang's back. Leopard Zhang couldn't dodge in time, and was directly hit on the ground, his back was charred black, and his body was constantly shaking. Das above and Bodhidharma below were not spared, and Enel's thunder was like a tracker. Even if the two tried their best to dodge, it was difficult to escape the baptism of thunder. They both fell down, charred all over. Like a dead pig. Oh, almost forgot, here's another one. Enel, who was about to turn around and leave, suddenly remembered something, and another thunder struck. I saw a figure suddenly appear in the void, covered in black smoke, and fell to the ground. The man lay on the ground with difficulty, and muttered in his mouth, "This has all been discovered, Jo. The plan just now, Jiao also volunteered to take advantage of his good at hiding shadows to hide in it. I wanted to take advantage of Leopard Zhang and the others while they were tearing up with Enel, and attacked unexpectedly. But I didn't expect that it didn't work, and it was discovered early by the other party. He couldn't help but sigh that Enel's ability to perceive is really too powerful. Burgess laughed. I didn't expect there was one hidden there. If it was me, it would be hard to find. Cavendish nodded again and said, that's Enel, his heart is too terrifying, nothing can escape his perception. With his signature smile on his face, Yoroj said, it's not just Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit, that has been able to rule Sky Island for many years. Van Augur also said with envy on his face at this time, if my observation hockey can reach the level of Enel, I'm afraid no one will be able to dodge my bullets in the future. Lafitte turned his cane and smiled faintly. Observation hockey also needs enough talent. Obviously, Enel's talent on observation hockey is far beyond you and me. Jiao, who was hiding in the dark, Enel turned around and returned. I already told you to come together, but you don't. I have to come to such a boring play. Is it interesting? Enel shook his head helplessly. It's really boring, I won't play with you. As Enel left the battlefield, Icarus, Hammond and others quickly took Leopard Hideaway away. Although Enel didn't use his full strength, the power of thunder, hitting these fishmons, was enough for them to feel better. Leopard Tibetan is better, but the back is injured. And Das, Dharma, and Jo3 were not so lucky. 3 of them have all been baptized by thunder, and they are smoking all over their bodies. They look like they are dying. Seeing this, Hody Jones said quickly, hurry up and eat them. Icarus nodded, took out a few small blue pills, and stuffed them into the 4 mouths. It is also very miraculous, the small blue pill is in the mouth. After that, the people of Das who had been hit hard, immediately refreshed. Although the physical injuries remained, each of them was able to stand up again after a short rest. In their eyes shows that their spirits are perfect, and it doesn't look like they have just been seriously injured. Who was not seriously injured at first, is still alive and full of energy at this moment. This change caught the attention of the squad leaders. Kuro looked at the opposite side with sharp eyes, pushed his glasses, and said, they seem to be taking some kind of medicine, which can quickly delay the pain and enhance their mental strength. Foxy added, more than that. It seems that the guy with the knife seems to be 100 times more energetic than just now. Although it is so far apart, I can still feel his aura, which is much stronger than that. The drug room came and said excitedly, if that's the case, what exactly is that little blue pill? To have such an immediate effect, it's worth taking it for research. Weipa also watched curiously, the Leopard Zhang and Das who were jumping across from him. The recovery ability of this little blue pill is about to catch up with my recovery fruit. A moment, Weipa felt that it was a bit unnecessary to eat the recovery fruit. What Cavendish said next changed his mind. Cavendish's eyes were solemn, and he said, the Emperor asked me when I came out. He said that Mermaid Island has a reactionary force, which is the new fish man pirates. The strength of these guys is not weak in itself, but it's nothing. One of the most important things to pay attention to is, these guys have a drug in their hands that can instantly forget the pain after taking it. Mental power will also increase, and they will temporarily gain power that is several times greater than their own strength. Bartolomeo couldn't help but said, this is stimulant. To gain power several times higher than his own strength, this person who has improved the real special girl is a bit perverted. Luo seemed extremely calm at this time, and said, this kind of power should not be given to you in vain, and there must be some price to pay. Cavendish nodded and said, that's right, Emperor Star Medicine. Eating it can be a temporary evil, and it will also cause some irreversible damage to the body and seriously damage life. Weipa shook his head and said, that seems to be my fruit of recovery, it's more reliable. Enel interest revived when he heard Cavendish say this. He turned his head to look at the new Fishman pirates in the distance, and saw Hody Jones and him in the distance. Now that he has decided to take action against the Chris pirates, Hody Jones can't give up easily. Fishman Street and the rest of the new Fishman pirates know exactly who Hody Jones is. This guy is sometimes a lunatic. At this time, Hody Jones took out some small blue pills from his arms. There are as many as 7 or 8 pills. Then, under the watchful eyes of the public, Hody Jones swallowed the 7 or 8 pills in one bite. The surrounding cadres were all stunned. They are also aware of the dangers of ferocious medicines. Taking 7 or 8 pills in one go can certainly increase their strength quickly. But the harm to the body is also huge. If your physical fitness is too weak, you can directly kill yourself with this mouthful. Leopard Tibetan and others are paying close attention to Hody Jones. I saw that after taking the fierce drug, his body slowly changed. Muscles became more obvious, and the root blood vessels were clearly visible. Hody Jones's eyes became red, covered with bloodshots, and at first glance, the body was endured to the limit. Icarus saw this scene. Vivi relaxed in one breath. He said, "Mew hee hee. It's okay, okay. The captain is indeed the captain. After taking so many evil medicines, I can still bear it." Hammond also echoed, "Yes, I already feel that the current captain has transformed. His aura is far more than usual. At this time, he is absolutely terrifying. Harmon, don't be afraid of hitting that guy again now. After all, no one can beat the captain in this state." Just when they were touting Hody Jones actually took out 2 more medicines. Leopard Tibetan hurriedly stepped forward to stop Hody Jones. "Captain, you can't take it anymore. Your body's ability to withstand it has reached its limit. If you continue to eat it, there may be unexpected dangers." Das, who has always been irascible and belligerent, also dissuaded him at this time. "Yeah, although fierce medicine can improve strength, it must be in moderation. Otherwise it's more than the gain." "Ah, Captain Hody Jones." These cadres coldly with bloodshot eyes. He almost frantically said, "You have all seen the guy who used thunder and lightning just now. I don't need to say more about his strength. If I don't break through my limits, I'm not his opponent at all." Hody Jones clenched his fists and said viciously, "I already feel it, I still need some strength." Hody Jones directly ignored everyone's obstruction and swallowed the murderous medicine in one bite. Later, Leopard Zhang and other officials of the new Fishman pirates were surprised to find that Hody Jones' fangs became sharper and sharper. And his hair, at this moment, suddenly turned white. However, Hody Jones's momentum has been fully displayed. At this time, he is no longer the Hody Jones before. Even a bystander can feel the power that is full of him. This sublime momentum has already overwhelmed Enel just now. Das looked at Hody Jones, whose hair had turned white, and his lips trembled. "Captain, your hair." Hody Jones waved his hand casually, with a terrible expression on his face. "It's okay, I feel power in my whole body now. I'm going to have a good fight with the guy who used thunder and lightning. Now my speed and strength can definitely compete with him." Saying that, Hody Jones pushed away the cadres beside him and went straight towards Enel. The officers screamed in surprise. However, when they reacted, they found that Hody Jones had gone far. Everyone could only see his back. This speed also made the cadres take a deep breath. Leopard Zhang murmured, "The captain should be unable to bear it anymore. The abundant strength in the body needs to be vented quickly." Icarus, eyes lit up and said, "Mew hee hee. This kind of speed is really terrifying. The current captain must be very scary. That guy who uses thunder and lightning is probably going to be miserable." Kadri Bodhidharma also grinned. "Kika. Let the captain teach that guy a good lesson." At this moment, Enel raised his head sharply, staring at Hody Jones who was rushing in at a high speed. "It's kind of interesting. After taking the fierce medicine, you can actually reach this speed." "Too late, it's just a moment, and then Hody Jones is coming. Enel burst out again, colliding with Hody Jones. Two were extremely fast, and the moment they collided, a loud noise broke out. As if the sound of space shattered, a stinging sound spread, and everyone around was shocked, and their scalps were numb. Burgess looked at this scene in surprise. Fuck. That guy's speed suddenly changed. So fast. It's really not easy to be able to be together with Enel, way ha ha ha. Was a mad look on the poisonous face. This fierce medicine is really good, and the improvement of this magnitude is really unimaginable. Enel, who is the client, gradually raised the corners of his mouth. Not bad, I can already hit my entity. Enel could clearly feel that Hody Jones' punching speed was unusually fast, so fast that he had already caught up with his own transformation speed. The opponent's fist can obviously hit his own body. Hawkins, who has always been expressionless, was also a little moved at this time, so it is. It turns out that the possibility of injury comes from this so-called murderous medicine. This medicine is really powerful. That guy's strength is now enough to make Enel need to pay attention. Luo, who was on the side, also carefully observed the battlefield. It can be seen that Enel has become serious. This guy is also smart and knows how to get water on his fist. Luo was very keen to discover this little detail. Hody Jones, in order to ensure that he hit Enel's entity, deliberately dipped his fist in seawater. Combined with his punching speed, it can effectively improve the hit rate. Kuro pushed his glasses and exclaimed, as they said, this is their home ground. Fish Man's use of seawater is really in place. Jones felt more confident when he felt he could hit Enel. Moreover, the speed of his punches gradually became faster, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. Enel was not in a hurry, watching the changes of Hody Jones with interest. The other side uses the ability of Shinwang to judge the route of Hody Jones' punching in advance and avoid it carefully. Of the new Fishman pirates cried out with joy when they saw this scene. The enemy that was impossible to hit before can now be hit, which is good news for them. Icarus said excitedly, Mew hee hee. We who have taken the medicine can't be stopped. The captain is charging ahead, and we can't fall behind, everyone. Kadri Bodhidharma also shouted at this time, that's right, it's time for those guys to pay the price. Swallow the poison together, bite their flesh and swallow them. Kick. Although Kadri Das was injured at this time, he could not feel the pain at all after taking the murderous medicine. At this time, he also said frantically, little ones, take the medicine and turn over these humans. Show them the true power of our new Fishman pirates. Under the frenzied agitation of these cadres, everyone in the new Fishman pirates took out the little blue pills from their bodies. These guys all swallowed the murderous medicine. Some people swallowed a 1, some people swallowed 2 or 3. And the cadres almost swallowed 4 or 5 directly. Pagelou couldn't help frowning. Those guys are crazy. To take so many poisonous drugs all at once. Lafitte's eyes were solemn, and Vivi Isho said humbly, with such a mad captain, there will naturally be a group of madmen. Looks like we can't be idle anymore. 270. The squad leaders have broken through. The battle is finally over. New Fishman pirates, after taking the medicine, were refreshed with ferocity in their eyes. This is all because the poison stimulates their nerves and puts them in a state of hyperactivity. After taking the fierce medicine, their consciousness will appear a certain confusion. Of course, to a certain extent, this can improve their self-confidence. After all, at this time, they already thought that they were invincible existences. Icarus opened his eyes wide and laughed wildly, Mew hee 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 hee. Damn humans, now it's your turn to be afraid. Little ones, let's go together and kill all these odious humans. Hammond was also in a state of excitement at this time, eager to try. Harmon, we are invincible now. Avenge our dead brothers. The previously injured cadres, Das and Dharma, were also alive and kicking at this time, wielding their own weapons. At this time, Baozang also picked up the wine and took a few sips. With the medicinal power of the fierce medicine, his face was flushed. Rise and fight back, everyone. Strength several times stronger than oneself, enough to destroy everything. Coolest guy in the New Fishman Pirates on weekdays, not to mention others. The whole New Fishman pirate group that had taken the medicine was like a group of prisoners who had been suppressed for a long time. At this time, he finally sees the opportunity to rebel against the oppressor. At this moment, the entire Fishman street suddenly became lively, and the screams of killing were loud. The squad leaders watched this scene, and Vivi frowned. Lafitte pressed his top hat, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sinful fishmons, let me eradicate you. Luo Y hugged the ghost crying, frowned at the New Fishman pirates rushing in, and couldn't help shaking his head. It's a bunch of lunatics, and they want to turn the world upside down with the help of this kind of sidewalk. Burgess Hee Isho, a pair of fists slammed together. I haven't practiced today, just to use you to practice my hands. Poisoning the poisonous troops that came over, these. Sea urchin fishman, emitting poisonous thorns outwards. Poison Jia Isho, said, do you use poison to let you taste the real poison? What is it like? Spoke, a green mist suddenly emanated from his body, covering the sea urchin fishman. Pajalu Haha Isho, who just got the crushed fruit, rushed forward, just so familiar with it, the superpower of crushed fruit. Man-Demon Jin was silent, and followed the rest of the squad leaders off the stage, and soon the explosions continued. Cavendish also laughed softly at this time. Interesting, they took the fierce medicine, and the speed became much faster. Just use them to further develop my speed fruit. Bartolomeo looked at the people around him, and they all ended the battle, shrugged helplessly, and said, if that's the case, I'll know these guys too. Squad leaders soon became entangled with the New Fishman pirates, and both sides tried their best. Of the New Fishman pirates, after taking the medicine, their combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Especially their cadres, people like Das and Icarus, became extremely ferocious. Their strength at this time was actually able to compete with Luo and Lafitte, and it was conceivable to know how huge the enhancement of their strength was by the murderous medicine. However, when the squad leaders saw the energetic opponents, not only did they not panic, but they were excited. Such a good opponent is not something you can encounter casually. When you encounter it at this time, you should naturally cherish the opportunity even more. Don't miss this opportunity to practice in vain. During this period of time, the team leader's training on the two-color hockey has also reached a certain level, and it is just right at this time to display it. Find your own problems in battle, and fight for war. The members of the New Fishman pirates fight like crazy, and so is their captain, Hody Jones. Hody Jones, who had taken an overdose of ferocious drugs, was extremely ferocious at this time. Enel originally thought that this guy would slowly enter a state of exhaustion as the medicinal power was consumed. But it turns out that Enel underestimated the so-called killer. His potency is long enough to last Hody Jones for hours. Hody Jones can be the captain of the New Fishman pirates, and conquer so many thorny fishmen. That this guy really has two brushes. At least, he is recognized by Enel in the matter of combat. Enel was amazed to find that this guy was very adaptable to combat. Just a few minutes, I was able to adjust the speed to keep up with myself. And he's very good at finding his own flaws and reacting appropriately. You are a good opponent. Enel gave a rare compliment, which was a recognition of Hody Jones's strength. Hody Jones looked crazy and said, ha 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 ha. Why, are you so capable? If you don't show your true strength quickly, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Hody Jones suddenly snapped, and then launched an even more violent attack. Yatake Shark. I saw a drop of water, like an arrow, shot from the hands of Hody Jones with extremely fast speed. Enel dodged easily, turning his head to glance at the building hit by the Yatake shark. This small drop of water turned out to be in. A huge pit was created in the building. It can be seen that the lethality of this shark. If he missed a hit, Hody Jones' face remained unchanged, and a huge water ball in his palm quietly condensed and formed. Blow the water. This huge water polo is going very fast, towards Enel. And behind the huge water polo, Hody Jones followed closely. He kept pinching something in the air with both hands, and shouted, "Shui Shin, group of sharks." Enel was surprised to find that this guy actually grabbed a one water polo out of thin air. And then throw these water balls. Water polo is like a swarm of sharks, rushing towards the face. Since all this guy uses is seawater attack, it's exactly. Guro Guro no mi, rumble rumble fruit, against Enel. Enel can't resist hard, and can only choose to avoid these water polo attacks. Hody Jones showed a proud smile on his face when he saw that Enel did not dare to touch the water polo. The speed of squeezing the water polo with both hands is getting faster and faster, trying to completely block Enel's retreat. Just that he still despised Enel's Guro Guro no mi, rumble rumble fruit, the speed of thunder is not. He can catch up with the fierce medicine. Enel's movement is strange, not a drop of seawater can touch his body. Hody Jones snorted coldly, with fierceness in his eyes. "Hey. You guys from the Chris Pirates just hide, right? Why don't you dare to confront me?" Enel smiled faintly, and a pair of dead fish eyes gradually revealed a murderous intent. "Want to confront me head-on? Then it will be yours." Having said that, Enel instantly appeared in front of Hody Jones with a disdainful smile on his face. "Before this god just wanted to see how far you can do it. You really think that your strength has reached the point where you can defeat this god? Stupid blue sea fish man." Hody Jones saw Enel's sudden approach, with a look of surprise on his face, but then there was a look of pride in his eyes. "Ha ha 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 ha. Who is stupid, but I don't know. Hey Takeo." Suddenly, Hody Jones gave a light drink, and his face was full of madness. I saw his right hand clenched fist, suddenly facing Enel's chest, just a hard blow. It turns out that this guy has been trying every means to lure Enel closer. He has been using water bomb attacks before, just to make Enel mistakenly think that he can only attack from a distance and ignore his melee combat. And what he is best at is melee combat. This sea drum can compress the moisture in the surrounding environment, causing a huge impact on the opponent. Combined with the power of the seawater, this blow was enough to inflict heavy damage on Enel. Enel really didn't expect that this guy's mind was so delicate and calculated to this extent. Hody Jones' punch was a solid punch to Enel's chest. Hody Jones burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha. Die." He punched hard again, trying to pierce Enel's body directly. However, he suddenly discovered to his astonishment that his fist couldn't hit it at all at this time. You must know that even if it is a stone, he can easily smash it. But now, it turned out to be the body that couldn't penetrate Enel. Hody Jones raised his head in astonishment, looked at Enel blankly, and said, "How is it possible? Why, can't get in. Obviously surrounded by seawater." Enel smiled eccentrically. "You don't think I'm really afraid of your water bomb attack? It's true that people who eat devil fruits are afraid of seawater, but with your level of water bomb attack, my lightning power can easily shatter it. At the moment of thunder and lightning, the high temperature can quickly evaporate the seawater. In other words, your little bit of seawater is useless to the god. Unless you can summon thousands of cubic meters of seawater." Enel looked at Hody Jones with a look of pity for all living beings. "As the god of Sky Island, I don't rely on fruit power only. Exercising my body is my daily task, bathing my body with thunder and lightning all day, plus armament hockey I learned from Chris. Your attack of this level is not worth mentioning at all." Enel was just playing around with Hody Jones from start to finish. Hody Jones thought that Enel was on the 3rd floor at most, but he didn't expect that he was actually on the 5th floor. Enel was only interested in the so-called murderous medicine. After he saw the strongest strength of Hody Jones, everything changed. "It's tasteless. You're so weak that you've taken so many medicines, but you're still so weak. Enel raised his right hand at will, and patted Hody Jones's heavenly cover lightly. God's punishment. A thunder force spread from Hody Jones' head, which was a tens of millions of volts of thunder and lightning. Ah! Hody Jones immediately. He cried out in pain, his whole body was shaking constantly, like a goat crazy, it was very scary. At this time, he was like a little chicken who was caught, and could only be manipulated, there was no way to resist. The power of thunder continued to wander in his body, and a faint thunder light appeared on his body. The arcs jumped one after another, stimulating every pore in his body. Soon, Hody Jones lost consciousness, his pupils dilated, and he passed out completely. Enel threw him on the ground at will, not directly killing him. Over and over again is fun for Enel, but killing it directly is meaningless. After dealing with Hody Jones, Enel instantly appeared on a tall building, sitting cross-legged at will. Holding his cheek in one hand, he quietly overlooked the battle below. Kadri Icarus confronts Cavendish. This guy is an octopus himself, just like Hachi. However, he is not an 8-knife style, his weapon is 8 red cherry spears, Science's soft fish spear. Subjects stabbed by this type of gun will be drained of all moisture from the body. Icarus's fighting power is on the top of the table, and he has 8 hands, so his speed is extremely fast. Cavendish was also overjoyed to see this opponent, so that he could stimulate his development of the fruit of speed. He took the initiative to fight against Icarus, and while avoiding the opponent's attack, he also looked for opportunities to make quick shots. In the sparring again and again, Cavendish is getting better and better. And because it has been constantly dodging 8 red tassel guns, Cavendish was surprised to find that observation hockey, which he had never mastered before, seemed to have suddenly become enlightened. He was able to sense every attack of the opponent, which was a powerful addition to his battle. On the other hand, Kadri Das meets Burgess. A pair of Das warhammers can use 1,000 pounds of power. This is one of Burgess's favorite opponents. The confrontation of pure power makes him feel the fun of fighting. Burgess slammed the warhammer with a pair of fists. It's fun, it's too fun, way ha 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 ha. Das, who took the medicine, was not to be outdone, Papara hammer. 2 sides are coming and going, and after a while, Das suddenly accelerates. Shoot! In Das's hand, flying horizontally towards Burgess' face. Burgess snorted coldly, follow me to do this. Roar! Burgess roared and saw a blue-white light emerge from his mouth. Extremely dazzling, and the surrounding space is shrouded in it, and the picture is particularly shocking. Ha! With a sound, the sound wave flew out of the mouth and hit the flying warhammer directly. This warhammer immediately, like a piece of paper, it was attacked by Burgess' sound waves, and it was directly smashed into pieces. Kadri Das immediately, dumbfounded, he froze in place. But Burgess wouldn't give him any chance. He rushed over and punched Das hard on the head. Ah! Das screamed in agony, and immediately collapsed to the ground, blood flowing. Kadri Dharma was the worst one. He was good at digging holes in the ground and setting traps for the enemy. But his enemy did eat Van Augur, who wore the fruit. How Bodhidharma digs, Van Augur is always like a bystander. Having met Bodhidharma many times in the cave, this guy's mentality was broken. Enel sat alone above, watching the battle of the squad leaders. Although these fishmons have taken the medicine, they are not their own power in the final analysis. Therefore, on the battlefield, there is almost a one-sided situation. However, there is an exception to this. There was one battle that caught Enel's attention. New Fishman Pirates, Leopard Zhang. Everyone, after the squad leaders joined the team, their strength has not been shown. After all, the next step is to go to the New World and prepare to fight the next country. This is a real war, not a joke. Not much to say, the author Mushroom continued to write new books and slipped away. 271. Shichibukai, the Seaman Jinbei, finally appears. Killer Leopard Zhang, the man in the new Fishman Pirates who is second only to Hody Jones in strength. Although Hody Jones was defeated by Enel, it was not because of his weakness. It's just because Enel is too powerful. The combat power of Hody Jones who took the medicine is actually very powerful, comparable to some pirates who offered a reward of 500 million Baileys. And Leopard Zhang, who took the medicine, has skyrocketed in strength. Fighting fiercely with Lafayette, the deputy captain of the Chris Pirates. Lafayette has always been unremarkable, but apart from Enel, a pervert, no one has ever been able to shake his position as deputy captain. At this moment, Leopard Zhang suddenly poured wine into his mouth until he drank all the wine he carried with him. Bao Zhang couldn't help hiccups, his face flushed red, and Vivi's eyes narrowed. Lafitte fluttered a pair of white wings and flew in the air, watching Leopard Zhang's movements. Did you drink before the battle to get yourself drunk and then beat yourself up? Isn't this bullshit? Lafitte placed his cane in front of him and looked at Leopard Zhang quietly. Vivi Isho said something. I saw Leopard Zhang threw down the jug and drew out all his swords. This guy is also an octopus, a swordsman with 8 swords like Hachi. Suddenly, Leopard Zhang's eyes widened, and an endless killing intent erupted from his body. His chi machine locked on Lafitte, who was flying in the air, and he jumped into the sky with one step. The members of the new Fishman Pirates on the side saw this scene, and hurriedly said, "Drunk beheads people and demons. Lord Leopard Tibetan has gone wild again, hurry up and escape." Fishman pirate group near Leopard Zhang, quickly leaving the place, as if they saw something terrifying, in general. Kadri Hammond saw this scene and laughed. Harmon, is that guy drunk again? His opponent is miserable. Man Demon Jin glanced at Leopard Zhang and Lafitte, then turned to Hammond and said, "Take care of yourself first." Saying that, a bomb flew directly in front of Hammond, and the explosion sounded loudly. Lafitte flew in the air, looking at the interesting scenes below, and smiled faintly. Drunk beheads people and demons. When you're drunk, you launch indiscriminate attacks, and your strength is far greater than when you're sober. It's a bit similar to Cavendish's dual personality. Leopard Zhang rushed up with a single stride, and pointed 8 knives at Lafitte in his hand. Smile appeared on Lafitte's face. Interesting opponent. Lafitte's wings fluttered, and with a sound, a gust of wind blew in place. Wind was blowing and whistling, and it directly repelled the leopard hiding and going. However, after being drunk, Leopard Zhang has transformed into an emotionless killing machine. At this time, the strong wind shook and cut a path abruptly. The leopard hid in a flash and came to Lafitte. 2 knives aimed at Lafitte's chest and attacked fiercely. Lafitte chuckled. It's still too slow. A slight movement of his wings behind his back, Lafitte easily evaded Leopard Zhang's attack. Lafitte pulled out his sword and stabbed Leopard Zhang in a reflexive manner. I only heard a clanging sound, a sword light flashed, and the cold light was piercing. Even the drunk Leopard Zhang felt a chill, and Vivi's body trembled. However, Leopard Zhang immediately raised his hand with a knife and directly forced Lafitte's attack back. His subordinates are powerful, and he actually made Lafitte retreat a little bit. Lafitte's eyes narrowed. The power of the fierce medicine is really powerful. Leopard Tibetan did not wait for Lafitte to counterattack, and took advantage of the situation to pursue. Thousands of birds strike. Leopard Zhang slammed with 8 knives in his hands, like a hurricane, and he came straight at him. Ferocious, like a tiger descending the mountain, full of roaring forest momentum. The surrounding air is drawn in during the rotation of the leopard, forming a hurricane. At this point it has been completely covered by armament hockey. The whole body is pitch black. Enel, who was watching the battle above, couldn't help but exclaimed, "So this guy's armament hockey has already cultivated to this level. No wonder Chris said that this guy is not simple and has the strength to fight with me. With this armament hockey, it will indeed give this god a headache." The leopard hide figure was already approaching Lafitte at this time, but Lafitte's expression remained unchanged, and he did not defend and counterattack. He stabbed directly at Leopard Zhang's hurricane. I saw that at the moment of approaching the hurricane, Lafayette's wings suddenly closed, protecting Lafayette from any impact. And Lafitte's long sword went forward bravely, casting force like a dragon. I just heard a crisp sound of gold and iron. Storm dissipated, and Lafayette had retreated by this time. Leopard Zhang staggered and fell back to the ground, standing still. Lafitte also fell back to the ground at this time, and glanced at his wings. More bloodstains on the white wings. You still hurt me, it seems that the evil medicine has a lot of blessings on you. Lafitte frowned and sniffed, and said, is it really sinister enough that the blade is smeared with poison? However, Lafitte doesn't care about this, these wings can completely resist the attack of poison. At this moment, he looked at Leopard Zhang, who was still, and only heard the clinking of the jingle. The 8 knives hidden by the leopard suddenly broke and fell to the ground. Leopard Zhang's chest also spurted a stream of blood, and he immediately collapsed to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. As the battle between Lafitte and Leopard Zhang came to an end, the battles of the remaining squad leaders gradually came to an end. The officers and various units of the new Fishman pirates fell to the ground one by one under the blows of the squad leaders. The worst thing is that the poisonous troops met the mad guy called Poison. Poisonous Dragon attacked, which then caused these sea urchins to lose their will. At this time, they were lying on the ground one by one, and their lives were in danger. Enel landed from the air at this time, and swept his eyes and lay down. Fishman of Earth, what to do with these guys? Isho, the poisonous Jia, said, anyway. They, all worms from Fishman Island, just to clear the door for them. Kuro shook his head and stopped. Let's talk to the captain first, let him decide. Deputy Captain, Lafitte, also nodded at this time, adjusted his top hat and said, these guys' attacks on us are not on a whim. Give them to the captain and King Neptune, and see what secrets lie behind this. Luo, carrying the demon knife and crying, said coldly, the captain is discussing important matters with Neptune, so the disposal of these guys must be reported. Burgess raised his arms and laughed loudly, if I had to say, the captain would have killed them outright, ha 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 ha. At this moment, a group of figures suddenly appeared in the distance. The head is a round body, dressed in an orange-patterned yukata, and his feet are on wooden sandals. Eyebrows and temples are like a gust of wind, and Ding Hao's hairstyle is very personal. Before the person approached, he laughed loudly, everyone, please be merciful. Enel and other squad leaders looked up and down. This person. Luo Y hugged the ghost and cried, thought for a moment and said, see Hero Jinbei. After the man got closer, the squad leaders could see what he looked like. Lafayette pressed down his top hat, politely and very gentlemanly said, it really is Jinbei, one of the king's Shichibukai. Why is he here? Enel didn't know much about this and asked, who is the sea hero Jinbei, the enemy? Kuro, who was beside him, shook his head and said, Seisha Jinbei, one of the Shichibukai under the king, is a hero for people, so he is called a Seisha. This person belongs to the upper class in the Shichibukai under the king, and belongs to the Fishman Island. He originally walked out of this Fishman street. Mandamongan's face was dull, and as always, he said coldly, the captain has been working on building the Shichibukai alliance. He once said that Haisha Jinbei and Hakai Mahak are the two people he will definitely win. Poison, who has always been afraid of chaos in the world, said with a little disappointment, it's a pity, it looks like I can't do anything to him. He appeared at this time, it should be to deal with these guys. With a poisoned glance, the new Fishman pirate member lying on the ground. Captain Hody Jones remains in a severe coma and unconscious. Kadris Das, Icarus, and Leopard Zhang are surrounded by blood, and their lives and deaths are unknown. The rest of the Kadris were also more or less severely injured and could not get up for a while. As for the other little minions, except the sea urchins of the poisonous unit are in danger. For the others, when the squad leaders made their move, they didn't make a deadly move. However, they were both seriously injured and it was impossible to get up and move around alone. Cavendish looked at Jinbei, who was walking step by step, and said, "This guy is a fish man you can trust, and it's better to leave it to him." Appropriate. Bartolomeo put his hands in the pockets of his trousers and said, "This sea hero Jinbei looks ordinary. Is it really the one from Shichibukai? Jinbei. Bellamy Gia Gia Isho. Bartolomeo, why don't you go up and try? Let me tell you in advance, I've seen his photos, no doubt it's me." Hawkins, as always dead, said something in a low voice. The relationship is born from the heart, which shows that Hexia Jinbei is worthy of our trust. I don't feel any hostility from him. Burgess raised his arms and laughed. I really want to fight him. An opponent of this strength will definitely be very enjoyable to play against. It will never be the same as these guys. The so-called strength is all eaten by taking fierce medicine, and it can't stand the fight at all. Burgess looked at Kadri Das and the others lying on the ground, and pouted in disdain. Du suddenly sneered, as far as I know, Hexia Jinbei's strength should not be weaker than Enel. It may even be as strong as Chris. What do you do with him? It would be too embarrassing to be beaten up by someone else then. Burgess retorted, fuck, if you want to fight, you must choose someone stronger than yourself. Only in this way can exercise be effective. Everyone is just like you. Just because they ate the fruit of miasma, they ran to bully those little scoundrels. Van Auger tapped his gun on the shoulder, and said with an expressionless face. That guy's strength can be a bit overblown compared to Chris. I can't believe it. Luo hugged the demon sword ghost crying and nodded, agreeing, I don't believe it either. Chris's strength is piercing through the sky, and he already has the strength of Marine Admiral. Now, he should be even better. Do you think this sea hero Jinbei has such a strong strength? Kuro pushed his glasses, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and he analyzed it carefully. Chris once said that Hawkeye Mahawk and Hexia Jinbei are the most powerful beings among the King Shichibukai. Among them, Mahawk is the strongest, and his personal strength is close to that of the four emperors. Although Chris didn't say what Jinbei's strength is, it must not be weak to be praised by Chris. Conservative estimates, the strength should be infinitely close to Admiral. As for Chris, that's absolutely impossible. The squad leaders were seriously discussing Jinbei. He had already brought a few of his men to the front. Under Jinbei, I have seen all the heroes. Jinbei haha isho at the squad leaders. Immediately, he introduced his partners. These are my partners, Aradin and Markelo. Behind them, there are some fishman men. Lafitte, the co-captain, pressed his top hat and stepped forward with a cane. Hello, Mr. Jinbei, I'm the vice captain of the Chris Pirates, Lafitte. These are our squad leaders. I don't know if Mr. Jinbei is here. Jinbei was hearty isho, saying, to be honest, I just returned to Fishman Island today. I heard that Captain Chris came to Fishman Island and wanted to visit. I don't want Aradin and the others to say that a fight broke out on Fishman Street, so they rushed to find out. I didn't expect that it was you and Hody Jones who had a conflict. Luo Wai took a step forward and said, these guys ambushed here and attacked us, but we were defeated instead. Just now we are discussing how to deal with these guys. Jinbei nodded, stepped forward quickly, and reached out to look at the bodies of Hody Jones and the others. After seeing a few people like this, he gradually frowned. Aradin followed behind, also observed a few times, and asked, really? Jinbei nodded solemnly. And others, these boys must have swallowed some medicine. Bartolomeo replied, listen to them, it is a kind of call. The murderous medicine. These guys have greatly increased their strength after eating this thing. It's really a little troublesome. This, Jinbei thought for a while, and said, this matter is not a trivial matter. Taking such a large-scale drug is worth investigating. Can these people be brought to Ryugu Castle from Dexia and handed over to King Neptune to deal with? Jinbei raised his head to ask the squad leader's opinions and said something. Squad leaders looked left and right, and Lafayette politely replied, "We originally planned to do this." "In that case, there is Mr. Lao Jinbei." Jinbei nodded, and then ordered his subordinates to tie up all the members of the new Fishman pirates. Called in some bubble craftsmen again, made some bubbles, and wrapped these guys. In this way, even if the members of the new Fishman pirates are unconscious, they can easily bring them back to Ryugu Castle. "Would you all come with me or?" Enel scratched his ears and said, "They've been around Fishman Island for the most part. There's nothing to see, it's time for us to go back to Dragon Palace." "Gentlemen, who is above, needless to say. Jinbei's popularity in One Piece King of Pirates is very high, and he is especially loyal, so the author has specially put his pictures, which can be regarded as his affirmation." 272. Shocked. The fruit of rejection has been upgraded, which is extremely terrifying. After half an hour. Dragon Palace. NT seen a figure, I heard its voice first. Another, silver bell-like laughter came over from time to time, which was pleasant to the ear. Bakura and his party, first of all the captains, returned to Dragon Palace Castle. They are very happy to have new partners today. Charlie and Kami, Kalian and others were naturally the center of the crowd at this time. Nami and the others were tirelessly introducing everything about the Chris pirates to Mrs. Charlie and the others. Although Mrs. Charlie is a well-known fortune teller in Fishman Island, it is her first time to visit Ryugu Castle. Seeing the gorgeous scene of Dragon Palace City, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this where those adults usually live?" Sure enough, it's different from the lower realm, it's really magnificent. Fishman Island, in the heart of the Vice Admiral King Neptune's family, or regarded as gods. Therefore, the place where they live is called the upper bound, and the place where the ordinary fishman lives is naturally the lower bound. Sheila Mella's eyes also lit up at this time, sometimes looking at the coral jade of Dragon Palace City, and sometimes looking at the carved railings. As expected of a place where adults live, I have never seen such a beautiful place. Kami smiled and said with a big smile on her face. Hachi secretly brought me here a few years ago, and it's still the same as before, nothing has changed. Perona happily danced in the air all the way, and said with a smile, "You can play here in these 2 days. This princess tells you, what a fun place I found here, Haley ha 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 ha." Reiju smiled and shook his head gently, "Speaking of which, we are the guests of Fishman Island. After all, this is Dragon Palace City, you still have to be careful when you act later, don't break the rules here." Perona stuck out her tongue with a smile, and then she was still cheerful, and she kept laughing. Nami took Mrs. Charlie's hand and instructed, "The squad leaders should be back in a while, and then I will introduce you one by one. But don't look at those guys who are fierce and vicious, in fact, people are not bad." Makino also reminded, "But especially be careful of that guy who poisons him, he has the ability to eat the miasma fruit. The body will emit poisonous miasma from time to time. If there is nothing wrong, try to stay away from him to avoid poisoning." Nami and the others heard this, they all burst into laughter. This is a little secret among their girls. Mrs. Charlie and Kami listened very carefully to their sincere teachings. At the same time, I can feel the daily atmosphere of the Chris pirates. Merlo blinked and asked cautiously, "When can we see Captain Chris?" Betty held a cigarette, spit out a smoke ring, and said lightly, "Don't worry, Chris is in there. However, please remind me that Chris is a cultivator. He usually doesn't talk much, so don't disturb him easily. But this guy is very nice to us, and you don't have to be afraid of him." Bakura tucked his hair together, smiled Isho, and said, "Yes, on weekdays, Chris just cultivates in the training room. Our sisters are watching him practice is very interesting, and unconsciously, they will also make some progress." Kaya smiles beautifully and generously, "Sister Bakura, we are also working hard to cultivate now, and we are not cheering by the side. Merlot, the Medaka quintuplets, and the others all nodded vaguely. Alvida, carrying his giant mace, suddenly turned his head and said, "By the way, don't think that our ship is just pleasure. The ship rules of the Chris pirates, strength first. On this ship, everything depends on strength, including the positions of captain, deputy captain and squad leader. These all need to speak with strength, and the captain must be the most powerful one. If anyone can beat Chris, then he's the new captain. The same is true for the rest of the positions. Strength represents the right to speak on this ship." Reju's beautiful eyes flowed, and he chuckled, "So our ship is not. It looks so peaceful on the surface. But don't worry, we don't need to compete for these positions, just do our part." After hearing this, Mrs. Sharley probably understands the basic situation of the Chris pirates. Although it was a little different from what she thought, there was no doubt about it. Of regulation can make this pirate group continue to be strong. "Mrs. Sharley, why are you here?" Just as Reju and the others were chatting, a voice suddenly came from behind. When Sharley heard this familiar voice, she hurriedly turned her head to look. Master Jinbei saw behind them, the squad leaders and a few unknown fishmons, standing side by side. Behind them were many tied wounded. Betty recognized Jinbei at a glance, and said slightly surprised, "That person is Jinbei, one of the king's Shichibukai, the sea hero." Hearing this, Nami looked at Jinbei in surprise and looked up and down. Is this what Chris said, the powerful sea hero Jinbei? How come the squad leaders are with him? And what about the guys who are tied up behind? Makino reached out and patted Nami's shoulder and said, "It looks like our squad leaders have just had a fight." Perona was floating around in the air at this moment, muttering, "Oh, I missed it. It's a pity that they didn't see such an interesting scene of their battle." Jinbei and Mrs. Sharley are old acquaintances, and Jinbei is also a hero in the hearts of the residents of Fishman Island. At this moment, Jinbei saw Mrs. Sharley and Nami together, and immediately understood something. "Mrs. Sharley, it looks like your wish to go to sea is about to come true. Also, follow Captain Chris, your sea adventure will be wonderful." When everyone met, they exchanged a few words with each other, and then went to see King Neptune and Chris. Nami and others also learned what happened before from the mouths of the squad leaders. After listening to it, Perona felt more regret and pity. Such an interesting picture, I was not there. Nami smiled and comforted, "It's a fight, there will be a chance to watch it in the future. And the most interesting thing must be the battle between the squad leaders. It's boring to see them fight with other people." The group chatted and laughed, and walked slowly to the front of the hall. King Neptune heard that Jinbei was coming, and hurriedly brought someone out to greet him. If Jinbei hadn't voluntarily obeyed His Majesty Shichibukai, who was dispatched by the world government, where would they have come from the safe birthday of Fishman Island? Jinbei greets His Majesty the King. They met, Jinbei knelt down on one knee and bowed to King Neptune, as did Aradin and others. King Neptune stepped forward quickly and supported Jinbei. "Jinbei, please forgive me." Then, King Neptune took Jinbei and walked to Chris. He happily introduced, "Jinbei, this is Captain Chris, who is the same as you as the King Shichibukai. Captain Chris, this is the hero of my Fishman Island, Seaman Jinbei." Chris and Jinbei looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Jinbei looked at Chris and said, "I finally saw Captain Chris himself, much younger than I imagined. Sure enough, it's a hero, and Captain Chris's future achievements must not be underestimated." Chris smiled lightly, "Jinbei, you are too famous. It is also my honor to meet Haisha." Then Chris glanced at the new Fishman pirates behind Jinbei and others. Calmly asked, "Those in the back?" Jinbei clenched his fists at Chris. He thought that Fishman Island couldn't help it. Chris pirates. These people are all members of the new Fishman pirates. They attacked your squad leaders earlier. But I wasn't very good at studying, but I was subdued by Lafitte and others. The old man just arrived and brought it over to King Neptune to deal with it. Said that, Jinbei will carry Haughty Jones, who is headed by him, and throw it in front of everyone. At this time, Haughty Jones was still in a coma, but because of the potency of the murderous medicine, the murderous aura on his body was still there. King Neptune frowned slightly and stepped forward to take a closer look before he recognized it. This is Haughty Jones. How did he become what he is now? King Neptune was very puzzled by this, and Haughty Jones had also served as a guard in Dragon Palace City, so he still had an impression. In front of him with white hair covering his face and baring his mouth and fangs has changed quite a bit. Shark Star also glanced at Haughty Jones at this time, Vivi thought. Is it caused by taking a lot of their so-called murderous drugs? Jinbei sighed lightly, then looked at King Neptune with a solemn expression. Your Majesty, can't you really see that? King Neptune looked at Jinbei's solemn expression and suddenly thought of something. His pupils Vivi narrowed and looked at Haughty Jones again. Jinbei, you mean that the drug they take is? Jinbei nodded. It looks like this now, that's it. What they are taking is the secret treasure that the royal family of Fishman Island has always sent people to strictly guard. Poison was very curious and asked, what is that? King Neptune glanced at everyone, and now they are all his own, and there is nothing he can't say. Royal family of Fishman Island has a treasure chest passed down from generation to generation, and it is said that there is a treasure in it. It is said that eating the stuff inside can make one fight 1,000, and some people say that eating that stuff can speed up aging. In short, there are different opinions, and our royal family doesn't know much about it, but it's just passed down from generation to generation. It now seems that the murderous drug they are taking should be that thing. The poisonous face rubbed his hands excitedly. I don't know if these guys have this kind of murderous medicine. I really want to study it, hee hee. Rollover Star looked at Haughty Jones who was still in a coma, frowned and said something. This guy doesn't know when he will wake up, and there is no way to ask him now. It's not impossible. Chris spoke abruptly, he didn't talk nonsense, and went straight to Haughty Jones. I saw Chris's hand, gently holding Haughty Jones's wrist, and a pale white light radiated from him. The next moment, everyone was surprised to find that Haughty Jones, who had been unconscious for a long time, actually opened his eyes at this time. From the turbidity of his eyes, it was obvious that he was very clear-headed now. King Neptune looked at Chris in disbelief. He didn't see what Chris did at all. Captain Chris, what's going on? Jinbei is also very curious about this. Captain Chris, what method did you use to make him wake up suddenly? Chris clapped his hands at will and replied, I am the one who eats the fruit of rejection. Just now, I just rejected the injury and medicinal power in my body for that guy. Perona floated beside Chris in amazement, admiring all the time. Wow, Chris, you are really amazing, you can do it like this. Holly. Cavendish cast an admiring look at Chris. My God. Has the captain's repulsion fruit been developed to such an extent? Trafalgar Law was also a little dumbfounded. He knew that Chris had said earlier that the fruit of rejection can repel fatigue for himself, so as to achieve the purpose of continuous training. But he never thought that the fruit of rejection in Chris's hands was already enough to reject injuries for others. Captain, it really can bring surprises all the time. In contrast, why do I feel that the fruit of my surgery is so weak? Bartolomeo glanced at the poison and said, I think we probably don't need a ship doctor anymore. With the captain here, we don't have to worry about getting hurt anymore, ha ha ha. Burgess raised his arms high and said excitedly, ha 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 ha, it seems that in the future, the poison guy can only concentrate on transforming into a poison master. Reju's beautiful eyes flowed, looking at Haughty Jones who had regained consciousness at this time, a pair of jade hands gently covered his mouth. It's incredible, to be able to develop the fruit ability to such an extent. Shirahoshi stared blankly at Chris's back and murmured, that's amazing, Lord Chris. Charlie stared at Chris with glamorous eyes, and said, I finally saw it, the legendary Chris. It's no wonder that Arlong will lose, and it's strange that he won against such a terrible opponent. Alvita carried the big iron rod, and said generously, everything can be rejected, maybe this sentence should be added in the future devil fruit illustrations. Cody Jones, after being repelled by Chris from the wounds and residual medicinal power in his body, looked around blankly. Dragon Palace. Why am I here? While, he saw Enel with a dead fish eye, and his memory instantly recovered. Immediately, he saw his new fishman pirate group, all of them lying on the ground with their hands and feet bound by you. Cody Jones clenched his right fist and slammed it to the ground. Damn, are you all defeated? Cody Jones, we meet again. King Neptune came over and made a low voice, unable to hear joy or sorrow. Gentlemen, about the rejection of fruit, I have not described it before, so I will mention it this time. After all, it is time to enter the new world, and Chris's strength should be shown a little, right? 273. The wicked Cody Jones killed Princess Otahime. Cody Jones looked up, just in time to see the tall King Neptune. At this time, King Neptune had already sat on the throne again. His expression was serious, and his thick eyebrows showed his majesty as the king of a country. In the Chris pirates felt that King Neptune seemed to be a different person. King Neptune was the real master of Fishman Island. Cody Jones looked at the tall Neptune King and smiled strangely. Yes, we meet again. Your Majesty, stay safe. King Neptune snorted coldly. Thanks to you, I haven't stopped a single day over the years. Cody Jones and King Neptune were all too familiar. When this guy joined the Royal Guard, he performed very well and was a promising soldier. But about 10 years ago, Cody Jones abruptly left the Royal Guard and disappeared. When he heard the name again, he had become the captain of the new Fishman pirates. In recent years, your new Fishman pirates have slaughtered human fleets and captured human slaves, which has really brought a lot of trouble to our country. Especially, you have taken Fishman Street as your own, run amok, and seriously endanger the peace of Fishman Island. Now, you still dare to attack the Chris pirates. Do you really think that you have become a climate, Cody Jones? King Neptune became more and more excited as he spoke, and his tone was full of scolding. Kami cautiously and secretly looked at King Neptune. Lord King is angry, it's terrible. Sheila Mela also unconsciously hid behind Mrs. Shirley and said, when His Majesty the King was in the lower realm, he was always pleasant, and I never saw him angry. Baccarat looked at King Neptune with beautiful eyes, and said, this is the aura of a real lord of a country. Only a character of Chris level is worthy of the respectful smile of the Lord of the First Kingdom. King Neptune demanded sharply, Cody Jones, let me ask you. The murderous medicine you are taking is something stolen from my Fishman Island treasure chest. Cody Jones scorns Isho. It took you so long to find out, idiot. 10 years ago, Queen Iji was shot and killed. I took advantage of that time to panic and stole the murderous medicine. I thought you already knew, ha ha ha. Cody Jones laughed wildly, like no one else. At this moment, Rover Star had a memory on his face. So it is, you suddenly left the Royal Guard 10 years ago. At that time, the treasure chest happened to be discovered by someone, and the time was right. Shark Star snorted coldly. Sure enough, it is still difficult to prevent thieves. King Neptune sighed softly, and the long-standing unsolved case finally came to an end. Cody Jones, how many things have you committed over the years? Please explain them together today. This, Cody Jones looked at King Neptune disdainfully. Turn a deaf ear to the words of King Neptune. Bang! Everyone only heard a crisp sound, and Jinbei couldn't bear to watch it. It was a direct punch to the back of Cody Jones's head. Cody Jones was unprepared, and his face made a close contact with the ground. Boy, tell the truth, don't lose face on Fishman Street. Cody Jones raised his head, his face covered in blood, and said viciously, Jinbei. You coward. Be willing to be a human's lackey, you are the shame of the Sun Pirates. Now you are also worthy to say that when my boss Fisher Tiger was killed by humans, where were you? Can be seen that Hody Jones has a great resentment towards human beings and towards Jinbei. Jinbei asked with a blank face, so you have been massacred human beings all these years, just to provoke a war between us and human beings. Do you know the consequences of fighting against humans? With your current strength, the captains of the Chris Pirates will easily defeat you. Why do you challenge humans? Queen Odahime is right, we should coexist peacefully with human beings, not hostile to each other. Jinbei reprimanded severely with a look of hating iron. This Hody Jones is also a rare strongman on Fishman Street, but unfortunately he was influenced by Arlong and grew into what he is now. Hody Jones suddenly laughed coldly, and the laughter was very scary. Nami, Perona and the others all frowned. This guy, like a lunatic. Karina shrugged and couldn't help but complain. As Queen Odahime, that stupid woman. Ha ha ha. Hody Jones laughed wildly, arousing the dissatisfaction of the crowd. Of Queen Otoji in their hearts can be regarded as extremely respected. Shark Star angrily stepped forward. How dare you be disrespectful to the Queen Mother? Shirahoshi also looked sullen at this time. How can you say that my mother is an idiot? You are so hateful, Shirahoshi doesn't like you very much. After Hody Jones laughed enough, he looked at Shark Star and Princess Shirahoshi with a pity in his eyes. It's just you, ignorant guys who still respect her so much. When Fisher Tiger was killed by humans, the people on the island were angry. At that time, everyone was very angry, and I was full of joy. We fishmen are going to go to war with humans. But at this time, Queen Otahime appeared. Hody Jones's tone suddenly became intense, with a hint of hatred in his emotions. She is still advocating for peaceful coexistence with human beings, and even stupidly initiated a signed opinion letter. That's obviously the world government, the means used to deceive Fishman Island. That stupid woman actually fell for it, and helped them deceive everyone together. Jinbei's expression turned cold. Queen Otoji's decision is correct, and the residents of Fishman Island back then were willing to live in peace with humans. Huang Xing also said excitedly, yes, my mother tried her best to promote peaceful coexistence with human beings. She is our hero. I didn't expect you to insult her like this, it's really hateful. Hody Jones was now getting up gradually from the ground and sitting cross-legged. He knew that after he fell into the hands of the royal family, there would be no good outcome, so he simply broke the jar. Ha ha, you are still so innocent now. If we can really live in peace with human beings, why does the world government have to make Jinbei King Shichibukai? This is how humans use and clamp down on us. Jinbei's eyebrows dropped when he heard the words. What Hody Jones said was right. Back then, Queen Odahime was about to succeed. The residents of Fishman Island were all looking forward to a better future with mankind. How could I let them be deceived like this? Ha 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 ha. Hody Jones let out a frantic laugh again. Chris gave him a meaningful look. Chris knew that the truth of the matter was about to be revealed. Although he has always known, these things must be said by the parties to be more convincing. Jinbei's eyes narrowed and he asked, what do you mean? Could it be that the death of Queen Yiji has something to do with you? A hint of disbelief in Jinbei's eyes. King Neptune was also trembling at this time, and his body Vivi leaned forward. Ha 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 ha, to tell you the truth, I planned the death of Queen Yiji's expression gradually became crazy. Shocked. At the scene, all Fishman's expressions fell into sluggishness one by one. Cavendish frowned and looked at Hody Jones. Isn't this guy not taking drugs? Why does he feel like a lunatic? Lafitte pressed his top hat and said politely, today we are afraid to know the secrets of a Fishman Island. At this moment, Carol Starr was frantically pulling on the placket of Hody Jones, shaking him frantically, and hurriedly said, what do you mean by that? What is it that my mother's death was planned by you? Just tell me that, bastard. Critical moment. Shark Star still forcibly ordered himself to stay sane. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the rollover star. Brother, let him continue. Cody Jones glanced at rollover star contemptuously, with a cruel smile on his face. Back then, in order to prevent the peaceful coexistence of Fishman Island and humans, I found a human in advance. I gave him some money to secretly burn the signed letter in the petition box. A ratting said in a deep voice, "It turns out that you ordered the fire back then." Cody Jones raised his eyebrows proudly and continued, "After the autograph letter caught fire, the scene was in chaos. I took the opportunity to shoot in the distance, and with a bang, the bullet flew out and hit the stupid woman. Then I killed that human with my own hands, and then told you that he was the real murderer who shot and killed Queen Otahime. You all know what happened next. Since then, the residents of Fishman Island have been full of hatred for humans. It's all my masterpiece, ha 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 ha." "Be quiet." There was silence above the hall, only Cody Jones' laughter. Some members of the new Fishman pirates also regained consciousness at this time, and they looked at each other in astonishment. Turns out that was the truth back then. King Neptune closed his eyes, said nothing, and fell into a deep grief. The third prince of the King Star and the Princess Shirahoshi finally couldn't bear it any longer, and they all started to break out one by one. Shirahoshi sucked Chong's nose and wiped her tears. She didn't expect the truth of her mother's death. It turned out to be like this. Shark Star was bloodless at this time, still in grief and surprise. "It's actually you. You are really a lunatic." Huangxing and Chuangxing were deeply saddened, and remembered the scene of the death of Queen Atsuhime, and their eyes were blank. Cody Jones seemed to have been opened the chat box at this time, and still didn't mean to stop. He continued, "Why do you think humans have been massacred on Fishman Island all these years? Because of me. Ha 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 ha. I keep killing them and forcing them to become my slaves. Some humans slaughtered Fishman in order to vent their anger. And over the years, I have also secretly executed those guys who are close to human beings. These people are traitors from Fishman Island." Cody Jones recounts his various crimes, murdering his own kind, and slaughtering human beings. It finally aroused everyone's hatred. Everyone in the Chris Pirates couldn't listen anymore at this moment, and they were filled with righteous indignation. Nami clenched her fists angrily. "This guy is so hateful. He's a lot worse than Vanderdecken IX. Corona also rounded her eyes, and she was not floating in the air at this time. How could he kill Queen Iji for his own selfish desires? This kind of person is truly unconscionable." Betty took a hard puff on the cigarette and said, "Some people are born a criminal. In the guise of being for the sake of the clan, they are murdering everywhere, and for their own ideals, they don't care about the lives of others. Such selfish people don't deserve to live in this world at all." Alvida was carrying a huge mace, and her delicate face was full of anger at this time. "To this day, I still feel that I have done an amazing thing, and how shameless he is. On Fishman Island are so enthusiastic, how can such a parentless, wolf-hearted thing appear?" Baccarat put one hand on his forehead, let out a long breath, and said, "This guy's luck has come to an end, and what awaits him is everyone's scolding. People like him should be nailed to the pillar of shame forever." Charlie was pale at the moment. She was in a state of utter shock. What I heard today subverted her imagination a bit. It was all too terrifying. "Cody Jones, how did you become like this? As deliberately killing Queen Otahime and mutilating her peers, is that what Master Fisher taught you? To avenge Lord Fisher Tiger? I don't think you really understand him." Enel shook his head at this time. "Tisk tisk, it seems that the shot is a little lighter today. Poison Gia Isho. I thought that people like me would be annoying enough, but I didn't expect you to be 100 times more hateful than me. Such a big conspiracy really belongs to you." Jinbei looked at Cody Jones in disappointment. "Boss Fisher Tiger and Queen Otahime's years of hard work were almost ruined by you." Suddenly, everyone just heard a burst of air. Then he found a burly man riding on Hody Jones and beating him fiercely. During this period, the man did not make any sound, just punched Hody Jones in the face. Ah ah ah. Hody Jones let out a shrill scream, echoing in the palace. This lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Hody Jones was beaten into a pig's head. Blood flowed from his body, and he passed out again. It was King Neptune who had been silent for a long time. He recalled all kinds of past, so full of anger built up that he didn't care about his image as a king at all. Just want to have a good time and beat the bastard in front of me. After finishing his hands, King Neptune carefully arranged his clothes. He waved his hand and said, "Put down all the members of the new Fishman pirates and wait for the slaying." King Neptune didn't hesitate. These hundreds of fishmen were full of crimes. Not killing is not enough to thank the world. Hody Jones and the others were quickly taken down by the soldiers amid the disgust of the crowd. This result is also quite heartwarming. King Neptune, who had vented a bit, returned to normal at this time and said something. "Jinbei, I have something I want to discuss with you. Everyone, when we get here, the story of Fishman Island is announced to be over." 274. Hexia Jinbei, join the Shichibukai Alliance. Go, the sea of the strongest goal. Ryaguho King's Guard, after detaining the new members of the Fishman Pirates. Above the main hall, the mood of everyone was also greatly eased at this time. Led by Hody Jones, were finally punished severely. Happy. And after this incident was over, Chris suddenly patted Jinbei on the shoulder in front of everyone. "Jinbei, there is something I want to discuss with you." Nami and the others knew that Chris seldom took the initiative to talk to others. There must be something important this time. Jinbei first turned his head in confusion, then laughed heartily. "Captain Chris, something is wrong. Even if you speak up, if you can help, the old man will not refuse." Jinbei is righteous and has always been straightforward in dealing with things, which is very suitable for Chris's appetite. "If that's the case, I'll just say it. I want to invite you to form an alliance with me. In other words, I want to invite you to join the Shichibukai Alliance." Hearing this, Jinbei, Arading and others look at me and I look at you, their faces are full of astonishment. "Captain Chris, what is the Shichibukai Alliance? You and I are not the same, are you Shichibukai, the king of the world government?" King Neptune on the side chuckled lightly, and he had heard Christine mention it in the secret room earlier. "Jinbei, what Captain Chris said about the Shichibukai Alliance, and Shichibukai under the king are not the same thing. Your Majesty Shichibukai is subordinate to the world government, and you Shichibukai will join forces with each other except when they are recruited. There shouldn't be much contact on weekdays." Jinbei nodded, and there was no friendship between Shichibukai and Shichibukai. King Neptune continued, "The Shichibukai alliance that Captain Chris speaks of is a private alliance between you Shichibukai. Take care of each other." After speaking, King Neptune glanced at Chris, his eyes seemed to ask, "Am I right?" Chris smiled faintly and nodded at King Neptune. Then continued to add, "I have been planning the Shichibukai alliance since the day I went to sea. What I need is that each of the Shichibukai have their own territory. We form a huge network of relationships with each other, share resources with each other, and take care of each other. In this way, we can use our respective resources to achieve the purpose of common development and growth. Besides, we are each other's Shichibukai, and it is not easy for the world government to interfere in our affairs at will. And, once we are in the 7-member 7 alliance, if the world government wants to drive us at will, it needs to be carefully weighed." After listening to Chris's detailed introduction, Jinbei has a detailed understanding of the so-called Shichibukai alliance. Was very surprised by Chris' bold proposal, but also felt a little novel. The old man never thought before that the Shichibukai can communicate with each other. Aradin was very interested in this, and said something with excitement in his eyes. "Wonderful. His Majesty Shichibukai has been used as a tool by the world government for a long time. The boss of Jinbei has been randomly recruited by the world government to do a lot of things. Another fish man beside Aradan said indignantly, it's not that they feel that Jinbei's boss is attached to them for the safety of Fishman Island. And they feel that if Jinbei's boss is disobedient, they can be obliterated at will. Can be seen that they still have a lot of dissatisfaction with the world government. Aradan nodded in agreement and clenched his fists. If the Shichibukai alliance can succeed, it will become another force besides the four emperors that can truly check and balance the world government. King Neptune praised it again and again. He had only listened to Chris's mention before, and only now did he understand the uniqueness of the Shichibukai alliance. Building a force comparable to the four emperors is truly amazing. Rollover star hey Isho. After that, don't we have to be afraid of human intrusion? Shark nodded calmly, looking at Chris with admiration in his eyes. Once the Shichibukai alliance succeeds, it will surely bring a huge shock to the whole world. Chris looked at Jinbei and waited quietly for his answer. However, before Jinbei spoke, King Neptune spoke first. Was in the secret room and promised Chris to persuade Jinbei, and this is when he was shining. Jinbei, I don't think there is anything to hesitate about this matter. You should join the Shichibukai alliance proposed by Chris. King Neptune returned to the throne at this time, and said condescendingly, behind you stands the entire Fishman Island. We are your resources and support. And according to Captain Chris, after the Shichibukai alliance was established, all kinds of special products and resources of our Fishman Island can be exchanged. In exchange for some of the things we need, this will be of great benefit to the development of Fishman Island. King Neptune's tongue Lotus, from all levels, analyzes the benefits of joining the Shichibukai alliance in detail. Resource sharing can effectively improve strength. Once our power is strong enough, the world government and it will not dare to despise us at will. And when the time comes, outsiders know that the fish is in the Shichibukai alliance, and they want to invade at will and act indiscriminately. You have to take a good look at how many pounds and how many tails you have, whether you can really challenge the Shichibukai alliance. Chris didn't say anything, but gave King Neptune a thumbs up in his heart. King Neptune knew Jinbei very well and knew the importance of Fishman Island in his heart. As long as it is stated that after joining the Shichibukai alliance, it will have an impact on Fishman Island, then Jinbei will definitely consider it. Chris chuckled, looked at Jinbei who was still thinking, and continued, I'm going to enter the New World next. After entering the New World, I will lay down a non-government country as my base. At that time, our plan can really begin to be implemented. May I tell you that Doflamingo, Empress Boa Hancock, and Gecko Moria have all joined the Shichibukai alliance. Jinbei raised his head suddenly, his face full of surprise. That Chris had successfully pulled those three people into the camp. Result, more than half of Shichibukai have joined. It seems that the abnormal behavior of the three of them during this time, especially the sudden entry of the Empress into the New World, is all related to you. Jinbei looked at Chris seriously and said solemnly, am I right, Captain Chris? Chris nodded and smiled, noncommittal. Jinbei laughed heartily, Since that's the case, I'll join too. He looked at Chris with a grateful expression and said, Captain Chris, you not only solved Vanderdecken IX. You helped to remove the new Fishman pirates, and the things you did for Fishman Island itself made it difficult for me to reject you. And this Shichibukai alliance can bring so many benefits to Fishman Island, I have no reason not to join. Jinbei's eyes were full of determination and anticipation. From the first time he saw Chris, for some reason, he knew that this young man was destined to be extraordinary. If you can get on the train of the Shichibukai alliance, I can't say that this is a good opportunity for the Fishman clan. Chris and Jinbei are in this hall, officially shaking hands with the alliance. The squad leaders looked at each other with smiles on their faces. At this point, the Shichibukai alliance, there are already 5 Shichibukai under the king. Only 2 people, Hawkeye Mahawk, Tyrant Bear. Everyone knows that these two will join the Shichibukai alliance sooner or later. Of their Chris Pirates is about to officially open as they step into the new world. King Neptune, as a loyal supporter of Chris, is also laughing at this time. With a big wave of his hand, "Today, my Fishman Island is 3 happy. Vanderdecken X arrested. All the new Fishman pirates go to prison. Jinbei successfully joined the Shichibukai alliance." Having said this, King Neptune glanced at Princess Shirahoshi, and then changed his mind. No, it should be 4 happy arrivals. He pulled Shirahoshi to his side and solemnly introduced, "My daughter, Shirahoshi, officially gets rid of bad luck and moves towards independence and strength." Shirahoshi looked at everyone shyly, a blush quietly appeared on her delicate face, and weakly said, "Father." King Neptune looked at Chris excitedly and said, "All this must be attributed to Captain Chris. I, Neptune, hereby assure you that from now on, Fishman Island will unconditionally support the cause of the Chris Pirates." Hearing this, everyone in the Chris Pirates cheered. Corona excitedly circled around the main hall. "We can come to Fishman Island to play at any time in the future. You can see the lovely mermaid sister, and you can also eat delicious dim sum here. It's great, Haley Haley Haley." Reiju's beautiful eyes were full of smiles, and a sweet smile appeared on her delicate face, which echoed, "Have another country's support." Nami smiled and looked at Chris with admiration. "It's amazing, Chris." Alvida put the giant mace on the ground and said generously, "It's a reliable captain and a reliable ally." Princess Shirahoshi also looked at Chris and the others with a happy face, and she liked it from the bottom of her heart. Chris Pirates. Everyone is very happy. I'm also looking forward to spending time with you all in the future. The sound is still so crisp to read, which is very attractive. Neptune looked at Shirahoshi dotingly and said with a smile, "Son, this day won't be too far away." Afterwards, King Neptune turned to look at the crowd again, and said loudly, "I'll have another banquet tonight, we won't go home if we don't get drunk." As soon as he said this, he was immediately applauded by the crowd. It was night, and the Chris Pirates and Jinbei waited and had a drink in Ryugu Castle. During the period, Chris chatted with Jinbei, and the relationship between the two went further. Jinbei is also even more certain that this young man in front of him will turn the world upside down. The next morning, the Chris Pirates who rested all night, this time it was already ready to go. Their whaleboat has been coated by the best bubble artisans in Mermaid Island. Chris led a group of captains and beauties to board the ship. Under the boat, King Neptune and Jinbei, Shirahoshi and others were reluctant to part. Shirahoshi held back her tears and said with a smile, "Master Chris, I wish you a smooth journey. I will practice hard during this time and become a brave person as soon as possible." With a faint smile on his face, Chris encouraged Princess Shirahoshi, "You are already a brave girl. Wait for me, I will come and pick you up to the new world soon. But before that, you have to keep practicing and learn to use your own power." Shirahoshi nodded firmly, his fists clenched tightly. Reiju stroked the pink hair in front of his forehead, smiled Isho, and said, "Shirahoshi, I will look forward to your change." Nami nodded, with a sweet smile on her pretty face. "After we leave, take care of yourself, Shirahoshi. If someone bullies you, remember to tell us, we will definitely come back to avenge you." Saying that, Nami vigorously waved her small fist. Makino stepped forward generously, her red lips slightly lifted. "See you in our new world, Shirahoshi." King Neptune stepped forward with a smile, and behind him, the 3 prince sharks followed closely. "Captain Chris, thank you for everything you've done for our Fishman Island. Before leaving, bring some special products with you, it is also a little bit of our heart." Said, a group of guards came out from behind carrying several large boxes. They quickly carried the boxes onto Chris' boat. Here, nothing more than some specialty snacks from Fishman Island. Of course, there are also a few boxes of gold and silver treasures, which can be regarded as the opening fee given to the Chris Pirates by King Neptune. Afterwards, Shark Star mysteriously took over a small wooden box from behind. The small wooden box is black in appearance, and the surface looks simple and unpretentious, and there is nothing special about it. With a faint smile on Xiaoxing's face, he held up the small wooden box with both hands and said, "Captain Chris, Fishman Island doesn't have anything good to offer. Please don't dislike this, Captain Chris." When everyone heard this, they all looked at this small wooden box curiously. Chris also glanced curiously and found it very interesting. The back of the poison got excited. Cough cough. Could this be? Cough cough. Could it be a murderous medicine? Cavendish rolled his eyes at him angrily, and said, "If your body is not good enough, don't come to join in the fun. That fierce medicine has obvious side effects. How could Prince Shark give us that thing?" Poison is outdone and said, "How to say that fierce medicine is also a treasure handed down from generation to generation, and it is very valuable for research. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand." Lafitte shook his head helplessly, took a step forward with a salute, and snorted softly. "You two stop arguing, and listen to what Prince Shark has to say." Lafitte is also the vice captain anyway, so he still has some prestige. Besides, he gave Poison a lesson last time. This guy was a little honest when he saw him. When Xiaoxing saw this, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. This aroused people's curiosity even more. 275. Paramesh's clone fruit appears. Caribou eats, and the team becomes stronger again. Burgess urged a little anxiously. "I said Prince Shark, don't sell it." Bartolomeo also said curiously, "Yes, what is it?" Shark Star smiled mysteriously, and said to the Poison, "Mr. Poison, this is not an evil medicine. If Mr. Po wants to study the murderous medicine, I can give you one or two." Finished speaking, a guard on the side nodded when he saw Shark Star. He hurriedly handed the 5 murderous medicines that had been prepared to the poisoner. It turned out that Roverstar had long noticed that Poison was curious about the murderous drug. So he specially ordered the guards to prepare a few pills today, just to give the Poison a surprise. Poison, who received the fierce medicine, was full of joy, and showed a rare smile and eyes of gratitude. "Thank you, princes. Gia Gia, now you can study this thing carefully." Overturning Star hurriedly said with a smile, "Mr. Poison, this fierce drug has great side effects on the human body, you must not eat it by mistake." Bellamy sneered and said, "This guy is the most cherished, he won't eat these things indiscriminately. You guys should tell us people to be careful of poisoning us while we are sleeping." As soon as these words came out, the squad leaders all burst into laughter with deep emotion. When poisoned, he didn't care about his family's ridicule, and carefully observed the murderous medicine in his hand. At this moment, Perona suddenly flew down from the boat and came to Shark Star. He bent over in the air and whispered, "Prince Shark Star, if you don't tell us quickly, what is in your hand? I'll let my little ghost serve you well." Hearing Perona's warning, Xiaoxing suddenly tightened and smiled awkwardly. No, I'll open it now." Drink last night, the drunk Perona showed off her abilities in public. The one who cooperated with her was the Prince Shark Star in front of her. That kind of feeling, Shark Star promises not to want to experience it again. Shark Star swallowed nervously and looked at Perona's warning smile. "Captain Chris, please look," said. Xiaoxing gently opened the small wooden box in his hand, and the contents inside revealed the true content. A thing with a whole body of red and patterns all over it appeared in front of everyone. Nami exclaimed, "Devil fruit." The squad leaders all probed their necks curiously. Although most of them have eaten devil fruits, this thing is, after all, a rare item. King Neptune actually gave them a devil fruit, which is really generous. Chris was a little surprised when he saw this. "This thing is really expensive," King Neptune said with a smile. "Captain Chris, Ryaguho, got this devil fruit by accident. But our fish man is inseparable from the sea. This thing is basically useless to us. It's better to give him to those who really need him. You must accept it." Hearing this, Chris Vivi nodded. Indeed, Fishman cannot swim freely in the sea after eating the devil fruit. For them, that feeling is very uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Chris smiled lightly. "If that's the case, then I'll accept it." Chris gently stretched out his hand and used universal pull to easily take this devil fruit into his arms. Wow! This scene also aroused the exclamations of King Neptune and others. Jinbei also stepped forward at this time and said goodbye to Chris. "Captain Chris, I'll also go to the New World in a while. See you in the New World then." Chris nodded and said, "Don't forget our agreement." Jinbei and Chris punched. "I also asked Captain Chris to rest assured, the old man will do what he says." King Neptune also said with a smile, "We look forward to your good news from Captain Chris." At this moment, the voice of the alarm officer came. "Report. Captain Chris, everything is ready to sail." Chris glanced at the group of fishmen under the boat lightly, and waved at them. "Everyone, there will be an appointment later." The rest of the squad leaders, Nami and the others also waved their hands and said goodbye to the friends here. Afterwards, Nami personally commanded the helmsman, and the whale officially set sail. The ships of the Chris pirates gradually rose and disappeared in the eyes of Neptune and others. And finally disappeared into the deep sea. After watching the Chris pirates leave, King Neptune turned to look at Jinbei. "Lord Jinbei, we made the right choice, right?" Jinbei nodded with a smile, and said firmly, "From Chris, I see endless hope. This young man really has the ability to change the world." The three princes of the Shark Star closely followed behind King Neptune. Huang Xing said, "Father, we are putting everyone's fate on Chris." A smile on the corner of Carol Star's mouth. "This is destined to be a big gamble." King Neptune smiled confidently. "The winner of this gamble must be us." Since seeing the strength of Chris, he has unconditional trust in Chris. He believed that Chris could make it. That's why he bet on it. The king of a country, when necessary, needs such courage. King Neptune's face suddenly changed, mysterious, looking at Jinbei. He lowered his voice. "I have some expectations, the moment when Tenryubito is overthrown." Jinbei nodded without a trace. Chris mentioned this to him during the cup exchange yesterday. He was astonished and understood at the same time. Chris has regarded himself as his most trusted friend. Jinbei made up his mind at that time that he would do his best to assist Chris and realize his ambition. Live up to Chris' trust in himself. Next, I should leave too. To do such a big thing, it is natural to be fully prepared. This day, shortly after the departure of the Chris pirates, Jinbei, Aradin and others also quietly left Fishman Island. Chris, above deck. An hour after leaving Fishman Island, the ship had entered the darker depths. They floated up slowly with the current. Chris stood on the deck and took out the devil fruit that King Neptune just now gave him. Baccarat took the devil fruit gently, and flipped the devil fruit illustration on the other side quickly. Few minutes later, Baccarat said with a smile on his delicate face. "Found it. This is a 1 Paramesha devil fruit, a clone fruit. After eating, the ability person can use the clone." On the devil fruit's Pokédex, there is a brief introduction to these few sentences. But after seeing Chris' development of devil fruit, didn't care much about the devil fruit Pokédex. The comments mentioned above are only the basic abilities of the fruit. As for the extent to which you can develop and use it, it depends on your personal ability. Reiju touched his delicate chin and said with a smile, "Being able to use a clone is a very powerful ability." Very powerful, absolutely extraordinary. Betty took a breath, as calm as ever. Chris turned his head to scan the crew, and asked lightly, "Who wants this devil fruit?" He has always followed the principle of voluntariness, and devil fruits are obtained by those who are destined. Caribou took the lead. "Captain, give me this devil fruit." Chris glanced at Caribou and nodded, okay. Caribou took over the avatar fruit with surprise, and without hesitation, he took a bite. The bitter taste made him look painful, but the pain was only temporary. Everyone looked at Caribou curiously. This avatar fruit really attracted the interest of many people. After Caribou ate the avatar fruit, he looked down at his body, and there was no obvious change. Lafitte squeezed his top hat, and the gentleman said, "Don't look at it, the Paramesha devil fruit will not show it. Try using a clone." Nami looked at Caribou curiously, and urged with a smile, "Hurry up and show it to everyone. Look at this avatar fruit, can it really be turned into an identical one?" Burgess waved his sturdy arms and urged, "Stop chirping, hurry up. In fact, it's not Caribou Moji, in fact, he is already trying to clone himself. That this devil fruit seems to have some difficulty. Is definitely impossible to fully grasp it in a short period of time." Luo Wai cried with a ghost, and said with a blank face, "Don't rush him, he is trying." Kuro on the side also pushed his glasses. Normally speaking, the more difficult the devil fruit to grasp, the more powerful it is. It seems that this devil fruit is really unusual. Hawkins still looked like a dead man, and said with a cold face, "We never got a tasteless devil fruit on our ship. With Baccarat, our luck has never been so bad. This devil fruit will definitely not disappoint everyone." Everyone nodded, saying that Baccarat was the one who benefited everyone the most. Of the lucky fruit always brings good luck. Hiroge smiled and suddenly made a low and thick voice, "There is movement." Everyone hurried to look, only to see Caribou in front of everyone, suddenly turned into two people. The two people are exactly the same, even the details on the clothes, there is no difference at all. Seeing this miraculous phenomenon, a scream suddenly broke out on the Chris pirate ship. Everyone was amazed by this. Burgess walked around the two Caribou at this time, and couldn't see the flaw at all, and couldn't help laughing, "It's really funny, way ha 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 ha." Bartolomeo's eyes flashed starlight, and he said greedily, "I'll drop it, darling. This is too cool. Exactly the same body, exactly the same clothes, is this a clone?" Said that, Bartolomeo reached out and touched the head of one of the Caribou. Unexpectedly, Caribou stretched out his hand and hit him, and said angrily, "I am the main body, okay, big brother." Everyone gave a thumbs up. This clone fruit has reached the level of being fake. Nami looked at her avatar Caribou with amazement, turned her head and asked, "Caribou, will your avatar move?" Caribou tilted his head. "That's natural, or do you think my avatar is just a decoration?" "Look." Caribou's voice fell. He saw that the clone, Caribou, suddenly jumped up. Then he attacked Burgess suddenly. Burgess also reacted quickly enough to block it with his arms. Caribou took a step back and attacked again. The two fought a few times like this. Then cloned Caribou and returned to the main body, beside him. Burgess raised his stout arm and laughed. "You can do it, you have some fighting power. And the speed of punching and moving is not slow, almost not much different from the deity." When everyone heard the words, they all cast envious glances at Caribou. The power of this fruit is simply too strong. A faint look of surprise appeared on Alvida's delicate face. When you are fighting, your clone is equivalent to twice the combat power. And the clone can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. It is indeed a very powerful fruit. Reiju's beautiful eyes stared at Caribou's clone and exclaimed, "Having a strength similar to the main body, it's incredible." Kuro pushed his glasses and said calmly, "Although it has similar strength to the main body, there is still a difference in general. It can be seen that the strength and speed of punching are not the same grade. And, if I'm not wrong, the longer the time, the weaker the clone's strength will be, right?" Caribou nodded noncommittally. Indeed, avatars also need constant cultivation. But after practicing to a certain level, it will be almost exactly the same as the main body. Bellamy Gia Isho asked, "I said, can there be only one clone?" Caribou smiled strangely and said, "Of course not. But I tried it just now, and I haven't been able to make more clones yet. These all can only be posted slowly in the future." Cavendish VV sighed. "This young master feels that my devil fruit has been greatly challenged. I always feel that this clone fruit, when developed to the extreme, will be more powerful than my speed fruit." Chris nodded and commented rarely, "This is the top devil fruit. Developed better, the strength will be very terrifying." With the approval of Chris, everyone expressed envy, jealousy and hatred towards Caribou at this time. "I didn't expect to be picked up by this guy." But then Chris comforted everyone. "Every devil fruit is valuable. How much ability can be exerted depends on the user's development of him. So as long as you fully develop your own abilities, you can all be on your own." Hearing this, everyone on the boat nodded. Because the best example is Chris. He just forcibly removed a one fruit that was originally considered to be a waste fruit. Eventually developed into a one anti-sky fruit. So what they should do now is get a good understanding of their own fruit ability. Then use it for further development. After speaking, Chris didn't look back and walked straight to the training room for regular training. But just after he left, Perona suddenly looked strangely at Caribou and his clone. "Caribou, this princess suddenly has an immature idea. Preparing to attack a powerful country in the New World, so the strength of the squad leaders has to be greatly improved, and that's why such a one-defying fruit is arranged." "Ah, the author's new book is also writing avatars. You can go to see the author's new book and compare it to see which one is better." 276. Prepare to enter the new world, the crew's respective goals. Here we go, this is the new world. Strange smile suddenly appeared on Perona's delicate face. She looked at Caribou's eyes, clearly with a bit of looking at the prey. Caribou's eyes rolled, his body tightened instantly, and he secretly said, "Not good." Was a sudden panic in his eyes. He frowned, intending to quickly withdraw his doppelganger. However, he did not wait for any action. Perona was already squinting by now, with a smug smile on her face. The next moment, everyone saw that Caribou and his avatar were almost at the same time, banging and kneeling on the ground. Caribou and his avatar were doing exactly the same thing. He put his hands on the ground, his head drooped, and he looked like he was about to die. "I don't deserve to be on this boat. Throw me like a piece of shit." Caribou immediately raised his head and said angrily, "Perona, do you want to die?" However, in the next second, he looked like he had no love for life and said, "Ah, if there is an afterlife, I am willing to be a maggot. Perona, if you don't stop, I'll give me a knife and let me die. I don't deserve to live in this world." Perona floated in the air excitedly, with a smile on her face and a silver bell-like laughter. "Sure enough, my ghost baby also works on clones. It seems that my devil fruit is more powerful, ha 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 ha." Seeing this scene, Reiju couldn't help but laugh. And shook his head, said, "Okay, Perona. Don't make fun of Caribou, people haven't come out of the excitement of getting the devil fruit, but you made fun of them first." Perona stuck out her tongue proudly and took back her ghost baby. Caribou was relieved at this time, and let out a deep breath. He cautiously stared at the one in the sky, the mad woman. Although there was hatred in his heart, he didn't dare to show it at all. After all, Perona's ability is 1. And now that guy has a 2-color hockey as well, it's getting trickier. Unless your armament hockey can cultivate to a certain level, then it is possible to resist the ghost baby. Now, let's hold back for a while. But even though Perona made fun of him, everyone looked at Caribou with even more envy. Everyone knows that Perona's ability is capable of acting on living bodies. That is to say, Caribou's clone is not just a tool person. It is also regarded as a living body. This highlights the power of the clone fruit. Envy is envy, but no matter how powerful this fruit is, it is already someone else's. With this time, it's better to listen to Chris's words and practice hard. Thinking of this, the captains of the squad suddenly felt like they were beaten with blood. Gradually, he started his own training. At this time, in the training room, Chris was already practicing. He held the blood-red sword and slashed again and again. Outside the training room, Nami and the others were as usual. Sit in rows and enjoy Chris's practice. Others, on the other hand, are practicing hard. Charlie and Kami, this is the first time they see Chris practicing. They notice that from boarding the ship, in addition to distributing devil fruits, Chris basically doesn't talk much and doesn't take part in any entertainment. Just staying alone in the training room and working hard. Mrs. Charlie looked at the dedicated Chris in the training room with a pair of glamorous eyes. I didn't expect that Chris was already so strong, but he didn't let up at all. Sheila Mela is also full of admiration, with a faint light in her eyes. Captain Chris's movement of wielding a knife is so handsome. Kami held her little face in both hands, sighed softly, and said, I won't be able to hold on. I must be going crazy for such a simple action to do tens of thousands of times. Thinking of this, Kami kept shaking her head. Mello on the side sneered and said, so you can only be an ordinary person. But then she also curled her lips. Oh, in fact, I am also an ordinary person. Nami held a cold drink in her hand and took a sip. Chris's success is not just his talent, and his hard work and self-discipline day in and day out. For more than 10 years, this persistence cannot be achieved by everyone. Alvida nodded and smiled. Isho said, the Chris we saw today is that way. He kept exercising day by day. Self-disciplined people are scary. They tend to have a lot of energy, have the ability to change the surrounding, and even the world. Makino turned his head and looked at the rest of the ship, where he could see the figures of the squad leaders practicing. Look, when these guys first got on the boat, they all looked lazy. Now, under the influence of Chris, they have also begun to be hardworking. Bakura, as a senior figure on the ship, nodded with a smile. I can prove this. Poison was the first batch of ships, and everyone knows that guy's character. I look sick all day. I am just sitting. I don't know how to practice. Now, he's arguably one of the most serious. Kalian listened to the narrations of several sisters, looked at Chris's eyes, and adored. She tilted her head unconsciously, with a happy smile on the corner of her mouth. It's a blessing to be on the same boat with Captain Chris. Seeing Kalian looking like a nympho, everyone knew Isho. A man as good as Chris, there are a few women who can withstand it. After an unknown period of time, everyone on the Chris Pirates still performs their duties. Chris never came out of the training room from beginning to end. Just as everyone was chatting, a voice came from the loudspeaker. It's the voice of the siren. Report. Coming to the surface. Ahead is coming. A new world. Ahead is coming. In the voice of the alarm officer, there was also a bit of excitement at this time. After hearing the sound of the alarm, all the squad leaders temporarily stopped their cultivation. They all looked up. It is already a shallow sea, and the sun shines through the water. Although they were in the coating, they unconsciously felt a refreshing feeling. Long time no see, real sunshine. Although there is sunshine on Fishman Island, it is fake after all. At this time, they finally felt again, the feeling of the sun brushing against their skin. Cavendish couldn't help but raised his head and made a comfortable sound. Ah, this feeling is long gone. Lafitte played with the cane in his hand, and said something with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Finally, it's about to surface. Above, is the new world. Burgess raised his fist high and said with excitement in his eyes. The captain said that there are many powerful monsters in the new world, so I'm really looking forward to it. If you fight with them, you must be very happy, way ha ha ha. Ching put down the poisonous medicine in his hand. Gia Isho, don't be too arrogant. Crouching Tiger, hidden dragon in the new world, if the horse stumbles, I won't cry for you. Burgess grinned and grinned, looking up expectantly. Enel opened his sullen eyes and stretched. A pair of dead fish eyes looked up. Is it coming? The place where the strong are like forests in Chris's mouth. I just don't know how many people can beat me. Enel looked lazy, but there was something in his eyes. Looking forward to the new world. He also wants to go to meet for a while as soon as possible, what Chris said, those real powerhouses. Caribou is carefully studying his own avatar fruit ability at this time. It took him a long time to finally understand more. The next time he shows his strength, he will definitely shock everyone. After he heard the alarm, he stood up decisively and looked upward. After arriving in the new world, I must show my skills. I want to become a big pirate with a bounty of more than 1 billion Baileys. Bellamy heard the words, Gia Gia Isho. Remember to bring me one. The new world is a place for us to emerge. We are destined to become world-famous pirates. Yoroj waved the sturdy stone pillar in his hand and said with a smile, my goal is simple. Follow the captain to defeat 4 emperors. Pajaru on the side, Hey Isho, echoed. How can it be possible to defeat one of the 4 emperors? It only depends on the strength of the captain, plus the rest of us. We're going to be the new world, the only royal pirate group. Foxy played with a dice in his hand, his eyes full of anticipation. I want to build a unique entertainment city in the new world. I want people from all over the world to come and play in my casino. Mandemon Jin has always been silent, listening to the arrogance of other squad leaders at this time. He was alone in his thoughts. Oh, it seems that I have nothing to pursue. In short, help the captain well. As long as we can finally achieve our goal, this trip to the new world will not be in vain. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jin's mouth. Bartolomeo, a fan of Chris, was shouting loudly at this time. Little ones, we're going to the new world. What is our goal? All the little guys on the boat shouted excitedly at this time, let Captain Chris be famous in the sea. Becoming One Piece King of Pirates was simple, to sell the Chris package to the world. Let the world adore Chris. Luo and Hawkins had just stopped practicing at this time. Hawkins looked at the tarot cards he just calculated, and said with a blank face, it's still as stable as usual. For others, a dangerous new world is everywhere, but it is still our blessed land. Luo Y hugged the ghost and laughed lightly, and glanced at Baccarat below. Who let us on board? There is always one, Miss Lucky. Kuro, who was not far from them, pushed his glasses and said lightly, don't forget, we also have an invincible captain. With him around, even if you encounter unfortunate things, you can always save yourself from danger, and even get lucky in danger. Hearing this, the squad leader's eyes unconsciously looked towards the training room at the same time. Training room, Chris had already finished swinging his sword. At this time, he was bench pressing the barbell, and his expression was still as flat as water. Even after hearing the notification in the alarm, Chris didn't react too much at all. Just concentrate and keep practicing. Wayapa smiled. What a steady and reliable boss. Outside the training room, Perona, Nami and others were very excited when they heard the news in the alarm. The new world is completely unknown to them. I have only heard rumors in 2s and 3s that the new world is an extremely terrifying place. You don't have 2 brushes, it's hard to survive here. Betty relighted a cigarette at this time, and said with the style of a big sister, it's coming to the new world so soon. It's been smooth sailing all the way. Perona was unusually quiet, lying on a chair with a cold drink in her hand. Yes, all the way here, I met a lot of interesting people and things. It's all up to Chris and Miss Baccarat. Baccarat's fruit ability, the gain to the team, is recognized by everyone. The Chris Pirates have been able to get to this point, and she can be considered a great contributor. At this time, Baccarat folded his crimson hair and smiled. Isho, I hope we can still be smooth sailing in the new world. To realize our common ideal. Alvida now picked up his giant mace again and walked to the fence of the ship. In the New World, the 4 emperors are entrenched, and it can be said that they are all their territory. I really look forward to the collision with the 4 emperor pirates. Reiju's beautiful eyes stared at the sun that was getting closer and closer. The New World is as strong as a forest. This is a very strict challenge for us. But when I think that we are about to have our own territory there, I feel happy for no reason in my heart. Smile appeared on Mrs. Chiarli's delicate face. I have a hunch that we will have our own country soon. Kaya blinked a pair of big eyes and said with a smile, "That's good, then we can build our own city." Nami gently put down the cup in her hand, revealing the shallow dimples on her face, and said something. "Don't be too happy, the climate in the New World is strange and changeable, and it's not cute at all. When we see and keep up, we will be hit by a huge hailstone that falls from the sky." Sweetheart Queen took a sip of the wine and raised her eyebrows. "With you, a genius navigator, we are not afraid." She looked fearless, without the slightest worry on her face. "Chris said that you are a navigator who relies on your body to sense the weather. The most gifted navigator ever." Nami, who received the compliment, smiled with crooked eyes, and the dimples on her face became deeper. "Alert, alert." The voice of the alarm officer suddenly rang again at this moment. Suddenly found out that this book has already written 800,000 words. It's too scary. Guys, the next step is the Battle of the New World, which is the most exciting place. All kinds of big people will appear one after another, so I'm really looking forward to it. 277. Arrival in the New World, the first battle that takes place. Alert, alert. Coming to the surface and arriving in a new world. According to the investigation and speculation, the thunderstorm weather has struck over the sky. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Nami. In this case, I am afraid that only Nami has a way to deal with it. At this time, Nami also got up from her seat and stood on the observation deck with a frown. The sky was so clear just now, and the sun could penetrate the water. How could there be a thunderstorm all of a sudden? Karina was very puzzled by this and said something. But now underwater, it is true that the presence of sunlight cannot be felt, and the top appears to be pitch black. Reiju also shook his head. Meme looked at Nami, and Isho said with a smile, "Wait and see what Nami has to say." Nami was on the observation deck, watching carefully above. Through the observation glass sticking out of the water, Nami observed the sky above with thunderclouds. The arc kept jumping and flickering. No other ships or flying fish were found around the sea. At this time, the sea was in a strange dullness and silence. After careful investigation, Nami walked down the observation deck with a sad face. Makino saw Nami's expression and realized that the situation might not be very optimistic. "How's it going, Nami? What's going on above?" Alvida came over with a giant mace, red lips lightly parted. "How is the situation bad? If our boat doesn't float up, this coating may not last long." Alvida's words reminded everyone that after such a long time of floating up, the bearing capacity of the coating should be approaching its limit. If it is underwater, it may break ahead of time due to the influence of thunderstorm weather above. Perona also started anxiously on the boat at this time, floating around in circles. "It's over, it's not just coming to the New World to encounter such unfortunate things." Everyone looked sad at this time, and there was not a trace of joy at arriving in the New World on their faces. Unexpectedly, just when everyone sighed, Nami suddenly laughed while holding her stomach. A clear, silver bell-like laughter came from Nami's mouth. Nami suddenly burst into laughter, and everyone around was stunned. Everyone suddenly looked at Nami suspiciously. At this moment, Nami's eyes were full of tears. After she managed to control herself, she said, "Everything is safe above, continue to float." Hearing Nami say this, Queen Sweetheart asked in confusion, "Everything is safe above? But Nami, now you can't even see the sun, it's pitch black above." Are you sure the sea is safe? Can be seen that the Queen Sweetheart is really worried. Nami smiled helplessly, shook her head and explained, there are indeed dark clouds over the sea, and there is no doubt about thunderstorms. However, I don't know if you've heard a sentence, the sound of thunder is heavy and the rain is small. Fang Kai Nami used the observation mirror to observe for a long time, and found that the sky was dense with thunderclouds. However, according to common sense, after the thunderclouds gather to a certain extent, they will definitely attract strong winds and start to rain. However, what Nami saw was calm, and some were just a slightly dull calm sea under the influence of thunderclouds. So Nami concluded that there would not be any danger above. This thundercloud should be a kind of strange weather in the new world, don't worry too much. If I don't expect it, it will take about 10 minutes for us to ascend to the sea level, and then the sea must be clear skies. And we don't think about it. With Bakura on our boat, how could we be so unlucky to have a thunderstorm? Hearing Nami patted her chest like this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They have great confidence in Nami's professional ability. Who was just sitting on the side of the boat and playing, took a deep breath, it's okay. Since Nami-san said so, there is nothing to worry about. Movements outside did not attract Chris's attention. He still earnestly cultivated in the training room. If these guys outside can't even handle these things, then there is no need to go to the new world. Everyone is not angry because of Nami's jokes, but they are looking forward to the new world outside. That kind of anticipation and excitement can't be suppressed by any emotion. Excited by the steady rise of the ship, I'm finally going to the new world. I'm going to develop something beyond Vegapunk here and shock the world. Bartolomeo gave Poison a disdainful look, and then shouted, little ones. We are Chris Pirates. Our goal is to One Piece King of Pirates. One Piece King of Pirates. Captain Chris, you are the best. Almost brainwashed, Lei Dao, the captains, Nami and others. Everyone has to sigh. This guy's admiration for Chris has gone deep into his bones. The faces of the boats who could not be named were also full of excitement. I really look forward to the performance of the squad leaders in the new world. The strength of the squad leaders naturally doesn't need the world to be able to make a name, quack. That's right, our squad leaders, all of them are dragons and phoenixes. Anyway, follow Captain Chris, eat and drink spicy food, la la la. Of these crew members admired Chris and the squad leaders very much. They regard Chris and the captains as their spiritual pillars. In my opinion, under the leadership of Captain Chris, the wishes of the squad leaders can be realized. We Chris pirates have walked all the way, who have we been afraid of? Even if we come to the new world, it's the same, we want to sweep this sea. These little guys are like this, and they are full of confidence in the prospects of the Chris pirates. Not to mention the squad leaders. At this point, they all stopped their activities, looked up together, and waited for the moment they surfaced. About 10 minutes later, everyone could feel the sound from above the sea. Waves, the sound of the wind blowing by. The Chris slowly surfaced in the eyes of everyone. The Chris pirates officially entered the new world. The moment the coating was broken, the Chris was on there was a burst of cheers like a tsunami. Everyone was celebrating this moment and remembering it. Enel, who has always been lazy, has a faint smile on her face after seeing the various scenes on the sea. Lafitte stood up and pressed his hat, entering a new world. Burgess held the barbell in his hand and laughed loudly. New world, Lao Su is finally here, way ha 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 ha. Reiju's beautiful eyes swept around and sighed. The moment it came up, it seemed a little unreal. Bakura nodded and smiled. Isho, indeed, but we are indeed standing on the sea of the new world now. Squad leaders are feeling the outside world, this long lost, fresh air. Perona was finally able to fly happily under the blue sky, freely circling the Chris. Nami is right, it's really clear now. Everyone looked up, the sun was shining in the sky, and the sea was calm. Occasionally, there is such a sea breeze blowing, which is refreshing. Nami smiled proudly, the dimples on her face looming. The weather in the new world is changeable, and it's all sudden. This sea is full of too many strange weather and currents. If you are not careful, you may be cleaned up by these things, so in the new world, it may not be the enemy who kills you. It's nature. Nami's words changed. However, we have Baccarat here, so we shouldn't have to worry about these. She turned and glanced at Baccarat, with a broad smile. Kaya blinked a pair of big eyes and smiled. What a group of reliable partners. At this time, everyone is immersed in the joy of entering the new world. The squad leaders also communicated with each other. And Chris is still practicing in the training room and has never been influenced by the outside world. For him, it's just entering a new world, and there's no need to make a fuss. Know this kind of thing, you don't need to go out and take a look. When you have this time, train for a while. Better. Reiju and the others were still sitting outside the practice room, watching Chris concentrate on his practice. From time to time, I look around and feel the sight of the new world. After about half a day, the Chris was on the sea of the new world and moved forward steadily. Alert! Alert! The siren's voice sounded again, and it was probably the busiest day for the siren. I found one in front. Ming ship, huge in size. The pirate flag is hung above, it is suspected. Pansy Fry pirates. After a quick review, the alarm officers found that this pirate ship should belong to the New World, Pans Fry of the Sea Gourmet. This Pansfly is famous for being good at cooking and is also a rather peculiar pirate. So the sirens could recognize his ship. Below, Betty with a cigarette in his mouth, Pansyfly that. Sea foodie. I didn't expect that after coming to the New World, the first pirate I met was actually him. Makino asked suspiciously, who is Pansfree, who is a very powerful guy. Reiju on the side held his delicate chin and smiled. Isho. Pansyfree, a pirate from the giant clan. The strength is not bad. The reason why he is famous is because what he does is different from ordinary pirates. He had also never heard of Perona of Pensfried, and was listening curiously at this time. He went out to sea as a pirate and often robbed the government, marine and the food from the pirates. Of course, it's not that he can eat as much. He grabs these grains to cook for those who can't eat. He's also famous for the sea. Makino tapped her head, and Vivi smiled. In this way, it seems. A very kind pirate. Perona fluttered happily at this time, and said with a smile, sounds like an interesting guy. Luo Y came over with a ghost crying, his face calm. He is indeed a kind and good man for those who can't afford to eat. But for us, pirates, he is a vicious person. Kuro on the side pushed his glasses and looked at the distant ship. It seems that this guy is eyeing us and wants to snatch the food from our ship. Hearing this, Perona thought thoughtfully, such an interesting guy, why do you have to rob us? Deputy Captain Lafitte came over from behind at this time, holding a salute, and respectfully looked at Chris in the training room. Captain Chris, we found Pansfly ahead, what should we do? Chris in the training room never stopped the movements in his hands. A faint voice came out, just deal with it yourself. Rafit nodded, knowing what to do. Usually what Chris says like this is, let yourself wait, and it depends on the situation. If you think the other party is interesting, you can invite them on board. If you feel that the other party is not very good, you can directly kill it. 10 minutes later, the Chris and the Pensfried met at sea. The two pirate ships looked at each other and kept a relatively safe distance from each other. Extraordinarily huge, as the Pansfly is a giant warrior. In contrast, the Chris looks a little small. When Nami saw this huge ship, she exclaimed, wow! What a big pirate ship! Also, it looks unique, like a restaurant. Others were also attracted by the pirate ship. And everyone wants to know what the pirates in the New World are like. Reiju stroked his hair, and with a pair of beautiful eyes, he carefully looked at the Panzerfree. This Pansfly is indeed a famous pirate in the sea, and this pirate ship alone is not ordinary. Baccarat nodded and said generously, dare to offend pirates and marine at the same time, and even people from the world government. Nature is a first-class character. The strength of this pansplay is definitely not weak. This is also the first opponent we have encountered in the New World. Makino turned to look at Baccarat, smiled Isho, and said, why can't it be the first partner I met in the New World? Perona, who was on the side, also hee Isho, coaxed, yes, Haley. Sister Baccarat, hurry up and use your good luck ability, let this pansfree become our partner. Such an interesting guy should be on our boat. Perona suddenly smiled and stuck out her tongue, smiling eccentrically. Besides, I seem to have tasted the food he made, it must be very delicious. Ha. Baccarat smiled helplessly, shrugged, and said, good luck isn't everything. If you want to subdue a guy with the strength of pansfree, you have to look at the squad leader's methods. This kind of big pirate is generally more rebellious, unless the strength can suppress the opponent. Otherwise, why would people be convinced that on the opposite side, a huge figure slowly emerged from the panzerfree? It's 2 more updates today, and it's done. Update of the new book is not strong. Today, I strive to write more new books, and at least 3 updates are guaranteed. Be honest, I've been very tired recently, there are too many books, and I'm so busy every day. 278. The Giant Lily appears. The first collision with the powerhouses of the New World. On the panzerfree, a giant figure stands on the bow. It is vaguely visible that this man has a burly stature. This giant figure was holding a huge weapon and looked faintly. I said, the guy on the opposite side is holding. Is it a spoon? Cavendish looked odd and turned to look at Van Auger, who was beside him with excellent eyesight. Van Auger took a closer look, then nodded affirmatively. Yes, that guy really took a spoon. When Mandemon Jin heard this, he was deeply amused and gave a rare chuckle. Perona is, as usual, jumping up and down happily, and said with a smile, I'll say this guy is interesting. Using a spoon as a weapon, this guy can be considered the only one. Holly. Alvita stood head to head with a giant mace with a good face. Her delicate and smooth, flawless face gradually brought a faint smile. Joked to the cheerful Perona, Perona, you can see clearly, that spoon can scoop you up. Of the Chris, now. There was a burst of laughter. Indeed, this spoon is not very big in Pensfree's hands. This Perona, to normal people, it's a giant spoon. Burgess finally saw a figure at this time, and was so excited. The first person I saw in the New World is worth remembering. Burgess raised his arms high, and his 2 fists collided together. Finally met someone, way ha. Still a giant, this guy must be very powerful, my food. Duching coughed and looked sick, but his mouth was still unforgiving. He glanced at Burgess, and said with a slightly contemptuous tone, it's still the same, simple-minded and well-developed. When I see people, I want to fight, and I don't see whether they fight or not. Don't ask the other party's reason or purpose, you will be beaten to death one day sooner or later. Burgess was annoyed when he heard it. He was familiar with the poison, this guy has always been poisonous. Moreover, Burgess is also a carefree character, and he doesn't care about these things at all. He smiled and touched the back of his head, and said, I only went out to see to fight, and being beaten to death by others only means that my skills are not as good as others. It's not wrong to die. Burgess is naive, Isho, staring at the opposite Pansfree with fiery eyes. Kuro pushed his glasses, shook his head with a smile, and said something. This guy has a real temperament. However, it is a rare state of mind to be so focused and only thinking about fighting. Enel was also floating in mid-air like Perona. He sat cross-legged in the air, tilted his head, and yawned casually. Immediately, he let out a slight whimper, sat up a little, and Vivi leaned forward. There are 2 people on the opposite side. The squad captains were all stunned when they heard the words. They were obviously alone. Everyone was staring at each other, and out of nowhere came a deputy captain, Lafitte, holding a salute in both hands. Vivi laughed. Indeed, it's two people, a man and a woman. Seeing that Lafitte said the same thing, the squad leaders also murmured in their hearts. The strength of these two is stronger than everyone else, especially the understanding and mastery of the two-color hockey. Since they say so, they naturally have their reasons. Van Augur hastened to concentrate, carefully observing the bow of the ship opposite. While, Van Augur let out a sudden realization. Sure enough, he found another person on the opposite bow, who was indeed a woman. Is this woman a villain? Standing beside Pansfrey, if you don't look carefully, you really can't notice it. Beside Pansfrey, an extremely petite figure stood with a fork in hand. Bartolomeo and the others looked at each other with binoculars, all of which observed the existence of this little girl. Bellamy looked through the telescope and said excitedly, "Tisk tisk. It is indeed a new world. The giants and the little people can get it together, and they are not afraid of being accidentally trampled to death when they turn around." Uroge, who also looked very huge, gave Bellamy a blank look. Smile on his face, he said angrily, "I haven't trampled you to death for so long." Luo Y hugged the ghost and laughed lightly, with a bit of eagerness in his eyes. The enemy that the New World encountered for the first time is interesting, and I hope the strength can also arouse our interest. I really want to meet this guy for a while. With a weird smile on Caribou's face, Gia Isho said, "I should let me take the shot, just to test the strength of my clone fruit." Pajalu squeezed his fist and groped for the iron chain on his body. "I'm also a little ready to move." The first person they met in the New World, the squad leaders were all very excited at this time. First shot in this New World. The belligerent squad leaders, led by Burgess, are gearing up for each other at this moment. They are all looking forward to a while. And a fierce battle will break out. The two pirate ships approached slowly, and they could already see each other clearly. Pansfrey tapped with the spoon in his hand and shouted, "The newcomer who just arrived in the New World, let's go." There are still a lot of people. Pansfrey swept them around, and it was obvious from their excited eyes. "Since it's a newcomer, I'll make it difficult for you too. Hand over all the food on your ship. I promise not to do anything to you." The voice fell. The faces of the captains of the squads all had strange smiles on their faces. They looked at Pansfly's eyes with weird smiles. Seeing this, Pansfrey couldn't help frowning. Then he shouted, "Hey, new people, hand over your food. Otherwise, I'll let your New World tour end here." Lafitte came to the front of the crowd, stretched out his hand to press his hat, and smiled faintly. "Captain Pansfrey, you are joking. Give you all the food, what shall we eat?" Hearing the other party calling out his name accurately, Pansfrey was a little surprised. "Since I know my name, Pensfried, I naturally understand that I am not a murderous person. Since you were brave enough to come to the New World, you must be able to survive, right?" Hearing this, Lafitte nodded without a smile. There was no response. "My father did this to let you know in advance the dangers of this new world. You are lucky today, you met us, and if you met other people, you would definitely not be so polite to you." Suddenly, a female voice sounded, and the voice was clear and pleasant. However, he could only hear his voice and not see his person. Fortunately, the squad leaders knew in advance that there was a little human woman opposite. So they quickly set their eyes on the little human woman at the feet of Pansfrey. This little human girl looks like 17 or 18 years old, with a big fork in her hand. "Hey, did you hear? Just now, this little guy's name is Pansfrey, father." Burgess looked at the little human girl with a look of astonishment. Bartolomeo also grew his mouth, and his eyes were full of doubts. He turned his head to look at the nimble Kuro and asked, "The descendants of the giants. Can they be the little humans?" As a variation, Kuro pushed his glasses, smiled awkwardly, and said in astonishment, "This. I really don't know. But looking at the weapons the two of them are holding, it's like a family." Poisonous eyes were full of light, and excitedly shouted at Pansfried, "Hey, Pansfried, why is your daughter so little? Did it change? Can I do research?" Pansfried looked sullen, and snorted coldly, "Your daughter is a little girl. Lily, show them your real body." The little human girl named Lily nodded lightly. I saw the fork in her hand tap the ground lightly, and looked at the squad leaders disdainfully. Afterwards, this Lily was caught in the surprised and astonished eyes of the squad leaders. Gradually getting bigger, getting bigger, getting bigger. Eventually, Lily's figure became extremely huge, only a head shorter than his father. "That's all." Cavendish swallowed and rubbed his eyes hard, realizing it was real. Exclaimed in surprise, "I'm going. Are the people in the new world so amazing? Switch the size at will." Lily heard the words, pointed her fork at Cavendish, and said lightly, "What's the fuss? I am a giant clan that eats mini fruits, and can make my body very small." Could be heard that there was a hint of helplessness and contempt for the squad leaders in Lily's tone. Perona is all ready at this time, and turns around in circles with excitement. "Wow, my daughter is also so interesting. I like this father and daughter so much. Holly a holly." Nami's slender hand gently touched her chin. The food they two cook should be delicious. A cigarette in her mouth, Betty said lightly, "Pansy-free, you and your daughter, join us." Words came out. The squad leaders suddenly turned their heads and looked at Betty in astonishment. Burgess looked annoyed and said, "Betty, we still want to fight him." Uroch carried his big pencil, smiled and sighed helplessly, "Why is it so hard to fight?" Reju's beautiful eyes flowed. He gathered his hair, and smiled, "It doesn't affect you fighting with him. If you really want to conquer this guy, how can you do it without showing a little strength? And, even if he gets on the boat, you will have more chances to compete." Burgess and the others could only nod their heads, and what Reju said was not without merit. Across the bow, Pansfried and his daughter Lily burst into laughter. They didn't expect Betty to directly invite them on board, which is rare. Pansfried snorted lightly, with a smile, "New people, you are too imaginative. Want me to join you? Are you worthy? Do you want me to be the captain of your ship?" Enel, who had been in a lazy state, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled strangely. "If you have the ability to be our captain, it is not impossible to follow you. However, do you know who our captain is?" The squad leaders also looked like they were watching the show, with a strange smile on the corner of their mouths. Pansfried was surprised by Enel's tone and thought, "Are the newcomers so rampant now? Then I'd like to hear, who is your captain?" "Toxic Gia Isho," Lang said. "Our captain's name, Chris." When the name of Chris was announced, Du and the other squad leaders were full of pride on their faces. The voice fell, the little giant Lily's eyes narrowed and she hurriedly asked, "Chris? Is it the one from Shichibukai? Chris? Seems that Chris' name has spread all over the sea. The little giant Lily has also heard of him." Pansfried's eyes were obviously a little surprised. The pirate ship on the opposite side is actually that. The famous Chris pirates. It turns out that they are the government's upstart. Why do I think you are so arrogant? However, your captain is great. What about you? Does it all depend on Chris alone? Because Chris was so famous, the names of the squad leaders were all overwhelmed by him. Outside world only thought that the Chris pirates had only one shot from Chris. 4. Other people's combat power, I don't know at all. Enel looked at Pansfried with a pair of dead fish eyes. The most uncomfortable thing in his life is, others despise him. That Pansfried was so defiant also aroused a trace of anger from Enel. "Since you question our strength, then I will meet you." Pansfried glanced at Enel, who had a smug look on his face. "HMPH, I want to see what characters are on the Chris pirates." Pansfried snorted coldly, then raised the big spoon in his hand and stepped out. Although this guy was a giant, he was actually able to rise into the air at this time. This sudden lightness aroused the amazement of the squad leaders. Foxy looked at the giant in the sky in disbelief. Is this guy still a giant? Are all pirates in the New World like this? It's incredible. Man Demon Jin put his arms around him and said lightly, I like this guy a little bit. Hawkins still looked dead, his eyelids drooping. He quickly calculated the tarot cards in his hand, and his emotions did not fluctuate. It's just a pity, just a glimpse. His defeat rate is 100%. Hawkins put away the tarot cards expressionlessly. He's no match for Enel. Who was crying in his arms, raised his eyebrows. The pirates who can survive in the New World for so long should not be weak. This Pence Fry, he is a character that makes the world governments have a headache. Cavendish turned his head and chuckled. With Enel's strength, there are several pirates in the New World who are his opponents. It's not that the opponent is too weak, it's that Enel is too strong. Guess how many times Enel will shoot. Gentlemen, the above is a picture of Lily of the Giant family. 4. This, you should know. 279. Alabasta calls, joins a new heavyweight, Scratchman Apu. Burgess raised his stout arms, cheering for the battle that was about to break out. After hearing Cavendish's words, he turned his head and said, of course, the more the better, the more intense the battle is, the more interesting it is. Pondered, and dared not give a definite answer. I don't know what Pansfree's true strength is. Can you force Enel to fight him? Van Augur shook his head slightly. I think it's more hanging. No matter how light he is, he can't change the fact that he is a giant. The huge size is destined to determine his speed. It will never be too fast, fighting Enel, if there is no speed. Squad leaders all nodded. The result was self-evident. Speed is not fast enough to hit Enel at all, and can only be beaten passively. Kuro pushed his glasses and smiled. Although his speed isn't that great, he's durable. Enel wants to beat him effortlessly. It's probably a bit difficult. Lafitte played with the cane in his hand, nodded in agreement, and said something. Don't underestimate Pansfly. You must have 2 brushes to start a robber business in the New World. Just as he was talking, Pansfree had collided with Enel in midair. The dazzling thunderlight instantly enveloped the 2 pirate ships, and the people on board couldn't see anything clearly at that moment. Thunderlight disappeared. Everyone saw that Pansfree had returned to his ship. It turned out to be Logia Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, really amazing. Logia's Devil Fruit ability is recognized as strong, and there are few useless fruits. Coupled with the power of thunder and lightning, it is relatively strong among natural elements, and it is naturally difficult to resist. However, if you only rely on the fruit's ability, it won't work. Pansfree snorted softly, his eyes locked on Enel. The next moment, there was a burst of exclamations among the squad leaders. Luo, who has always been calm, now has a big mouth. That guy's armament. Is it that much? Weiapa's face was also full of incredulity. They had indeed underestimated Pansfree before. This guy's armament is stronger than many of them. Present, Seon armament, can stabilize Pansfree's. I'm afraid it's only Lafitte. Enel looked in the air at the pitch-black spoon in Pansfree's hand. There was also a bit of emotion in his eyes. Sure enough, the pirates of the New World have a good grasp of hockey. However, if you want to create a storm just based on this, I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Enel snorted coldly, with a solemn expression on his face, but at this time he was actually taking the initiative to attack. The blink of an eye, he directly deceived himself and came to Pansfree. Lafitte looked at this scene from a distance and exclaimed, Enel wants to. I saw Enel's fist and forearm, which turned into pitch-black color at this moment, shiny with oil. Moreover, there is also a faint thunder light on the fist, which is constantly flickering. Man Demon Jin couldn't help but exclaim, Enel is really a daring artist. Since the other party is good at armament hockey, he still prefers to fight hard. This is to beat Pansfry in the way he is best at. Enel's fist collided with Pansfry's spoon. The expected Big Bang did not happen, but the two were stalemate. No matter how hard Pansfry tried, he couldn't shake Enel back. This surprised him very much. Has great confidence in his own strength and armament hockey. But now, he was forcibly blocked. His daughter Lily, the little giant, showed surprise in her eyes. This is the first time I have seen that my father does not have the upper hand in terms of strength. Enel's eyes stared at Pansfly, and the corners of his mouth evoked a shallow smile. That's it. Enel dropped such a sentence lightly, and Pansfly's eyes opened slightly. He had already guessed what Enel was going to do, but now he was doing his best. No further reaction can be made. Lifa, divine fist. Enel snorted lightly, and saw that on his fist, the thunder instantly converged. The dazzling white light burst out instantly, and everyone saw Pansfry's huge body suddenly retreat. Just listen to the bang. The smoke and dust on the Pansfry were filled with smoke, and the smoke and dust dispersed, and everyone was surprised to find that a large pit had been smashed out of the cabin. The boatman hurriedly picked up tools and started repairing. Pansfry stood up with difficulty while holding the spoon. At this time his front chest was charred black. It's a trace of lightning burns. He coughed a few times, and Enel's punch just now made him suffer a lot. He looked solemnly at Enel, who was light-hearted at this time. Pansfry understood that just now was not the true strength of this guy at all. But even so, he was still at ease. After one punch, it is useless to fight again. The result is that Pansfly is already shocked by Enel. At this time, he can't help but think that the guy who can make Enel be the one who bows his head. Exactly how strong is the little giant? Lily stepped forward quickly and asked with concern, "Father, how is your injury?" Pansfry waved his hand casually, "It's okay. That guy didn't kill, otherwise you and my father and daughter would have been separated by yin and yang." Hearing this, the little giant Lily looked at Enel in surprise. He defeated his father in an understatement. This kind of strength can be regarded as a tyrannical force in the New World. Even under the command of the 4 emperors, he could be considered a top-ranked figure. "Father, can you subdue this guy? That isn't Chris even more terrifying?" Pansfry nodded and looked at everyone in the Chris pirates. "I lost. I can give you anything you want." Lafitte held a cane, smiled with a top hat, and said, "We already said it. You join our pirate team." However, Pansfly shook his head decisively, and said with a firm expression, "You and I are not the same people. My purpose of going to sea is to rob the rich and help the poor. Your Captain Chris, now that he has become King Shichibukai, is a member of the world government. I'm not optimistic about this world government at all, so I won't join you." Seeing Pansfry's determined appearance, the squad leaders, "You look at me and I look at you," all smiled and shook their heads. Baccarat stepped forward gracefully, his red lips slightly parted, and he said generously, "How dare you decide that we are not the same people?" Pansfry's eyes narrowed and he asked, "What do you mean?" Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and he said lightly, "You are dissatisfied with this world, robbing the rich to help the poor. But this approach can only save a small number of people. Why don't you want to change the world?" The little giant Lily bit her lip and said, "Change the world, it's easy to say, how can we do it?" A cigarette in her mouth, Betty smiled and said, "Join us and change the world with us, how?" The little giant Lily looked at her father, and the two looked at each other. Pansfry's eyes swept across the crowd of the Chris pirates. Reason, he felt an inexplicable power. "Does your goal really change the world?" Lafitte pressed his top hat. "That's natural. And for our power, you should also have a general understanding of it. Changing the world is not an extravagant hope." Pansfly thought for a while, and then nodded heavily. "If so, I am willing to join you and let me get on the boat." Nami, and others all showed satisfied smiles, and their camp gained more strength. With the addition of Pansfree, the competition between squad leaders became more and more intense. In short, the strength of the team has improved again. However, the girls are very happy. The little giant, Lily, is very popular and soon becomes one with Nami and others. At this point, she had changed back to her miniature form, bouncing around on the table outside the training room. Perona and Nami gathered around the table, listening to the little giant Lily tell her story. At the same time, I learned a lot about the new world. According to Lily, his father, Pansfree, in the new world, can only be regarded as a medium level at best. With strength like him or actually grabbing a lot of them. Nami and the others were amazed. This new world is, as Chris said, crouching tiger, hidden dragon. This is the real strong world. Soon after Pansfree joined, everyone knew him very quickly. He also took the initiative to share the story of the new world with the squad leaders, and everyone was very fascinated by it. The Chris made steady progress. A day later. Alabasta branch. Robin is sitting in the office with a thick book in his hand. Opposite her, Princess Vivi, Marianne and the others sat casually. Nikita sat by the window, watching the crowds of people on the streets outside. She couldn't help sighing. The kingdom of Alabasta today has really changed. Look, everyone on the street is smiling, which was unimaginable before. Vivi, as the most familiar and most affectionate person in this country, was deeply touched by this. When Crocodile was there, he made a fortune and only wanted to fill his pockets. At that time, everyone was oppressed by him, so naturally they couldn't be happy. Vivi gracefully picked up the coffee in front of her, took a sip, and said something. It's different now. Bright smile gradually appeared on his delicate face. With the help of sisters Chris and Robin, Alabasta is now prosperous again. Everyone on the street has a job and a purpose in life, and everyone's mood is different. Painter Marianne, holding a paintbrush, traces the prosperity of Alabasta today. With Dory and the others sitting here, the order in Alabasta is getting better and better. For so long, hardly anyone has dared to make trouble. Sarah had an explosive head-on and sipped a glass of wine. Alas, I never thought that Alabasta could become so rich. She couldn't help but think of the Alabasta demise when she worked for Crocodile. Except, the capital is still prosperous, other places are miserable. Today, the entire Alabasta kingdom is full of vitality and can also get a lot of taxes. This kind of reward is more and longer lasting than that of ignorant exploitation. Vivi smiled sweetly and turned to look at Robin. Her eyes fell on a pile of papers on Robin's table. Robin, what are you looking at? Robin gently closed the book in his hand, and Isho said with a smile, It's the history that Chris and the others sent from Sky Island. I've been researching it for a while and found a lot of interesting things. Robin stood up, walked up to Princess Vivi, and sat down gracefully. I'm going to sort out the research results for a while and send them to Chris so they can take a look. Vivi glanced at the historical rubbing, shook her head, and said, Oh, these things, I really don't understand. Robin smiled into crescent-shaped eyes and picked up a cup of coffee. She took a sip of coffee and asked, How is the situation of the beckoning staff during this time? Vivi and Marianne have been in charge of this, constantly recruiting talent for Alabasta. Speaking of this matter, Princess Vivi folded her hair and showed a bright smile. Alabasta is now gradually revived, and with the banner of Chris, the appeal is self-evident. Saying that, Princess Vivi took out a stack of documents from her side. The above are all the members who have recently joined the Alabasta branch these days. Thick pile, and it looks like a good harvest. These are all carefully selected and left behind, all of which are pirates from all over the world. Although they are some guys who are not very famous, their strength is very impressive. Painter Marianne had just finished painting a flying bird, turned her head and added, The most important thing is that these people are not evil people. Since entering the sea, I haven't done anything that hurts the world, and it's all trustworthy and easy to master. The Alabasta branch has always been cautious in recruiting people. In addition to strength, what is more important is character and character. If you use the name of the Chris Pirates and do evil everywhere, this is also not allowed by Chris. Robin flipped through the information carefully and nodded with satisfaction. She picked up a document and said with a smile, "This guy, it's interesting." Vivi glanced at her blue eyes and nodded, "EPUB, your whole body can be transformed into a musical instrument to launch different sonic attacks. His devil fruit ability is similar to Burgess' sonic fruit. Don't look at this guy with a funny look, he's not ambiguous at all in fighting." Robin was very satisfied with this guy, and after putting down the materials, he brought a phone bug. "Today, it's time to call the headquarters and report the situation. Guys, another supernova has joined. For EPUB's sake, please ask for a wave of automatic subscriptions. Seriously, when you see this, everyone understands it." Chris took the route of rocks, gathered a large number of talented people around him, and then continued to become stronger, and finally challenged the Tianlong people. Well, not much to say, can't count the words. 280. Phantom Fruit Ability and join. Marine Headquarters, start discussing Chris in detail. Alabasta Branch, Robin will regularly report the situation here to the Chris. It is for this matter that Princess Vivi and others are called here today. Having said that, Robin picked up the phone bug and dialed out. New World, some sea area. The sun is shining brightly, and the sky is clear. Slightly calm sea, turning out from time to time, a few waves. The Chris moved steadily in the sea. I don't know if it was because of Baccarat's good luck or because of Nami's superb sailing skills. For others, the journey to the New World is difficult and dangerous. But for the Chris Pirates, it was all smooth sailing. For the past 2 days, they haven't even seen a big storm. This journey to the New World is really beyond everyone's expectations. Squad leaders are also very puzzled. Isn't this New World the most dangerous sea area? With nothing to do, the squad leaders can only stay on the boat and practice quietly. When nothing happened, Chris basically stayed in the training room all day. As usual, Nami and the others sat in the training room, some chatted, some watched Chris's practice, and some followed hockey. Now, there are more and more female relatives on board. There are already more than 30 people. Among them, except Alvida, Reiju and the like are capable of fighting. Most of them have a skill, or singing, or cooking, or practicing medicine. What is rare is that so many women are together and have been living happily ever after. Reiju held the newspaper just delivered by the news bird in his hand, and while reading the newspaper, he sipped the coffee with relish. With a faint smile on her beautiful face, she looked up at the others. Have you read the newspapers for the past 2 days? Nami, who was chatting with the little giant Lily, turned her head and said, Are you trying to talk about Hancock? Lily, the little giant, didn't know the origin of Hancock and the Chris Pirates because they had just boarded the ship. Lily asked with a puzzled face, the one from Shichibukai. Boa Hancock. Are you familiar with each other? Baccarat folded his hair and smiled. Isho, Hancock is an ally with us. Moreover, the reason why she set off to the New World and made such a big move is because Chris is behind the scenes. Hearing this, the little giant Lily was full of surprise. The past 2 days, she had heard too many secrets about Chris, and she always felt incredible. It seems that many major events in the world recently have something to do with Chris. As if Chris is the center of the world. Seeing Lily's surprised expression, Baccarat smiled generously. Chris's goal is to build a Shichibukai alliance. This is also our first step in changing the world. The little giant Lily nodded knowingly. Perona happily flew over from the air and picked up the newspaper that Reiju had just put on the table. Perona hummed a little tune and quickly scanned the news. Hancock made a big noise again. She actually picked down several pirates with a bounty of several 100 million yuan in succession. Her strength is much higher than that of going. Perona still remembers Hancock's rescue of Chris before. At that time Hancock, although he was Shichibukai under the king, his own strength was mediocre. It can be said that he is the weakest among the Shichibukai under the king. But now, she has gradually become a real King Shichibukai. Alvida's beautiful eyes stared at Chris, who was cultivating, admiring him fascinated. Chris once said that the talent of the Empress, Boa Hancock, is at the top of the Shichibukai. It's just that after she became King Shichibukai, she lost a lot of self-motivation, resulting in her strength not advancing and retreating for many years. A cigarette in her mouth, Betty took over the conversation. Top talent, plus a little bit of hard work, will make progress very quickly. Hancock has only taken so long, and his strength has already made a qualitative leap. Makino's eyes rolled around, and his face was full of envy. Beautiful appearance, top talent, the creator is really unfair. A new member who joined yesterday, also actively joined the discussion at this time. She is a phantom fruit power user, somewhat similar to Nami's fruit power. She suddenly appeared in the sea yesterday, and with the help of Bakura's lucky fruit, she also successfully joined the Chris Pirates. And quiet and elegant, but also has her own lively side. At this time, she smiled and said something. I met Boa Hancock a while ago. I am a girl, and I'm also fascinated by her. Blue blue blue. While everyone was chatting, the phone bug on the ship suddenly rang. Kaya blinked a pair of big eyes. At this time, who will it be? Nami flipped through the calendar and said with a smile, as expected, today is the end of the month. It should be Robin and the others who reported the situation. With everyone watching, Bakura gently picked up the phone bug. Neighbor's voice came from the phone bug. Hello, Bakura. Bakura rolled his eyes and laughed out loud. Robin, it's been a long time. We have now entered the new era. Robin was surprised. It's so fast. I look forward to seeing your news in the newspaper. Vivi and others expressed their congratulations after hearing this. Bakura took a sip of the coffee in his cup and said, Chris is practicing in the training room. Robin, what you want to say, I will convey it for you. Phone. Robin's voice had a faint smile. That's right, our branch in Alabasta has recently recruited some good newcomers. One of them is worth noting, and you must have heard of it. His name is EPUB. After hearing the name, Perona immediately asked, is it Hayaming EPUB? Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead, his eyes were slightly surprised, and said, it's actually him, the recently famous newcomer, huh? The bounty has now reached 190 million Bailey, what a strong guy. A satisfied smile appeared on Alvida's delicate face. There is such a strong person joining us. Our team is getting stronger and stronger. Perona excitedly circled in the air, muttering, EPUB Hayaming, I read his fruit ability in the newspaper, it's interesting. The whole body can be turned into different musical instruments, and he is a long-handed guy. It must be very fun. Haley. Nami looked at Perona helplessly, and shook her head with a smile. You guy, you know how to play tricks on newcomers. I just let go of Caribou and Pansperry, and now I'm eyeing Hayaming EPUB again. The phone, Robin, Princess Vivi and the others also burst into laughter like a silver bell. They are too familiar with Perona, like a child. Princess Vivi said sweetly. Don't worry, Perona. These people have set off yesterday, and they should be able to reach the new world soon. After they get on the boat, you can play some of them. Perona happily danced in the air. Haley. Bakura whispered Isho, suddenly thought of something, and said, Robin, we found history on Fishman Island some time ago. Captain Chris has printed a copy and sent it to you. I believe you will receive it soon. After hearing the history, Robin was instantly refreshed. Thing is more attractive than anything to a research scholar like her. Yeah, that's great. I have already researched almost the history on Sky Island, and I will send you the results after a while. Remember to let Chris take a look, there are many interesting things recorded on it. And there's information about Roger in it. This, Alvita suddenly opened his eyes wide and said something. In the historical text, there is actually information about One Piece King of Pirates Roger. Makino was also a little curious at this time. One Piece King of Pirates Roger, logically speaking, is not far from us. How can it be recorded in history? Charlie's cold-face Vivi Isho said, since Roger can become One Piece King of Pirates, how can you and I guess at will? Maybe, Roger himself understands history and wrote a sentence, Roger is here for a visit. Girls heard the words, they were all gently Isho. Bakura also had a surprised look on his face at this time, and nodded lightly, no problem, I will tell Chris. By the way, Robin, we should attack a country in the next period of time. At that time, it will become the stronghold of our Chris pirates. I'll let you know when things are finally settled. If you want to come here and see, you can come anytime. Princess Vivi heard this. She laughed happily. I can find you then. Reiju gently put down the coffee in his hand and greeted Princess Vivi. Vivi, we all miss you. When your side settles down, you can definitely come to the New World to find us. Earlier, Chris had promised Princess Vivi to take Alabasta to the New World once she was on track. Now it looks like that day won't be too long. Vivi nodded quickly on the other end of the phone. Nami then asked, how are Robin, Vivi, and Uncle Dory doing recently? We just had 2 more giant partners on board. Saying that, Nami smiled and looked at Lily, the little giant beside her. Princess Vivi smiled and said, Uncle Dory, they are all good. With them around, Alabasta seems more stable. Marianne suddenly took over the conversation, with a hint of urgency in her tone. Nami, last time I told you to take more photos in the New World, remember to send them to me as soon as possible. Let's see what the New World looks like too. Nami stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. If Marianne hadn't mentioned it again, she would have forgotten about it. But she still pretended to know everything and said, Don't worry, Marianne, I won't forget it. I'll definitely take some good looking and fun things for you and send them over. Several people exchanged a few casual greetings, chatting about their recent life and what they saw and heard. After hanging up, Bakura went to Chris to report the situation. While practicing, Chris listened to Bakura's report. When he heard that Apu Hyaming was hired by Robin and would come to the New World soon, Chris stopped abruptly, and Bakura handed him a towel. Apu Hyaming thought while wiping the sweat from his forehead. He knew that this Apu's strength and talent were good, but in Chris' memory, the original Apu was Kaido's subordinate. This guy sold Hawkins and Kid outright and made them go round. Therefore, Chris is skeptical about Hyaming Apu's conduct. But thinking that it was the past after all, and the current Apu has not even entered the New World, there will be no connection with Kaido. With a hint of doubt in Bakura's eyes, he asked, Chris, what's wrong with this Hyaming Apu? This person has a problem. Chris waved his hand and said lightly, no problem, let him get on the boat. Since those things haven't happened yet, let him get on board first. If you find out later, this guy's nature is like that, it's not too late to deal with it. After all, Chris couldn't allow this guy to do anything wicked. Bakura also mentioned the newly added Phantom Fruit power user Anne. Chris didn't pay much attention to this, and said casually, the Phantom Fruit is somewhat similar to Nami's fruit ability. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Learning about the status of the Alabasta branch, Chris nodded with satisfaction. Is very reassured about Robin's management ability. Branch side, it can be considered that it is already on the right track. Chris murmured, we should also establish our own country in the New World as soon as possible. Said, Chris picked up the blood-red knife again and began to practice. Bakura didn't disturb Chris's practice, and went back. Marine Base, Marineford. An office in Marineford, many Marine generals gathered together. Among them was even Martial Marine, Sengoku the Buddha. Momoshiki, as the hottest figure in Marine today, will naturally not be absent from this kind of meeting. And this meeting, she can't miss anything. Because the theme of this meeting is to study and discuss Chris and the Chris Pirates. Although Chris has now become the king of Shichibukai, he is a member of the world government. But things are far from simple. The world government and Marine's investigation into him has been ongoing. They need to further determine Chris' strength and his purpose, etc. The conference room. This information about Chris is playing on the big screen. This time, Marine headquarters will summarize all the collected information. Everyone, the above is the picture of Beauty Ann. As for this, it is estimated that many people do not know her. She is from the theater version, Fanatical Action. If you don't understand, you can check it on the internet. The author will not explain too much, and you can't count the words. Pirates I Can Reject Everything Chapter 281 to 300. 281. Marine Headquarters, a big analysis of the situation around Chris. Now that the staff has arrived, let's start the meeting now. Martial Marine Sengoku the Buddha, with a serious face, looked at the people in the conference room. Who were summoned were all able-bodied men in Marine, and the level of this meeting was also quite high. Brano, it's time to start. As the keynote speaker of this meeting, Branu nodded quickly, understood. Brando looked at everyone in the conference room solemnly. The purpose of this meeting must be clear to everyone. The main thing is to help everyone understand the new King Shichibukai, Chris. At the same time, it is convenient for us to analyze this person. Momonga Vice Admiral glanced at Branu and said impatiently, "Okay, Branu. Don't waste everyone's time, let's get to the point quickly." Brando was embarrassed by Isho, then nodded. To understand Chris, we need to understand the people around him first. Saying that, Brano released a slideshow, and in the slideshow was a photo of a woman. Woman, with candy pink hair, delicate facial features, and a sweet smile. It is one of the most indispensable characters of the Chris Pirates, Baccarat. With the baton in his hand, Branu pointed to the photo of Baccarat. The woman in the photo, her name is Baccarat. As far as we know, she was one of the first people to follow Chris, and Chris has a lot of trust in her. It is no exaggeration to say that this person is the housekeeper of the Chris Pirates. Immediately afterwards, a few lines of text were typed in the slide, detailing Baccarat's height, weight and origin. Including her growing up, there are traces of things to follow, bit by bit, no matter how small or small. Brano then said, "This Baccarat is a lucky fruit person." Momonga Vice Admiral frowned and asked, "What kind of devil fruit is this? I've never heard of it." Doberman sneered at the side. "Don't talk if you haven't heard it before, listen carefully to what Brando says." Momonga Vice Admiral wanted to reply, but after seeing Sengoku's bad expression, he could only give up. Brano glanced at Sengoku and continued, "Lucky fruit, Paramesha devil fruit. Unlike the normal Paramesha devil fruit, this fruit's ability is more like a buff ability. Look." Said, another picture of Baccarat appeared on the big screen, one of her earlier pictures. This is a photo of Baccarat using his abilities in his early years. Anyone who is touched by her will have good luck absorbed by her. These good luck will be used by Baccarat. After she absorbs a certain amount of good luck, she is basically in a state of wishing to achieve. Doberman asked suspiciously, "It's so exaggerated." Brando immediately. "Post another photo of what Baccarat looked like when he was fighting." According to eyewitnesses of the year, Baccarat absorbed the good luck of the enemy. When fighting, she just flipped a coin, and the coin brought a series of coincidences. Eventually, that enemy was hit by a sudden stone. The most important thing is that the enemy also wanted to dodge, but coincidentally, he tripped over a small stone as soon as he walked. In the conference room, Marine generals, you look at me, I look at you, and they all look at each other. For the first time today that there is such a devil fruit ability in the world. Indeed, a head-scratching ability. However, that's not all of her abilities. There was an odd smile on Blaine's face. Momonga Vice Admiral couldn't help frowning and said, "It's already so incomprehensible, and there are other abilities." With a faint smile on Brano's face, he continued, "I said, lucky fruit can bring beneficial effects. The ability of the lucky fruit has played a big role in the development of the Chris pirates to this day. Baccarat can distribute all the good luck he absorbed to the Chris pirates. At the same time, Baccarat can also absorb other people's bad luck and pass it on to other people, such as fish in the sea, etc. In this way, their Chris pirates can always have good luck." Vice Admiral Chaton Tokikake leaned back on the chair and suddenly realized, no wonder the Chris pirates did not encounter Marine to chase them all the way. And they have never heard that they have encountered any difficult enemies. It turned out to be a blessing with a halo of luck, so they are equivalent to opening a hang. Brian nodded slightly. Crack clap clap. Everyone's eyes turned to Sengoku. Garp was secretly eating Sengoku's senbei. Sengoku reacted. He pretended to be angry and cursed. "Garp, you bastard. This is a meeting, can you be more serious?" Crack clap clap. Garp continued eating as if nothing had happened, keeping his eyes on the slideshow on the screen. Sengoku felt helpless about this and just sighed deeply. After eating the senbei in his hand, Garp picked his nostrils and said, "I didn't expect this kid Chris to have such a capable person by his side." As expected of the leader among young pirates. Sengoku couldn't help asking loudly, "Garp, I told you, don't eat bacon." As the marshal, Sengoku was a little helpless and looked at Garp angrily. Garp seemed indifferent and picked up Sengoku's senbei again blatantly. Chief Staff Officer Vice Admiral Crane chuckled lightly. Baccarat's ability is indeed too powerful. It's amazing to be able to change the fortune of an entire pirate group. Rear Admiral Kadalu was also full of surprise. No wonder this woman can get Chris trust, it is indeed a trouble. Brando coughed lightly and drew everyone's attention back. At this point, another woman appeared on the slide. The same pink hair, high cold and elegant temperament, eyebrows are the iconic curly eyebrows. The second character Brando wants to introduce is Reiju. As soon as the photo of Reiju came out, Momonga Vice Admiral immediately stood up excitedly and pointed at Reiju's photo. This woman is from the North Blue Germa Kingdom. She is the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Reiju. All the Marine generals were shocked when they heard the words. They all know about Germa 66, and their technological strength is the envy of governments around the world. And the Vinsmoke family is also a member of the world government. Rear Admiral Kadalu asked with a puzzled look, "Why are there people from the Vinsmoke family on Chris' ship? Could it be that there is some kind of partnership between the Vinsmoke family and the Chris pirates?" Brano tried his best to stabilize the scene at this time, and said calmly, "As everyone guessed, their two major forces are in a cooperative relationship. Our investigation found that Germa 66 had received help from Chris during the North Blue campaign. After that, Reiju boarded the Chris pirates' ship. Whether Reiju is acting as a partner or as a strategic cooperative monitor, the relationship between the two of them is certain." Doberman looked gloomy and said in a low voice, "There must be nothing good for the two of them to cooperate. A pirate, a North Blue invader, they know what their purpose is." Doberman looked up at Sengoku and Garp et al. As we all know, the Vinsmoke family has been a disaster for North Blue all the year round. The purpose is to unify North Blue and make North Blue their rule. In front of him heavily, and said with hatred, "But that's it. The world government treats them with courtesy, and invaders like them also have the right to participate in the World Conference and become world nobles." Born in North Blue, and his country was invaded by the Vinsmoke family. So he has a different feeling for the Vinsmoke family. Tsuru Vice Admiral's eyes are also solemn. The King Shichibukai and the world government member countries, they are linked together, it is not good news. If the Vinsmoke family, with the help of the Chris pirates, successfully unified North Blue. At that time, the consequences may be unimaginable. Whether the world government can restrain these two forces is a big question. Momonga Vice Admiral also said solemnly, if the Chris pirates use the power of Germa's technology to further expand. He is the King Shichibukai again, we can't do anything about him. Under the protection of the world government, if he grows into a strength like the four emperors, the world will be in chaos. Garp suddenly burst out laughing and said casually, I think you're all thinking too much. It's just a Vinsmoke family, it can't make much waves. If Chris wants to grow into the four emperors, he can only rely on himself, no one else can help. He picked his nostrils and looked at Sengoku oddly. As for whether or not these two forces can be restrained, it depends on the means of the world government. Sengoku's eyes were solemn, and Garp's movements were not paying attention. He was silent, then turned his head and glanced at Branu, motioning him to continue. Branu nodded, then changed another slide. A woman with long black hair appeared in the photo. Kuzan, who had been silent until now and was only forced by Sengoku to sit in, suddenly sat up straight. In the photo was all too familiar to him. Even though it's been so long and she's grown up, Kuzan still recognizes her at a glance. Branu glanced at Kuzan and continued, Nicole Robin, survivor of West Blue O'Hara, child of the devil. Hearing the name of O'Hara Island, all the generals in the conference room stared blankly. That incident once caused a sensation in the entire Marine headquarters. Buster Call came out, the entire island was destroyed. Only a little girl escaped. Since then, this little girl has disappeared, and unexpectedly reappeared, and has become a member of the Chris Pirates. Branu said, Nicole Robin, I have been working under Crocodile before, without attracting our attention. In the process of investigating the Chris Pirates, we accidentally discovered that she is the girl who escaped from O'Hara Island. Now, she is the head of the Chris Pirates branch in Alabasta Kingdom. Mainly dealing with various matters in the Alabasta branch, and has a close relationship with the Alabasta royal family. Kuzan sat up straight and said lightly, the Chris Pirates still have a branch there. That little guy, the picture is not simple. While eating the senbei, Garp muttered, but think about it, Shichibukai, the king, which one is a peace of mind? This Nicole Robin, does have some talent. It's really not that simple to be trusted by Chris so much. Momonga Vice Admiral's face was solemn. This Nicole Robin has always been a confidant of the world government, she is the queen of sinners. What does Chris want to do with Nico Robin under his command? All the generals shook their heads and couldn't figure it out. But at this time, Kuzan suddenly said, Nicole Robin, she should have mastered the way of interpreting history. Chris took her as his subordinate, and I am afraid he also took a fancy to this. He wants to interpret the blank 100-year history. The voice fell, the generals in the entire conference room were terrified. They more or less understand what that means. That is the biggest taboo of the world government. Rear Admiral Kuduru let out a long breath and said, any one of the three Chris pirates is trouble. They are still gathered in a boat. I seem to understand the Marine headquarters, why so much importance is attached to Chris. Vice Admiral Chaton Tokikake, Yamakaji and others beside him all nodded in agreement. These three women are not simple characters. After introducing Robin, Kuzan was thoroughly interested in the Chris pirates and urged, who else is there? Hearing this, Branu hurriedly replied, please see the slide below. Slides were changed again, this time it was still a woman. A head, light blue long hair, delicate face, full of youthful atmosphere. As soon as this photo came out, the generals in the conference room were all monks with 2 feet in length, confused. Everyone has a common doubt, such a little girl, what is so special about Branu? Seeing everyone's eyes, gently Isho. Immediately, a line of text appeared on the screen. Vivi, Princess of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Doberman has some doubts. this is the princess of the member states of the world government. What does she have to do with the Chris pirates? Brando reminded. Doberman Vice Admiral, remember what I just mentioned. The Chris pirates have established a branch in Alabasta Kingdom. The head of the branch, Nico Robin, has a close relationship with the nobles of the kingdom. And this so-called noble of the kingdom is the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, Princess Vivi. Doberman suddenly realized something, and immediately thought of something. You mean, this Princess Vivi has joined the Chris pirates? Gentlemen, please explain that since Chris went to sea, the Marine headquarters has not analyzed Chris. This time, Chris is going to enter the New World, and the plot really unfolds, so it is necessary for the Marine headquarters to analyze the Chris pirates in detail. 282. The shock of all the generals of the headquarters, the anger of the Red Dog Akainu. Marine headquarters Marineford. The conference room, research on Chris continues. The Marine Admiral leaders were a little surprised by the identity of Princess Vivi. It is unimaginable that the nobles of the member states of the world government joined the pirates. Branu pointed to the photo of Princess Vivi and said lightly, according to the current situation we have, that's it. This Princess Vivi has joined the Chris pirates camp. Kuzan put his hands on the table, expressionless, and said indifferently, then does this mean Alabasta Kingdom and Chris pirates are also allies? Brando paused for a moment and thought for a moment. Immediately nodded. It's not wrong to say so. Brando smiled slightly, and the text on the slide increased a little more. He pointed to these words and analyzed. Everyone, please read. We found in the Alabasta Kingdom survey that Princess Vivi has a lot of influence in the country. Even once surpassed the prestige of his father, King Cobra. Hearing the words, the meeting room immediately caused a commotion. This is really rare. Rear Admiral Kadalu crossed his hands and placed them in front of him. Just a princess, does she have such a big influence? Chatan Tokikake on the side laughed lightly. His reaction to this matter was a little dull, and he said something in a breathless manner. It is normal that Crocodile has occupied Alabasta for a long time, and the prestige of the king has declined. Brano nodded affirmatively, and he continued. Yes, during Crocodile's reign, Princess Vivi actively saved the country. As a result, it has gained a lot of public support, and now Alabasta is gradually reviving and prospering. The people naturally attribute this credit to Princess Vivi. Momonga Vice Admiral frowned, from the beginning of the meeting, until now. None of the news he heard could make him feel at ease. Whether it is the Vinsmoke family or Nico Robin, the son of the devil, this identity is very sensitive. Now there is another princess, who is still very powerful. Now the problem has become more and more complicated. Momonga Vice Admiral said solemnly, with the revival of the Alabasta Kingdom, their country's overall strength has gradually increased. I'm afraid it will be a great help for Chris in the future. This Chris, who has united so many forces, is probably not just the King Shichibukai. Akainu, one of the 3 Marine admirals, suddenly snorted. Originally, he only felt that there was nothing in this meeting, and kept silent. But with Brano's introduction, he found that this Chris was not as simple as he thought. I said long ago that the so-called Shichibukai system under the king should be abolished. Which of these guys is not something else? Wear a reasonable and legal hat, do evil everywhere, and strengthen yourself. And it is possible to leave the world government at any time and become a pirate again. For absolute justice, they must be eradicated one by one. Akainu had a sullen look on his face, and his words were so intense that he made the scene, and suddenly became nervous. He is the leading figure of the Hawks in Marine, and has always advocated radicalism. But the generals did not dare to say anything about his proposal to abolish the Shichibukai system under the king. This matter, in the end, needs to be decided by the royal family from all over the world at the World Conference, and they are inconvenient to say more. Only people like Akainu, who are powerful, dare to comment on these things at will. Sengoku coughed lightly and pulled the atmosphere back. We don't care. The theme of today's meeting is the Chris Pirates. Brano, you continue to introduce. The voice fell. Brano nodded hurriedly and continued to analyze the Chris Pirates. The things just mentioned can already explain the problem. Now, behind the Chris Pirates, there are two major forces, the Vinsmoke family and the Alabasta. Among them, the establishment of the Alabasta branch also means that this country has become a subsidiary country of the Chris Pirates. Akainu's face was bad and his expression was gloomy. Everyone could see his dissatisfaction. However, regarding this matter, the Marine generals in the conference room also expressed concern. Chris expanding his power in this way is not conducive to the control of the world government over him. The slideshow on the screen was quickly changed to another one. This time the photo of the slideshow was a group photo. In the photo, almost all the members of the Chris Pirates are included. What I introduced before was all the forces related to Chris, and the reliance on him to get to this point. Now, this is the key point we want to understand today, the combat power of the Chris Pirates. Brano's volume involuntarily increased a little. Marine generals in the conference room were also looking forward to it at this time. After all, no matter what the power of the Chris Pirates is, their own strength is the most important. First of all, let's take a look, Captain Chris, Lafitte. Brano said, while changing the slides. A personal profile about Lafitte, displayed on the big screen. Lafitte was originally a security officer somewhere in West Blue, and was later hired by Chris. This person is a devil fruit power user, a relatively rare ancient zone species. This kind of devil fruit, I don't need to say more, I think everyone knows it. Sure enough, a group of rear admirals have already started to talk to each other. Zone species, without exception, improve their combat effectiveness by no means a single star. They have seen a lot in Marine's information, and the owners of Zone's ancient devil fruit are all powerful people. Either a senior general in Marine, or a big pirate with a reward of over 100 million. In short, the existence of a weak person has not yet been found. Brano withdrew his gaze, smiled, and continued to speak. Lafitte has always had fewer shots, but that doesn't affect our judgment on him. Based on his several shots, we conclude that his strength surpasses all the vice admiral present here. As soon as these words came out, the meeting room immediately. It got noisy. Momonga vice admiral said dissatisfiedly, Brano, what do you mean by that? Could it be that, we Marine vice admiral, we are all the characters who have slapped fists and embroidered legs? A masked, thin vice admiral snorted and said disdainfully, then you mean, he is more powerful than Garp vice admiral? Everyone turned their attention to the sleepy Garp, although Garp was usually not serious at all. But in the hearts of everyone, he is still the Marine hero, and the unmatched guy. His face was indifferent, and he said lightly, as we all know, Garp vice admiral cannot be counted as vice admiral. And I don't mean to belittle you. The reason why I say that is precisely to show how powerful Lafitte is. 2 words of understatement, immediately. It left a crowd of vice admirals speechless. But even so, they still felt resentment in their hearts. It's a shame for them to go above and beyond all vice admiral. Quiet, Brano continued as if nothing had happened. Lafitte has a 2-color hockey, and his attainments are not low. The weapon is the salute in his hand, which is actually a knife. After listening to Brano's introduction, everyone felt that this pale, thin guy suddenly looked a little weird. Of course, Lafayette can become a deputy captain, and it is not only powerful. Blanco raised his eyebrows without a trace, and said, this man is a gentleman, but he actually kills without blinking. He can often take other people's lives while talking and laughing without changing his face. At the same time, he is shrewd and wise, and of course he can be said to be cunning and a ruthless character. Put on the blindfold again, leaned back on the chair, and said casually, being a vice captain naturally won't be too weak. they seen him once at West Blue. He has an extreme personality. In terms of strength, Momonga, you guys, are not opponents. Hearing Kuzan's comments, Momonga Vice Admiral and others were very surprised. Marine Admiral recognized the strength, so they naturally dare not doubt it. The slides on the big screen were changed again. Brano picked up the water glass, took a sip, and continued, the captain is the backbone of the Chris Pirates. However, before introducing the squad leaders, I need to introduce a character in particular. Saying that, he looked at the topless man on the slide, Enel. This person's name is Enel, who came down from Sky Island and once ruled the entire Sky Island. The reason why I say he is special is because his strength should be second only to Chris in the Chris Pirates. Hearing Brano say this, many people instantly became interested. Previously, Brano had touted Lafayette like that, but at this moment a person suddenly appeared, stronger than Lafayette. Suru Vice Admiral smiled kindly and said, in that case, the old man should listen carefully. Now, Chaton Tokikake also took a sip of the tea in front of him, and said with a smile that was half a smile. My favorite kind of special weirdo. Brano immediately introduced. Enel, a member of the Chris Pirates, has no position. But according to our investigation, we found that his real status on the ship was quite high, even slightly higher than that of the Deputy Captain Lafitte. Brano glanced at Marine 3 Admiral with a strange expression, and smiled lightly. He is also a devil fruit ability person, and his ability is very interesting. Speaking of which, he seemed to pause deliberately. Doberman urged, okay, you don't sell anything. What the hell is this dead fish-eyed guy? Brano smiled mysteriously, and said, he is Logia, Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit ability. Hearing this, everyone unconsciously glanced at Marine 3 Admiral. The reason why they can become 3 Admiral, in addition to their own fighting technique and 2-color hockey strong. More, it has to do with their devil fruit abilities. The strongest Logia is still the most powerful element in Logia. Ice, lava and light are the most powerful elements. Rear Admiral Kadalu couldn't help but exclaimed, it's actually Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, does it hold the power of thunder? Momosagi's eyes rolled, and her delicate face also showed some subtle fluctuations, echoing. The power of thunder that combines damage and speed, and is irresistible. How lucky. Of devil fruit is hard to come by. Even if you don't know the 2-color hockey, the ability of the devil fruit alone is enough to become a strong man. Kizaru, who has been doing nothing, carelessly trims his nails, Borsellino. At this point he finally raised his head. Constantly nodding his head, he said yin and yang strangely, yo, what a rare ability, no wonder Chris looks at him differently. Brano, are you going to say that this guy is equivalent to our strength? Kizaru Borsellino stared at Brano with a pair of small eyes, with a weird smile on his face. Brando gave a wry smile and shook his head. General Borsellino, that's not the case. According to our speculation, his strength is higher than Lafitte, but compared with the 3 Admiral, he is still a little worse. He also masters 2-color hockey. Observation hockey is unfathomable. It's a pity that Enel's armament hockey is not as good as you are, General Borsellino. Akainu looked solemn, shook his head lightly, and said something sonorously. Having said that, with the ability of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, even if hockey is not good enough, his strength is scary enough. This Enel, it's a noteworthy guy. Such scum must be removed quickly. Seeing that the 2 admirals valued Enel so much, the generals did not dare to despise him. None of them could guarantee that they would be able to defend themselves against lightning strikes. Enel's armament hockey is underwhelming, but so are the vice admirals themselves. Compared to Garp the Fist's armament, they're not even a tad worse. Doberman sighed softly and said, the 2 battles under Chris's are not easy. Now they are both still growing and progressing. In time, the 2 of them will definitely become one of the world's strongest. For this, everyone in the conference room agreed. Akainu, who has always been hostile to pirates, nodded, and he gave great recognition to the strength and talent of the two. Brando shrugged, and then continued to say mysteriously, "Everyone, this is just the beginning. What's really exciting about the Chris Pirates is their dozens of squad leaders. These people, each with their own uniqueness, that is, combat power and talent, are very terrifying. In particular, the squad leaders of the Chris Pirates are almost all devil fruit users." Finished speaking, he could clearly hear the sound of air conditioning in the conference room. Momonga Vice Admiral murmured in a low voice, "When did devil fruit become so common? Is it really the radish and cabbage that can be seen everywhere?" "Indeed, devil fruits are actually relatively rare. Said that there are many devil fruit capable people in the sea, it is better to say. Devil fruit capable people have basically become pirates or marines. Guys, the author has already conceived the country that Chris is going to attack. Is a superpower in the new world. As for what it is, it will be explained later. Well, anyway, the next thing is very exciting. Everyone hurry up to urge the update, if there is a urging ticket." 283. The powerful squad leaders shocked the three admirals. Devil fruit abilities, even on the ships of the four emperors, are not so dense. Almost all the squad leaders of the Chris Pirates are. This is really surprising. Borsellino smiled strangely, his eyes seemed to be closed, he didn't know what he was thinking, and said something. "Is this the lucky fruit of Baccarat, too?" Blanco was noncommittal and continued his story. The slideshow on the screen has been replaced at this time, and the photo has been replaced by Luo. Blanco pointed to Luo's photo and introduced it without emotion. Trafalgar Law, Paramesha Operative Fruit Ability, Chris Pirates First Team Captain. Rear Admiral Kadalu had bright eyes, pointed at Luo, and said, "I have an impression of him. This guy is the captain of the original Heart Pirates, known as the Death Surgeon." Later, for some unknown reason, he took the entire pirate group and joined Chris. The other two Rear Admiral on the side also said that they had hunted down Luo. Brano glanced at the information in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's because of Doflamingo." Chaton Tokikake stretched out his hand to tidy up his hat, and glanced at Brano curiously. "What?" "Trafalgar Law joined Chris was because of Doflamingo," Brano explained. "Luo was chased and killed by Doflamingo, and he should have been rescued by Chris, and then they got together." Momonga Vice Admiral frowned. Another troublesome guy involved. Could it be that Chris is stronger than Doflamingo? Brano spread his hands. Chris was involved with so many people, and he couldn't do anything about it. The fruit of surgery, Paramesha, can create a spherical space of their own. In this space domain, Luo himself is a godlike being. He can cut any object at will, including people, and can also achieve instant spatial displacement. Luo can also perceive objects in the space, manipulate them freely, and replace them. Luo's abilities are complex, and Brano takes the trouble to introduce them. The chief advisor Suru Vice Admiral suddenly added, "This ability can perform undead surgery on humans. At the expense of the capable one's own life, give another person eternal life." Eternal life. Doberman's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he was so surprised today. The ability to give people immortality is definitely not an ordinary ability. The generals, including Sengoku, were all surprised. Because of this, it always makes people feel a little magical. Sengoku asked suspiciously, "Crane, how did you know this ability?" Suru Vice Admiral smiled kindly and said, "Have you forgotten, Sengoku? We have investigated Doflamingo, and in his documents, there is mention of the fruit of the operation." Kuzan said in a mellow voice, "No wonder, Doflamingo wants to kill Luo, probably because he wants the power of immortality." Then, he yawned and said lazily, "Haha, I'm afraid it will be cheaper Chris in the future." Everyone was speechless. After all, it would cost the lives of the capable ones, and they could not guess what happened in the future. Trafalgar Law, who has mastered two-color hockey, plus its fruit ability, its strength should not be underestimated. Blanco finally gave this result. Strength should not be underestimated, but a simple sentence shows Luo's difficulty and potential. Marine generals in the conference room all looked solemn. It's just a Chris pirate group, but it's full of talented people. Everyone, please see, the person in the photo is named Van Auger, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Chris Pirates. A person who wears fruit ability can travel freely in space and move. It is a very strange fruit ability. This person is good at using guns, and his marksmanship is precise, and he masters two-color hockey. We agreed that he will grow into a character like Ben Beckman or Usopp in the Red Hair Pirates in the future. The ability template given by the Marine research team is really amazing. You know, both Ben Beckman and Usopp are first-class masters. Even if Marine 3 Admiral met, they would have a headache for a while. Borsellino gently dragged his head with one hand, tilted his head, and sighed softly. Another gun guy, what I hate the most is these guys. As a light fruit person, Kizaru is the only one who has lingering fears against the gun. Garp had finished dozing off by this time and was refreshed. He ate Sengoku's senbei and laughed, ha 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 ha, funny boy. I'm starting to look forward to the other squad leaders. Brano, go ahead. Hearing this, Brano nodded hurriedly. Slide transition, Cavendish appears. Cavendish, captain of the 3rd Division of the Chris Pirates, swordsmanship. Genius. Momonga Vice Admiral looked at Cavendish with a solemn expression and said, this person is the famous murder case, the system of Rommel's scythe. Cavendish was handsome and fascinated thousands of girls. Where he was born, because all the women in the country love her and do not want to get married. So the crowd expelled Cavendish. Such a handsome appearance, it is indeed difficult to associate him with a murderous maniac. Momonga Vice Admiral explained, this person has a dual personality and is controlled by the second personality when he sleeps and sleepwalks. In this state, his swordsmanship is twice as high as when he was sober. What we call Rommel's Itachi is his second personality. Brian nodded and said, this man is a swordsman. Level is extraordinary, and the most troublesome thing is that he is also a fruit person now. He eats the speed fruit, which can greatly improve his speed, and develop it to a certain extent, comparable to General Borsellino. It's even possible to achieve space shuttles. And as far as we know, he has now gradually mastered the two-color hockey. Momonga Vice Admiral's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly said, then his second personality, isn't it more terrifying? Brano shook his head and changed the slide. See this little black dog in the photo? Momonga Vice Admiral and the others looked at each other, not knowing what Brano was going to say. Blanco explained, Cavendish's second personality was transferred to this little black dog by Luo's ability to use the fruit of surgery. The generals were suddenly in an uproar, which was somewhat beyond their comprehension. Rear Admiral Kodalu smiled helplessly. This guy Luo's ability is really scary, and even his personality can be transferred at will. We consulted with Dr. Vegapunk about this, and he said it could be done, Brano's assistant replied. Kodaru pouted, and since Dr. Vegapunk had said it, he had no choice but to believe it. Seeing Momonga Vice Admiral's soothing face, Brano smiled oddly. Although there is no second personality, his strength has increased instead, so now his threat, we think it is heavier. Momonga Vice Admiral's eyes widened, looking at Brano in confusion. He thought to himself, this is deliberately teasing me. Blanco ignored it and continued the meeting. Everyone, the Chris Pirates currently have only 3 confirmed squad leaders. The rest of the squad leaders have not yet been clearly identified, but they are equally powerful. The generals in the conference room have already understood that the squad leaders of the Chris Pirates are not bad. They all whispered to each other, complaining that Brano was the ambition of others. But Blaine didn't care about that. He has been investigating the Chris Pirates for so long, so he knows their situation better than anyone else. He knew the horror of these people. Burgess, the sonic fruit person, can release laser cannons from his mouth, often achieving unexpected effects. This person is also the first group of people to join Chris, mastering the two-color hockey. Among them, his mastery of armament hockey is ahead of many on board. This person is brave and belligerent, he is thick and thin, and his strength is very strong. Ordinary people are not opponents. Immediately after, no wait, someone commented, Brano just replaced, another slide. Poison, join the Chris Pirates with Burgess. He is a Logia miasma fruit-capable person. He can be called a poison gas bomb with huge lethality. Don't look at his ill appearance. When he fights, his methods are ruthless and cunning, and he is an extremely sinister guy. Similarly, he also holds the two-color hockey, which is a major force in the Chris Pirates. Rear Admiral Kodalu couldn't help but suppress, this guy is not as powerful as you say. Isn't it just a sick seedling? Even if it is Logia's ability, it is not necessarily so powerful. Sneered and gave Kodaru a contemptuous look. He had long expected that some people would be dissatisfied. After all, no one wanted to have so many stubborn stubble in a pirate group. Precisely. The sick child you mentioned can fight Moria, one of the king's Shichibukai. Excuse me, Rear Admiral, can you do it? Rear Admiral Kodalu blushed immediately after being questioned by Brano. He couldn't help but find a crack to crawl in now, and regretted what he had just said. With Gecko Moria, he asked himself how far he was. After Kodalu was speechless, Blanu continued to introduce the rest of the squad leaders calmly. Hawkins, a fortune teller from West Blue, a straw fruit person. This scarecrow fruit can use other people as your stand-in to transfer damage, and it is difficult to be really hurt. At the same time, you can also summon a giant scarecrow to fight, which is not weak. Due to the limited number of shots this person has made, his true strength cannot be estimated. Whether he has mastered two-color hockey is unknown. But, on the Chris Pirates, it will be a matter of time to master the two-color hockey. At this moment, no one dared to question any more, and they all nodded their heads and listened quietly. Man-Demon Jin, Paramesha's explosive fruit power, an explosive man who can explode all over his body. Be taciturn, addicted to practice, master two-color hockey. According to this person's nature, when he grows up in the future, he is also a tough guy. Slides were changed again, and Brano significantly sped up the introduction. Kuro, Paramesha air pressure fruit ability, can manipulate air pressure at will, causing huge damage. This person is the most intelligent of the squad leaders, and his mind is very flexible. Good at making plans, and he has mastered two-color hockey himself, with great potential. Garp ate the senbei and laughed, it really is a bunch of weird guys. The ability of the fruit is all kinds of strange, and they all master the two-color hockey. The combat power of this pirate group is not easy. Suru Vice Admiral smiled kindly, looking at everyone in the conference room. The atmosphere was a little dull and his mood was a little low. She said comfortably, young people, don't be too discouraged. No matter how talented the Chris Pirates are, they can still be compared to our world government and our marine. You must understand that our talents are all over the world, and you don't have to complain about yourself. Sengoku is also Haha Isho, took over the conversation and said, yes, cheer up. The reason why the Chris Pirates can be discussed by us is because of their strength. Otherwise why should we study and discuss them? Speaking of which, it is precisely because they are strong that everyone needs to practice hard and deal with these people in a targeted manner. With these old seniors invigorating the atmosphere and comforting everyone, the atmosphere in the conference room eased slightly. The previous introduction of Brano really shocked everyone. Akainu looked at the group of Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral with disdain in his eyes. He acted aggressively, and most despised this kind of self-pity person, and said coldly. Brano, you continue to say, what other characters are there in the Chris Pirates? After Branu heard the order, he continued to introduce. Bartolomeo, the barrier fruit ability, can create a transparent barrier. This layer of barrier is extremely hard, and it is difficult for ordinary attacks to break it. According to our research and speculation, even the ice of Kuzan Admiral or the magma attack of General Akainu are difficult to break through. There were several surprised voices in the conference room. Chatan Tokikake couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is such a strong defense. Even the ability attacks of the admirals can be resisted." Brano nodded, but then added, "Of course, if the admirals strike with all their strength, they can still be shattered. After all, the display of the fruit's ability also depends on the user's own strength." Bartolomeo must have fallen behind in hockey's mastery. But despite this, everyone still felt that Bartolomeo's barrier fruit ability was too unusual. With this layer of barrier in place, the life-saving ability is greatly improved. Everyone, don't just focus on the defensive power of the barrier fruit, its attack power is also very powerful. Doberman whispered Isho and asked, "Isn't it a barrier? How does he attack?" Hearing this, Brando is mysterious Isho. "Can't the automatic subscription go up a few?" Since the resumption of the update, the 4D update has been updated every day, but the results are still so poor. The more you write, the less motivated you are. Everyone, please subscribe to a few automatically. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to persist, and I can only reduce the number of updates at that time. I don't want to do this either. Reminder. 3 things to read. 284. The squad leader who appeared in the finale shocked Akainu, Kizaru, and Kuzan. Blanco stood in front of the big screen with a weird smile on his face. Actually, he doesn't need to do it himself at all to complete the attack. Doberman looked in disbelief. How can he attack Momonga Vice Admiral who is on the side without doing anything? Thoughtful, he patted his head and said, "Reaction force." Looked suspiciously at Momonga Vice Admiral. "Good guy, is his head so bright?" Brano nodded and said lightly, "Yes, it's the same principle. The barrier created by the barrier fruit, in addition to resisting the attacks of outsiders, it can also rebound. In other words, when you attack Bartolomeo, you are actually attacking yourself." The Marine generals whispered to each other and talked a lot. Rear Admiral Kodalu shook his head and sighed. Such a powerful devil fruit is actually in the hands of a pirate. Chatan Tokikake's expression is half smile, always with an air of incomprehension. "Don't envy them, we Marine 3 Admiral's fruit ability, I don't know how many pirates envy them." Momosagi's eyes rolled, and her slender hand rubbed her chin. She frowned slightly and said, "If General Kuzan and the others, will this long-range elemental attack also bounce back? The problem is immediate. Has aroused everyone's interest, which involves the rebound of force or the rebound of attack. The difference between the two is huge. If it's just a rebound of force, it's okay to say that a long-range attack can solve it. But if it is, it will be very troublesome to rebound the attack." Branu paused for a moment, then suddenly said solemnly, "Everyone, according to our research with Dr. Vegapunk's technology team, we speculate that if Bartolomeo, the barrier fruit could be developed to a certain extent, he's perfectly capable of rebounding from an attack." As soon as these words came out, the meeting room immediately. There was an uproar. Many Marine generals were amazed, and looking at it like this, it would be very troublesome. Blanco immediately spoke, adding, "Don't be impatient, everyone, what I said is just a bold speculation. As for whether Bartolomeo can develop the fruit ability, there is still an unknown. At least he can't do that now." Although these few words of Branu played a certain comforting role. But in the hearts of the generals, the barrier fruit has been firmly remembered. And his owner, Bartolomeo, the next person, Momonga Vice Admiral, should also be very familiar. Glanced at Momonga Vice Admiral lightly, and changed to the next slide. Bellamy, the Paramesha spring fruit ability person, can squeeze the spring to obtain great power. Momonga Vice Admiral suddenly realized, and said in a slightly contemptuous tone, "It turned out to be him. A little pirate that I was ordered to hunt down, has average strength, but the means of escaping is a must. At the beginning, I chased him for a whole week, but in the end I lost it. I have to admire him." Although he didn't catch Bellamy, Momonga Vice Admiral despised him from the bottom of his heart. Because Bellamy was in front of him at that time, and there was almost no power to fight back. Branno smiled oddly, immediately. He slapped his face and said, "This person has now mastered two-color hockey. Especially on the way to armament hockey, the talent is absolutely amazing, and it is also ranked high in the Chris Pirates. Although his current strength is weaker than others, his growth is full of unknowns." Momonga Vice Admiral's face froze, a little bastard who didn't care about it at first. It may have grown into a big trouble now. The side, Rear Admiral Kuduru. Carefully write down the name and take Bellamy as the next target. The next person to be introduced by Branno was Foxy. Silver Fox Foxy, a person with the ability to slow fruit, can emit slow light, and those who are irradiated will move very slowly. If you are in a battle and are disturbed by slow light, you are basically at a certain point of defeat. Glanced at Kizaru, who was trimming his nails, and smiled. It's the exact opposite of General Borsellino, one is extremely fast and the other is extremely slow. Brando said in a warning tone, "Don't underestimate this guy. If he develops the fruit ability in place, the large-scale slow light may directly cause a person in a military camp to be paralyzed instantly." Momosugi held her delicate face and muttered to herself, "If that's the case, then it's really being slaughtered." Momonga Vice Admiral suddenly looked at Branno and asked, "Both of them are potential stocks, and they are not really strong instant combat powers. The other squad leaders I haven't mentioned yet, are they the same?" Momonga Vice Admiral feels that the Chris Pirates seem to have no troublesome characters anymore. However, he was soon slapped in the face again. Brando shook his head with a smile, and said helplessly, "Actually, there are still many tricky guys. Like this one." Saying that, Branno pointed to the big screen, and a young man appeared in front of everyone with a pair of wings behind him. After seeing the wings, Rear Admiral Kuduru asked, "Is this also an ancient species?" Suru Vice Admiral smiled amiably. "Nawaye, this is someone from Sky Island, and the people there have wings behind their backs. Saying goes, an old family is like a treasure. Suru Vice Admiral has not lived in vain for so many years. She has also heard some things about Sky Island in 2s and 3s. When combined, she has a general understanding." Nodded. Monk Uroj, born in Sky Island, Paramesha causal fruit person. After hearing the name, Doberman was a little puzzled. Cause and effect. What kind of devil fruit is this? What abilities does it have? Obviously, the Marine generals are very unfamiliar with this fruit. Branno's assistant took out a document and read it aloud. Cause and effect devil fruit, Paramesha. A person with ability can convert the attack and injury into his body shape or strength, and this relationship is positively correlated. In short, it can absorb the opponent's attack to improve its own strength. Kizaru Borsellino pouted and said casually, "It hurts oneself first, and then hurts others. It's another strange fruit. As his opponent, it should be a headache." Pointed to Uroja's photo curiously and asked, "Is that thing his weapon?" Branno glanced at it, then nodded. "Yes, this guy's weapon is a strange huge hexagonal pencil. Because it can't be in close contact, I can't judge its material for the time being." Kuzan raised his eyebrows and retracted his arms. What a weird guy. Then added, "Uroj has mastered the two-color hockey, which is a huge increase in his strength. Now it seems that this Uroj is indeed a tricky figure. However, this is not the end, there are still many tricky characters on the Chris Pirates. Waipa, Paramesha's fruit restorer, like the Phoenix Marco, has tenacious vitality. This person's recovery ability is extremely terrifying, and he can be resurrected with full blood almost instantly, which is extremely difficult to deal with. So fighting against him, if you can't kill with one hit, you must retreat, or you will be killed by him. Chaton Tokikake Vice Admiral sighed softly and said helplessly, "One Phoenix Marco is enough trouble, now there's another. I advise everyone, when you meet these two people, don't face hard steel." Akainu gave Chaton Tokikake a disdainful look, and snorted, "What can't you do? If he can be resurrected, beat him until he can't be resurrected. Escape from battle, what kind of marine? For the sake of absolute justice, if anyone dares to run away, this old man will never allow it." Suru Vice Admiral smiled softly. "After all, not everyone has the strength you have, Akainu." Akainu looked indifferent and said nothing. Seeing this, Branno continued to introduce. Akino, the Paramesha hot fruit ability, can emit high temperature from the body. He can even swim freely in the lava. Garp chewed the senbei in his mouth and said vaguely, "So, Akainu has met his opponent. Your precious magma is useless to others." Akainu's expression changed slightly when he heard the words, but he was afraid of Garp's iron fist and did not break out in the end. Akainu just smiled a little embarrassedly. The ability of fruit, mutual growth and mutual restraint, is just a normal phenomenon. Everyone could see Akainu's helplessness, but they all held back their laughter and dared not really laugh. As a member of the Hawks, Onagumo Vice Admiral hurriedly said, "Branno, are there any other captains of the Chris Pirates?" Branno also knows how to judge the situation very well, and he should say, "Don't worry, there are a few more. Paheru, Paramesha's fruit crusher, has the power to crush everything. Once you have a close fight with this person, the risk factor is extremely high. If you are not careful, you may be smashed by him with one blow." All the generals shivered when they thought of that bloody scene. Immediately after, another slide appeared on the screen. In the conference room, immediately, there was a sound, a questioning voice. On the slide is very famous in Marine and almost everyone has heard of it. Momosugi asked with a puzzled look, "Isn't this Pansfuri? How could he be in this place?" All Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral are the same question face. Brando shrugged and smiled helplessly. "This is the news we only got recently. The Chris Pirates just entered the New World a few days ago, and they ran into Pansfly right away. It is said that a battle broke out between the two sides, and Pansfree was defeated, and then joined the Chris Pirates." Kuzan Vivi sat up straight. "Tisk tut, I didn't expect that this guy will be subdued one day. This Chris, but, has some means." Sengoku looked at Garp who kept eating his senbei, and said casually, "That's fine. This way, no one will rob us of our food." Sengoku's tone raised a few degrees, a pun intended. But Garp didn't like this set of things at all, pretended not to understand, nodded vigorously, and agreed. Marine generals in the conference room were all relaxed Isho, and they were already used to it. Brannu pointed to Pansfree and said, "I don't think I need to say more about this person's strength. Presumably, among you, many people's food has been robbed by him. When it comes to this matter, many generals bow their heads silently, which is the pain in the hearts of many of them. It's not that they didn't think about chasing Pansfree, but the other party's whereabouts are uncertain and it is difficult to hunt down. Moreover, its own strength is not weak, and general small pursuit operations are useless at all. Now that Pansfree joins the Chris Pirates, it is like a tiger with wings." Brando suddenly put on a serious look, and everyone looked at him strangely. This is why I saw Brannu cleared his throat and said loudly, "The last squad leader to introduce to you. Originally, he was not valued by us because he was just an ordinary pirate. Although the strength is good, it is not enough to be placed at the finale." Hearing what Brian said, everyone was a little curious. What was the reason that made this guy suddenly change from an ordinary pirate to a notable guy? "Branno, I'm looking forward to this last squad leader." "Yeah, what is the sacred place that makes you so important to Branu? What kind of guy will he give to a guy like Cavendish and Wayapa who can't enjoy the finale treatment? Marine generals roared and couldn't wait to find out who this man was. Suru Vice Admiral was also at this moment, with a kind-hearted look and a faint smile on his face. If my guess is correct, this guy suddenly ate some devil fruit, which greatly increased his strength and potential. Borsellino put away the nail clippers and complimented in a mocking manner. Senior Crane has always been very accurate, but we have thought of it together. I don't know which lucky guy it is, what fruit he ate, wouldn't it be a rare mythical? Kuzan shook his head slightly from the side, probably not. Eudemon's type devil fruit itself is too rare to be found. Even if they have a baccarat by their side, it can bring good luck. It's not that easy, finding a 1 Eudemon's devil fruit, at most a 1 Logia. Akainu put on a stinky air and sneered at it, never saying a word from beginning to end. Brando motioned everyone to be quiet, and then changed the slides on the big screen. In the slideshow, a thin man appeared, and everyone was a little stunned. Obviously, this person's appearance and figure do not meet everyone's expectations. Doberman recognized the man and asked in an uncertain tone, "Isn't this Caribou? Is there anything special about this guy?" I'll go, the author's bacteria update was not good in the past, and the author's bacteria have to admit this. But now, the author's bacteria are updated every day, which is very powerful. Don't talk nonsense in the book review area, the author has really worked hard to code. Also, the automatic subscription has increased by 1, can you get another one, thank you all. 285. Marine Headquarters is shocked. The Chris pirates already possess the power of the 4 emperors. At the same time, some generals also recognized Caribou. Caribou is also a relatively attractive newcomer in the sea, and the reward amount is not low. But even so, in the minds of most marine generals, this is just a newcomer. Before entering the New World, no matter how successful he was, it could not be regarded as Marine's confidant. After all, the New World has buried too many outstanding talented newcomers. Some newcomers are just a flash in the pan, they don't grow much in the later period, and they eventually disappear into the crowd. Everyone doesn't quite understand that this Caribou Hinang can be lifted up by Branu, and Branu smiled mysteriously and said, "As you can see, this is the last one I want to introduce. Captain Kalibo, the newcomer of this year's Pirates, masters the 2-color hockey." Most of the people here already know this information, and there is nothing too special about it. They desperately wanted to know what was more special about Caribou. The reason why I say this guy is special and has great potential is because he got a 1 devil fruit. Brando deliberately slowed down his speech and said slowly, "This information, we just confirmed it last night." Momonga Vice Admiral urged, "What kind of devil fruit did he get? Is it as evil as you say?" Chaton Tokikake leaned back in his chair, airy, and also echoed, "Could it be that he is the same as Enel, and he is also from Logia?" Brano shook his head again, and finally said, "It's not the Logia devil fruit." What Caribou got is a 1 Paramesha devil fruit. Looked at Branu in surprise, he thought it was Logia. He turned to look at Sengoku. Paramesha devil fruit, what's more powerful? Sengoku shook his head lightly. Although he had read the devil fruits manual, he didn't know much about it. In the urging eyes of the generals, Branu slowly opened his mouth and said, "The name of this fruit, the Avatar fruit." As soon as the name of the clone fruit came out, the people in the conference room were even more confused. The so-called clone fruit, they really have never heard of it. This devil fruit does not seem to have a previous owner. Also possible that the owner who once owned it didn't make a big deal out of it. All in all, this is a little, known, unfamiliar devil fruit. Kuzan yawned involuntarily and said lazily, "The Avatar sounds so familiar." "Oh, come to think of it, there is a place called Wanokuni, where the ninjas seem to be proficient in the art of avatars. Akainu sneered with disdain on his face. I think I am some kind of devil fruit. It turns out that it's just an ordinary shadow clone. It's just a trick, and it doesn't have any real effect. Akainu has also seen Wanokuni's ninjas and has a general understanding of their avatars. Clone technique, in actual combat, has no other use except to confuse the enemy. When the rest of the generals heard the words, they all looked at Branu, wanting to hear Branu's explanation. Spread out his hands and said cautiously, the Wanokuni avatar technique that the two generals mentioned is really just a trick. However, this caribou clone fruit is more than just a trick. Oh, let's hear it. When Borsellino heard it, he immediately interested, he said with a crooked mouth. Akainu has a look of disdain and contempt. He doesn't think this avatar fruit can be of any great use. Ignored Akainu and changed the slide directly. Photo, there is another person who appears to be a circus clown. Little confused as to what this meant. Brano pointed to the clown, and said lightly, this is the former owner of the avatar fruit. Akainu glanced at it, then sneered and said, it's really just a clown. The slap in the face of Brando may not be at the time, but it will always be on the way. He then said, although this clown did not develop the fruit of the clone, we still found clues. From the information we have, the avatars created by the avatar fruit are all entities. And the clone will have the main body, almost 80% or even 90% of the physical strength and strength. Voice did not fall, and the meeting room was immediately. The pot exploded, and just 2 sentences shocked everyone directly. Rear Admiral Kadalu said with a shocked face, it's a lie, 80% of the strength, this is exactly the same as the main body. Momonga Vice Admiral's eyes were full of surprise. If this is the case, his personal strength has almost doubled. It's unbelievable, is there really such a devil fruit ability in the world? Chaton Tokikake pretended to be calm at this time, but he was really excited, his eyes had completely betrayed him. This ability made his smiling face change his face in a rare way. The strength is not just doubled. The tacit understanding between the clone and the main body is not comparable to ordinary twins. The fruit of the clone can have the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Glanced at Akainu, and saw that he was sinking like water at this moment, and Vivi twitched at the corners of his eyes and mouth. Can be seen that this slap in the face of Branos is too painful. Kuzan and Sengoku exchanged glances, both slightly shocked. Such devil fruit abilities are indeed very rare. Sengoku crossed his hands, put it on his chest, and asked in a mellow voice, Brano, you'll give everyone a detailed introduction. What other characteristics and abilities does this clone fruit have? Understood, Master Marshal. Brian nodded. Immediately in the meeting room. Calm down, Brano continued. If the ability of the clone fruit is just what I said, it's not a cause for concern. Some generals curled their lips and muttered in their hearts, it's not enough to worry about it. Obviously, the physical clone is already an incredible thing for them. However, the next paragraph of Brano's words really made them messy. Although this circus clown is not a powerful guy, he has 3 clones. This means that the avatar fruit can not only have one avatar, with the development of the fruit's ability. He can have 3 or more clones. Brando's tone gradually became more intense. He paused and continued, also, these avatars. It is very likely that all of them will have the body, 80% of the power. That's why, I say, Caribou is an object to focus on. At this moment, the conference room that was supposed to be noisy suddenly became unusually quiet. Everyone was silent, no one spoke up, and everyone was trying to digest the information. The potential ability of the clone fruit has far exceeded the understanding of everyone. Such a powerful fruit ability should never have appeared in this world. Sengoku sighed softly and said solemnly, Kalibo, this clone fruit, continue to study. Let Dr. Vegapunk's team give a corresponding strategy and see if there is any way to suppress it. Suru Vice Admiral immediately. Shaking his head. I think there is no way. Now we can only hope that Caribou is not talented enough to really develop the ability of the clone fruit. However, Suru Vice Admiral chuckled, as if mocking his own self-deception. How stupid can a pirate following Chris be? Marine generals in the conference room resumed the conversation, whispering to each other, discussing Caribou. Everyone agreed that if Caribou's fruit ability is developed in place, his own practice will be in place. He is likely to become the number 2 character of the Chris Pirates. His potential value instantly surpasses Enel, Cavendish and others. Of course, starting today, he will be the focus of Marine's attention. Everything about him will be studied, just to find a way to deal with him. Brano drank a few sips of water, and the long introduction made his mouth dry. However, the protagonist of this meeting has not yet appeared. He cleared his throat and stood in front of the big screen again. Brano sorted out his attire and smiled lightly. Everyone, the above is. All the squad leaders. I think in your hearts, you already have a general understanding of the combat power of the Chris Pirates. However, I want to remind everyone that in addition to the squad leader, there are some notable combat powers. Doberman couldn't help taking a breath and shook his head. Chris Pirates, how many terrible characters are there? Brano spread his hands helplessly, which was the same feeling when he first looked at the Chris Pirates in an all-round way. His assistant helped him change the slides, and Brano glanced at it. You are familiar with these 2 people in the photo, especially Marshal Sengoku and Garp Vice Admiral. Hearing this, both Sengoku and Garp looked up and took a closer look, then immediately. They exchanged glances with each other. Garp laughed and said, I didn't expect these 2 guys to be alive. And joined the Chris Pirates. Sengoku also had a dignified expression on his face, and said solemnly, yeah, Blue Ogre Dory, Red Ghost Brigitte. The 2 main forces of the giant pirates, the legend of Elbaf. Kuzan, Akainu, and others also recognized it, and they couldn't help but sigh, the long lifespan of the giants. Borsellino rubbed his chin and said strangely, these 2 are considered ancient pirates, and I have never seen them with my own eyes. After Doberman looked up the information, he exclaimed, 100 years ago, they actually offered a bounty as high as 100 million. When Momonga Vice Admiral heard the sound, she also exclaimed and said something. 100 years ago, it was not the age of the great pirates, and there were relatively few pirates at sea. The 100 million bounty that year, put it today, how can it be 300 million Bailey? Judging from the bounty alone, we can see the specific strengths of these 2 people back then. Brando told everyone that now, Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ghost Brigitte are guarding the Alabasta branch. The 2 of them have joined the Chris Pirates. Everyone, these 2 ancient pirates are legendary figures of the giant clan. Their joining directly led to Elbaf, the giant country, and completely joined the Chris Pirates camp. This statement really caused a stir. To say which country in the world is the most powerful in combat, it is basically recognized that Elbaf. Elbaf is the most powerful country in the whole world. This is a veritable kingdom of giants. The world's famous giant warriors are all from Elbaf. This country is full of talented people. If Elbaf joins the Chris Pirates, it will be a real threat to Marine. The power of Elbaf is definitely not comparable to that of the Vinsmoke family and the Kingdom of Alabasta. This is the real, absolute deterrent power. Although at the time, Elbaf was destroyed by young Charlotte Linlin. But after so many years, they are prospering again. Suru Vice Admiral's kind face finally showed a worried look at this moment, and said, Elbaf joins them, which means that the overall strength of the Chris Pirates has reached an unimaginable height. Chris is fully capable of competing with Marine and the world government. Sengoku also looked worried and said, strictly speaking, the Chris Pirates are infinitely close, even reaching the level of the 4 Emperor Pirates. Sengoku's words, although exaggerated, are not without reason. After all, the strength of a country in Elbaf is already terrifying. Coupled with the other forces of the Kriss pirates, if they really want to unite, it will be enough for the world government to have a headache for a while. Borsellino leaned against the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, and looked at the information in front of him casually. He pondered and said with a crooked mouth, "Why does the situation of the Kriss pirates feel a little familiar?" Kuzan also nodded, frowned slightly, and said, "It's very similar to the Rocks pirates back then." The Rocks pirates back then had a lot of talent, and now there are 3 of the 4 emperors from there. When everyone heard this, they all nodded. Looking at the posture of the Kriss pirates, there is a faint appearance of surpassing the Rocks pirates. In addition to Kriss, the squad leaders are also top-notch players, with top-notch strength and talent. As for the squad leaders here, it is not impossible for someone to grow to the level of the 4 emperors in the future. What kind of character is this Kriss who can make so many people and so many forces bow down to him? What kind of magic does he have? One thing to mention, the next heavyweight player, the author has already considered it. He has a grudge with Doflamingo. 286. Started researching Kriss, Akainu, Kizaru, Kuzan, and was completely blown away. Marineford, Senior Meeting Room. Marine generals were still talking to each other, discussing the Kriss pirates squad leaders. As well as joining the Kriss pirates camp, other forces inside. Previously, most of Marine's generals would not regard the mere Kriss pirates as a threat. In their eyes, only the 4 emperor pirates are their real threat. Although Kriss is only a newcomer, he quickly grows into Shichibukai. Although through battles time and time again, everyone has some understanding of his strength. But a newcomer, always a newcomer, no one would think. A newcomer in the sea, but in such a short period of time, he has gathered such a terrifying power. A large group of squad leaders with the strength of Vice Admiral, or close to Vice Admiral. The support of the 3 major national-level forces. Especially the support of Elbaf, which is even more surprising and incredible. Today, the Marine generals just found out about the Kriss pirates' knowledge of the Kriss pirates. Who used to be not taken seriously, has quietly developed to such a terrifying level. In fact, the true relationship between Kriss and Fishman Island has yet to be discovered. If this layer of relationship is exposed, there should be a large part of it, and it will not be able to sit still. Borsellino cocked his legs and tilted his neck, still as usual, as if he was hanging around. Brano, now you can give us a good introduction, the real protagonist of today. What we're looking forward to, Captain Kriss. The rest of the Marine generals, looking at Brano's eyes with a bit of urgency. This is not the first time they have studied Kriss. However, in almost every research, there will be new discoveries, because in the continuous progress of Kriss, his strength is constantly exposed. And all of this will give Marine a new understanding every time. Brano gestured to his assistant with his eyes, and the assistant immediately nodded. Soon, each general in the conference room had a document in their hands. This is a material specially made by Brano for Kriss. Everyone, what we just sent to you is all the information we currently have about Kriss. Next, let me give you a comprehensive introduction to this mysterious Captain Kriss. Brano cleared his throat, and the slideshow on the big screen changed immediately. Kriss, the place of birth is unknown, and the place of origin is unknown. We found that the first time he appeared at sea was in South Blue, so let's assume he is a South Blue person. Regarding the origin of Kriss, Marine spent a lot of energy to check, but basically found nothing. Only basic information such as Kriss' age has been found. The information in your hands is clearly written, Kriss, 19 years old and 190 centimeters tall. These data, Marine generals basically know something. Except, the height has changed slightly, but Kriss is only 19 years old, and he is still growing. It's not surprising that they are taller. Here's a picture we took of Kriss in different places. A set of pictures appeared on the big screen, some in East Blue, and some in the Great Airline. It can be seen that this guy's attire is basically black and black trousers, which will not change all the year round. Staff Officer Crane folded his hands into fists, propped up his chin, and said leisurely, "I like black." He's a low-key, reserved, ruthless character who doesn't talk much. From the color of a person's clothes, you can roughly infer his personality. Immediately afterwards, Brano showed Chris's bounty. A total of 3 reward orders, and the release time is very tight. This is probably also the person with the fastest update of the bounty order. Since Chris entered the sea, we have issued a total of 3 bounties for him. The first time, before he entered the Great Route, we gave a bounty 100 million Bailey. Everyone knows very well that this is the one with the highest reward among the pirates who did not enter the Great Route. Indeed, pirates who have not entered the Great Route are generally regarded as incompetent. A bounty of tens of millions is already enough. Some pirates, even if they enter the New World, will only have a reward of 7 or 8,000, 10,000. The Marine headquarters could give a bounty of 100 million Bailey, which was considered to be given to Chris, enough attention. This caused quite a stir at the time. Chris was once the subject of internal discussions within Marine. The Marine generals at that time had already kept the name Chris in their hearts. The second time, at Logatown, then Chris beat Colonel Smoker with ease. Brano sighed lightly, and then said, "Smoker, although he is a colonel, his true strength is definitely at the level of Rear Admiral." So when he was beaten by Chris, it brought our attention. After some discussions, our reward amount has been raised to 300 million. And at this time, the Chris pirates have just entered the Great Route. This also means that Chris's gold, in the first half of the Great Route, is already arrogant. Sengoku looked at the second reward order and couldn't help but recall the scene at that time. At that time, it was decided by myself, and everyone still felt that the amount was a bit high. It now seems that they didn't know enough about Chris at the time. The third time, after the Alabasta incident. At the time, Chris had beaten Crocodile, and Onagumo Vice Admiral. As we all know, the strength of Crocodile and Onagumo Vice Admiral is absolutely 1-to-1. Saying that, Brano's eyes swept across Onagumo, who had been relatively quiet today. Perhaps it was because he had personally played against Chris, so he had long expected the strength of the squad leaders. I even thought that everything was normal. Everyone also went their separate ways and quietly glanced at Onagumo Vice Admiral. Everyone knows the strength of Onagumo Vice Admiral, the elite Vice Admiral level. Blanu pointed to the last reward order, so we gave 735 million 7 Baileys for the third time. What is this concept? The mainstay of the 4 Emperor pirates, but that's it. All the Marine generals nodded their heads from Vivi. Whoever offered a bounty to this level, without exception, was a big pirate. On the big screen was then replaced again. Above is still a group of pictures. These are photos of Chris's travels in the 4 seas. You must not know much about this paragraph. This is the process of Chris recruiting his subordinates in the 4 seas. He started from South Blue and successively recruited the current squad leaders in the 4 major sea areas. Marine generals in the conference room, who knew Chris, started with the first reward order. I don't know much about his previous experience. Now, when I go back to see it, I can't help but let out a cry of amazement. Doberman shook his head and said in admiration, "I have to say, this Chris knows people with a good eye." The men he recruited have now grown into small giants, and their talents should not be underestimated. Momonga Vice Admiral agrees. It looks like he still has 2 brushes. But it's incredible to be able to successfully pull these people onto the boat. Chaton Tokikake is half smiling, and his eyes are a bit weird. Have you forgotten, there is a Baccarat beside him. With good luck, why worry about great things? The rest of the generals also nodded enviously. Who wouldn't want to have good luck all the time? Kuzan leaned on the chair and said lazily, it seems that this guy has set a goal from the very beginning. The purpose of his travels is to strengthen himself. This is determined to replicate the pomp of the Rock's pirates. Branu nodded lightly and said lightly, indeed, he went to sea with a clear goal. He pulled Baccarat into the camp first, and it's been smooth sailing ever since. With his super strength and luck, almost no one can refuse his invitation. He then added, of course, it also has something to do with his character. Chris is aloof and taciturn, making it easy for people to feel unapproachable and frightened. So the squad leaders were probably worried at the beginning, if they didn't join, they would be eliminated. Onagumo's expression was calm, and after he had not spoken for a long time, he finally spoke while discussing Chris. I played against him, and I analyzed it well with you. Chris is indeed a young man who doesn't speak much, and I can feel that his crew treats him. In addition to respect and support, there is also a bit of fear, which I understand as majesty. Rear Admiral Kodalu muttered to himself, the same young man, why do people have that kind of majesty? To be able to deter so many ferocious guys, how terrible is this Chris himself? Momoshiki on the side is shallow, revealing 2 dimples. Majesty and aura are things that have been accumulated since childhood. Kadaru curled his lips helplessly and sighed softly. Maybe he didn't realize it himself, he had changed from hostility to Chris at the beginning to a gradual admiration for him. This change is silent. Doberman asked curiously. I have always wondered, how can this guy Chris be so powerful at such a young age? Blanco responded immediately. Because he has the qualifications of a king. This explanation, on the other hand, is quite reasonable. Chris awakened the Conqueror Haki, and most of the generals here are relatively clear. In everyone's impression, the person who owns the Conqueror Haki is either the 4 emperors. Either the leader of a country with few ordinary people. Therefore, those who awakened Conqueror Haki belong to the favored sons of heaven. Staff Officer Crane crossed his hands, supported his chin, and said lightly, Chris Conqueror, awakened early enough. Chris's performance along the way shows that he is destined to be one of the protagonists of this era. Sengoku and Garp also nodded quietly, to the mysterious thing called Conqueror. They have long been accustomed to it, but like Chris, who has awakened before the age of 20, it is relatively rare. Sengoku murmured. I remember, Chris seems to be quite good at Conqueror Haki. Said, Brano released a photo of the scene where Chris and Doflamingo were fighting. This is a very precious photo taken by the people we sent with Doflamingo. It can be seen that the 2 are fighting for Conqueror. Momonga Vice Admiral exclaimed, can actually compete with Doflamingo, that guy is. He immediately fell silent, but everyone knew what he was going to say. Tenryubito. Doflamingo, as one of the world's top nobles, Tenryubito, his Conqueror Haki, is naturally powerful. Who just went to sea, has been able to compete with him, which is really surprising. Blanco's assistant glanced at the information and said calmly, in the end of this competition, Doflamingo retreated. Obviously, Chris' strength and Conqueror level at that time have surpassed Doflamingo. Akainu frowned tightly, knowing how difficult Doflamingo was. But he did not expect that there is such an important detail in the battle between Chris and Doflamingo. This totally speaks to Chris' enormous potential. He said angrily, why was such important information not reported in the first place? If we knew in advance, we wouldn't let Chris grow to this extent. Feeling Akainu's anger, Branu spread his hands helplessly. He shook his head and said, our intelligence officer had an accident on the way back. This is also something we have only discovered recently. Brando didn't know what to say, it was all just a coincidence. Such an important photo was not discovered until Chris became King Shichibukai. Perhaps it can only be said that Chris' luck is simply too good. Sengoku waved his hand and said calmly, that's it, already passed. Now that things are a foregone conclusion, we can only move on. Brano, you go on. Branu nodded and continued. In addition to Conqueror hockey, Chris is also very accomplished in other two-color hockey. Whether it's armament or observation hockey, he's very good at it. In other words, his mastery of the three-color hockey has reached an unimaginable height. Onagumo Vice Admiral sighed softly and said, I have seen them all, but they are not as high as I can reach. And, besides, hockey, his fighting technique is amazing. One in the book review area guesses who the next newcomer is, which really hurts the author. Forget it, the automatic subscription has risen by one more, which is a comfort to the author. Would be great if you could add one more, thank you all. 287. Super big move, almighty push, which shocked the three admiral to the extreme. Onagumo was ordered to hunt down Chris. At the beginning he was fortunate enough to fight Chris, and was educated by Chris. At that time, he realized what the real fighting technique is. The so-called marine rokushiki is indeed a way to exercise the fighting technique. However, his marine rokushiki, in front of Chris, actually looked so immature. What kind of iron, moon step, Chris has it all, and it is much taller than him. This is hard to imagine. After all, I have been a marine for many years, practicing hard day after day, but I am no match for a young man. Listening to Onagumo's complaining description, all the marine generals were very surprised. Branu said, if you knew how Chris cultivated, you wouldn't be so surprised. Everyone cast a suspicious look. Branu smiled faintly. This terrifying guy, day after day, almost 24 hours of practice. How can such a cultivator be so bad in his fighting technique? 24 hours. Almost everyone doubted their ears, but looked at the appearance of Branu. This suspicion gradually turned into shock. If that's true, there's not much to say. With such a high training intensity, being able to become a strong man is also a matter of course. I'm here and have to mention a fighting technique from Chris. Onagumo looked a little excited. Isho, and asked, Onagumo Vice Admiral, what you want to say, but to the peacock. That's right, it's toward the peacock. Onagumo will probably never forget this move for the rest of his life. Chris was. With the help of the peacock, he defeated Onagumo. The shock of the scene at that time left a deep impression on Onagumo. Onagumo looked dazed and said faintly, I kept recalling that scene and finally got a glimpse of it. The so-called facing peacock is a quick straight punch, using super high punch speed and air friction, to generate flames. Using the shock wave of the straight punch and the high temperature of the flame to hit people. Every punch can bring out a flame, and towards the peacock, it almost ignited the entire space at that time. Its range, strong attack, and high temperature are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Onagumo's eyes glanced at Borsellino at the front. If you want to achieve that kind of punching speed, you need to be faster than light. Everyone, the scene towards the peacock is it. Brando immediately. A picture was released, and it was the scene when Chris was fighting Onagumo at that time. Gorgeous and dazzling. Momonga Vice Admiral glanced at Onagumo with some sympathy. This kind of move is simply not done by human beings. Chaton Tokikake also changed his face and exclaimed, as bright as the rising sun, as dazzling as the tail of a peacock's feather. Bringing attack and aesthetics to the extreme, this Chris is such a fighting technique genius. Chaton Tokikake immediately looked at Onagumo with a smirk, and said with a smile, Onagumo Vice Admiral, it's not wrong for you to lose. Onagumo spread his hands helplessly. Indeed, losing to Chris was nothing to be ashamed of. Changing the slide, Branu continued. Then next, I want to introduce to you, Chris's fruit ability. When everyone heard it, they immediately. Here comes the spirit. At present, almost all marine generals already know that Chris Devil Fruit is the fruit of repelling. And they have all heard that the previous owner of this fruit rejection was a rookie. Very useless in his hands, so he didn't have the slightest reference value. They wanted to know what tricks Chris used to reject the fruit. How far he has developed this is the question in everyone's mind. Soon, there were many silhouettes of Chris fighting on the big screen. These are all things that the Marine headquarters took a lot of energy to get their hands on. Chris's devil fruit, Paramecia repulsion fruit, as the name suggests, is a devil fruit based on repulsion. The basic characteristic of rejecting fruit is rejection. It can reject everything. Under the continuous development of Chris, we found that this devil fruit is infinitely close to the point of repelling everything. Of course, the most basic thing is repel attack. This is somewhat similar to Bartolomeo's barrier fruit. Having said that, several pictures were released on the big screen, which were the actions of Chris using the mirror to repel an almighty push. Blanco quickly explained, the so-called mirror rejection is a basic move developed by Chris. Similar to using repulsive force in the void to set up a barrier to resist the enemy's attack. Almighty push is Chris's most classic move. This, Onagumo nodded, his full blow at the beginning was dissolved by almighty push. Brano continued, Shinraiten. It's an upgraded version of mirror rejection. It is also using the principle of repulsion. This time it is all around the same as placing oneself completely within the safety barrier. Attacks from all directions can be completely repelled in an instant. Rear Admiral Kodalu had a sad face, and said with his head, tisk tisk. Does that mean that Chris is a tyrannical existence? Such an all-round defense is too exaggerated. As a witness of almighty push, Onagumo said in a flat tone, Chris has a chance when he uses almighty push. When he launches this move, there will be a very short time in the middle. During this time, he has no defense. If you can seize this opportunity, you can definitely hit him. However, if you want to seize this extremely short time, I am afraid that only 3 Admiral-level people will take action. Saying that, Onagumo looked at Kuzan and the other 3 helplessly. It's not that he didn't try it himself, and it ended in failure. That time was too short, and with his speed, it was very difficult. The Marine generals all showed a faint wry smile when they heard the words, full of helplessness. Branu continued to introduce, this is a rebuke fist, and it is Chris's basic attacking move. Through the compression of the repulsive force, gather around the fist, and instantly burst out a terrifying power attack. This move, although it seems simple, is extremely lethal. Doflamingo has suffered the loss of punching. There was a hint of surprise in everyone's eyes. Even Doflamingo's rebuke was a tough one, it must be very powerful. Finally, I want to tell you about a special move. There are no photos in the slideshow. Branu said, what I said just now is basically positive rejection, and its representative is almighty push. Based on this principle, Chris developed another move, universal pull. The so-called universal pull is using reverse repulsion to reversely repel distant objects to the front. In simple terms, Chris can stand in place and draw distant objects into his hands. Doberman nodded in understanding. This repulsive force can also be used like this. It's like playing with flowers. Momonga Vice Admiral also sighed. It's terrible, it's terrible. If you want to apply repulsive force to this level, Chris's understanding of force should have reached a profound level. The tricks mentioned above may seem simple, but in practice, they are more difficult. The mastery of strength, of repulsion, which is incomparably subtle. The Crane staff was also a little surprised at this time. This universal pull is really clever. To actually use the repulsive force in reverse, this guy's control of the repulsive force is far beyond our imagination. Garp Hihi Isho stuffed the senbei into his mouth, and said vaguely, this kid is so funny. A1 repelling fruit gave him 2 completely different effects. It can be repelled and attracted at the same time, which is equivalent to eating a devil fruit with 1 attraction. Borsellino laughed in agreement, crossed Erlang's legs, and pouted, it's all the way to develop fruit ability. This Chris is really amazing and has his own unique place. Branu hurriedly added, his use of the fruit of rejection is more than that. Kuzan, who looked sleepy, stretched and asked lazily, "What else?" "Say it all at once." What I said before is some of his attack methods. In addition to applying the repulsion fruit to attack, he also applied it to daily life. The generals cast curious glances one after another, and Brian is no longer in the dark. He smiled and gave a lot of pictures. Using the repulsive force, he can fly in the air. This is nothing compared to the moon step. It's effortless at all. It's like losing gravity, naturally. Immediately in the meeting room, he let out a sound, full of admiration. You know, they practice moon step hard on weekdays, but how much energy they spend. People are relaxed, like walking on the ground. Blanco continued. Besides, we discovered unexpectedly that Chris seems to be able to exclude space. Akainu frowned tightly, his eyes full of doubts. What is spatial exclusion? This is a bit related to his knowledge blind spot. He can understand both the forward and reverse repulsion mentioned above. But for this space exclusion, he really couldn't imagine it. Blanco, embarrassed Isho at this time, shrugged, and said, "Actually, I don't know too much about the specific operation. Probably, repel several space planes together to achieve space transfer." I say this because Chris once suddenly appeared in Dressrosa from a long distance. After our careful research, we discovered this secret of Chris. Strictly speaking, his speed may be faster than General Borsellino's speed of light. Borsellino, who was suddenly named, pouted, raised his eyebrows at will, and said something. Exceeding the speed of light. Brando, you don't seem to know anything about the speed of this old man. Saying that, Borsellino's fingertips emitted a dazzling golden light. When Brando saw this, he immediately. His face changed, revealing a wry smile. He was also very aggrieved by this in his heart. This conclusion was drawn by Dr. Vegapunk, and he just conveyed it. Seeing this scene, Kuzan suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Borsellino, you feel like your job is being challenged. Who are you and Chris compared to? It's not reliable to rely on calculations. Whenever the two of you touch each other, it's a real competition, who is faster and who is slower, and you will see the difference. Borsellino withdrew the light and rubbed his chin. I wouldn't do such a boring thing. Brano threw a grateful look at Kuzan, if it wasn't for Kuzan's clearance. Today, I am afraid he has to experience it himself, the feeling of being hit by the speed of light. Kuzan glanced casually and motioned him to continue the introduction. Branu hurriedly changed the slideshow and introduced. I mentioned to you before that Chris's training time can almost reach 24 hours. This is not our fabrication, but discovered after long-term observation. Momonga Vice Admiral asked, isn't he hungry or tired after such a high-intensity practice? Brando's eyes lit up. Momonga Vice Admiral has an idea. Chris eats fast, and he can resist hunger, so meals are infrequent. Also, he won't feel fatigue, because he can use the repulsion fruit to repel fatigue. There was an uproar in the conference room, and everyone felt a little weird. The previous ones are also in line with physics and other knowledge. Now, it's a bit against common sense. Doberman's face is full of doubts. It's too scary to reject hunger and fatigue. It's completely beyond the scope of normal understanding. Brian spread out his hands and said, it is precisely because it is beyond the scope of normal understanding that Chris's development of fruits is unbelievable. If you are a normal person, who can do this? Doberman and the other generals nodded, feeling that what Brano said had some truth. When Chris has grown to this point, he can no longer see him in the eyes of normal people. Rear Admiral Kuduru said with envy on his face, if I can also reject fatigue, my strength will definitely improve quickly. Few people who have the same idea as him. After all, this ability is too incredible, and the training efficiency and time will be greatly improved. It's a pity that there is only one fruit of rejection, and they have nothing but envy. Brando continues to implement the principle of not being surprised and dying. Everyone, in addition to repel fatigue, Chris has developed new abilities. Reject injury. The meaning of this is obvious. That is to say, Chris can reject his own pain, almost similar to EPUB's ability to recover. So, they might have two undead madmen on board. 288. Shocked. The reason why Hancock entered the New World turned out to be the Shichibukai Alliance. Rejecting the injury in the body, this really shocked everyone present. Of this repelling ability is too outrageous, completely beyond their understanding of conventional devil fruit development. In this way, it is entirely possible for Chris to become a phoenix. How could his opponent not survive? All the generals in the conference room were used to this kind of shock. They are here today, which is an eye-opener. They know very well in their hearts that there must be more things that will shake their hearts. Mere rejection of the injury, but it's just a trivial matter. Maybe this guy Chris has figured out the ability to reject death. Of course, these are just the thoughts of some generals, and they are meant to be self-joking. What they don't know, however, is that rejecting death has always been something Chris has been working on. He has already begun to explore. Today, Branu vowed to continue his breathing skills to the end. Shock after shock, the heartstrings of the generals were constantly fluctuating. Strange expression on his face and a faint smile, he said, in addition to excluding his own injuries, he can also exclude others. It is said that during his time on Fishman Island, he once helped a fishman and repelled the injury in his body. That fishman instantly became a lot more energetic, which shows the curative effect of rejecting injuries. Marine generals below, big and small, were already a little numb at this time. Although he was still very shocked in his heart, on the surface, he had already shown some indifference. Everyone just whispered and talked to each other. Marine Marshal Sengoku sat aside, his heart was very heavy at this time. A little guy has now grown into a giant. And this little guy himself has become a mysterious big man. Marine headquarters suddenly had another headache. Sengoku has seen some clues, and he has a hunch that Chris will one day break away from the world government. And at that time, it will pose a huge challenge to Marine. Brano continued to speak, interrupting Sengoku's thinking, and making the entire conference room quiet again. The above is what we have learned so far, the fruit-repelling ability that Chris has mastered. As for whether he still has any hidden means, it is unknown for the time being. Momonga Vice Admiral rubbed his temples and muttered softly, but don't have it, it's tough enough, scary enough. Doberman, Kadaru and the others also thought so, and the various methods that were revealed now are far beyond what people can reach. Brano hesitated, and there was an inexplicable flash of mystery and weirdness in his eyes. Seeing everyone's expressions, he decided to temporarily skip what he was going to say. After all, this thing was crazy enough. Brano gave his assistant a wink, who immediately understood. Soon, the content of the slides was skipped a lot. Deep breath and said relaxedly, "Next, let me introduce you to the Shichibukai Alliance." Isn't he the Shichibukai Alliance, the King Shichibukai? When did the name change? Onagumo Vice Admiral's face was puzzled, and he felt that he was not low in Marine. Could he not know about Shichibukai's remodeling? Brano is indifferent to Isho, and said friendly, "The Shichibukai Alliance and the Shichibukai of the King are two completely different things. Your Majesty, Shichibukai is an institution set up by the world government. And the Shichibukai Alliance, led by Chris, is a private alliance." Everyone's curiosity was aroused again, and they all wanted to hear what the Shichibukai Alliance was all about. At this time, Kuzan had put on the blindfold again and leaned back on the chair. Borsellino still had Erlang's legs crossed, looking nonchalant. 3 Marine admirals, Akainu was the only one who kept his body upright and listened to Brano's analysis report. The so-called Shichibukai Alliance, the members are the King Shichibukai. As for the purpose of their alliance, we don't know yet, but it can be speculated that it must be to strengthen themselves. Look at the big screen, everyone. On the big screen, 7 photos are neatly arranged. Is the current one, all the pictures of the King Shichibukai. Nowadays, Shichibukai's members are Hakai Mahawk, Tyrant Bear, Hexia Jinbei, Doflamingo, Queen Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, and the protagonist of our meeting today, Chris. According to our information, 5 people have joined the Shichibukai Alliance. Branu paused, and glanced at the generals below, all of them with curious eyes. Joining the Shichibukai Alliance are Doflamingo, Haisha Jinbei, Empress Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, and Chris himself. Chatan Tokikake, Vice Admiral shrugged his shoulders and sighed, only 2. I didn't expect this Chris to have such an ability. In less than a year, he found 4 allies. There are even Hexia Jinbei and Ming Jie. It was incredible. Doberman rubbed his eyes lightly and frowned. There must be nothing good for these guys together. Especially this guy Doflamingo, but he's always restless. Rear Admiral Kadalu smiled. Didn't this Doflamingo have a fight with Chris? Don't know each other. It's really unexpected that the 2 of them can form an alliance. Staff Officer Crane looked calm and took it lightly. Doflamingo, his behavior has always been unruly, and he always puts his interests first. It seems that joining the Shichibukai Alliance will definitely bring him a lot of benefits. Akainu agrees, and he knows Doflamingo well. This guy who doesn't see rabbits and doesn't spread eagles join any bullshit alliance casually. Must be some kind of promise. Momonga Vice Admiral suddenly realized at this moment, said, so it is, the female Emperor Boa Hancock suddenly left the 9-Snake Island and entered the New World. It must have something to do with it. After she entered the New World, under the banner of exterminating the pirates, she kept plundering resources and improving her strength, and there was a lot of noise. Onagumo Vice Admiral nodded. The recent strength improvement of the Empress Boa Hancock is really amazing. Brano mentioned. Gecko Moria was defeated by the Chris Pirates squad leaders, the reason why he was not silenced. It must be because I promised Chris to join the Shichibukai Alliance. And the addition of Hexia Jinbei makes it easier to explain. He joined King Shichibukai for the sake of Fishman Island, and this time Chris helped Fishman Island solve a big problem. His joining is a matter of course. Chatan Tokikake said with a smile on his face. Hakai Mahawk and Tyrant Bear, will these 2 join in? Branalo pondered, and pondered. Well, it's hard to say. These 2 are considered to be the 2 with the most eccentric personalities among the Shichibukai under the king. Their thoughts are often unpredictable. Akainu looked serious and said in a commanding tone, anyway, keep an eye on the 2 of them. At the same time, we must pay close attention to the rest of the Shichibukai, and report them in time if they find any major moves. In this way, when something really happens, you won't be in a hurry. Akainu's face was full of determination, and he said in a deep voice, these damn sea scum, I really want to destroy them all, not a single one. The Marine Vice Admirals nodded their heads, each taking it to heart. At this moment, Staff Crane stared at the photo of the Empress Boa Hancock, and suddenly laughed out loud. Hancock has always been lazy, and after he became the King Shichibukai, he became even more at peace, and he didn't care about the world. With her arrogant personality, how could she follow a man's words at will and take the initiative to come to the New World to sharpen herself? I remember that his attitude towards men has always been very bad, but this time it's uncharacteristically. From my point of view, this Empress, I am afraid she is in love with Chris. Momoshige and other female generals all smiled strangely. They were also women, and they naturally understood women's minds best. Empress Boa Hancock's behavior is very different from before. And a series of events after she arrived in the New World involved Chris. He even fought alongside Chris. All these signs are enough to show that the Empress Boa Hancock has moved her heart. Looking at the expressions of Momoshige and the others, everyone understood something. Many male generals beat their chests and feet and sighed. Called stunning empress in the world, is so heartfelt. Really enviable, jealous and hateful. Rear Admiral Kodalu couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, beautiful women love heroes, even the Queen is no exception. Just like this, I am afraid that many people in this world will be hurt for a while by this. Looking at the sighing junior generals, Sengoku pouted helplessly. His heart, sure enough, they are still too young. However, the love of beauty, everyone has it, this is also understandable. After a sound of regret, a video began to play in the conference room. This is a picture taken by Marine at Sabayati Archipelago, Chris and Rayleigh fighting. Someone recognized Rayleigh at a glance and exclaimed, "No way, is Chris fighting Rayleigh? That's the legendary pirate, how could he have reached the admiral level?" Everyone watched intently, and they unexpectedly discovered that Rayleigh fell behind the whole time. This was a great shock to them. The former deputy captain of One Piece, King of Pirates Roger was beaten by Chris, which is a bit surprising. Momonga Vice Admiral glanced at Onagumo without a trace, and secretly sympathized with him again. Encountering such an opponent, if he can come back alive, he will have to burn high incense. Momonga Vice Admiral understands that if Chris is really determined to kill, Onagumo will not be able to escape. The fight between Chris and Rayleigh is destined to be an epic fight. Marine generals were fascinated by the sight, such a wonderful picture, absolutely not to be missed. In the picture, it was just played to the moment when Chris built the Great Wall to resist Rayleigh's attack. Doberman snorted lightly, his stomach full of suspicion. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "What Chris just used, isn't that the ability of Logia's soil fruit? Why does he use?" Doberman reminded the others at once, and everyone reacted. Thinking back carefully, the picture just now, that move, is indeed not the ability to reject the fruit. However, how could Chris use the abilities of other fruits? Rear Admiral Kodalu guessed, could it be that Chris ate 2 devil fruits? Momonga Vice Admiral immediately. He retorted sharply, impossible. As we all know, everyone can only eat 1 devil fruit. If you eat 2, your body will explode. Onagumo also nodded. Yes, there has never been a precedent for someone to possess 2 devil fruits. This is out of the ordinary. Had been wearing a blindfold, suddenly said lightly, it's not impossible. Since this Chris can reject injuries and the curse of devil fruit, it's not impossible. Akainu, who had been watching from the sidelines, also agreed at this time, rarely keeping the same opinion with Kuzan, and said a word. As we all know, the reason why eating 2 devil fruits will explode is because the 2 devils in the fruits are fighting each other in the body. Due to the imbalance of forces in the body, it eventually led to an explosion. However, if Chris can use the ability to repel fruit, these 2 demons cannot meet. It should be possible to achieve a situation where one person eats multiple devil fruits. The analysis of the 2 admirals is well founded, and everyone is convinced. After all, this Chris cannot use common sense to speculate on him. So, in addition to rejecting the fruit, Chris also ate the soil fruit of Logia. The generals in the conference room felt a little incredible. However, at this moment, everyone saw Brano shaking his head. Brano chuckled and said, "Everyone, the Logia soil fruit has been eaten by the Chris pirates, a girl named Kaya." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into doubt again, and they were completely confused. Since Chris didn't eat the soil fruit, how could he use the ability of the soil fruit? Staff Crane narrowed her eyes, carefully recalling the scene just now, and she paid special attention to the people outside the battlefield. It's not right. At that time, no one else made a move at all. Furthermore, in this level of battle, other people are generally not allowed to intervene. Crane's staff suddenly found that Brano had a mysterious smile on his face. She asked directly, "Brano, you should know what's going on. Now that you know, don't hide it, and tell everyone quickly." Everyone looked at Brano with a thirst for knowledge. They desperately want to know what's going on here. What kind of means did Chris use that? Everyone, the automatic subscription has increased by 2. For this reason, the author will definitely update it 3 times today, that is, 13,000 updates. Word. Of course, if the automatic subscription can be increased by a few more today, then the update will be more. 289. Shocked. Chris ate the replica fruit. Shocked again, Chris is going to attack a country. Brano had a weird smile and a hint of helplessness at this time. This thing is the thing he wanted to tell everyone before. I thought that after everyone slowed down, they would not be so surprised. But now it seems that everyone's expressions are even more surprised and puzzled. Knowing this earlier, he didn't make a fool of himself. Brano signaled everyone not to worry, and then he said, Chris did eat 2 devil fruits. It's just that it's not the Logia soil fruit, but the Paramesha replica fruit. Onagumo Vice Admiral asked suspiciously, isn't this duplication fruit eaten by a guy named Gamenio? At this time, Momonga Vice Admiral also remembered something, and hurriedly said, I remember that this Carmenio had a conflict with Hancock. After that, this person disappeared. It should have been killed by Chris and the Empress. Among the Marines, not many people know about it, and Momonga Vice Admiral happens to be one of them. Onagumo is even more puzzled this time. One mystery has not been solved yet, and another mystery is coming. This duplicate fruit transfer from Gamenio to Chris. After the previous devil fruit power user died, this devil fruit will indeed reappear in another place. However, this Carmenio should have died not long ago. How can a new copy fruit be produced so quickly? Doberman thought about it, but still felt that something was not quite right. It should take a long time for the new devil fruit to be produced. Akainu still put on a stinky face, and said suspiciously, impossible, it's the ability to reject fruit again. At present, there is only one possibility, which is the most credible. Brando nodded heavily. General Akainu's statement is consistent with our research results. Dr. Vegapunk believes that if the devil in the devil fruit person is forcibly extracted into another fruit, it is entirely possible that a new devil fruit will be born. I think that's what Chris did. Garp scratched his head. Haha Isho, Chris, this guy, really dare to think. He really succeeded. And this kid really dares to eat it, and he directly uses his own life as an experiment. If something goes wrong, he will explain it directly, ha ha ha. Kuzan and others also nodded, admiring Chris from the bottom of their hearts. The courage in him is rare. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that he has grown to where he is today. Borsellino put away his inattentiveness and asked, Brano, what ability does this copy fruit have? Brano immediately pointed to the big screen, which had an introduction about copying the fruit. Replication fruit, Paramesha, as the name suggests, has the ability to replicate. This devil fruit, in addition to, can copy basic things, the most important thing is that he can copy other people's abilities. Saying that, a picture of Carmenio appeared on the big screen. The photo, Carmenio is using a magma attack. And this ability is Akainu's unique ability. Seeing this, Akainu felt a little surprised that his own abilities were actually copied. Explained in detail, Gamenio, I once saw the ability of General Akainu. So naturally, he copied the ability of magma fruit and used it for himself. Rear Admiral Kodalu cried out in surprise. This devil fruit is too bad, just look at it and copy it. Doesn't that mean that having this clone fruit is equivalent to having all the devil fruit abilities? Brano looked at Kadaru's expectant eyes and nodded heavily. Were bursts of exclamations in the conference room, and everyone felt incredible about it. A1 fruit is worth all the other fruits. This is simply one of the devil fruits, the king of kings. It seems that the cloned fruit is a 1 Paramesha devil fruit. However, if the user is lucky enough to see the Logia fruit ability, he can also be Logia. In this way, this guy's body can also become non-physical. This kind of ability is very refreshing to think about. Doberman frowned and asked, copying fruit, it is impossible to have endless copying ability. Furthermore, the ability it can copy should have certain limitations. Brando waited for a long time, and finally waited until someone asked such a question. He replied, Doberman Vice Admiral is right, the duplicating fruit has its own weaknesses. For example, the ability to copy fruit has extremely high requirements on the user's mental power. Otherwise, even if it is copied, it is just a defective product and has no effect at all. Brando gave the crowd an example. For example, if you want to copy magma fruit, if the mental strength is not strong enough, the copied magma is likely to be only a little bit of magma. If so, it's basically useless. However, everyone knows very well that this weakness, for Chris, basically does not exist. Because of his level of power, how can his mental power be weak? Brando continued. Secondly, the ability to copy can only exert 90% of the power of the original fruit. Of course, this 90% is also the highest limit. For ordinary people, it is difficult to achieve. Brando paused and smiled bitterly, but it's not difficult for Chris to achieve this. Everyone also raised their eyebrows helplessly. Sure enough, there are no restrictions on outstanding people. Doberman reluctantly continued to ask, apart from these 2 points, are there any other weaknesses? He was still reluctant to believe that these 2 weaknesses were only for the weak. If the copy fruit is possessed by a strong man like Chris, it is actually not considered a weakness at all. It still looks very close to perfect. Brando thought about it, and finally replied, if I have to say one more weakness. That is, if you want to copy other people's fruit ability, you must first see other ability people using the ability. This may be the biggest limitation of the replication fruit. Doberman nodded reluctantly when he heard the words. That said, it is indeed a weakness. There are so many devil fruits in the world, and it is unlikely that Chris will see them all. However, Doberman thought about it, in the Chris Pirates, there are all kinds of strange abilities. Chris is also not worried at all, he can't replicate good abilities. Doberman sighed softly, not just him. Marine generals in the conference room shook their heads slightly. One rejects the fruit, the other duplicates the fruit, both of which are the ability to defy the sky. At Chris now, I suddenly realize that this man seems to have no solution. Rear Admiral Kobo suddenly thought of the picture he just demonstrated, and the final result. It seems that Chris has won. I remember, Pluto Rayleigh's strength can completely compete with Marine Admiral. Then if you say that, Chris can beat Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, isn't it? Kobo quickly closed his mouth, but the shock in his heart was already expressed on his face. Youth under the age of 20 has surpassed Marine Admiral in combat power. What an incredible thing. Although Kobo didn't finish his sentence, everyone else understood. Everyone fell into silence for a while. At this time, it is still necessary to rely on the Crane staff to stabilize the situation. Staff Officer Crane put his hands on his cheeks, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and said with a faint smile, Pluto Rayleigh is old, after all, we have no idea what his true strength is. Also, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chris and Rayleigh are just discussing with each other normally, and neither has killed each other. Neither of them did their best, so the outcome of this battle doesn't mean anything. Sengoku also said with a smile, the Crane staff is right, the duel between the top experts is often in an instant. That is the moment that decides life and death. The degree of investment of both sides is by no means comparable. To say that Chris has surpassed Marine Admiral's strength, I still disagree. Having said this, Sengoku paused and added, however, we can also infer that his strength has been equal to Marine Admiral. The two sang together and tried their best to maintain the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters. But everyone knew very well that even though it was just a discussion, Chris was pressing Rayleigh all the way. This is enough to show that his strength should have surpassed Marine Admiral. Akainu raised his eyebrows coldly, and said solemnly, just a kid, not even 20 years old. Just relying on his means, it is a joke to want to compete with me. The old man suggested that he should not be allowed to be arrogant anymore, he must immediately send him to impel down. Apparently, Akainu doesn't think Chris is that strong. Not difficult for a person in his 20s and 20s, with combat experience and means, he is absolutely immature. And what he saw was nothing but the power of the devil fruit. The real powerhouse doesn't just rely on devil fruits. Kuzan and Borsellino didn't say a word at this time. Brano took the opportunity to pull back the topic and change the slide with a new one. About Chris, we still have a few things here. Everyone looked at him again, instead of complaining about themselves here and worrying about nothing. It's better to know more about Chris as soon as possible and grasp his movements. Then there are ways to deal with it. According to our undercover investigation, we found that Chris entered the new world with a goal. Chaton Tokikake squinted his eyes and said with a smirk, every pirate who goes out to sea has the same goal, to become One Piece King of Pirates. He wanted to adjust the atmosphere, but no one responded. Chaton Tokikake also embarrassed Isho and looked at Brano. Brando shook his head and said, as for whether Chris wants to be One Piece King of Pirates, I don't know. What I know is that he intends to attack a country in the New World. Akainu's eyes flashed a sharp light. He asked coldly, is that so? Is this guy planning to tear up his face with the world government so soon? Akainu was secretly delighted. After hearing the analysis today, he felt more and more that Chris couldn't stay. Can take action as soon as possible, we can prevent this guy and continue to grow. Kuzan snorted nonchalantly. This little guy, he won't be that stupid. His Shichibukai alliance has not been fully formed, and at this time, he should not quit anyway. Garp chewed the senbei and laughed loudly. Chris has just become the King Shichibukai, one step at a time. At this time, he must use the hat of the world government to do a lot of things. As for the next country he wants to conquer, it must be a non-world government member. Brando nodded in agreement. Yes, the news we got is the same. He promised the other King Shichibukai that he would attack a non-world government member after he entered the New World. After success, he will use this as his base and create a territory of his own. At that time, his Shichibukai alliance will be officially operational. Momosugi, who had been sitting next to Staff Officer Crane, said nothing. Throughout, she remained silent and did not comment on anything. At this moment, she couldn't help but sigh. The intelligence collection work of the world government is really impeccable. There is basically no big difference in the intelligence they have collected. Of Chris and the Chris Pirates was just figured out. Even more frightening is that they still have so many video materials. I really don't know where they usually hide. However, the information they collect is still very limited. At least, about Chris, being a great swordsman, Brano didn't investigate. In addition, Brano didn't realize that Chris's real purpose was to overthrow Tenryubido's rule. As long as this is not discovered, everything will be fine. This ultimate goal, now is not the time to expose. Momosugi was also a little fortunate at this time, but fortunately Chris took precautions early. Two have not seen each other since Chris made his name on the sea. If anything happens, it will be contacted by the two safest phone bugs, and will not be detected by these intelligence agencies. It is also very important to attack a country. This is the top priority for the normal functioning of the Shichibukai alliance. Momosugi is already thinking about how she should help Chris if Sengoku and others come to block it. The conference room was already noisy at this time, and the marine generals were discussing this matter one after another. Attacking a country is no small matter. Momonga Vice Admiral believes Chris wants to have a stronghold of his own in the New World, and what he is plotting must be no small thing. I am afraid that his goal is not just one country. With his current power, he can conquer 2 or 3 countries, and it's not a problem. Chaton Tokikake half smiled, and said in a casual voice, the point now is not that he's going to attack a few places. It's which country he wants to conquer. 2 updates, more than 9,000 words. if the automatic subscription rises, the author will update another chapter in the afternoon. If the automatic subscription increases by 5, there will be more chapters on it. The author will be staring at the background data. Come on, if you want to urge more, then hurry up, quack. 290. The Marine headquarters contact Chris and let Chris attack the first power in the New World. Marineford, Marine headquarters senior meeting room. The meeting room had become a pot of porridge. A group of senior Marine generals disagreed about which country Chris should attack. Which country Chris is going to attack. However, since Chris is King Shichibukai, he should be dispatched by the world government. In other words, they can choose a country and let Chris go to attack. In this way, the uncertainty in Chris can be grasped by them. But what everyone didn't expect was that because of this incident, there was an internal dispute among them. The Hawks, led by Akainu, advocate that Chris go to attack Wano-kuni where Kaido is. Akainu believes that Wano-kuni is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, Wano-kuni has Kaido's beast pirates in charge, and can use Kaido's hand to weaken Chris's power. Conversely, you can also use Chris's hand to weaken Kaido's power. In short, killing two birds with one stone, the world government will have nothing to lose. However, the doves headed by Kuzan are firmly opposed. They totally disagreed with Akainu's suggestion. Kuzan believes that the reason why Wano-kuni is closed to the country is that it does not join the world government and does not communicate with the outside world. In addition to the selfishness of the domestic rulers, it is mainly because of its rich products. Such a resource-rich country is really captured by Chris, wouldn't it be a bargain for them? On the other hand, Kaido's beast pirates are based in Wano-kuni. Once Chris attacks, it will inevitably lead to a major conflict. Chris, as King Shichibukai, naturally represents the world government. In the event of a full-scale war between the world government and the beast pirates, the consequences would be very serious. Moreover, no matter whether the strength of Chris and Kaido is weakened, it is not necessarily a good thing. Especially Kaido's power, once they suffer a major blow, their status as four emperors will be at stake. If so, it will break the pattern of relative stability in the sea for a long time in one fell swoop. At that time, if there is a big problem, the series of questions about whether the world government can clean up the mess are all the doves worry about. Momonga Vice Admiral sneered and said, "Do you really have so much confidence in this Chris? I admit that the strength of the Chris pirates should not be underestimated. But if it is said that they have been able to fight against the four Emperor pirates, I really think it is a joke. The four Emperor pirates, the veritable king of the sea. Even the world government has to be afraid of 3.3. Momonga Vice Admiral does not think that the newly emerging Chris pirates already possess the strength of the four Emperor's pirates. Chaton Tokikake Vice Admiral took a sip of tea casually, with a smirk on his face, and said something airy. Momonga Vice Admiral, don't forget, for whom we are so excited today. Marshal Marine and the three Admiral are all listening in person. Do you think this standard is not high enough? We already have a comprehensive understanding of the power of the Chris pirates. Their horror, I think everyone here knows very well. For a time, the two sides refused to give in to each other and held their own opinions. Akainu and Kuzan, at this time, also did not say a word, and their faces were frosty. Seeing this, Staff Officer Crane sighed softly. Every time at this time, she has to be an old woman. It's impossible to count on the other two old guys. Staff Officer he slowly got up, smiled, and said in a flat tone, I have a small suggestion here, everyone may wish to listen to it. Sengoku haha, Isho, and hurriedly stretched out his hand to signal, please speak, Chief Crane. I think everyone also understands that Chris's current development has created some threats to us. We must find a way to weaken the power of the Chris pirates. Saying that, Staff Officer Crane's eyes swept across Kuzan and the others. Kuzan leaned back on the chair at this time and nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Staff Officer Crane looked at Akainu, who was on the side, and said, "However, if this is the case, go and provoke Kaido." "I don't think it's necessary." Akainu was about to speak. Staff Officer Crane signaled him to shut up. She didn't give Akainu a chance to speak, and continued, "The balance of several forces in the sea is the result of our painstaking maintenance. Can't be easily destroyed. If it is simply to weaken the power of the Chris pirates, I have a place to recommend." Borsellino, at this time, had some curiosity, and asked strangely, "Comrade Crane, I don't know where it is." Crane Staff Mysterious Isho, said, "Kingdom of Puduola." The words fell, the generals suddenly realized that they all sighed in unison. Previously they only focused on whether or not to attack Wano-kuni. It has been overlooked that there are actually many other options for countries that are not members of the world government. For example, this Pudora is also a very good choice in itself. Among the countries that are not members of the world government, the Kingdom of Pudora is the strongest one. The folk customs here are sturdy, and there are many strong people in the Puduola Kingdom. Moreover, in this country, there are many hidden masters. It can be called Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and it is quite difficult to mess with. Brano couldn't help but exclaim. The Kingdom of Pudola has always rejected the world government, and it can be regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the world government. If you want to get rid of it, then quickly. Also, according to our information, Akoku, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, is likely to be there. Sengoku and Garp were obviously stunned when they heard the name Akoku. Sengoku Vivi frowned and said, "Akoku of the Rocks Pirates. Unexpectedly, that guy is still alive, and hid in Pudora Kingdom. Hee, that guy is indeed a bad bastard." Garp ate the senbei nonchalantly, and said casually, "One of the surviving members of the Rocks Pirates. I don't know what kind of story he will have after meeting Chris who imitates the Rocks route. I remember that back then, this guy punched me hard, ha ha ha." Doberman and the others all showed shock on their faces. They all know that the destruction of the Rocks Pirates was caused by these two in front of them. Among them, Garp became a marine hero by virtue of this battle. Conceivable how fierce the two sides fought in the initial battle. Able to take Garp's all-out punches enough to prove the power of this Akoku. Went on to add, besides Akoku, Isaac is also in Pudora Kingdom. That guy, but a very tricky character. Who has been silent, Vivi nodded, is Isaac also there? That's enough for Chris to drink. Many generals have never heard the name Isaac, but see Kuzan in such high regard for him. You can also guess that this is a superb master. In fact, it is true, this person is proficient in the fighting technique, which is definitely not comparable to the fighting technique of Onagumo's three-legged cat. In addition, he has a lot of grasp of the power of technology. It is quite difficult to apply a lot of black technology to combat. Momonga Vice Admiral is very satisfied after hearing these things. He believes that Chris's threat is too great, and his strength must be weakened to a certain extent. Now it seems that this Pudora Kingdom is a good place. On the one hand, we can use the power of the Pudola Kingdom to weaken the Chris pirates. On the other hand, the Kingdom of Pudora is too unconstrained, it's time to clean up them. Onagumo was also in a happy mood and smiled. Just watch the two Snipe and Muscles compete, and we can just wait and reap the benefits of the fishermen. The suggestion of Staff Crane is simply too perfect. At this moment, both Hawks and Doves are very satisfied. The generals on both sides had smiles on their faces, completely forgetting the unhappiness just now. Sengoku smiled with satisfaction, and said, "Since we unanimously passed, then it's a done deal. It's not too late, I'll contact Chris now to discuss this matter with him." Sengoku looked a little impatient, mainly because he was too worried, and Chris's thoughts were unpredictable. If Chris already has an idea in his mind and a clear goal, it will be difficult to handle at that time. Saying that, Sengoku directly picked up the phone bug and dialed Chris's number. New World, some sea area. The Chris moved forward steadily, and everyone on board practiced step by step. And Chris, as always, stayed in the training room all day. Outdoors, Nami and the others drank cold drinks, wine and coffee leisurely. Baccarat took a sip of the red wine, closed his crimson, and said elegantly, "Just received the news from EPUB. They have arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, and I believe they will catch up with us soon." Was rare for Perona to lie leisurely on the bench, and said excitedly, "I'll see my new partner soon. My whole body can be turned into a musical instrument. I can't wait to see it, Haley Haley Haley." Alvida placed her right leg gracefully on top of her left, holding a glass of wine in her hand. She gently issued, and said generously, "I think you can't wait to make fun of our new members." Nami laughed in agreement, revealing two beautiful dimples. "Alas, let's go ahead together and give EPUB a minute's silence." Blue blue blue. Just then, the phone bug on the ship suddenly rang. Reiju's beautiful eyes swept over the phone bug, and her red lips slightly opened. "Guess, who is calling this?" Kaya held her delicate little face, her big eyes twinkling. With a thoughtful look on her face, she immediately smiled and said, "I think it should be Hancock. It's been a few days, and she still hasn't called. It's not common sense." Before, Hancock called often, ostensibly to greet everyone. Fact, it is to ask everyone about the current situation of Chris. Any luck, Chris might also answer the phone in person. Makino shook his head slightly, smiled Isho, and said, "I really envy the captain, being cared by the most beautiful pirate in the world day and night. However, I don't think it's Hancock." A new member asked curiously, "Why not?" I think Kaya's speculation makes sense." Makino took a sip of coffee and said with a faint smile on her pale face, "It happens to be afternoon tea time. During this time, Chris is usually in the training room. If Hancock called at this time, there would never be a chance to talk to Chris." Maya suddenly realized, "I understand. Hancock's purpose every time he calls is to talk to Chris. Then who is calling now?" Betty took a breath of cigarette and said calmly as always, "It should be another Shichibukai. The news of our entry into the new world should have spread. They may want to ask, what is our next goal?" Baccarat's eyes flashed. He nodded and smiled. "I also think it should be like this, other people should not call us." "No, the caller seems to be from the world government." Charlie's face was cold, and her cold eyes stared at the phone bug. In her hand sparkled, revealing a hint of mystery. Little Giant Lily immediately be vigilant, at this time she is in a reduced state. Lily jumped on the table and said, "If it's the world government, it's probably going to send us a mission. One of the duties of His Majesty Shichibukai is to be dispatched by them." On Nami's face also faded a lot at this time. "Charlie, are you sure? Are they really the people of the world government?" Charlie nodded affirmatively. Just now she was in the crystal ball, and just saw a marine phantom. What it represents is either marine or the world government. Cigarette in her mouth, Betty snorted softly. "After so long, I finally came to the door. By the way, since Chris became King Shichibukai, this is the first time they come across an errand." Makino was calm, sipping his coffee quietly. She said indifferently, "I just don't know what it will be." "It won't be. Let's pick up some pirates for him." Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead, and smiled indifferently. "As the saying goes, the general will be outside, and the ruler's life will not be affected. If they want to send Chris at will, they don't have the qualifications yet." Baccarat's delicate face also showed a cold and glamorous smile. "Whatever he has, the Chris pirates are not muddy. Don't force us to do things that we are not interested in." Said, Baccarat gently answered the phone bug. "Hello, this is the Chris pirates. Who are you looking for?" The phone, Sengoku's mellow voice spread out and said something. "I'm Marine Headquarters Marshal, Sengoku. Please let your captain, Chris, answer the phone. Sengoku's tone, plain yet majestic, is quite official. Everyone, the automatic subscription has increased a few times, so the author has one more chapter. If the automatic subscription at night continues to rise, then the author will continue to update a chapter. Come on, the automatic subscription will rise, the author will do what he says, and will definitely add more. That, about Akoku, and Isaac, if you don't understand. 291. The dialogue between Sengoku and Chris shocked the three admiral. Heard that the other party is Martial Marine, Sengoku the Buddha. A hint of surprise in Bakura's beautiful eyes. Reiju, Nami, and others were equally surprised. They didn't expect that the caller would be Marine's Supreme Commander. To Chris by the world government. However, this also just shows that there must be something important this time. Otherwise, Sengoku the Buddha will not call Chris in person. Although Sengoku is the Marine Grand Marshal, the Supreme Commander among the Marines. However, to the Chris pirates, he is nothing more than an unfamiliar, the ruler. That's all. Afraid I've chosen the wrong place to show off official prestige on the Chris pirates. Bakura does not eat this set at all. She smiled politely and replied, I'm sorry, Marshal Sengoku. We, Captain Chris, are practicing, but we dare not disturb him at will. If you have anything, you can tell us, and we will pass it on to him later. Bakura's indifferent tone and tough attitude made Sengoku speechless for a while. Hearing such a reply, he froze in place. Sengoku could never have imagined that he was a dignified Marine Grand Marshal, and the other party was still so disrespectful. Marineford, Marine Senior Meeting Room. Akainu heard clearly from the side, and snorted coldly, Captain Chris, what a big spectrum. Is there no time to answer the phone call from Marshal Marine? This damn pirate must be caught and impelled down. Borsellino fiddled with his own nails and said casually, is he still a pirate after all? What etiquette do you expect the pirates to say? Furthermore, the stronger the pirate, the easier it is to have all kinds of quirks and full of personality, which is understandable. Sengoku's expression remained unchanged, trying to maintain his emotions, and said something. That's it, we learned that the Chris pirates are going to find their own base in the New World. We happen to have an alternative location and would like to discuss it with Chris. Do you think you're the master of such a big event? Sengoku's speech training became intense, and his tone also began to contain a bit of threat. When Bakura heard this, a thoughtful look appeared on his delicate face. She looked at the others at the same time, and everyone had a bit of doubt on their faces. Nami rubbed her delicate chin with her slender hands. How could Marine know our goal? Looks like they've been investigating us all the time. Betty snuffed out the cigarette butt in her hand, and said calmly as always. Marine came prepared, we need to be more careful. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and he said softly, it's better to call Chris, he can handle this kind of thing better. Are aware of the importance of things, and this is not something they can decide. Bakura Bibi nodded and said generously to the phone bug, Marshal Sengoku, wait a moment. After a while, Chris stopped practicing and walked over from the training room. He picked up the phone and said indifferently, I am Chris, what's the matter? Sengoku thought that Chris' attitude would be much better, but he didn't expect to be attacked by indifference again. At this moment, his complexion Bibi twitched, and he was stunned for a long time. While, he has a very good ability to manage his emotions along the way. Sengoku took a deep breath and smiled calmly. Captain Chris, I'm Sengoku. We learned that you are interested in attacking a country that is not a member of the world government in the New World. We now have a recommendation. Don't know if you're interested. Chris narrowed his eyes slightly, and showed a sneer on his face. He had probably guessed what the Marine headquarters was thinking. Let's talk and listen. Chris's tone was still cold. Since it is to calculate each other, then there is no need to have a good attitude. Our research has found that the kingdom of Pudora is a very suitable place. The location is superior and the products are rich. It is very suitable for a base development. Also, the kingdom of Pudora has been very active all the year round, and it is a country that the world government has always wanted to get rid of. This time, if you capture Pudora, on the one hand, you will have a territory of your own. On the other hand, as King Shichibukai, you will also have a share of the political achievements that you can take. Sengoku is persuasive, but Chris is not a 3-year-old. This kind of deception is too low level. Chris is concerned about is not what is in the Pudora kingdom. He turned around to sit on the sofa, raised Erlang's legs, and asked coldly, if I capture Pudora, what will be the benefit? Sengoku naturally understood that what Chris meant was that besides Pudora's territory and resources, what else could the world government give him? He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Chris, it's not easy to deal with. The conference room, Momonga Vice Admiral said coldly, this is the essence of a pirate. Insatiable greed, always only pay attention. Even if he is Shichibukai, the king, he just wants to get more rights from the government all the time. Onagumo nodded in agreement. That's how they are, no matter when they are. Tsuru Vice Admiral raised his head and pondered, I'm afraid that the general conditions cannot be met for Chris. But to be honest, giving him a territory and so many resources, the conditions are considered rich enough. Kuzan took off his blindfold and chuckled. Chris is not stupid, how could he not know our calculations? Since we want to calculate each other, we have to look at the game between the two sides, and he will not let go easily. On the Chris, all the girls also heard Sengoku's request. They also discussed each other. At this time, Chris heard another voice from the phone bug. It's Akainu. Akainu said indifferently, take the kingdom of Pudora, and everything there is yours. The world government will not ask you for anything. You have to know that the kingdom of Pudora is rich in products, and you can get a lot of things. Momonga Vice Admiral also echoed loudly. That's right, as King Shichibukai, it's right to do things for the world government. Let you enjoy the resources there alone, you should be satisfied. Hearing this, Chris sneered, Sengoku, is your sincerity? Chris's tone was not good, obviously with a bit of murderous intent. Sengoku and other marine generals heard a lot of anger from it. Scolded Momonga Vice Admiral directly, who do you think is talking to the other side and pay attention to your attitude? Momonga Vice Admiral lowered his head silently when he heard the words. He also knew that his words just now were inappropriate. Sengoku was helpless and could only laugh. Isho. Chris, you misunderstood, we didn't mean that. If you have any requirements, you can put it forward and we will discuss it together. Tsuru Vice Admiral also smiled at this time and said hello to Chris. At the same time, he said, yes, as long as it is a reasonable request, we will do our best to satisfy you. On the Chris, Nami and the others could hear clearly. Bakura replied coldly, I hope Marshal Sengoku can tell the people on your side to keep your mouth shut. If there are people who make rude remarks, there is no need for us to continue talking. Bakura's attitude is unusually tough, which Chris acquiesced to. Good that he is the King Shichibukai, but this does not mean that he has become a subject of the world government, or a slave. Who treat the world government must have their own tough attitude and let them understand. Chris pirates won't let anyone need, and this Shichibukai, they don't care too much. Sure enough, after hearing Bakura's words, Sengoku apologized again. And in the phone bug, came the sound of his scolding. Sengoku finally realized the strength of the Chris pirates. Emotional people don't take the world government too seriously at all. Chris said lightly, forget about the previous things, let's talk about the benefits that I can get from my side. Nami blinked her big eyes and said first, since we want to attack Pudora, do you Marine have nothing to say? Karina also smiled slyly, and Nami thought of going with her. Side of the phone bug, Kuzan and Isho, said, the wealth of the Putuola kingdom, I think it is enough for you to squander. Sengoku continued to add, Marine can provide you with a certain amount of combat support to help you conquer the kingdom of Pudora. And in the end, we won't be asking for any resources. Hearing this, Makino nodded slightly. She said softly to the others, if that's the case, then it's a better deal. With Marine's military support, our pressure will definitely be much less. Perona, biting a straw in her mouth, muttered, is Marine really that kind? Do your best to help us lay down the territory, and in the end we don't want anything. Obviously, Perona is skeptical. Charlie also nodded lightly and analyzed generously. I'm afraid that when the time comes, Marine will not be able to do anything. Even if they come, they are just watching the fire from the other side. Nami and Karina, who were calculating, sternly refuse. Yes, this condition can be agreed, but it can't be all. We need to get something substantial. Said, Nami came to the phone bug and said, these. That's what you should do, it's not a benefit. You must be clear, our Chris pirates are here to help you, and you should also contribute. Marine conference room, everyone sighed softly. Sengoku reluctantly spread his hands, and immediately became ruthless, saying, then add one more. Chris, if you can conquer the kingdom of Pudora, you can set up a country of your own. And, the world government will also recognize your kingship. Finished speaking, all the generals looked at Sengoku in surprise. This condition is really beyond their expectations. By directly acknowledging Chris' kingship, it really legitimized their ambitions. Sengoku was forced to do so, but he thought that if the power of the Chris pirates could be weakened, these are also worth it. After all, Akoku et al. Are not vegetarians either. Chris, this is already our biggest concession, and others, don't talk about it. Hearing this, Chris whispered Isho, this is what he was waiting for. Yes. After all, Chris hung up the phone directly. The world government recognizes the country and recognizes the identity of King Chris. This means that everything in the future will be reasonable and legal. No matter what you do, the world government has no reason to interfere. After hanging up the phone, the Chris boarded. Betty lit a cigarette again and murmured, the kingdom of Pudora seems to be a very powerful country. I remember reading it in the newspaper before, and the strength is very strong. Alvida nodded heavily. I know that in this country, the kingdom of Pudora is one of the strongest countries among the non-world government countries. This country's folk customs are sturdy, the people are very martial, and the fighting power is very strong. Therefore, in the kingdom of Pudola, there are many powerful people. The little giant Lily has been in the New World all the year round, and she has also heard about the kingdom of Pudola. I once heard my father say that the fighting power of the kingdom of Pudola is very strong. Also, there seem to be a lot of pirates who, after getting tired of life in the sea, are hiding there. So, the power of the Pudola kingdom is not just what it looks like. If you want to attack the kingdom of Pudora, you need a strong enough force. Makino's eyes wandered and he said thoughtfully, that's why, the world government has not moved it easily. I think the world government doesn't want to pay too much for this. Nami squeezed her little fist lightly, sneered, and said something. The world government, it's really a good calculus. Lend our hand to remove obstacles for them while weakening us. They just need to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, anyway. In the end, no matter what, it's them who take advantage. Perona pouted, her face full of unhappiness. These. What world government, what marine? One by one, they are all uneasy and good-natured. I really think our Chris pirates are easy to bully. Don't let me meet them, or I'll make them regret coming into this world. Haley. Reiju still kept his rationality relatively, and a pair of beautiful eyes rolled gently. She said indifferently, this is something that can't be helped, since we need the reputation of King Shichibukai now. There must be some corresponding price to be paid for this. If we break up with them in advance, it is likely to affect our future plans. Bakaravivi nodded and said in a calm tone, "We absolutely can't run this errand today. They have already figured out what we want to do, and they took the initiative to recommend it to us. We have no reason to refuse. However, it is better for us to take this opportunity to get their promises than to work in vain." 292. Sengoku Fury. Marine Headquarters take action, ready to sanction Chris. As for the calculations of the world government, Chris doesn't know anything about it. Today's matter, he is just pushing the boat with the current. To conquer a country reasonably and legally, why not do it? He, the Chris pirates, is not a vegetarian either. These guys on the ship all need constant battles, and only with such high-intensity training can they grow rapidly. If anyone is in this fight, the chain is dropped. So sorry, he doesn't deserve to be in the Chris pirates. This is a place where only the strong can survive. Chris has never worried that his vitality will be severely damaged by attacking the kingdom of Kudora. One hand, he is full of confidence in the squad leaders and other younger brothers. Other hand, this is not a time to test the strength, the best time. Chris instructed Bakara and others to collect and sort out the detailed information about the kingdom of Kudora. In any case, the homework to be done is still indispensable. After the explanation was completed, Chris turned around and continued to practice in the training room. At the same time, Marineford, Marine Senior Conference Room. The conference room, the discussion about Chris continued. It is good news to be able to convince Chris to let them attack the kingdom of Kudora. Marine generals also felt a little excited because of this. They believe that this at least shows that the world government still has a certain restraint on Chris. Sengoku returned to his seat, looked around, and said, "Now that this is done, we Marine can join in. Supervise the Chris pirates at any time. Just now, I have discussed with Chris that we will provide them with a certain amount of military support. Everyone thinks it's more appropriate to send someone to Chris is especially important. He needs to be able to supervise the Chris pirates at any time, and when necessary, be able to influence the entire war process." Staff Officer Crane pondered for a moment, then said softly, "Chris's current strength has been determined to be Admiral's strength. If you want someone to restrain him, the leader must be Marine Admiral." Saying that, the generals all turned their attention to Marine 3 Admiral. The team leader this time is none other than the three of them. But this matter, after all, is not a big deal, so send 3 Marine Admiral to go. Bit too much to inspire people. Therefore, the most important thing at the moment is, among these 3 people, select one, the most suitable candidate. Sengoku turned to look at Brano and asked, "Where are the Chris pirates now?" Brano replied quickly, "Yesterday, it was still near Red Rock Island." Immediately, Brano seemed to remember something and added, "Red Rock Island, just right from Kudora Kingdom, not too far away. On the itinerary, it is estimated that it will take about 20 days to arrive." The Crane staff heard the words and immediately said, "Marineford is a long way from that place. It will take a month at least to pass from here. At the speed of Kuzan and Akainu, I'm afraid it's too late." The implication, naturally, means that this time, Borsellino is the most suitable candidate. Garp nodded while eating the senbei. Yes, if Borsellino wants to rush over, it will only take a few minutes. Staff Officer Crane continued, "I think, let Borsellino go first, and the subsequent large troops will rush over as soon as possible. Hurrying on the road without stopping should be able to shorten the time to about 20 days. We don't have enough people, and I don't think Chris will take it lightly." Chaton Tokikake Vice Admiral smiled eccentrically and gave Borsellino a random look. "I agree. General Borsellino goes first. It can stabilize the Chris pirates, and it also represents our sincerity." Onagumo Vice Admiral also nodded at this time and echoed, Yes, General Borsellino can also contain Chris. Once Chris does not follow our agreement and turns to attack other countries, we can stop it in time. Kuzan and Akainu, who were excluded, raised their eyebrows and glanced at Borsellino oddly. This errand can be regarded as a hot potato. Borsellino went to pick them up, and they were all happy to see it happen. Kuzan stretched his waist and boasted, Borsellino is good at socializing, so he can mediate with Chris and the others. Send him to go, of course it is better. Akainu didn't speak, it seemed to him. If you don't speak, you are acquiescing to this matter. Just when everyone agreed, Borsellino shook his head indifferently. He still put on a casual look, and said nonchalantly, I won't get involved in this matter. I'm definitely not going. Marine and all the generals did not expect that Borsellino would be such a firm refusal. Although he looked lazy, everyone could see Borsellino's resistance. Seems that every cell in his body expresses resistance to this matter. Borsellino stared at the conference table with a pair of small eyes, and said something strange. Do you think that, according to Chris' character, you will attack the kingdom of Kudora? Obviously not. Which of you can guarantee that they won't encounter other troubles along the way? These are all factors that need to be considered, so the so-called time is just a reference. That's all, don't take it seriously. Send troops now, and we will definitely be able to arrive near Kudora Kingdom before the Chris pirates, trust me. Borsellino, citing circumstantial evidence, explained his reasons for refusal in a straightforward manner. To sum up, it is a meaning, enough time, I don't go. Kuzan, Akainu and others are all staring at Borsellino with strange eyes at this time. Today's him is really too strange, and his words suddenly become too many. In the impression of marine generals, Borsellino has always been lazy, and he usually talks in twos and threes. Really rare to see such nonsense today. It shows how much he doesn't want to accept this mission. Borsellino ignored it completely, and continued, besides, I'm not very sociable, in case I can't help it. The old man accidentally shot Chris and caused some bad influence, then it's not suitable. So, I suggest letting them both go. Their tempers are better than mine and can be controlled. Said, Borsellino kicked the trouble directly to the Kuzans. However, before Borsellino's voice fell, an angry shout erupted in the conference room. Borsellino, don't mess around here. Since we identify you, that is, believe in your ability, this matter is only the most suitable for you. As an admiral of the Marine headquarters, what kind of manners are you supposed to be when you are afraid and hesitant? Everyone saw Marine Grand Marshal Sengoku, a rare rage. Pointing at the nose in public, he scolded the current Marine admiral. Sengoku looked sullen, his eyes stared like a mad cow, as if he was going to eat Borsellino. Borsellino, you have to go today, or you have to go. Seeing this, Borsellino felt really bitter in his heart. With a helpless look on his face, he was about to speak out, but was directly stopped by Staff Officer He. The Crane staff reached out to block Borsellino, shook his head at him, and motioned him not to speak. With Staff Crane's knowledge of Sengoku, he naturally understood that it was useless to talk too much at this time. Sengoku has finalized will not change, she said with a smile on her face. Borsellino, you don't need to reject this matter, you are the most suitable person. Anyway, this distance is only a few minutes for you, and it won't cost you much. Doberman, Vice Admiral, also hurried out to smooth things out. Yes, General Borsellino. And you don't need to do anything when you go there. As long as you are there, the Chris pirates will not dare to act rashly. As for dealing with them or something, we can talk to them on the phone without bothering you. There were also several other generals who spoke out and persuaded painstakingly. Seeing Sengoku's gloomy expression, Borsellino helplessly shook his head and said with a crooked mouth, forget it, I'll go. After speaking, he leaned back on the chair with a face full of frustration, not in high spirits. Sengoku snorted lightly and glanced at Borsellino casually. Then he went on to say, the follow-up large force also needs some people to lead the team. Who do you think is suitable? Doberman took the initiative to invite Ying and said excitedly, Marshal Sengoku, let me go. I want to see for myself the true face of the Chris pirates. In addition, I can also cooperate with General Borsellino and do the work of the overseer in the front. Momonga Vice Admiral followed, also raising her hand, I'm going too. His face was firm, and his eyes were a bit fiery. I just happened to go to meet them for a while. A member of the Hawks, Momonga Vice Admiral is very interested in Chris. He also happened to represent the Hawks, and went to investigate. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction at this time. This is what he expected. In this case, Doberman and Momonga will be in charge of the follow-up large force. Also, if the two of you have any candidates you need, just say hello, and I see who of them dares to refuse. Sengoku glanced at everyone in the conference room with a bad expression, and his eyes were full of warnings. Marine generals all smiled wryly and looked at each other helplessly. Only Momonga Vice Admiral can be called by name. After a few minutes, the 2 men's point of troops will end, and they have each selected some confidant generals. Sengoku looked at these people, all of them were pretty good, and nodded lightly. Doberman, Momonga, I order you to, immediately. The troops. During the day and night, be sure to arrive at Kudora Kingdom before the Chris pirates. And Momonga Vice Admiral immediately. Taking orders, he turned around and left the conference room with his confidants to prepare before departure. To left, Sengoku glanced at Borsellino angrily and said nothing. Borsellino shrugged and sighed softly. He is not in a hurry to set off, this journey is just a blink of an eye for him. This is why he is so lazy. Because it's too fast. Momoshiki sat quietly by the side, observing everything in the conference room. Today's meeting is no trivial matter. Momoshiki decides that she must give Chris a call at night when no one is there. Tell him about the situation here. In this case, Chris can also prepare in advance. Soon, there will be a sea area in the New World. Was nothing unusual about the Chris at this time, and the call just now did not cause much disturbance. Chris still stayed in the training room, constantly slashing the blood-red sword. Today's goal has not been completed. In the training room, Nami was carefully studying a map. After a while, Nami raised her head and said excitedly, I found it. The Kingdom of Kudora, it's here. Saying that, Nami pointed to a place on the map. Bakura came closer, looked at it carefully, and said generously, it doesn't seem too far from us, doesn't it? Nami blinked her big eyes with 2 dimples on her face. Yes, it's exactly the same direction we're going. If we go at this speed, it will take about half a month. Alvida, carrying a giant mace, stood on the bow, looking out at the sea. Kingdom of Kudora, it will be replaced soon, Master. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and Isho said with a smile, I didn't expect to be so close, everything seems to be going well. Betty took a light puff on the cigarette and exhaled a few smoke rings. It would be even better if he could conquer the people of the Kudola Kingdom. I believe it will be very helpful to improve our strength. Perona was also excitedly spinning in circles in the air at this time, and said with a smile, we will soon have our own territory. When the time comes, I must build a castle there and raise a lot of playthings. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Perona and others have also accepted the fact. Since Marine has designated the Chris pirates to attack the Kingdom of Kudora, then call him. Anyway, it's a fight wherever you go, and this Kudola Kingdom is extremely wealthy. In resources and good geographical location, it played a great role in the connection between the Shichibukai alliance in the future. Report. Suddenly, the voice of an alarm officer came from the door. Spotted a boat ahead. The target is unknown, please indicate. Nami and the others all stood up curiously and looked into the distance. Chris is naturally aware of the movement outside. At this time, he was slashing blood red while emitting observation haki. A transparent breath came out of the training room and swept directly to a farther place. Soon the boat was completely enveloped. Oh, so it's them. Chris couldn't help but muttered in his heart. Feel especially incredible. Guys, the automatic subscription has increased by 2, which is not enough. If it increases by 2 more today, the author's bacteria will be 3 updates. Thousands, word updates, and promises to do it. Come on, let's subscribe automatically, ha. 293. Momonosuke appears. Chris issues an order, Momonosuke must die. It turns out that Chris is very familiar with the people on this boat. There are 3 men on board, plus a child. No, it should be 3 men, plus a small beast. Through observation haki's investigation, Chris clearly saw that the boat from Wano-kuni was approaching in the distance. Boat, carrying Momonosuke, Kinemon, Raizo, and Kanjuro. Chris doesn't have a good impression of these people. Especially Momonosuke, this guy is arguably the most annoying in One Piece, King of Pirates. The role of Akainu. It is comparable to Akainu. Chris said to Bakura with a blank face, tell Enel and them to get rid of the 4 people on board. Hearing this, Bakura and the others were stunned. Makino has a little doubt in his eyes. The 4 people Chris knows who is on the other side. Kaya bit her lip, blinked a pair of pure eyes, and said, Chris's observation haki is very strong, he must have detected it. However, Chris actually asked the squad leaders to deal with it. Is the guy from that boat the enemy? Nami shook her head gently, looking at the boat in the distance with her beautiful eyes, and said, such a small boat will not be a powerful person. Maybe, Chris has his own ideas. Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead, and said generously, don't think too much, just do what Chris said. Since he let it be solved, it means that those guys are not good things. Bakura nodded lightly, his red lips slightly parted. It should be like this, I'm going to find Enel and the others. Doubts, Reiju and the others will never question Chris's decision. Along the way, it proves that every decision Chris makes is correct. Having said that, Bakura gracefully walked to the deck, looking for Enel and others, and wanted to inform about this. At the same time, Reiju, Alvida, Karina, Desaya and others also walked out of the training room together. They went in different directions, looking for the squad leaders in different places. At this time, some squad leaders were sitting on the deck, watching the boats approaching in the distance. Burgess held a bottle of wine in his hand and poured it down. I saw him drinking a whole bottle of beer in one breath, holding up the empty bottle, and laughing loudly, way ha 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 ha. Everyone, we meet people again, I hope this time it's the enemy. Just to test my newly developed ability. On the side of Poison, Gia smiled. Burgess, I haven't seen you for a few days, secretly developed a new ability. It's amazing. Poisonous tone, with obvious mocking color. But Burgess didn't care. Cavendish stepped forward gently and said excitedly, my young master has also made some progress in the past 2 days. With the help of Brother Pansfree, I found that in armament hockey, I finally got started. The current entry can be regarded as 1,000 miles in a day, ho ho ho. Kuro, who was sitting beside him, pushed his glasses slightly, and said in admiration, is Big Brother Pansfly so powerful? You can also guide me when you have time, I feel like I have encountered a bottleneck. Pansfly was huge, sitting on the deck, and everyone needed to look up. He laughed Isho and said, I just told him that some of my own experience can help him avoid some detours. As for his progress so fast, Cavendish's own talent is good and his comprehension is very strong. Cavendish touched the back of his head embarrassedly when he heard Pansfree's praise. Actually, it's also thanks to the captain. I watched him practice a few days ago, and suddenly I got a feeling, so my understanding of armament has gone to a higher level. Enel suddenly appeared here. He sat cross-legged, with a pair of dead fish eyes, looked at Cavendish nonchalantly, and said, I can feel that you have become stronger. It seems that watching the captain's practice is also of great help to his own practice. He turned to look at Burgess again, frowning gradually. Burgess, haven't you been busy developing your devil fruit abilities during this time? Why can I feel that your armament has made some progress than before? NL's heart network is extremely strong, and for such nuances, it can be quickly captured. Lafitte played with the cane in his hand, a smile appeared on his fair face, and a very gentleman said something. Looks like, Burgess, that counts, by analogy. If you get the hang of it in one direction, there will be some progress in the other. Man-Demon Jin glanced at Burgess curiously. I'm looking forward to seeing what new moves Burgess has developed. It must be great. Bartolomeo wore a coxcomb and patted Man-Demon Jin's shoulder with a smile. He pouted at Jin and said, Jin, do you still use the trick of identifying people? 2 days ago, I remember that your kid made a big move on the boat. Bellamy also echoed on the side. Such a big deep hole was blown up in the sea at once. The surface of the sea didn't recover all of a sudden, and it took a long time to fill up. Jin shrugged with a smile, and called out, Bug's tricks, Eagle Bug's tricks. Invisible pretending is the most deadly. Everyone knows very well how powerful Jin's blow is. This kid, silent all day, concentrates on researching and developing his own devil fruit. Finally got a blockbuster effect. During the time they entered the New World, the Chris pirates met a lot of people. During this period, it has also been shot several times. Squad leaders have all come into contact with the powerhouses of the New World, which are different from the first half of the Great Route. These guys here, in addition to very skilled in the mastery of hockey. One by one, they use their devil fruit abilities to develop many unexpected moves. This is why, one by one, the squad leaders practiced like crazy. Of not dragging everyone down in the future. Now it seems that everyone's practice has achieved remarkable results. At this moment, Baccarat and others finally found them. Baccarat smiled faintly. So you are here. Lafitte saw Baccarat. He jumped down and pressed his top hat lightly. Miss Baccarat, is there any order from the captain? Alvida carried a giant mace, and said generously. Chris said, please don't ask more. Just make a move and get rid of the 4 people in the boat in front of you. Hearing this, Lafitte was also stunned by Vivi, and asked, that's all. Reiju shrugged his shoulders, and a faint smile appeared on his delicate face. Chris only said this. Having said that, Reiju's group turned and left. Lafitte communicated what Chris meant to the other squad leaders. Everyone felt a little suspicious. Luo Y hugged the ghost crying, sat beside Pansfree, and said with a thoughtful look on his face. The captain's order today is a bit abnormal. In the past, when I met people, I had to review them first. If I felt it was suitable, I would invite them to board the ship. I've never dealt with it without asking questions like this before. Hawkins also nodded, took out the tarot card from his arms, and started his own calculations. The side, Van Augur looked up and saw the Kinemon 4 in the distance, and said expressionlessly. Sure enough, there are 4 people. Their costumes are really strange and rare. 3 men and a child. To be honest, these people are really good looking. Weipa took over the telescope, and also saw the Kinemon 4. He turned his head to look at Pansfree. Brother, you have been in the New World for a long time. Have you met these people? Pansfree shook his head, and Vivi frowned. The New World is so big, I can't possibly see everyone. But, their attire looks a bit impressive. While Pansfree was thinking, Kuro said with a wise look on his face, It's someone from Wano Kuni. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Kuro curiously. Kuro pushed his glasses and said lightly, I once read in a book that Wano Kuni is a mysterious country. It has a closed-door policy, no dealings with the rest of the world, let alone world governments. People in this country are also a little strange, but their strength is still very good. Pansfree was also aware of it at this time, and he had also heard a little about the legend of this Wano-kuni. He continued, I heard that there are quite a few skilled craftsmen in Wano-kuni, and this sea stone is from there. Moreover, according to rumors, many of the 21 Dalton's Kue knives are from Wano-kuni. The voice fell, the squad leaders all looked surprised. This point of view, this Wano-kuni can be regarded as a rather mysterious country. And the background should be very rich. Caribou looked at the boat that was getting closer and closer, and asked, since the country is closed, what happened to these people? How did they get out? Pajalu Hihi Isho snorted lightly. It goes without saying that something must have been committed in Wano-kuni and escaped. Look at their poor appearance, they must be hunted down. Smile on his face, Yoroge put his hands together and guessed. The captain asked us to solve them, did you not want to cause any trouble? The origin of these people is unknown, and I'm afraid they have committed a lot of things. Poison snorted and retorted, fart. Is the captain afraid of things? It's just a Wano-kuni, it's not enough for the captain to be afraid of. Foxy also agreed, yes, there must be something else hidden in this matter. At this moment, Hawkins' calculation finally came to a conclusion. He still looked like a dead man, with no expression on his face, quietly watching the results in front of him. These people, the probability of taking action against us 10%. The probability of being our enemy 10%. Their mortality rate 100%. This set of data looks really strange. Hawkins' eyes, there was a bit of doubt. This is interesting. It seems that these 4 men pose no threat to us at all. And they shouldn't shoot at us, it's just a chance encounter. It's just that meeting us is actually a dead end for them. This only shows that the captain doesn't seem to be in a good mood right now. Seems that Hawkins can only give such a guess. Maybe it's just the bad luck of these 4 people, who touched Chris' bad luck and caused disaster. With a pipe in his mouth, Aquino took a deep breath and said, maybe it's an old acquaintance of the captain who once offended Captain Chris. Burgess shook his head and said, the captain just entered the new world, where is the old acquaintance? Eno yawned casually, and said, Chris' speed can reach the speed of traversing the space at will. Maybe he's been to Wano-kuni before, who's to say? Lafitte gently Isho looked at the boat in the distance, and said, don't guess, anyway. Just follow the captain's instructions. Since the captain ordered so, he has his own reason, we just do it. Cavendish touched his sword and said lightly, yes, it is useless to talk too much. Do you dare not to listen to the captain's orders? Just looking for these people to practice their hands. Burgess Hihi Isho raised his arms high, his fists collided. It seems that I have the opportunity to display my new move, way ha 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 ha. After a while, the 2 ships slowly approached. Squad leaders were not in a hurry, but looked at each other with interest. Anyway, the 4 of them are already in their pockets, and they want to escape under their hands, unless they are some peerless masters. Kinemon saw the Chris from afar and was deeply impressed by the luxury of this ship. Soon as he approached, he shouted loudly, Your Excellency, how are you? We are samurai from Wano-kuni, under the name Kinemon. Besides these are my friends, Lord Kanjuro and Lord Raizo. And my son, Momonosuke. Saying that, Kanjuro and the others stood up and greeted the squad leader and the others. Several of them had happy faces on their faces, and they consciously met a noble. Kinemon said loudly again, Several Excellencies, we have been drifting at sea for many days without food. I am not good at fishing techniques, and I haven't eaten a full meal for several days. See you today, I wonder if your Excellencies can help us and give us some food. Kanjuro also looked pitiful at this time, and said loudly, If your Excellency is willing to help, this is a great kindness. I will definitely keep it in my heart, and I will pay it back 100 times in the future. Lei Zhang also bowed deeply. Yes, please, your Excellencies, be sure to help us." Saying that, Kinemon hugged Momonosuke beside him. I saw Momonosuke's appearance at this time, looking very weak and dying. "Everyone, my son's body has reached the limit, please save him." Guys, the above is a picture of Momonosuke. This guy is so damn good, so he specially released his picture. For the sake of killing Momonosuke. 294. Momonosuke sees Reiju and the others, his eyes glow. The girls couldn't bear it, they didn't want Momonosuke to have an accident. At this moment, Momonosuke was lifted up by Kinemon with a pitiful appearance. That there was a child on this boat. Nami and the others immediately. Feeling a little surprise, he quickly surrounded the fence. For a time, at the fence of the Chris, Yin like 100 flowers blooming. Nami, Reiju, Alvita and others, they each have their own characteristics and are absolutely gorgeous. Suddenly appearing, so many beautiful women, Momonosuke was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Momonosuke's eyes were filled with shock. His pair of eyes Vivi trembled, and his eyes were constantly watching over the slender figures of the female family members. Momonosuke's mouth, Vivi opened, his eyes gradually blurred, as if he was drunk. It can be clearly seen that Momonosuke is quietly drooling at this time. A silly smile appeared on his face slowly. Van Augur looked carefully and frowned. "That kid, it doesn't seem quite right." Van Augur muttered to himself, without saying a word, he always felt that he must have read it wrong. After all, the other party is just a little kid. Children of this age don't know anything about Van Augur's professional habit, so naturally they don't pay much attention. Nami and the others were lying on the fence. When they suddenly saw such a child, the group immediately became excited. At this moment, Momonosuke quickly put away the appearance of his color embryo. Pure smile appeared, and a pair of eyes smiled innocently. Kinemon and the others are quite familiar with Momonosuke, so why don't they know what this guy's idea is? Seeing Momonosuke's appearance, Raizo couldn't help but exclaim, "This kind of camouflage is far superior to my ninjutsu." Under the wind. Kinemon looked at Momonosuke in his arms, and stared straight at the beautiful woman on the boat. He could only smile awkwardly, feeling helpless. Glancing at Nami and the others without a trace, seeing that they didn't find anything, he let out a long sigh of relief. Nami and the others were born with little resistance to children. Seeing again at this time, Momonosuke made such an innocent and pitiful appearance. Girls suddenly overflowed with love, and each one looked at Momonosuke with a kind of loving gaze. Nami bit her lip lightly, her big eyes shimmering. "Wow. Such a cute child. Look at his big innocent eyes and small red nose, he's so good." Perona was also excited at this time, spinning in circles in the air, and said with a smile, "It really looks like a cute doll." The chubby little face is still a little red, and I can't help but want to take a bite. Haley ha 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 ha. The sweetheart queen held her delicate face and smiled. Isho, it's really cute. I really want to go over and hug him in person. Karina's eyes, there was a bit of pity. Look at his belly, he's starving. How could this poor little fellow end up in the sea? Bakura's eyes also showed some kindness, but he said regretfully, "It's a pity. Chris ordered the squad leaders to get rid of these 4 people. This poor child can only suffer." Kaya flashed a pair of big innocent eyes, and said with an unbearable expression, "Can we go and beg Chris? Let him take back the order just now, don't kill this child." Makino's eyes rolled, Lou eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and he sighed, "Yes, this child is still so young. It looks like only 7 or 8 years old. It's the time of naivety, and I don't know anything." Charlie's glamorous eyes, she was also a little moved at this time. On her cold face, Vivi trembled. Could it be Chris? I don't know there is such a child. Let's go to Chris and explain the situation to him, maybe he will let this kid go. Desaya also nodded quickly and took Mrs. Charlie's hand. I remember that Chris is not a murderous person. Perhaps, this time it's just his temporary intention. Let's go to intercede with sisters. I think Chris should change his mind. Abis took 2 steps forward and walked to Baccarat's side. Sister Baccarat, this child is so pitiful. Can you use your good luck to add some to him? Let's beg Chris again. Maybe Captain Chris will really change his mind. When Baccarat heard this, Vivi frowned, with a hesitant look on his face. The little giant Lily also jumped up at this time, her face full of anxiety. Don't hesitate, the squad leaders are about to start. We have to hurry to find Chris, or this little kid really won't survive. And also echoed, yes, even if you kill the other 3 people, you can leave only this child. Anyway, he is still young, stay on the boat, we can also raise him slowly. Baccarat is the big sister on the boat, and Nami and the others are watching her at this time. The crowd was eager, waiting for Baccarat's final decision. At this moment, Reiju, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly left. With her beautiful eyes, she looked at Momonosuke with pity, and then sighed inwardly. Reiju's eyes swept across Nami and the others, and said helplessly, I think everyone should not go to Chris. I understand what you're thinking, and from what I know about Chris, he won't change his decision. If it's not good, he will blame everyone. Betty, who was silent for a long time, took a deep breath of his cigarette and said calmly as always, Reiju is right, Chris will not change his mind. Everyone can think about it carefully. When has the decision Chris made changed? Moreover, he has never made a mistake in his decisions. Everyone agrees on this point. It is also because of Chris's correct decision time and time again that the Chris pirates can get to where they are today step by step. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and he said lightly, Chris has never been a soft-hearted person. I think everyone should be clear about this point. He decided to kill, and he will not let him easily just because this person is pitiful. Do you remember Chris' attitude towards Hancock? Baccarat and others nodded. Empress Boa Hancock, the first beauty among pirates, is absolutely stunning in the world. Everyone could see that Hancock liked Chris, but Chris was always cold to her. No man can resist Hancock's beauty, but Chris did it. This shows that Chris is not affected by foreign objects. Reiju mentioned to everyone again about Chris' attitude towards Doflamingo. It should be clear to everyone that Chris has a different philosophy than Doflamingo, who joined the Shichibukai alliance. Completely out of interest. But you and I both know that Chris has already decided to kill Doflamingo. Although he may offend the world government and destroy the Shichibukai alliance because of this, he has no hesitation. So everyone thinks Chris will change his mind just because we pity this kid. Perona quietly landed next to Reiju and said softly, Chris has a cold personality and doesn't like nonsense. For his own people, he will care about his heart, and the squad leaders will learn from each other, and never allow killers. However, Chris has never shown mercy to outsiders. Nami and the others, look at me, and I look at you, all shaking their heads lightly. Chris' character and person, how could they not know that Chris has never allowed others to question his decisions? The reason why everyone thinks like this today is because Momonosuke is too pitiful. For a while, can't bear it. Thinking about it now, it's probably not realistic to let Chris let Momonosuke go. Squad leaders also came down at this time. Lafitte looked at Nami and the others who were full of frustration, and laughed softly. Reiju and the others have a very reasonable analysis. The captain will not be soft-hearted because of you. Poison as Gia Isho said. You know why no one dares to covet the captain's seat. I am not afraid that the captain will kill us. This is not empty words. If we dare to do that, the captain will kill us mercilessly. Kuro pushed his glasses slightly and said, in the Chris Pirates, the only truth we have to believe in is follow the captain's orders. As long as you follow this rule at all times, you can live forever in the Chris Pirates. Burgess, Isho, bumped his fists, and said, don't think that during this period of time, we are all happy on the boat. Don't forget, our Chris pirates are also quite cruel. The strong eat the weak, and there is nothing to talk about. Chris has long stated that everything depends on strength to speak, and strength represents the right to speak. Luo Wai stood aside and glanced at the training room. On this boat, Chris's words are God's will. Even if it is the mainstays like Lafayette and Enel, if there is any disobedience, the captain will not hesitate to take action. Enel floated in the air, sitting with his legs crossed, and said casually, "So, I never talk or ask too much. I will do whatever the captain asks me to do, and I believe he is always right." Hawkins said calmly, expressionless, "The captain said that we don't have any worldly knowledge on board. Speak with strength, survive with strength, and powerful people are the ones who make the rules." Although it looks a little cold-blooded and ruthless, this is exactly the quality that a jagged pirate should have. Hawkins was always able to tell the truth in one sentence. In the Chris pirates, it is more like a wild forest. Here, the weak eat the strong and the fittest survive. Without strength, you just need to be quiet and obey the orders of the strong. Cavendish stroked his sword lightly, and said politely, "Besides, Chris's observation hockey is unfathomable. How could he not know that among the other four, there is a child?" Bartolomeo smiled. "The captain said they should die, then they should not live. No matter who they are or what they've done before, there's no way to live, quack." As a big fan of Chris, Bartolomeo would never question Chris's decision. Chris ordered them to get rid of Kinemon and his party, so he naturally thought, "These four people are definitely guilty. They should be damned." After thinking for a while, Van Augur suddenly realized, "That's right. Fang Kai, I noticed that something was wrong with that little child, so I didn't think much about it. Thinking about it now, maybe the captain has already noticed something wrong with him before. Their fate, as it should be, is not something you and I can control." On Yoroge's face, there was always a smile on his face. At this moment, Yoroge folded his hands together, and said silently in his mouth, "Life and death have a destiny, do-ent. Force. May the four of you go well all the way, and enjoy this great time in the next life." Kinemon and the others were very close, and the conversations of the squad leaders were all heard by them one by one. They immediately realized that big things are bad. No wonder the other party has been ignoring them. It turned out that they had already decided to kill them. Lei Zhang paled in shock and said, "The catastrophe is imminent, and we need to leave this place as soon as possible, the place of right and wrong." Momonosuke also realized that they might be doomed. He immediately, with a pitiful look on his face, two eyes, immediately wrapped in tears. "Beautiful sisters, please, don't kill us. We are not bad people. If we disturb you, we can leave right away. Sisters, please, help me, don't let them do it." Momonosuke screamed loudly in a blink of an eye. His voice was miserable, and his face was pitiful. It was a must. At this moment, he was actually kneeling on the deck, kowtowing to Nami and the others, begging for mercy of Nami and the others in exchange for their own chance of survival. Nami and the others saw Momonosuke so pitiful, and when they heard this mournful cry, they felt a sense of sympathy again in their hearts. But on second thought, it was Chris' decision, and they couldn't go against it. Besides, the squad leaders would not listen to their persuasion. At this point, they were really helpless and could only sigh deeply. Cried, Makino and the others didn't dare to think of persuasion again. Just stood there and watched this scene. Charlie shook her head gently and couldn't bear to look directly. "Forget it, they are supposed to be like this. We can't buck the trend either." Nami looked at Momonosuke with pity, and her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. "It's a pity that child, you look so cute. You, still so young, but you're going to suffer like this." Alvida carried a giant mace, with a sad look on his face. "Time is also, life is also. The automatic subscription went up by 2 yesterday, so no updates were added. If it increases by 1, the author will add 1 chapter, and if it increases by 5, add 2 chapters. 295. Momonosuke's tragic end, killed by Enel. All the girls gathered around the railing, watching the boat. With a shrill cry, it gradually disappeared. Bakura couldn't help sighing, even though they knew they couldn't escape. But hopefully, they can escape from here. Betty patted Bakura's shoulder lightly, and said calmly, "Don't be merciful, it should be like this, who can blame it?" Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead and said lightly, "Some people may not be as simple as they seem. I always believe that poor people must have something to hate. Since Chris can't hold the 4 of them, it means that they must have secrets that neither you nor I know." Corona nodded lightly, her red lips slightly opened. If this princess is allowed to choose, this princess will support Chris without hesitation. Chris has his reasons, let's not get in the way here. Nami and the others watched the boat go away. Kinemon and Raizo were rowing like crazy. Soon, they and the Chris opened a great distance. However, the squad leaders were not in a hurry. Since he has become the prey of the Chris pirates, it is impossible to escape so casually. Kinemon and the others who were drifting away, turned his cane, and asked a gentleman, "Who of you will take care of them?" Everyone could feel that the boat on the opposite side had no strength except Kinemon. This opponent is a little too easy. Burgess, Hey Isho, waved his hand unexpectedly. If there was such a thing in the past, he was the first to charge forward. Burgess explained helplessly, "They're out of my reach. As you all know, my moon step isn't very good, and I can't finish aerial combat. The moon step technique is indeed somewhat difficult for a sturdy body like Burgess. Burgess is better for positional warfare." Du suddenly sneered and asked maliciously, "Didn't you develop a new move? Bombard him with your laser. The attack distance should be more than this far." The poison is reminded, others will also react. A quarter of an hour ago, Burgess was still clamoring to try his new move. Unexpectedly, Burgess snorted softly and looked at Kinemon and others in the distance. The skills of these few people are not worthy of being used to experiment with Lao Tzu's new moves. The new moves are researched with great concentration. I have to find someone who is evenly matched with me, way ha ha ha. Squad leaders all burst into laughter, but Burgess would also pick opponents sometimes. Bartolomeo's face was depressed at this time, and now in this situation, he can be regarded as a hero useless. If I knew it earlier, I should have stopped them just now. It's a pity that my barrier fruit is not developed enough, otherwise I will extend the barrier directly and beat him. As a die-hard fan of Chris, Bartolomeo is of course willing to help Chris. However, he is also mainly defensive, and he is really not good at chasing the enemy. Luo Y hugged the demon knife and cried, and looked at Kinemon and the others lightly. "It seems that it's not my turn to take action this time." Van Augur stepped forward, carrying a sniper rifle, aimed directly at the 4 Kinemon who were leaving, and said a word with no expression on his face. "At this time, I still have to rely on me as a sniper. I really feel sorry for them when I meet a sharpshooter like me. This is fate." Said that, Van Augur did not hesitate, and proceeded directly. Bang! Van Augur fired the first shot. However, this shot did not directly kill any of the 4. Kill it directly, naturally there is no fun in sniping. Van Augur's precise shot directly discounted the ore in Raizo's hand. The sudden change made Kinemon completely unresponsive. He was still rowing fast, and due to the imbalance of power, they turned in circles directly on the spot. "No, the oars below are broken, Kinemon, I can only rely on you." Lei Zhang couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and said. Kanjuro looked anxious, and spread his hands helplessly. "Unfortunately, my ability cannot get wet, and I can't provide new oars." Kinemon quickly adjusted his strength, and the speed of the ship's movement quickly slowed down. "It can't go on like this, it's too slow. The enemy will soon catch up." He looked at the boat eagerly, and then his eyes fell on his waist. Just use my pair of flame swords. Saying that, he handed the only remaining oar to Raizo. Combined the two swords of flames into one and used them as oars. Seeing this scene, Van Augur raised his eyebrows and sneered. Besides, Saber, I see what else you have that you can replace. Just listen to, bang. Sound. The oar in Raizo's hand was interrupted again. Kinemon was also unable to support himself at the moment, and the boat almost stopped moving. Hee, since that's the case, why don't you come to help out? Man-Demon Jin sneered and threw a few bombs at random. Unbiased, it happened that the parting of the boat caused an explosion. The explosion caused violent fluctuations in the water surface, and the boat floated up and down, only hovering around the capsized area. Kinemon's face changed greatly. It's broken, the next 3 people are all devil fruit powers. Once you fall into the water, you will surely die. Saving the 3 of them at the same time is indeed a bit difficult for Raizo. At this moment, Kanjuro, who had been hiding his means, instantly drew a big, lifelike bird. In an instant, the big bird fluttered its wings like a living creature. Sit up and let's fly away. Kinemon was very surprised when he saw this technique, and asked, Kanjuro, when did your painting technique improve so much? Your fat bird is still fresh in my memory. Kanjuro couldn't help but scolded. What time is it? And I am still talking about those things. There are none. Hurrying to escape is the right way. Being scolded by Kanjuro so abnormally, Kinemon sadly mounted the big bird. The big bird flapped its wings and flew slowly into the sky. 4 people 4 can be regarded as a temporary escape. When Caribou saw that they were actually flying, he exclaimed, what is that? How did it suddenly become a big bird? Weipa stared at the 4 people flying into the air, and said lightly, it should be some kind of devil fruit ability. See that, red-haired man with a paintbrush around his waist. This big bird should have been drawn by him. Through the power of the devil fruit, it instantly became a real thing. Hawkins' eyes were blank, and he muttered to himself expressionlessly, Magic Pen Ma Liang. This devil fruit ability is really interesting. Kuro pushed his glasses, and said with a disdainful smile on his face. Do you think you can leave safely in this way? It's too small to underestimate our Chris pirates. Saying that, Kuro slowly stretched out a hand and made a grabbing motion towards the air in the distance. I saw that in the sky in the distance, the clouds suddenly fell apart. The big bird, which was flying smoothly, suddenly swayed. Momonosuke was deeply frightened, and cried and said, Your Excellency Kanjuro, what's going on? Why doesn't this big bird fly well? Kanjuro was also very puzzled. He had never encountered such a problem before. Raizo frowned tightly, stared at the surroundings carefully, and said with a shocked face, the other party seems to be able to grasp the surrounding air pressure. Look, the changes in the airflow around us are very unusual. This big bird, after all, is just a fake. It is naturally unable to fly stably due to the fluctuation of airflow. Kuro had a faint smile on his face. He was not in a hurry to get them down directly, but finally adjusted the air pressure in the air. Do whatever you want. While playing Kinemon 4 Players 4, you can also drop by and test your control over the air pressure. Hee, I told you to go east, but you can't go west. Poor bastards, listen to my command and come back. The voice fell, everyone saw the big bird, and it turned back unconsciously. Slowly approaching the Chris. Momonosuke's face was full of astonishment, and he wailed loudly, what is the origin of these guys? Are they gods and how could they manipulate the surrounding airflow? Kinemon glanced back, his face full of resentment, damn it. They're in the palm of their hands. We're almost back on their ship. Kinemon and Raizo were helpless at this time. Kanjuro scolded fiercely, it's really 2 useless things. Saying that, he picked up the paintbrush again and directly drew an oversized propeller, which was installed behind the big bird. The propellers turn and they immediately gained a huge momentum and flew forward again. Kuro looked at it unexpectedly. This slightly strange combination. What the hell is that? To be able to gain such a powerful impetus in an instant. Bird moved quickly, much to Foxy's dismay. How dare you fly so fast in front of my face? Stop for Lao Su. Slow light. Foxy snorted softly, his hands immediately emits a purple light. The purple light spreads over a wide range, and instantly irradiates the big bird. The propeller also lost its speed at this time, and it was almost stagnant. And the big bird, flapping its wings up and down, was unusually slow. At this moment, Kanjuro wanted to scold his mother and said something. Mad. These guys are so weird, they can always figure out a way to limit our departure. Kinamon's expression was slightly frustrated, and he sighed, they didn't kill us directly. Instead, treat us as playthings and play carefully. It's just a shameful disgrace. Looking at the helpless four people in the air, Lafitte adjusted his black top hat, still so modest and gentle, and said. Okay, after playing for so long, whoever does it will solve them directly. The squad leaders are just making small troubles and having a good time. No one hit the killer directly. I'll still come. Enel, who had been sitting cross-legged and floating in the air watching a play, suddenly received an order. Indeed, other than Lafitte, Enel is the only one who can achieve long-range attacks. Since the captain hates these four people so much, it's better to let this god accept them. A pair of dead fish eyes, Enel slowly came to Momonosuke's four-person side, as if he didn't wake up. He floated in midair, his wide robe screeching. A few faintly visible thunder lights flickered all over the body. 1000 volts. Enel threw a thunderbolt at random, covering the four of Momonosuke's body. Several people suddenly felt a pain in the whole body, and they kept shaking. Enel exclusive, current massage. Afterwards, the four of them were covered in black smoke. Momonosuke looked extremely weak and looked at Enel humbly. Are you Thor? With a cold smile on the corner of Enel's mouth, matched with his dead fish eyes, he looked extremely terrifying and said something. That's right, I'm Thor, I'm here to take your life. Enel's voice suddenly grew louder, making Momonosuke tremble with fright. Kanjuro frowned suddenly, turned pale in shock, and said, His Royal Highness Momonosuke, you can't be. When this bird meets water, it will disappear. It turned out that Enel was only slightly frightened, and actually scared Momonosuke directly. The big bird they were riding gradually shrank after encountering the water, and could no longer bear the weight of four people. Seeing that the four of them were about to fall, Enel pouted. Directly kicked the four of them to the Chris. On the Chris, Bartolomeo propped up a barrier and held up the four of them. Enel's kick was not light, and he attacked with thunder. Can be seen through the barrier, and there is a faint residual power of thunder. Thunder arcs flickered one after another. Momonosuke and Kinemon were four, their breath sluggish. Momonosuke suddenly saw that Enel appeared beside them again. And this time, Enel was holding a huge thunderball in his hand. The thunderball flashed with terrifying light, and the sound was extremely harsh. Momonosuke's eyes widened, and he looked at the thunderball in fear. He had no doubts what the consequences would be if the lightning ball hit him. The squad leaders were all watching with interest at this time, and Momonosuke's reaction. They shrank one by one, their eyes filled with fear. Namilu frowned slightly and sighed. Alas, it is indeed cruel to deal with a child like this. I really can't bear to watch it anymore. The Queen's sweetheart's face was full of sympathy. Children, don't blame us, the sisters are powerless. Makino slowly closed his eyes. Vivi shook his head and said, there is such a catastrophe in my life, after all, there is no escape. No matter what. What kind of secrets do you have in your body? Such an end is indeed a bit pitiful. I can't send you out of this world with my own eyes. Reiju agreed to kill Momonosuke. In her eyes, he was still a child after all. The fate of this child is too tragic. 296. Momonosuke died tragically. Kurozumi Orochi appears. Mythical snake fruit appears. A new world, a sea somewhere. Chris, Momonosuke and his 3 bodyguards huddled in a small corner. Was deep fear in their eyes. Several people flickered all over, with tiny visible arcs of thunder. There was a faint smell of barbecue on the boat. Betty took a sip of a cigarette and said calmly, being served by the squad leaders, death should be enough. That little guy is dying. He also enjoyed the treatment of a strong man, it's not a loss. A bit of sadness in Bakura's beautiful eyes, but in the end, he's just a child. It's a pity to be killed like this. The little giant Lily was standing on Bakura's shoulder at this time, sighed softly, and said, I have seen a lot of this kind of thing. Those poor people we help have a very poor fate. However, sometimes you can't just blame fate, people still have to rely on themselves after all. Perona's eyebrows are lowered, her mouth is shriveled, and her interest is not high at all. No way, this princess really can't stand it anymore. Although we can't save him, it's definitely impossible for this princess to watch him get killed. After speaking, Perona turned around and left the deck, floating straight to the training room. Kaya bit her lip and shook her head helplessly. I can't accept this cruel picture either. Makino stretched out his hand, stroked Kaya's hair generously, and said gently, let's go too, it's useless to stay here. Saying that, Makino took Kaya's hand and walked towards the training room together. As these people left, Nami and the others also turned around and left. They are still women, and their hearts are still too soft. For whatever reason, Chris was determined to execute Momonosuke. They couldn't accept it and watched a child being tortured and killed with their own eyes. A few minutes, the women on the deck all left, leaving only the squad leaders. Beside him, there were also a group of little scoundrels. Unlike women, they are not soft-hearted. Since it's Chris's order, it's fine to carry it out as usual, and you can't have other ideas just because the other party is a child. Enel took the lead in this matter. As long as the other party is identified as the enemy, it is right to kill. At this moment, the deck is gradually noisy. On the boat all started to boo. Lord Enel, kill these guys and let them run again, ha ha ha. Head to head, let's focus on that. The guy who draws, actually dares to ride a bird, what a bum. Wow wow wow, I look at this leader, the 2 knives in his hands are good, the captains, can you give the knives to the little ones, thank you so much. A guy who is good at making knives, smiling all over his face. Staring intently at the 2 knives in Kinemon's hands. Torturing that little brat, this guy is a pervert. He's been staring at Reiju and the others just now, damn it. Yes, that's right. I saw it just now, the way he looked at Sister Bakura and the others, it's smug, it's so fucking damn good. No wonder Captain Chris wants to get rid of them, it's not a good thing at first glance, go to the Malagobi. Kanjuro stared at Momonosuke, his eyes full of resentment, it's all your fault. Have you never seen a woman before? You are always so lustrous. Momonosuke cried out in grievance. I didn't expect that they would pay so much attention to a child. He wanted to use his appearance to get close to Nami and the others, and take advantage of the opportunity. Unexpectedly, instead of taking advantage of the cheap, I received a meal, electrocution. Van Augur carried the spear and sneered, haha, finally exposed. I'll just say this little bastard. There seems to be something wrong. I thought I was thinking too much. I'm just a kid, how can there be so many flowers and intestines? It now seems that I underestimated the despicableness of human nature. Kuro pushed his glasses and looked at Momonosuke with interest. Tisk tisk, no one would have thought of it. A stinky brat turned out to be a little pervert. Speaking of which, with his appearance and age under the cover, dealing with women is simply invincible. Luo walked forward with Guikui in his arms, and glanced at the training room. I admire the captain more and more. He didn't even see this guy with his own eyes, he knew their character, God. Saying that, Luo smiled and looked at Hawkins beside him, and joked, "Hey, I see your job, and I will give it to the captain. He's still more accurate." Hawkins shrugged his shoulders expressionlessly and said with dead eyes, "The captain is the son of destiny, how can I compare to him? But, I'm more accurate than you guys." Poison Burgess also approached, and looked at Momonosuke and the others with malicious intent. "Hey, since you're a little pervert, then I have to teach you a lesson." Saying that, everyone saw Poison's body slowly exuding a green mist. Directly wrap the four of Momonosuke for the group inside. Momonosuke and the others, immediately feeling dizzy and nauseous. At the same time, they gradually realized that their lower body had lost consciousness. Seems to have disappeared suddenly. Momonosuke was shocked and hurriedly howled. "Where did my leg go? Why down? Can't feel its existence." Kinemon's face was pale and his lips were trembling. "What the hell did you do? Why are you paralyzed?" "I can't feel it at all, and I can control it." Poison Jia Isho. "Fear, it's just a chronic poison, it won't kill you." I said, "I want to teach you some lessons. How could it be possible for you to die so easily?" The squad leaders all cast a sympathetic look at Momonosuke for. When encountering this sinister guy like Poison, some of them feel better. The poison on this guy is all kinds of strange, and it doesn't have a taste. Next, the poison complete Momonosuke 4 people 4, as their own test. All kinds of poisonous gas are applied to the body, focus on taking care, Momonosuke. While, Momonosuke's body swelled into a ball. The skin on the whole body was faintly black and purple, and there was a faint odor. At the same time, his 2 eyeballs were abnormally protruding outwards, which looked particularly scary. Cavendish saw this scene, he couldn't help frowning. "I'll go, poison you crazy. You're so disgusting." Caribou also took a step back unconsciously, for fear of being contaminated with toxins. "Good guy, how much poison did you use? These few people are really able to stand up, they are not dead, they are quite good." A smug smile appeared on the poison's face. "I have already controlled the dosage, and I dare not say anything else. With poison, I have never taken anyone else. Please, don't torture me. I know I'm wrong." At this moment, Momonosuke begged for mercy with difficulty. His voice was very low, but the squad leaders could hear it very clearly. "Heroes and heroes, I'm just a child, you don't have to kill me. I know that lust is my fault, I promise, I will change it. I just beg you, let me go, I feel so uncomfortable down here. The body doesn't feel at all, and it hurts." As she spoke, Momonosuke's swollen eyes shed tears of remorse. At this time, his attitude was extremely humble, his tone was also very sincere. He continued to beg for mercy, and said something. "Just do it, please forgive us. I assure you that if you can spare the next 4 people, I will repay you well in the future. I can give you gold and silver treasures, and I can give you the women of Wano-kuni. I can give you whatever you want." At Momonosuke with contempt, and said coldly, "Sure enough, he is a natural bastard. How can a 7 or 8-year-old child be able to say such words?" Bellamy's face was fierce, and he said viciously, "You bastard, this is called death." I had some sympathy for him at first, but now it seems that the captain's decision is too right. This kind of child who is not human should be killed. Momonosuke never imagined that his sincere begging for mercy would be exchanged by the squad leaders in even greater hatred. He hurriedly used his remaining strength and defended, "No, no, you misunderstood. It's not what you think, it's a good guy. If you don't like gold and silver treasures and women, I can give you something else in return. Although you say it, you must do it next time." Lazang sighed softly, his eyes full of disappointment, and said, "Young master, so you are such a person. If I knew, I would rather kill myself than come to assist you." Kanjuro suddenly sneered, his face grim. It's all this guy who harmed us. If it weren't for him, I should be eating and drinking spicy food and enjoying the riches in the world right now. He suddenly turned his head and spit out viciously. Bah, now I can only accompany this idiot and die together. Momonosuke looked at these two people unexpectedly, and said in surprise, I am your young master. How could you do this to me? Shouldn't I beg for mercy? Isn't survival the most important thing? Kinemon raised his hand with difficulty and put it on Momonosuke. There are things more important than living in this world. It's a pity, Mr. Momonosuke, you didn't. Juncture of life and death, all three of Kinemon expressed deep disappointment to Momonosuke. Momonosuke at this time can really be regarded as a betrayal of relatives and relatives. Momonosuke suddenly sat up and shouted at the squad leaders, please, let me go. These three guys don't care anymore, I just want to live. I am the young master of Wano-kuni, I can give Wano-kuni to you. Lafitte Vivi frowned, lowered his hat. Vivi Isho said politely, no need. If we want Wano-kuni, we can beat it ourselves, we don't need you. Enel digs his ears and glances at Momonosuke nonchalantly. He sneered, like a clown. I'll send you on your way. At this point, Enel didn't intend to procrastinate either, he was completely fed up with Momonosuke. Spoke, a huge thunderball condensed in his hand again. The thunderball flickered with terrifying electric lights and made a sizzling sound. Go to hell, damn you. Enel directly threw this giant thunderball on Momonosuke. The moment the thunderball hit him, Momonosuke trembled quickly. It seems that in the whole human body, all the bones are completely broken and shattered. The whole body has become burnt black, and one face has been completely unclear. The lightning attack of extremely high volts directly dried his blood, and the whole person completely became a Kurozumi. Because too much toxin was injected before, his corpse exuded a green mist at this time. This is Momonosuke's corpse, emitting a stench. Lafitte immediately. Spread the wings behind you, flap it quickly, and blow these stinks away from the Chris. Enel glanced disdainfully at the Kurozumi-like corpse on the ground. Body off the deck and let him perish in the sea. Kinemon 3, watching Momonosuke die tragically. Naturally, they were not spared, they were all shot through the heart by Enel. They were also thrown off the boat to feed the fish. After the four of Momonosuke were completely eliminated, the squad leaders left the deck one after another and resumed their own training. The little guys on the boat also rushed over to clean up some traces left on the boat. Meanwhile, the distant Wano-kuni. The City of Flowers, Kurozumi Orochi's mansion. Magnificent, with exquisite architecture and gorgeous carvings. Are all kinds of rare plants and colorful flowers in the garden. At this time, in this mansion, Yingge Yanwu, and the sound of musical instruments resounded throughout the capital. Above the hall, the ministers of Wano-kuni embrace the singer one by one. Banquet, food and wine are available. Singers are gorgeously dressed and wear special kimonos. The banquet had been going on for a long time at this time. Many ministers were already holding the singer and fell to the ground drunk. People who are energetic, still sing and dance, and have a lot of fun. Of instrumental music is still playing. In the center of the hall, behind a large wooden table, a tall man was holding a beautiful woman. And beside him, surrounded by these 4 or 5 beautiful singers. From time to time, he tasted the fine wine handed over by this beautiful woman. Occasionally taste the grapes that the singer put into his mouth. He was a tall man with a big head and a big mouth. On the bald head, there is a crown, revealing a few strands of purple hair. This person is the ruler of Wano-kuni, Kurozumi Orochi. Kurozumi Orochi was addicted to the wine, and his face was flushed. Holding a few singers, enjoying the singing and dancing of everyone below. Everyone is flattering Kurozumi Orochi, and they are kind. No one noticed, at this time, a man in a black kimono quietly walked to Kurozumi Orochi's side. Guys, above is a picture of Kurozumi Orochi. This guy will definitely die in the future. The plot of Wano Kuni will be written later, so I will mention it here first. 297. Kurozumi Orochi is furious. Mamasagi's call, Ain, the fruit of regression, is ready to join the team. Wano Kuni, inside the Kurozumi Orochi mansion. Kurozumi Orochi, who was still drinking and having fun, glanced at the man in black who suddenly approached. Kurozumi Orochi's eyes were blurred, and he asked casually, "Is something wrong?" "Nothing important, don't bother us drinking." This man in black is Kurozumi Orochi's confidant. He was the only one who dared to appear in front of Kurozumi Orochi during the banquet. The man in black leaned over to Kurozumi Orochi and said mysteriously, "General Orochi, that person's vivre card." Suddenly, completely burnt out. Kurozumi Orochi's eyes suddenly widened in anger. His eyes were full of wonder. "What did you say? The vivre cards were all burned out? That means..." The man in black took a step back respectfully, and Vivi nodded. "Yes, the owner of this vivre card should have been broken." Clap. As soon as the man in black finished speaking, he heard a crisp sound from above the hall. A crystal-clear glass cup was already broken to the ground at this time. Then, above the hall, there was a crackling sound. Kurozumi Orochi was furious and pushed everything on the table in front of him. "Bastard! Who the hell did it?" Bamboos, the voice of the singers playing, and the voices of the ministers seeking joy and having fun, all of a sudden disappeared. The whole banquet, everyone looked at Kurozumi Orochi blankly, not daring to make any sound. Everyone looked at Kurozumi Orochi and the man in black beside him in confusion. No one knows what exactly happened. "Get out of here, General! All out!" Kurozumi Orochi roared furiously at this time, and everyone at the banquet, immediately shocked. They raised their robes one after another and ran out regardless of their status and manners. Fear of taking a slow step, you will become a dead soul under the knife. Everyone knows that Kurozumi Orochi is moody and tyrannical. Killing people at will has become the norm for him. In the entire banquet hall, only Kurozumi Orochi and the man in black were left. All the ministers, singers, all fled this place of right and wrong. The black-clothed man bowed and stood on the spot, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Even he was very uneasy at this time. Roar! In the hall, there was a sudden roar of roaring voices. Vivi, the man in black, looked up and saw it in surprise. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi has transformed into the form of Yagi Orochi because of his anger. This is Kurozumi Orochi's Devil Fruit ability, Zone Mythical. 8 black and green snake heads swayed constantly in the hall. It looks very cautious. Outside the hall, Kurozumi Orochi's ninja unit saw this scene through the shadow. The leader said in surprise, "It turned into the form of Yaki Orochi, it seems that the general is very angry." Another person echoed, "I don't know what the Lord heard, it's been a long time since he was so angry." Inside the hall, Kurozumi Orochi was still in a state of rage. The man in black didn't know who the owner of the vivre card was. His death was able to make Kurozumi Orochi so angry. Mad. The most important piece of my chess piece was actually killed by someone. How can he die before he really shines? Others do not know, Kurozumi Orochi himself knows best. The owner of that vivre card is no one else. It is Akane, one of the 9 members of the 9 people, Kanjuro. Since more than 10 years ago, Kanjuro has become Kurozumi Orochi's confidant. Has been lurking in the Kazuki family, and completed the plan for Kanjuro to seize power. After the death of Kazuki Royal Palace, Mrs. Shi used her abilities to help Akane, 9 people and 9 people to go to the future. And left a prophecy, 20 years later, the Red Sheath, 9 people and 9 people will kill Kurozumi Orochi. Let the Kazuki family regain control of Wano Kuni. With a few years to go, that date will come. The critical moment when Kanjuro is needed to provide him with information. Who would have thought that Kanjuro died suddenly and tragically at this time? Damn. Cant. Forgive me. What a bastard, someone who dares to kill Lao Su. Could it be that the Kinemon guys found out that he is really hateful? The person who dares to kill my confidant, I want you all to pay for your life. Above the hall, Kurozumi Orochi kept roaring, cursing the person who killed Kanjuro. This is his most important piece, and his death is a huge loss for Kurozumi Orochi. The man in black didn't dare to make a sound, he could only stand there quietly, bearing Kurozumi Orochi's anger. The ninja troops outside are also not easy to enter and disturb. Can only wait quietly, Kurozumi Orochi calmed down. 11 p.m. on the Chris. At this point in time, Chris was still in the training room, practicing non-stop. And Nami and others had already left and went to rest. As immune to fatigue as Chris. Bumble, bumble, bumble. At this moment, the phone worm suddenly rang. Chris glanced at the phone bug. At this time, it will ring, and only this phone bug will be heard. The phone bug rang, and Chris immediately. Understand, there should be some situation on Momosagi's side. He instantly came to the air outside and answered the phone bug. Chris, long time no see. Momosagi was the first to say hello to Chris. Well, long time no see, what's going on with you? Chris replied lightly, he didn't like being polite, and went straight to the subject. Momosagi did the same, and said directly, I haven't spoken for a long time. During this time, there are indeed many things on my side that I want to tell you. Chris didn't say much, and quietly listened to Momosagi's report. During this time, several newcomers have joined our camp. It's Iska Ensign and the giantess Vice Admiral, Celia. Hearing these two names, Chris raised his eyebrows without a trace, and said, it seems that you haven't been idle for a while. Marine Vice Admiral is the mainstay of Marine, and their participation is very important to us. Momosagi nodded and said, Celia Vice Admiral learned about Elbath's relationship with the Chris pirates. It was quick to decide to join us and she is a very reliable ally. Momosagi paused and continued. Now, I'm doing my best to win over Zephyr's subordinate, Ain. Hearing this, Chris felt a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that Momosagi's courage had already begun to attract Ain's attention. If this thing goes wrong, Zephyr will be involved. Momosagi was afraid that Chris didn't know about Zephyr's situation, so he gave a general introduction and said something. Black Arm Zephyr, the former admiral of the Marine headquarters, like Garp, is a Marine legend. He is from the same era as Garp, Sengoku, and Staff Crane. This person has fought countless pirates in his life, and he has armament hockey with one hand, and he is superb. That's why it's called the Black Arm Zephyr. He is also an important instructor within Marine, and he has taught many excellent Marines. The three Marine Admiral today, Kuzan, Akainu, Borsellino, have all been his students. It can be said that Black Arm Zephyr is also full of peach and plum. The prestige among the Marines is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Momosagi thought for a while and continued, his strength is also unfathomable. He has fought with Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard and many other big pirates. Although these people have not been defeated, they have not been defeated either. Being able to tie these people, he was also a very powerful guy when he was young. Although Black Arm Zephyr is in his 70s now, his fighting power is still there. The so-called sword is not old, and there are very few people who can defeat him now. In Chris' memory, this guy later fought against Kuzan, Kizaru and others. Admiral, currently in Marine headquarters, is stunned to take Black Arm Zephyr, which shows his terrifying strength. And his subordinate, Ain, is naturally not an ordinary person. Rare female swordsman in the world of pirates, and she has the strength of a swordsman. This level of strength is already amazing enough. At the same time, Ain is also the power of the fruit of regression. Anyone touched by Ain's power will return to the state they were 12 years ago. Other words, if Chris is touched by Ain, he will return to his 7-year-old state. If it is touched by Ain many times, it is likely to disappear immediately. It is also a very perverted devil fruit ability. Moreover, this ability can not only affect people, but also all kinds of things other than living things. So, this is a rather annoying devil fruit ability. Ain has navy blue curly hair and big, piercing eyes. Is the most beautiful woman in Marine and one of Zephyr's most trusted students. Ain is quite loyal to the Black Arm Zephyr, willing to sacrifice his life for it. So, instead of saying that Momoshiki is wooing Ain, it is better to say that he is wooing the Black Arm Zephyr. And the power of Black Arm Zephyr. I have to say that Momoshiki's move is a bit bold. Of course, high risk also means high reward. If they can successfully win over Ain, the forces in their camp will usher in a qualitative leap. With Zephyr's connections and prestige in Marine, naturally more will join. Chris said lightly, be careful when you win over Ain. The attitude of her teacher Zephyr is particularly important. If anything happens, immediately tell me. I'll rush over immediately to get rid of her for you, so I can't expose it in advance. Chris is very clear-headed, and Ain and Zephyr are likely to reveal Momoshiki's secrets. Now is definitely not the best time. Contrary, it will bring a lot of danger to Momoshiki. So, if they can't win Ain, then Ain must become a dead person for them. Momoshiki nodded lightly, with a bit of sharpness in his eyes. I understand, I will observe their attitude. Don't worry, I have always acted cautiously, and this time I heard some rumors. It is said that Zephyr and the others are very critical of the world government, so I dared to do it. Chris is very relieved about Momoshiki. She can achieve the position of Vice Admiral, not just by her strength. The necessary tactics and means are also very important. Chris looked at the starry sky and said, the Shichibukai alliance is now more than half successful. Everyone has joined except Hawkeye Mahawk and Tyrant Bear. Recently, news came from Hancock and Gecko Moria. They are all gearing up and have already started planning for the future. As for Jinbei, he is sitting on the great resource of Fishman Island, which is a ready-made boost for us. Momoshiki suddenly asked, Doflamingo, can you control him? In Momoshiki's impression, Doflamingo is rebellious and has always been arrogant and domineering. Acting as elusive and as a variable. Chris sneered, don't worry, he knows the least. He only knows that I set up the Shichibukai alliance to share resources, and he doesn't know anything else. I still have reservations about him. I still need to use his resources for the time being. When the time is right, I will solve him directly. After all, he's a Tenryubido too. Chris once said that Doflamingo must be killed within 2 years, and that's not just talk. This rat shit can't stay for long. After draining all his use value, he is useless to Chris. Chris continued, recently, some squad leaders have been added to the ship. Their strength is okay, and they are available people. In addition, these guys have been cultivating silently during this period of time. I can feel that their strength has not improved by a single star. These guys are talented enough, and with a little effort, they can make great progress. To the squad leader, Momoshiki naturally understands. She hurriedly told Chris, I also know a lot about the situation of the squad leader. The whole day today, Marine Headquarters is studying you and your pirate group. The strength of the squad leaders is quite good, and the Marine Headquarters attaches great importance to it. Have a detailed understanding of each of their abilities and strengths. You should be careful about this. The so-called know yourself and the enemy, and you will win 100 battles. It's not a good thing for the squad leaders to be studied by the Marine Headquarters. However, Chris didn't care about it. He said casually, it's okay, let them study. All they have is some outdated information. You know, these guys are improving every day. Furthermore, Even if the real powerhouse has been thoroughly researched by the opponent has nothing to do. Since following me, this is a step they have to take. Chris only believes in hard power. If he can easily be defeated by Marine, it can only mean that his practice is not in place, and he said something. By the way, I have some new news here. I think you must be very interested. Once this news is made public, it should cause a commotion in the entire sea. Gentlemen, above is a picture of Ain. 298. Princess Shirahoshi is the Sea King. Rocks Crew Akoku. Fighting Technique Master Isaac. Chris pretends to be mysterious, which really piques Momosegi's interest. What kind of secret can shock the entire ocean? Momosegi thought for a while, but he really can't think of it. What kind of secret is there to shock the world today? Headquarters, feel it clearly. I remember, you didn't go to any special place either. Chris whispered Isho and said slowly, I found the Sea King, Poseidon. Momosegi immediately froze in place, her beautiful eyes vividly trembling. The three ancient weapons in the world, the King of Heaven, the King of the Sea, and the King of Pluto. Of these three weapons is enough to shake the world. Over the years, how many people have paid the price of their lives for these three ancient weapons? The world government has been secretly looking for them all these years. Unexpectedly, Chris can find one so easily. She thought about it quickly, and suddenly realized, since it is Sea King, that is to say, you found it on Fishman Island. The most likely place to contact the Chris Pirates itinerary is Fishman Island. Chris was noncommittal and said indifferently, yes, the Sea King Poseidon is on Fishman Island. The reason why Neptune has not been found for so many years is people's understanding is wrong. Everyone thinks that since it is a weapon, it must be some kind of tool. But I never thought that an ancient weapon might also be a special person. Momosegi is also quite novel about this. She never thought that ancient weapons might be people. But listen to what Chris means. This Sea King Poseidon is someone in Fishman Island. Momosegi's beautiful eyes flowed, and then she smiled Isho, and said, I probably know who this person is. If I guess right, Poseidon, the Sea King, is of Fishman Island, Princess Shirahoshi. She paused, then continued, this Princess Shirahoshi, although she has never appeared on land, there are many legends about her. With the title of the most beautiful woman in the world, it is impossible to be a mediocre person. Chris and Momosegi, who were smiling on the phone at the same time, had a tacit understanding of each other that no longer needs to be said. Shirahoshi has joined my camp, and when I gain a firm foothold in the new world, I will take her by my side. Follow me, I can train her at any time and fully grasp this powerful force. Momosegi was overjoyed and said briskly, that's great. We have mastered Poseidon, the king of the sea, and our strength is 1 point stronger. In this way, we can be almost invincible on the sea. As a marine vice admiral, she naturally understands the horror of the Sea King Poseidon. Summon giant sea kings to control the sea. It can be said that if Neptune Poseidon stands on the opposite side of Marine, then Marine will be a losing situation. Unless Marine abandons his specialties and chooses to fight on land. Momosegi couldn't help but exclaimed, it seems that you have gained a lot during this time. Compared to you, the few people I attracted are really nothing. Yeah, I don't have a Baccarat by my side, know that. Good luck. There was a bit of ridicule in her tone, but also full of envy. If Baccarat could be by her side, perhaps attracting marine executives, it would be more effective. Chris looked calm and said indifferently, of course I have more than this. The Alabasta branch has recruited a lot of strong people, and they are already rushing to our side. Among them is a newcomer who has made a name for himself, Hyaming EPUB. This guy has good strength. I think he can be a squad leader. Momosegi has also heard the name EPUB and is a strange long-handed tribe. Although there is no specific record, the bounty is not low. He certainly has the power to be a squad leader. Chris continued, Also, I get a piece of history on both Sky Island and Fishman Island. Now that Robin is translating, I think we can learn a lot of secrets. Momosuke nodded slightly. Chris had too many adventures, and he encountered almost all good things. Momosuke's face became solemn after the two sides exchanged information. She has more important things to tell Chris on the phone today. I told you before that the Marine headquarters has been researching all day today, the entire Chris pirates. At this meeting, the important generals in Marine and their direct descendants were all present, including the Marine headquarters marshal and admiral. After Chris listened, he understood this. Of this meeting is also quite high. The loss-making Marine headquarters is so flattering. Since this is the case, presumably our basic situation has been understood clearly. Momosuke Vivi sighed and said, it's more than clear, it's like the back of the hand. The important members of the Chris Pirates have all been investigated thoroughly, including the events before they went to sea, all listed one by one. Even, they have already found out about the Avatar fruit. This Avatar fruit was obtained by them on Fishman Island, and it was something that happened not long ago. Caribou has never used the power of the clone fruit in battle. But even so, the intelligence services of the world government, according to the investigation. Chris muttered to himself, the government's intelligence work is indeed top-notch. I think, when I have my own country, I also need such a team. What Chris wants to do matters a lot. Intelligence work is equally important to him. Even if it can't be done like the world government, at least it should be able to counteract them. Your own information, you cannot let the world government all snoop. Momosuke continued, today, we watched together, you and the Hades, Rayleigh, fighting. Your duplicate fruit has been discovered by them. Chris said casually, it's okay, it's a matter of time sooner or later, and the devil fruit doesn't need to be hidden. Chris doesn't care about this. It's too late to be discovered. Moreover, Chris is not afraid at all, even if Marine understands his abilities, they still have no way to deal with it. Of his two fruits is almost no other fruit can restrain. The weakness of copying the fruit, for Chris, is useless. Too many devil fruit abilities. Also, Princess Reiju and Vivi, they can't hide the fact that they joined the Chris Pirates. I think that the world government may find opportunities to suppress the Vinsmoke family and the Alabasta Kingdom. You still have to remind them of this, and be careful when you act in the future. Sengoku and other high-level executives did not say anything at the meeting, there will definitely be some small moves afterward. They couldn't let it go, and Chris allied with them and kept going big. So these small movements have to be guarded against. This reminds Chris that he thinks it is very necessary to be on the lookout for the world government. As for Elbaf and Fishman Island, naturally they cannot escape the fate of being discovered. Chris isn't worried about either of those places, though. Elbaf's fighting power, the world government will never dare to act rashly. As for Fishman Island, on the one hand they are in the deep sea, and on the other hand Jinbei is there. The same is not true of the world government. The ones they dare to bully are the Vinsmoke family and the Alabasta Kingdom. The former used military force and offended many countries. The latter has just risen and its strength is still weak. Immediately afterwards, Momosuke mentioned something about the kingdom of Puduola. That's what this call is about, the most important thing. According to Branu's intelligence, there are many reclusive masters in the Pudora kingdom, and they need to be extra careful. Besides, there are two people who need special attention. One is Akoku, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, and the other is Isaac, the fighting maniac. These two guys, it is said that they are strong, they are likely to have the strength of Marine Admiral, so be very careful. Chris suddenly sneered. Hee, that's true. The world government has really put a lot of effort into weakening our strength. Find these for us. Hard bones. This is also what Chris had long anticipated, and the world government had originally planned to do this. It's just that he didn't expect that a small kingdom of Pudora actually has two top experts at the same time. However, we are not vegetarians. Since it is delivered to your door, don't give it up for nothing. The world government has a good plan, but it's hard to say who will kill the deer. Chris snorted and asked, this time, who did the Marine headquarters send over? This time, Borsellino is leading the team, and the other two are Vice Admiral Doberman and Momonga. The rest are some of their confidants, just bring them to see the world. Momoshiki shrugged, none of them threatening. As for Borsellino, it has always been in the state of paddling, and there is no problem in thinking about it. Chris Vivi nodded and said, I even sent an admiral. I don't think it's to deal with Akoku and Isaac, it was specially sent to contain me, the old fox Sengoku. Momoshiki is also Vivi Isho, these are things that can't be helped. Marine headquarters had to deal with the Chris pirates, and there was no reason to help Chris. Help is fake, trouble is real. But hearing the names of these people completely relaxed Chris. A paddling admiral, plus 2 wine bags and rice bags, here, they can't make any waves. This Puduola kingdom, he is bound to win. Chris pondered for a moment and asked, what's the situation about Akainu? He wants to hunt Akainu, it's not a day or two. It's just this guy, who has been huddled in Marineford, never stepped out. I haven't been able to find any suitable opportunities. Momoshiki also shook his head and replied helplessly, it's still the same. This attack on Pudora Kingdom was supposed to be an opportunity, but Sengoku and the others designated Borsellino. If you want to catch a single Akainu, you still need to continue to wait for the opportunity. This kind of thing can't be rushed. There's a lot going on here at Marine, even if he's Marine Admiral, there's always time to go out on a mission. Sharp eyes, Chris nodded lightly and said, then let him live for a while longer. Contact me whenever you have a chance. Momoshiki also nodded solemnly and said yes. Momoshiki's heart is very clear, this matter is very risky. If you are too hasty, the hard work before the two of them may all come to nothing overnight. Don't even think about staying in this marine any longer. Become a Marine Admiral, you have to do it slowly. Today, she has long been a candidate for Marine Admiral. Plus there are many people who support her behind her back, it will be a matter of time before she becomes Marine Admiral. But to get that big thing done with Chris, they didn't have that much time to wait. But suddenly killing Akainu's superior will inevitably cause suspicion from others. So, she had to find the right moment. Then come up with a plan that is reasonable and seamless. Akainu's death is packaged as an accident within an accident, so that others can't doubt himself. There was a slight disappointment on Chris's face. He's been waiting too long for this opportunity. Helping Momoshiki become Marine Admiral is a particularly important step in Chris's plan. Now, Chris has entered a new world. And it's only a matter of time before taking the kingdom of Pudora and establishing your own country. Seeing that the Shichibukai alliance is about to be officially completed, it's just 2 people away. Once Hawkeye Mahawk and Tyrant Bear agreed to join, his first move was a success. Now, in the Momoshiki camp, there are already quite a few capable officers. If she can successfully win over Ain and Zephyr, her power will be beginning to take shape. For her position to move forward. If this matter is dragged on, it will delay the normal process. Many things in the back still need Momoshiki's strength. Momoshiki looked around and said cautiously, let's do it for the time being today. If anything happens, I will contact you as soon as possible. Okay, be careful with everything, you don't have to worry about me, just do your thing. Chris's tone was flat, but there was also a hint of concern. Momoshiki is now in the Marine headquarters, and the ghost knows if she has been targeted. The call is still as brief as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. After putting down the phone bug, Chris returned to the training room. Everything is going well so far. Nothing happened beyond his expectations. The only thing to consider is the strength of the squad leaders. At this point, he needs to find a chance to beat them. After Chris rejected the fatigue in his body, he was still full of energy. 299. Jewelry, Bonnie, finally joins the team. Hancock meets Chris, never to be apart again. 2 days later. The Chris was calm and continued to move toward the kingdom of Pudora. 2 days, they have met some pirates, but they are all small and not worth mentioning. At this time, Chris remained unchanged for 10,000 years, staying alone in the training room, practicing with peace of mind. Nami and the others sat on the sofa and chatted. 2 days have passed, and they still have some regrets for Momonosuke. Makino looked at the blue sky and said leisurely, they've been dreaming about that little guy these 2 days. He's still asking me why I didn't save him. I really don't know how to answer. Nami also sighed softly and said, me too, I always feel that I can't get over this hurdle in my heart. I feel I owe him. Reiju smiled Isho, reached out and patted the shoulders of the two, and said, you are all thinking too much. When we meet by chance, we don't owe each other, life and death have fate, how can I blame you? Besides, it wasn't the two of you who killed them. Betty also looked indifferent, took a puff of cigarette and said, the sea is so cruel. On this sea, I don't know how many people die every day. Danger and opportunity are the pronouns of this sea, even if we let them go that day. Who can guarantee that they will not encounter other pirates, or some sudden storm? You also saw that day that with their hardware and strength, they do not have the ability to deal with these risks. Alvida waved the wooden sword, nodded, a faint smile appeared on her delicate face, and said something. Betty is right, you should stop thinking about those things, the past is like a cloud, just forget it. We are the Chris Pirates, our goal is in the future. After several people's repeated comfort, Nami and others were relieved. Indeed, there is no need to feel guilty for some irrelevant people. They are also squad leaders, and they don't gossip much. If they tell Nami and the others the true face of Momonosuke, they will no longer have these troubles. For a little satyr, and a little satyr with a very bad character. It's really not a crime. Perona was lying on the bench in boredom at this time, biting a straw in her mouth, looking bored, and said, it's been 2 days and I haven't met an interesting guy. Why is the new world so boring? The first half of the Great Route isn't interesting yet. That guy Apu is also walking so slowly, when will he be able to get on the boat? Bakura glanced at Perona and smiled softly, perhaps people have expected to be tortured by you. That's why you walk so slowly on purpose, maybe it's possible. Perona snorted and pouted unhappily. Such a boring life is too embarrassing for her. Mrs. Chiarli looked into the distance with her glamorous eyes, and sighed, indeed, all the little pirates I met in the past 2 days. Not even a decent strong man. Nodded, and what they were looking forward to most was the battle between the squad leaders and the strong. How interesting. Just as they were sighing, the sound of a phone bug came from the ship. Bumble, bumble, bumble. Bakura glanced at the time, knowing Isho, this time, it should be Hancock. She got up immediately and took the phone bug to Chris's side. And handed Chris a towel to wipe the sweat off his body. After Chris answered the phone, he soon heard a very happy voice from the other end of the phone. Chris, I didn't expect you to answer the phone in person, the concubine is very happy. Chris had a cold expression and said lightly, Hancock, you've been making a lot of noise recently. It seems that your strength has improved rapidly and entering the new world is a correct choice for you. Hancock got Chris' compliment, he immediately excited. Faint blush appeared on his delicate and flawless face. Seeing this scene, Sandersonia smiled helplessly. Master Chris's charm is so strange. As long as my elder sister meets him, she will become like this. Hancock said cheerfully, I can achieve today's achievements thanks to your encouragement, Chris. If it wasn't for you, how could I open my eyes to see the world? Otherwise, the concubine is still there. Nine Snake Island is paralyzing itself. Hancock is very grateful to Chris. This trip to the new world has completely opened her eyes. This world is changing with each passing day and changing very fast. If you stand still, you will soon be eliminated. Chris, I have good news for you. I just recruited a potential newcomer. It was a while ago that there was a big commotion in the first half of the Great Route, Jewelry Bonnie. Chris responded lightly. This Jewelry Bonnie is naturally not, and the identity of this person is mysterious. There may be some connection with the Tyrant Bear. Pulling her into the faction may be of great use for the bear to join the Shichibukai alliance. And Bonnie's own strength is also very strong. The fruit ability that can change age is similar to that of Ain, and it also causes her opponents a headache. Marigold said on the side, Master Chris, now, our power is not small. Finally it's no longer the one holding back. Sandersonia also echoed, yes, under the leadership of my sister, we already have some territories of our own. I believe it can bring you some good resources. Jewelry Bonnie is also familiar, and said with a smile, Captain Chris, hello, I'm Bonnie. They've been listening to Sister Hancock and the others mentioning you, and I admire you a lot. I'm looking forward to meeting you. Whitey Bay teased Bonnie, then you have to restrain yourself. It's just you. Eat, I'm afraid you will scare Captain Chris again. Karana also nodded and looked at Bonnie sympathetically. Master Chris, you don't like guys who are too noisy. I suggest you learn in advance how to be a lady. Kikyo and Margaret also laughed out loud. Can be seen that Bonnie's character is very pleasant among them. Soon as I joined, I was completely integrated into this big family. Hancock smiled like a flower, and smiled sweetly. Chris, it seems that everyone misses you a lot. Now I have a firm foothold in the new world, and I have a lot of resources and territory, just waiting for you. Where are you now? Chris is indifferent to Isho, we've entered a new world. Hearing this, Hancock screamed, his voice full of joy, and said something. You've come to the new world, then we can meet Chris. We finally don't have to rely on the phone bug anymore, the concubine is finally waiting for you, Chris. At this moment, Hancock only felt full of happiness, which came suddenly. Who has been thinking about it day and night has finally come to the new world. Margaret carried a bow and arrow on her back, and smiled heroically. Captain Chris and the others, have they really entered the new world? It's great, our big troops can finally meet. Kikyo heard the words, and a pair of beautiful eyes instantly turned into two small crescents. Master Snakeji is looking forward to the stars and the moon. Finally, Captain Chris is here. In that case, our next goal must be to find Captain Chris and the others. Hancock held his cheek with his hand, and his beautiful eyes trembled. Chris, where are you now? My concubine can't take it anymore, I want to find you. Quickly tell your concubine where you are now. Chris looked up outside and said casually, at present, we have just left Red Rock Island not long ago. The next place we're going is the Kingdom of Kudola. If you want to see me, let's meet at Kudora. Hancock responded quickly. Immediately afterwards, Chris hung up the phone. Since we will meet soon, there is no need to say too much nonsense at this time. After Chris got rid of the phone bug, he restarted his practice. And enviously looked into the distance, and said eloquently, as Feng the Empress Boa Hancock. I'm fortunate enough to have seen her from a distance. She looks like that, it really is a beauty. Even though I am also a woman, I can't help but have a heart of admiration. It seems that Hancock's heart was also stolen by Chris. Mrs. Charlie's cold face showed a warm smile. Yes, even Hancock will be conquered by Chris. Speaking of which, I am really looking forward to seeing Hancock earlier. Sheila Mela wagged her tail and said yearningly, I've seen a lot of news about Hancock recently. A woman with good looks and strength, such a charming woman. They happily discuss Hancock, the unmasked queen. At the same time, somewhere in the new world of the 9 snake pirates was also full of laughter. Hancock was holding a map in his hand, and he was seriously scribbling on it. Chris, they're here now. Their goal is this place. We're in this place now, and it's still a long way from this place. Hancock's red lips, biting the end of the pencil, murmured to himself, revealing a bit of charm inadvertently. Serious and focused Hancock, every move is touching. Sandersonia shrugged and smiled helplessly. Every time I get off the phone with Chris, my sister has to wait for a long time. When did you meet? She studies the map herself. Marigold folded his arms and glanced at the map. I doubt if my sister can understand the map. Now her eyes are all about Lord Chris. At this time, Bonnie seemed very excited and smiled. Captain Chris and the others have arrived in the New World. I also have a chance to meet my idol. With a hint of doubt in his eyes, Whitey Bay asked, Bonnie, you entered the New World very early, and Chris has only recently risen. How could he be your idol? Bonnie, hey Isho, shook his head and explained, this has nothing to do with how sooner or later you enter the New World. I've been following Chris since he first appeared in the paper. I'm watching Chris step by step to become the youngest King Shichibukai in history. A guy who has never entered the New World can become King Shichibukai. Don't you think this is a very remarkable thing? Whitey Bay nodded thoughtfully, and there was a reason. Kurana sighed softly. Chris entered the New World. I don't know what storms will be set off. Will the pattern of the New World change because of his arrival? Margaret nodded lightly, her beautiful eyes looking into the distance. With the strength of Lord Chris, I am afraid that in the near future, he will be the 5th emperor above this sea. This sentence is said to others, I am afraid it will be immediately. Provoke ridicule. But for Chris, it's not impossible. In the 9 Snake Pirates has no objection to. Chris will become the 5th emperor of the sea. Instead, I felt that this was the right thing to do. Marigold is well aware of Chris's ambitions. Just being the 5th emperor of the New World may not be the end for Chris. That guy, he was destined to change the whole world. Hancock finally regained his senses at this time, and regained the image of a cold royal sister. She glanced at Sandersonia and said casually, this Pudora kingdom, I want all its information. Hearing this, Bonnie hurriedly said, I know that this country, which is not a member of the world government, is very powerful. Even without the protection of the world government, no one dares to go wild in that place easily. The folk customs there are sturdy, and there are many masters sitting in town. Hancock frowned slightly and continued to ask, how difficult is it to attack Pudola? Bonnie pondered and said hesitantly, I don't know very well, but it should be very difficult. After all, this is a big country with a powerful military, and it is definitely not comparable to ordinary pirate groups. Whitey Bay seemed to understand something at this time, and asked tentatively, could it be that the goal of Chris and the others is to capture the kingdom of Pudora? Hancock nodded noncommittally. Chris had promised that when he entered the New World, he would conquer the next country. Now it seems that Chris is eyeing this Pudola. Since it is a powerful country, there is no need to say much about resources. As a base, it is quite suitable. Hancock murmured, no, we have to move faster. Go on, use the fastest speed to rush to Pudora. Chris wants to do a big thing, and his concubine must be by his side and contribute to him. Guys, above is a picture of Jewelry Bonnie. For the sake of this beautiful woman, I want a wave of automatic subscriptions. In addition, there is no need to introduce the author bacteria about this supernova. Now Chris is surrounded by a lot of women, and many of them are very powerful. As for the squad leader, there is no need to say more, everyone is very strong. In short, that war is coming, and I am looking forward to it. 300. Going Emperor Tessero appears and is chased by Doflamingo. The situation is very critical. A new world, a sea somewhere. On the Chris, as usual. The squad leaders knew in their hearts that a battle was imminent. At this time, they can't slack off. The squad leaders headed by Luo are all working hard, practicing day and night, and improving their hard power. Even the mighty Enel and Lafitte are silently improving their strengths. After speaking with Hancock, Chris continued to stay in the training room, completing his daily goals. Reju's eyes were always on Chris. Holding it lightly in one hand, his delicate face quietly admired every movement of Chris. She sat up suddenly, with a slight smile on her face. I guess Hancock is already racing at this time. They will definitely reach Kudora Kingdom in the shortest time possible. Nami nodded cheerfully and replied with a smile, it must be like this. In order to see Chris as soon as possible, she herself would rather not rest and work day and night. It's just hard on her crew, and then another tense time. Alvida stroked the hair in front of her forehead, and her red lips parted slightly. Hancock is so smart, he must know very well what we are going to do. The kingdom of Kudora is also a tough bone to crack, if you can get Hancock's help. We'll take it easy too. The little giant Lily stood on Bakura's shoulders, shaking her little head. I'm really looking forward to Hancock and the others coming. I heard that the members of the 9 Snake Pirates are also very beautiful. I don't know if it's true. Bakura smiled like a confidant sister, and said generously, that's natural, Hancock's boat has never lacked beautiful women. Compared to this, I am more concerned about how many powerful guys are on Hancock's boat. It's the more important thing for us now. Bakura was not at all relaxed at this time. After all, the war was imminent, and all she was thinking was the same. At this time, Perona was very energetic, jumping up and down happily, and said something. I'm about to see Sister Hancock. I don't know what fun things she will bring this time. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the carefree Perona, everyone is indifferent isho. It was interesting to have such a small child on the boat. Alert, alert. There is a situation ahead. At this moment, the siren suddenly sounded, breaking the calm on the Chris. The siren's voice spread throughout the ship. Report, an island is found ahead. On the coast, it seems that someone is fleeing. There is likely to be a fighting situation. Hearing this, Bakura and others got up one after another and looked curiously at the island in the distance. Training room. Chris quickly sensed everything over there through observation hockey. Slight smile appeared on his face. It turned out to be you. Saying that, he stopped cultivating and walked out of the training room. Seeing that Chris walked out of the training room on his own initiative, Perona and the others quickly followed. Betty spit out a few eye circles, and looked at Chris's back curiously. You can actually make Chris take the initiative to watch. What the hell are those guys on the opposite side of others? After all, there are generally no major events, and Chris will not come out easily. Bakura is the mysterious Isho, and said elegantly, it seems that Chris also perceives something. Everyone, I feel that our good luck has come again. Hearing the words, all the girls became excited, and suddenly became interested. Nami looked up at the island in the distance, and said expectantly, so, we may have new members joining us. You said, is it the one who runs away or the one who chases? Makino's eyes, like a clear spring, lightly rippled, it may not be either. They compete with snipes and clams, and we fishermen win, and we end up with their devil fruit, or some other treasure. Karina's beautiful eyes were shining, and she said with a smile, compared to devil fruit, I still look forward to a newcomer, join. Perona also came to her side happily, and echoed, yes, yes, this princess also hopes to have new people to join. What this princess likes most is a newcomer, obedient, well-behaved, sensible, ha 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 ha. Now, newcomers have to be teased by Perona, which has almost become an important piece of pirate culture. If you haven't been teased by Perona, it's not really joining the Chris Pirates. Sweetie Queen looks at Perona, blinked, smiled, and said. No newcomers have joined in these 2 days, but you have been suffocated. Hurry up and open your eyes to see clearly and see what kind of guy is on the opposite side. In case a group of stubborn stubble comes, you can't make fun of it. Reiju touched his delicate chin and said something with a smile. Chris hasn't come out in person for a long time. Those guys on the opposite side are definitely not easy. Chris is gradually approaching, and at this time, it is possible to roughly see some movements on the island. Mrs. Shiarly had a faint smile on her dignified and elegant face. Which one will be our good luck if we chase and escape? If you want me to say it, it will probably be the people who are there. Kaya blinked a pair of clear eyes and asked suspiciously, why? Why not the one chasing? Shouldn't it be that the person chasing is stronger? Makino reached out and touched Kaya's head, gently. Isho. We Chris pirates have never lacked strong men. If you want to join us, strength is not a hard requirement, you have to see if you fit in. The most important thing is whether Chris likes it or not. Bakura looked at the island in front of him, his beautiful eyes lit up, and a sweet smile appeared on his delicate face. I can feel that the good luck this time is very strong. If it's our new member, this guy must be quite difficult. Even if the strength is not strong, it must have a considerable uniqueness. Reiju tucked her hair together, Isho gentle and generous. Listening to you, I'm really looking forward to it. What kind of guy will he be? At the same time, the squad leaders had already gathered on the deck. They were all curious and looked at the island in the distance. The movement on the opposite side is not small, and it does not seem to be a small roll. Van Auger took out the binoculars and carefully observed the situation on the opposite side. There is such a big commotion, it seems that there is a deep personal resentment. The new world is really interesting. The war between the two sides actually directly disturbed the entire island. Hawkins had a deadpan expression on his face. The new world is. So, this is the world of the strong. These people can destroy an island at every turn. Burgess Hehe Isho, looking eager to try. Otherwise, when the ship is approaching, let's join in. I haven't touched my hands in a serious manner for so long, and my hands are itchy, ha 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 ha. Lafitte lightly pressed his top hat, and said lightly, let's take a look at it first. There's no need to provoke more trouble, it will make the captain unhappy, we will feel better. As the vice captain of the Chris Pirates, Lafitte is obviously more stable than others. Bartolomeo turned his head at will, and suddenly saw Chris and the others appear, and made a surprised voice. The captain is out. This kind of thing, he really hasn't come forward for a long time. The rest of the squad leaders also heard Yin Yang Yan Yan's voice. This is Nami and the others, laughing and chatting. When Cavendish saw Chris appear, he was overjoyed. It seems that our good luck has come again. Kuro's face was calm, and he gently raised his eyes. If there is no good luck, the captain may not come forward. He turned his head and looked at the island in the distance. I don't know what kind of new people we'll meet this time. The squad leaders are all interested at this time, and it is unusual to be able to alert Chris's good luck. Burgess shrugged and laughed. Come on, get a great guy. In this case, the next time the squad leaders' competition will be more interesting. Being competitive can also stimulate us to become stronger. Poison smiled strangely. He said, if this is the case, then you may be crushed forever. Unlike me, apart from those few people, who would dare to fight with me. This man Demon Jin looked at the poison with disdain, and sneered, come on, Burgess is much better than you. You're just relying on your devil fruit ability now, look at your half-dead appearance. If you really get punched by Burgess, I think it's hard enough for you to survive. Cavendish also sneered. To be honest, when we practice for a while longer, we will no longer be afraid of your miasma poison. I'm afraid you will really become the last existence on our ship. At that time, this young master will report the shame last time. Surprisingly, there was no refutation against them. Instead, they just rolled their eyes at them, with a mysterious smile on their faces. I don't know what kind of medicine Jin and Cavendish are selling in the gourd. Looking at each other, they all felt strange. At this time, in the New World, on the island of Kokosado. This island, inaccessible, is a veritable desert island. Except, occasionally there are pirates stopping here, and basically nothing will come. But today, this place is very lively. A group of people suddenly came to the island and were running around on the island. All of them were extremely tired, their faces were pale, and at first glance, they were being hunted and killed. Lord Tezzolo, we see a ant go on like this, we will be caught up sooner or later. Yeah, Mr. Tanaka and I are exhausted. Mr. Tanaka and Deus, breathing heavily at this time, hid behind a large rock. After escaping for so long, the physical strength of the two of them has reached the limit. Tezzolo was sweating on his forehead, and he was breathing heavily. After running for a long time, he could hardly hold it any longer. However, when he thought about the mad guy in the back, he had a headache. Then keep at it, Doflamingo is a lunatic. Once we are caught by that guy, none of us will have a good end. Tezzolo looked at Mr. Tanaka and Deus, his eyes full of helplessness, but with a bit of determination. Behind them, there are also some younger brothers who have been recruited over the years. Even Tezzolo and the others have struggled to persevere, not to mention these little bastards. One by one, they were exhausted long ago, and at this time they were also lying on the ground weakly. Beads of sweat on Mr. Tanaka's forehead ticked off, and he said intermittently, if we knew this, we shouldn't provoke this guy Doflamingo. If we disappear, he won't find us either. Deus looked around vigilantly to confirm the safety of the environment. This Doflamingo is really patient and has chased us for so long. Until now, don't let us go. Tezzolo sighed deeply, shrugged helplessly, and said, everyone is innocent, but he is guilty. Meeting a person like Doflamingo is also considered unlucky for us. However, if he really refuses to let us go, it's a big deal. We're not messing around, we won't bully him arbitrarily. Saying that, Tezzolo squeezed his fist and hit the rock beside him heavily. I saw this rock, and soon cracks appeared one after another. Mr. Tanaka looked at Tezzolo firmly, gritted his teeth and said, Lord Tezzolo, don't worry, we will follow you. Everyone won't leave you alone. If it's a big deal, we will fight with them. Isn't it death? Instead of being bullied to death, it is better to stand up and die with the backbone. Encouraged by Mr. Tanaka, the rest of his subordinates complied. Yes, fuck him. Let the Don Quixote family know that we are not easy to bully. Wow wow wow, we are willing to give our lives for Lord Tezzolo. For a time, the crowd here was furious. Yi yang yang. What a moving scene, Tezzolo. At this moment, a harsh laughter suddenly sounded. Doflamingo fell from the sky with a look of contempt on his face. Vivi twitched with 5 fingers on his right hand, and grinned and said Isho. Tezzolo, you really have a bunch of very loyal dogs. It's already reached the point where the mountains and rivers are exhausted, and they still protect you like this. It's really impressive. Everyone saw Doflamingo's sudden appearance. They all shrank back unconsciously. Looked at Doflamingo viciously. Doflamingo, don't deceive people too much. If you push back like this, even if I risk my life, I will die with you. Guys, above is a picture of Tessero. The big guy from the theatrical version is real and will play a very important role in the future. For Tessero's sake,